curious about this strange phenomenon. Discussions erupted everywhere. Everyone looked quickly. Wow, a new storyline has started. Soon the system immediately popped up a notification. New storyline set. World main storyline initiated. The calamity of Qingzhou is imminent. Hundreds of sects in Qingzhou raise their swords together, stepping into the calamity with their lives. Lin Alice's eyes widened upon hearing this. That's truly terrifying. This kind of calamity will cause many people to die. However, while she was afraid, that red hair and some other fearless fellows were not afraid at all, and they happily said, "What is there to fear? Just do it if we practice the sword, but don't become heroes. Wouldn't that effort be wasted?" What he said was entirely correct. Even Lin Huaqian, standing beside them, crossed his arms, showing his full support. Exactly, becoming a sword cultivator is precisely for the sake of saving the world. The three of them simply showed a faint smile at the corner of their mouths, but they looked extremely resolute. Their will was firm for some reason, although she usually found them ridiculous. Today she thought they were incredibly cool. On the other side, Chao Gu also captured this beautiful sight in time. He folded his arms, gazing into the distance. No statistics are needed. All sword cultivators in Qingzhou have raised their swords. A slight smile lifted the corners of his mouth. It seems there was a commotion among the outer players. He recalled those scenes, the moments when he had encountered them before. His smile remained on his lips. No wonder back when I was still a player. The sword cultivators were all arrogant, extremely proud. So that's how it is. Having realized a very interesting truth, Chao Gu's previous smile gradually became quite meaningful. The pride of a sword cultivator is etched into their bones. Coincidentally, just then, Lu Dongli and Ji Changkong also rushed over and said breathlessly, "Brother, you are truly too reckless." The surrounding people noticed their appearance and began discussing animatedly. "Look quickly, that's Ji Chang, Kong, one of the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou. He's actually at the Muman sect." Dongli was clearly very worried about her brother, but Lu Gu did not show any worry for himself. Rather, he was quite confident. He simply said calmly, "Xiao Lizi, do you think that I, your brother, was wrong to raise my sword?" Hearing Chao Gu ask this, her face and body stiffened slightly. But immediately afterward, Dongli instantly reacted. She straightened up, looked directly into Chao Gu's eyes, and said with a serious gaze, "Brother is right." Even the elderly master Ji Changkong, standing nearby, had to stroke his beard and give a compliment. "Truly worthy of being my disciple, knowing right from wrong." While they were still talking amongst themselves, a girl who had been watching suddenly recognized something. Even Lu Dongli showed the same surprise as before. "Wait, that female disciple is Lu Gu's sister." Lu Gu's sister is actually the disciple of one of the 4 divine swords. Elder Ji Changkong had already finished his compliment. Now, changing the subject, he turned to suspicion. He narrowed his eyes, still habitually stroking his beard, and asked, "Chao Gu, there's something I need to ask. Young man, do you know what raising the sword means? You look very relaxed." Without even a trace of hesitation, asking that was a bit redundant. Chao Gu certainly knew, which is why he dared to do it. If he didn't know and still dared to do it, he would only invite disaster. So the answer is absolutely not hesitating. But facing his disciple with such an attitude, Ji Changkong could only say, "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Hearing this, he tilted his head back. He retorted, chin raised and chest puffed out, "Young man, why must you insist on knowing the immensity of heaven and earth?" This single sentence left the 2 people who had been standing below utterly stunned. They widened their eyes, and the girl among them casually repeated what Lu Gu had just said. "Young man, why must you insist on knowing the immensity of heaven and earth?" However, after Gu Changkong heard it, he showed a completely different expression from theirs. He immediately burst out laughing. "Well said. Young man, why must you insist on knowing the immensity of heaven and earth?" So well said. Immediately after, his gaze instantly became complicated. There was no smile in his eyes, but rather a profound sadness. "This kid really knows how to make me remember my past. Those were years of youthful recklessness and fiery spirit. That was many years ago. The current Lu Chaoga is practically a spitting image of Gue Changkong in his youth. This made Gue Changkong very nostalgic for his younger self and also reminded him of something he once said. I am your senior brother, why bother with those baseless rumors? Just now Gue Changkong had already revealed many emotions through his eyes. There was sadness, joy, and now they were tightly shut. Back then I was also as young as he is. Lu Chaoga was indeed very rash, but he could also be said to be very daring. This made Dongli sigh with worry. With brother's personality, I should work even harder on my cultivation to protect him. Everyone was immersed in their own thoughts at this moment. Lu Chaoga suddenly turned to look at Gue Changkong. With a hint of unclear meaning in his eyes, he said, Uncle Master Gue, actually I've always had a question, and am not sure if I should ask it. Gue Changkong listened, then casually yawned and waved his hand, saying, what's there to be unsure about asking? Just ask boldly. If Changkong Uncle Master dares to answer, then I Chaoga naturally don't mind asking. Alright then. Why is there not a big difference in cultivation realm between you and Sword, Venerable Uncle Master? Yet such a huge difference in appearance. This question seemed to make Gue Changkong somewhat reluctant to speak. His face instantly turned flustered and he stammered, causing Dongli, who was nearby, to also notice this question. Sensing a second gaze also fall upon him, he turned around and asked, do you want to know too? Thereupon Dongli nodded vigorously without hesitation. Gue Changkong's expression was a bit sullen, and he kept stroking his beard. But Gue Changkong still had his back to both of them. Since you want to hear it, I might as well tell you. Back then, when my senior brother and I were still young, things were actually not like they are now. He looked at two pairs of eyes intently, trying to listen. The eyes spoke. The scene returns to many years ago. The background was a dense and lush bamboo forest. Bamboo leaves overlapped each other. A wooden sword was tossed into the air, spinning beautifully. Then the scene returned to Gue Changkong and Jianzuan. During their past days of practicing swordsmanship together, he decisively attacked Jianzuan with his sword, while Jianzuan decisively defended empty-handed. They continued to spar like this. However, Changkong Gue Changkong's lips curved into the smile of a victor. The wooden sword had already touched Jianzuan's body. He happily said, Senior brother, I won again. Jianzuan showed a familiar smile, still looking the same, and sincerely cupped his hands, saying, Junior brother is impressive. However, facing Jianzuan's attitude, Changkong was naturally very displeased, and immediately burst into a tirade. You still give up so easily as always. We are from the Black Bamboo Grove lineage, the strongest lineage of the sword sect. Can't you be a little more serious with me? Seeing Changkong's attitude, he merely smiled pleasantly, slowly sliding the wooden sword back into its sheath. Alright, I'll definitely be serious next time. Today you junior brother won. This sentence only made Changkong even angrier. He was so furious he wanted to roll on the ground. He angrily showed it to Jianzuan how annoying. He didn't look serious at all. You're too noisy. Jianzuan decided to ignore him. He found a comfortable and suitable spot, sat down and rested. Once he found the right seat, Jianzuan followed his old habit, took out a book and happily enjoyed reading. Gue Changkong was even more furious. All you do all day is read. Senior brother, you are a sword cultivator, not a scholar. Even if I'm not a scholar, if I like reading, I'll read. No one can stop me. So Jianzuan continued reading happily. Even if Changkong was extremely angry, he had nothing to say. Watching his two disciples bicker like cats and dogs every day, their master must have long been accustomed to it. He took a sip of hot tea to calm his mind. This eldest disciple of mine, judging by his comprehension, is a genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. But why is the progress of his cultivation realm so slow? The old man sipped his tea, sighed, and muttered to himself, Did I misjudge him? Suddenly the golden bell rang right at that moment, the loud clamor echoing through the sky. At the same time, this also attracted the attention of Jianzuan and Gue Changkong. They abruptly stood up and listened carefully. The bell of the common people is ringing. The mortals down the mountain have encountered a catastrophe they cannot resolve, so they have come to our Jianzong for help. Upon saying this, Changkong couldn't help but feel excited. Taking my sword, I must go take a look. Jianzuan, however, seemed uninterested. He said, Senior brother doesn't need to go. with junior brother taking action, any disaster can be resolved. Senior brother will wait here for your good news. Chong Kong was so angry his face turned black like the bottom of a wok. Are you kidding me? Seriously, there's no logic in going if you feel like it, and staying if you don't. Jianzuan couldn't escape at all. Chong Kong immediately grabbed his wrist, gritting his teeth and saying, "Senior brother, you're coming with me." Then he directly dragged Jianzuan forward. He looked confused. It's just two people, is all this commotion necessary? Junior brother, listen to me. My cultivation level is less than 1/10 of yours. I would only get in your way if I went. He offered his excuse. But the next second Gue Chongkong stopped him. I actually like having someone get in my way. At this moment Jianzuan turned around, saw his master standing there and was about to ask for help. But his master froze him with a single phrase, "Go together. We can't always let Chongkong wander outside alone. After all, you are my eldest disciple too." Therefore, even though he was reluctant, Jianzuan still knelt down with Chongkong. "As you command, master." After a period of flying on his sword, Gue Chongkong arrived at the residential area down the mountain. It was indeed bustling and lively, completely unlike the mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back, raising his head to look down. Seeing him arrive flying on his sword, the crowd couldn't help but chatter amongst themselves. One person who stood out was Jianzong disciple Li Suifeng. Senior brother Gue has already mastered sword flight. How magnificent! It looks like senior brother Gue has the potential to become the next sword. Venerable. I don't know why, but Jianzuan always says his eldest disciple is a rare genius. I think senior brother Gue is the true prodigy. People's comments weren't unfounded. Jianzuan was still running on the ground right now. Junior brother, wait for me. Seeing this sight, it would be strange if the mortals weren't confused. Lord Jianzuan was certainly noticed by everyone. Like this, with one person running on the ground and one flying in the sky. It naturally drew attention. And it was a bit noisy too. Hurry up and learn sword flight, I won't wait for you. The Jianzong disciples couldn't help but burst into laughter, watching this rare and seldom seen spectacle, thinking to themselves, is this the genius rarely seen in 10,000 years? Seeing Gue Chongkong arrive, the men there respectfully knelt down. Senior brother Gue, turns out you're my relative. Hearing this, Chongkong slowly descended from the sky, landing in front of them. It's not just me, there's also this one. Is this the plea for help? That young man was immediately stunned upon hearing this. He looked around to see who the extra person was. Who was the other person? At that moment he didn't pay much attention to that person either. He was focused entirely on the scroll in his hand. Just then Jianzun also managed to climb up to the spot. He was panting heavily, exhausted almost to the point of collapse. Junior brother, this is really... Sweat was pouring in large drops from his forehead. He could barely speak and complained. Chongkong, you actually didn't wait for me. When the young man saw Jianzun's appearance, he must have secretly sized him up. He looked at Jianzun's silly face. As for Gue Chongkong, he seemed to have expected this already. He simply brought the scroll closer to Jianzun for him to read. Vicious strange beasts have appeared on Baiyunshan. Countless surrounding hunters have been killed or injured, making it impossible for them to continue hunting, and their livelihood is difficult. They require our assistance. Upon hearing this, Jianzun's face turned pale. His condition was only slightly better than before, but he was still wheezing. That's Baiyunshan. That is a very distant place. No, you don't mean I have to run all the way there, do you? Sure enough, Jianzun wanted to run away again. So Gue Chongkong glared at him. This made Jianzun feel uneasy himself. Junior brother. Yes, immediately after we saw this scene, Chongkong flew on his sword carrying Jianzun. But honestly, this one Jianzun is really an oddball. As soon as he stepped onto the sword, he kept crying out in fear of falling. Too fast. Slow down, junior brother. Chongkong was very strict with Jianzun. He knew he was scared, but he still didn't slow down. He figured it was just practice for Jianzun, no big deal. You stand steady, I can't go slower. Others are waiting for us to eliminate the menace. At this moment his whole body was shaking constantly, feeling dizzy and faint. So he said, Junior brother, let's switch places, you stand in the front. I'm a bit dizzy. I think I have acrophobia. Jianzun truly knew how to provoke Goe Changkong into scolding him. Who would have thought that someone who lives on a mountain would be afraid of heights? How could a sword cultivator possibly be afraid of heights? If word got out, people would laugh themselves sick. You shut up. Since the conversation had reached this point, he had no choice. If Jianzun dared to speak again, Changkong would probably kick him off the mountain. Yes, surprisingly he was obedient and actually fell silent. But his fear was still clearly visible. Obviously Changkong folded his arms and inwardly commented, "I told him to shut up." And surprisingly he really did. But his body was honestly shaking terribly. Thinking it over, he felt that this senior brother of his was truly hopeless. He could only sigh and admit he was completely helpless against him. Suddenly, Changkong placed his hand on his heavily trembling shoulder, which greatly surprised Jianzun. He thought Changkong wanted to do something to help him, so he turned his head and smiled happily. "Junior brother, although I'm a bit reluctant, I still care more about my senior brother. If you fall off, the reputation of our Heizulan will be completely ruined. Hold on tight, Baiyunshan is right ahead." Hearing these words, Jianzun couldn't help but be moved. He looked straight into his junior brother's eyes. This is the legendary brotherhood. Yes, junior brother at the summit of Baiyunshan in Qingzhou. Amidst the hazy scenery, two men stood gazing at the mountains. Below them the vegetation was lush. Suddenly one of them spoke. "The mountain terrain is unique, often shrouded in white clouds, which is why it is named Baiyunshan." The man beside him glanced at him and noticed his cheeks were flushed red and covered in beads of sweat. He said, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you want to throw up, do it now while no one is here." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Are the two of you cultivators from the sword sect? We have been waiting here for a long time." Hearing the voice coming from behind them, the two turned around and saw a group of people cupping their hands in greeting. The man with the flushed cheeks had now turned purple. He covered his mouth and told his junior brother, "Junior brother, I can't hold it in anymore." The junior brother was startled and told him, "No, someone is here now." An elderly man opened his mouth and asked, "Who is this?" He thought to himself, gritting his teeth, "If I throw it up, my Black Bamboo Grove's Heizulan's reputation will be completely ruined." Seeing him puff out his cheeks ready to vomit, the senior brother quickly covered his mouth and said to the newcomers, "It's nothing, quickly tell us what's going on." With his mouth covered by his senior brother, he couldn't throw up and his face turned bright red from holding it in. He forced himself to swallow it down. Afterwards the two of them tried hard to smile at them. Everyone didn't understand what was going on with these two acting in such a strange way. The elderly man stepped forward and asked, "Are you truly all right?" The junior brother smiled and said, "I'm fine now." The senior brother opened his mouth wide in shock, swearing under his breath. Hearing him say he was fine, the elderly man felt relieved. He clasped his hands together and said to the two, "Esteemed cultivators, that is Baiyunshan, where we have lived for generations. Our Baiyunkan village relies on hunting wild beasts in the mountains to sustain our lives generation after generation. Right at the foot of the mountain, a strange beast has recently appeared in the village. No one knows when that strange beast showed up. Not only does it devour the wild beasts in the mountain, but of the skilled hunters we send to corner and kill it. The injured are already injured, and those who have already fallen. Everyone in the village is engulfed in sorrow." Upon hearing the old man's account, the two senior and junior brothers immediately frowned, feeling somewhat moved in their hearts. The elderly man wiped away his tears and continued, "Our Baiyunkan has always revered Baiyunshan, and we have never sought to completely wipe out life here. Now that this strange beast has arrived, the wild beasts in the mountains are getting fewer and fewer, and there is no way for our village to survive." The junior brother spoke up to comfort the elderly man. "Elder, please do not be afraid, since we have already arrived. We will definitely eliminate this menace." Hearing that they were willing to help, the elderly man clasped his hands and said, "You two have traveled a long way. Why don't you come to the village first and rest for a moment?" The senior brother waved his hand and said to the old man, "There's no need. We will eliminate the pest immediately." The elderly man's eyes widened in surprise. The senior brother, who was deep in thought, suddenly remembered something. At this moment the senior brother smiled and said to the elderly man, "We are indeed a little tired. Let's go into the village and have a cup of tea." The junior brother cried out in surprise, "Senior brother!" The villagers lined up on both sides, creating a path. The elderly man happily welcomed the two. Good, please follow us." As they walked, the junior brother whispered to the senior brother, "Instead of eliminating the menace first, or bothering them for tea." "Senior brother, what exactly are you thinking?" the senior brother countered. "Inviting cultivators to eliminate a threat requires silver currency or spirit stones." The senior brother asked him back. "Do you think?" He paused, looking at the simple village before them, then continued to the junior brother. "Can they possibly provide silver and spirit stones?" The junior brother said in surprise, "I never considered that." Inside a small house they were boiling a pot of water. Steam was rising, the water was about to boil. The two picked up their teacups, tasted the tea, and repeatedly praised how good it was. The elderly man explained, "This is just coarse mountain tea. Please forgive us for the poor hospitality." Outside the house the villagers were whispering among themselves. One person said, "Last time we invited cultivators from the Eugeanment to slay a monster. But as soon as they heard we had no spirit stones or silver, they turned and left immediately. These two are wearing luxurious clothes, and they are disciples of the Sword Sect. I'm afraid they'll be leaving soon too." Another person quietly scolded, "Keep your voice down." The atmosphere outside suddenly fell silent. The villagers stopped talking. Only then did the junior brother realize that the senior brother was right. The elderly man spoke nervously. "You two, I wonder how much silver you require for eliminating this menace. We know that this threat is difficult to eliminate." But he choked up as he spoke. The senior brother didn't wait for the elderly man to finish. He said to the junior brother, "You went to such lengths just to say that." The elderly man watched the senior brother nervously. The senior brother picked up his teacup and drank the tea in one gulp. He put down the teacup and said, "This is enough." The elderly man asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" The two senior and junior brothers stepped out of the house. The senior brother turned back and said to the elderly man, "Elder, my junior brother means that a bowl of delicious dessert is enough." When the two walked towards the courtyard, the old man finally realized what was happening. "He means he doesn't want the silver." At this moment the villagers had retreated to the sides, clearing a path for the two sworn brothers. The villagers didn't understand what the two meant, so they began discussing it among themselves. Someone spoke up and said, "Could it be that they're leaving without having gotten rid of the menace yet?" Another person said, "If that's the case, we truly won't be able to survive." Upon hearing this, the junior brother spoke to everyone. "Listen carefully, all of you. My name is Ji Changkon. We are disciples of the Black Bamboo Forest Sword Sect." The two sworn brothers walked towards the mountain peak together and said, "If I cannot eliminate the scourge in your mountain, I will write my name backward." In a forest, two disciples of the Sword Sect were patrolling. They walked and chatted to break the monotony of the journey. The black-haired man spoke first. "Junior brother, your words and actions just now showed some ancient heroic flair." The blue-haired man heard this, waved his hand, and motioned, "Not at all, senior brother, please stop praising me. In case the strange beast in this mountain has a profound cultivation level, then at worst he'll just grab you and run." He had assumed things would be smooth sailing, but that wasn't the case. The black-haired man asked a fatal question. "Then won't you have to go back?" Faced with this question, the blue-haired man completely erupted. "I will go call master to eliminate the threat." "Why did you have to say it out loud?" "Shut up." Seeing this, the black-haired man could only agree. The senior brother kept quiet. After the conversation ended, the two walked for a while longer, stopping before a patch of dense fog. Subsequently, the man leaned in and sniffed the air. Then the blue-haired man observed the surroundings before saying, "It's the aura of a strange beast." After confirming this, the blue-haired man immediately dashed towards a certain direction. The black-haired man flew closely behind. In that patch of fog, a gigantic figure was indeed standing there. It lowered its head, heartily gnawing on a mysterious object. Then the wolf turned around, staring at the two intruders with crimson eyes, filled with intense killing intent. Following that glare, its entire body turned, revealing two ferocious heads. This wolf, with its huge body, approached like an overwhelming pressure. Of the two men, the blue-haired man looked solemn. The sword in his hand was ready, having entered a combat state. The demon has come seeking us out. The person behind him also adopted a fighting stance. After speaking, the blue-haired man drew his long sword, pointing it directly at the wolf, shouting loudly, "Senior brother, stand back. Its aura is only mid-second realm. It's no match for me." Because he was at the early third realm. Since the black-haired man had not yet broken through the initial realm, he obeyed his junior brother's instruction and retreated some distance. Just then the wolf let out a huge roar, causing the fog to instantly dissipate. However, the blue-haired man, after some preparation, had already completed his charge. He glared at the monster with murderous intent, and sneered later, "I'll make sure you can't even cry out." Standing behind, the black-haired man witnessed this scene, couldn't help but stop his face, filled with shock. This is junior brother's strongest move. The monster also charged forward, quickly opening its bloody maw, full of sharp fangs. The black-haired man standing aside was extremely anxious. "Be careful, junior brother." However, in his eyes, a unique light flashed. Equality of all living beings following that, a white energy sphere appeared, and countless streams of energy burst out from it. These energy streams successfully severed all the trees in their path. Not just the trees, but even one of the wolf's heads suffered the same. Fatigue was severed from its body. Although strong after executing the move, the black-haired sword-wielding youth was standing there panting heavily. The wolf, having lost one side of its head, had turned and fled. Watching it run away, the black-haired youth was completely unsatisfied. "It escaped again. I was so close to killing it." The brown-haired youth standing nearby quickly consoled his junior martial brother. "Junior brother, quickly regulate your breathing. It won't get far. We just need to follow its blood trail." Although the other person was reminding him kindly, the blue-haired youth was still ill-tempered. "I know, shut up." After saying that, he raised his hand and sheathed his sword. Despite receiving such an attitude, the brown-haired youth was still happy, as if nothing had happened. "All right, junior brother." The two then followed the blood trail on the ground. Eventually, the blood trail led to the entrance of a tall, massive cave. The trail of blood vanished right here. It seems certain that it entered this cave, the blue-haired youth speculated. As usual, the brown-haired youth showered him with praise. "Junior brother, that analysis is very sound. Your senior brother truly admires you. Can you use your brain when you praise me? Praising me like that just makes me look stupid," he retorted harshly. After being complained to, the brown-haired youth chuckled, scratching his head. He, don't blame me, junior brother." The blue-haired youth's face was full of displeasure, leaving him speechless. In the end, having no choice but to be angry, he demanded, "Let's go enter the cave, okay?" The junior brother walked into the cave. He was already in a bad mood, and now it got worse. It was pitch black and he couldn't see a thing. Without knowing how he did it, a ball of flame appeared on the brown-haired youth's fingertip. "Junior brother, is this better now?" Staring at the flame this time, it was his turn to be stunned. "When did you learn that move?" "I saw it in a book a while ago. I just happened to try it out and learned it," the brown-haired youth replied with a smile. Hearing that answer, he showed a dubious expression. "You just happened to try it? Converting spiritual energy into flame and maintaining the energy supply continuously. This kind of spiritual energy control, even I find difficult." Suddenly an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. A peculiar and daring idea arose. Could this guy have already achieved enlightenment? Quickly he shook his head, continuing to search for an explanation. But this guy's cultivation level hasn't broken through the initial stage yet, and there are absolutely no signs of imminent enlightenment. The brown-haired youth didn't notice his junior brother's strangeness and continued to lead the way. After walking for a bit, they reached the center of a huge chamber. After looking around, the brown-haired youth exclaimed, "It's huge in here." The other person silently examined the area. "Why doesn't this place look like a naturally formed cave?" Just as he spoke, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "You are correct. This place is indeed not a naturally formed cave." Hearing the sound of a third person, the two quickly adopted defensive stances. Who standing near a piece of rock was a man with pointed ears, his face wrapped in white bandages. Only his mouth was visible. "Was it you two who injured my lovely pet? You certainly have guts." Staring at the appearing stranger, the blue-haired youth immediately adopted a fighting stance, stepping forward to shield the brown-haired youth. Senior brother, get behind me, he is a demon cultivator. What's more, he's above the 3rd stage. The brown-haired youth standing behind him finally got a clear look at the person who had just appeared, but he was stunned at first sight. The 3rd stage, how does that compare to junior brother? Although there was a hint of worry on the blue-haired youth's face, he still spoke stubbornly. Of course I have more than enough ability to defeat him. Having said that, he also drew his sword, signaling his readiness. Upon hearing this, the guy openly mocked him. Is that so? So you're just a braggart. He stopped observing from above. This time he jumped down directly. Seeing this, the two retreated backward, filled with vigilance. Although they genuinely felt afraid, but still they must fight to find a way out for themselves. At this moment, beside that young man, a stream of white energy gathered. You will soon find out whether I am bragging or not. The moment he finished speaking, countless sword energies erupted in all directions. Equality of all beings was the name of this move. However, even though this strike was powerful, he stood there completely unharmed, appearing unperturbed. He even complimented the move, sounding almost provocative. That's a good sword move. The good he referred to was the fact that on all 4 walls of the cave, countless sword marks had appeared, both large and small. The attack stirred up dust, filling the entire space, obstructing the view. The young man with brown hair struggled to observe and asked, "Did it work?" No one answered his question. Instead, the blue-haired young man turned his head, panting heavily, and demanded, "Pant, pant. Senior brother, run." Hearing his junior brother's request, the brown-haired young man, looking confused and incredulous, countered, "Don't you have more than enough power to defeat him?" Upon hearing this question, although his expression was extremely serious, his prideful nature wouldn't allow him to tell the truth. "Of course I have more than enough power to defeat him. I just didn't want senior brother to see a bloody scene, and was afraid of scaring you, that's all. Anyway, hurry up and go." Even though he said that, the brown-haired young man remained hesitant. But, seeing that he wasn't moving, he angrily pushed his senior brother and shouted, "If you're going to leave, then leave. Get out of here quickly." Unlike previous times, the black-haired young man no longer resigned himself to fate, but rose up in resistance. "Since we came down the mountain together, we must return together. Even if junior brother scolds me or hits me, I will give you the same answer." Stuck for words by his senior brother, the blue-haired young man didn't know what to say. Senior brother. Senior brother. Fearing his junior brother would continue persuading him, the black-haired young man declared firmly, "I cannot listen to you this time." Seeing his senior brother's reaction, the blue-haired young man could only offer a wry smile and then gave up. "Sigh, having a senior brother like you, I really am unlucky. Remember, I still have one last move, equality of all beings. That will be my limit." After speaking, he stepped forward, drawing his sword and preparing for battle. Thinking of a possible outcome, his face completely twisted. "If with this one sword move I cannot defeat him, then I'll leave the rest to you, senior brother." At that moment, the black-haired young man also drew his sword, and answered firmly, "All right." That guy observed the two of them for a while, and stepped out of the dust cloud. That sword move was very impressive. Too bad my Saner is far too powerful. The moment he finished speaking, an incomparably enormous 3-headed wolf appeared. Seeing the sudden appearance of the creature, the two brothers retreated in terror. A spirit beast of the 3rd realm, 9th heaven. This creature is not someone we can defeat right now. Satisfied with their reaction, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. As mentioned before, this was not a naturally formed cave. Immediately afterward, following the snap of his fingers, a stone door slowly closed, blocking the exit. While the two wore expressions of disbelief, he, without them noticing, had already mounted the wolf, smiling sinisterly. "Now neither of you can escape. Saner, give them an appetizer." Immediately after the command was given, the 3 wolf heads formed an energy sphere. Seeing this, the blue-haired young man forcefully pushed his senior brother away. Senior brother dodged quickly. Then the 3 wolf heads simultaneously let out a tremendous roar, and a huge stream of energy shot out. Senior brother dust billowed again. However, luckily, the brown-haired young man was surprisingly unharmed, because there was a protective barrier. Despite the protection, he still had many scrapes and bruises. "Junior brother, I am sorry." Senior brother's cultivation level is too low, I couldn't dodge. After speaking, he slipped and fell to the ground. The blue-haired man began his slaughter mode. I will kill you. Countless all beings equal slashes were unleashed. The one receiving all the attacks merely sneered. Your sword technique is indeed impressive. Haha, but don't forget this cave belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cave plunged into darkness. The blue-haired man, seeing the surrounding view, engulfed in pitch darkness, he felt somewhat flustered. Standing in the center of the cave, he shouted angrily, Monster Cultivator, do you have the courage to face me, heathen? Turning off the lights proves nothing. Suddenly, a sharp, painful scratch appeared on him. He frowned. Ambush. To avoid being attacked again, he launched countless attacks. Bastard. Seeing his reaction, he flashed a smug smile. Stop wasting your energy. Our clan, Saner's eyes adapted to the darkness long ago. It's a pity you're about to be played to death by us. Haha. He grew angrier. Bastard. You cowardly trash. Your cultivation level is clearly higher than mine, yet you dare not face one of my swords. Those taunts failed to anger him. Instead, they made him even more manic. Curse away, keep cursing. No matter how you curse. After we finish playing you to death, we will slowly make use of your remains. Suddenly a small cluster of flames appeared. Noticing the light behind him, he quickly turned his head. It turned out to be the senior brother. There were also many similar fire clusters. Junior brother, there is light now. Seeing the light appear, that guy finally dropped his smug expression. Panic replaced it. This is bad. Songer is being, just as he said. Ever since the light appeared in the distance, that wolf, which had been running quickly and madly moments before. However, a slash had already been launched. The blue-haired man had jumped above them at some unknown point and slashed a sword straight down, aiming for the wolf's remaining head. How dare you ambush me? Go die. Suffering the same fate as the previous head, the remaining head quickly separated from the body. It dropped heavily to the ground. That guy watched his precious treasure being struck down. Screaming, Songer, the blue-haired man had successfully killed one of the wolves. The blue-haired man quickly rushed toward a certain direction. As he moved, he instructed his senior brother to stabilize the flames. On the other side, the brown-haired man agreed. A long time passed before that guy regained his senses. After experiencing psychological trauma, he covered his face and shouted furiously, I will kill you both to avenge my Songer. Ignoring his words, the blue-haired man had already leaped away from his location. His goal was to directly attack that guy. To catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. But before he could touch the wolf, three heads immediately shot out a stream of energy, forcing the blue-haired man to defend himself with difficulty. The brown-haired man stood behind, observing everything. He shouted anxiously. Junior brother. Only then did that guy remember there was another person, so he pointed at him and loudly said, and you too. As soon as he spoke, an energy orb exactly like the previous one shot out from the wolf's mouth. The energy stream rushed straight towards him. At this moment, the brown-haired man could only stand frozen and endure the attack, completely helpless. However, something blocked the attack. Finding that he was neither injured nor scratched, the brown-haired man slowly opened his eyes. The figure that met his eyes was the blue-haired man. The one he thought had been struck down was actually using his sword to block. He opened his eyes. We are disciples of the Black Bamboo Forest, junior brother. The brown-haired man was speechless. Disregarding the shocked words, the blue-haired man instructed senior brother, listen to me. I truly only have one final sword strike left. Whether this strike wins or not, we must all find a way to escape. At least senior brother, you must get out. Hearing these words from his junior brother, the brown-haired man didn't know how to react appropriately. The junior brother, the green-haired man, turned around, showed a smile to his senior brother, and then gave his final instructions. No matter what, you are the Onsen 10th of Sandier's genius, personally designated by Master. If something happens to you, this junior brother doesn't know how he'll explain it to Master. Realizing what the green-haired man was saying meant, the senior brother was stunned. The junior brother was giving his final wishes. Isn't there anything else he needs to say? The green-haired man stopped defending and charged forward instead. There is only one chance. This is my strongest sword strike. Prepare yourself. Having said that, the hand holding his sword gripped tighter. All beings the long sword was driven into the ground. Completely different from previous times. The power of this strike was on a totally different level. Where the sword struck the ground, the earth was already shattered. Sitting on the wolf's back, he sensed the danger and ordered Saner to use its strongest defense technique. The three heads of the wolf roared simultaneously. A blue-black barrier appeared in front of the wolf, separating it from the green-haired man. Fearing the brown-haired man might forget, he had to turn his head and remind him one last time. "Senior brother, remember what I said." Then that man used the entirety of his life force to deliver one final blow. Equality of all beings. The stone door separating the cave and the outside world began to crack open. Seeing this scene, that guy finally understood the intention of the two men. Their target was the stone door they wanted to escape. The attack gradually faded away, leaving only the shattered ground and the green-haired man, his body utterly battered, his clothes torn to shreds. He was completely exhausted. As long as senior brother can escape, master will surely avenge me. However, upon thinking this, his entire body lost balance and fell to the ground. If this is the case, I will die without regret. However, he did not hit the ground painfully, but was instead carried on someone's back. Looking at the person carrying him, he couldn't believe it. "Senior brother, why didn't you answer?" The brown-haired man did not reply, nor did he intend to answer the countless questions. He only said briefly and strongly, "If we go together." With the green-haired man on his back, he ran straight towards the stone door. "No matter what happens, I won't leave you behind, junior brother. You can scold me, you can hit me, or resent me, but I simply won't abandon you." After saying this, he paused and then continued, "This is the responsibility of a senior brother." Seeing his senior brother act this way, the green-haired man could only helplessly feel foolish. "You're clearly so weak." The dust inside the cave, at this moment, was gradually being sucked out of the cave due to the crack in the stone door. The brown-haired man, carrying the green-haired man on his back, couldn't help but feel joy when he saw this sight. The cave door has been opened by junior brother. Before he finished speaking, a slash mark appeared directly across his chest, causing him to widen his eyes. Filled with terror, blood splattered from the wound onto his face. Even the green-haired man behind him was equally stunned, seeing the guy's hand placed right on the brown-haired man's chest. He had gotten off the wolf's back sometime without them noticing, and was now standing in front of the two. "You thought you could escape, didn't you? These little tricks you played. Did you really think they were clever?" Having finished speaking, he immediately pulled out the hand which bore sharp claws from the brown-haired man's chest. A moment later, the green-haired man looked in terror at the injury on the chest. Moving his hand, he flexed a few fingers and spoke in a dangerous tone. "None of you will leave." The three-headed wolf also appeared behind him. Looking at the two dying prey, Gue Changkong, covered in wounds, was carried on his senior brother's back, struggling to get down, anxiously shouting, "Senior brother! Senior brother, let me down now!" Gue Changkong's senior brother, despite having more severe injuries, his eyes blurred, looking ready to close at any moment, swaying and looking ready to collapse, replied weakly, I am your senior brother." The two were walking step by step. As they walked, the villain with the rope wrapped around his head simply waved his hand and sent Gue Changkong and his senior brother flying crashing backwards. He scoffed coldly, "You're about to die. What are you still trying to put on a show for?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his hand, slapping Gue Changkong's senior brother across the face. Half of his cheek instantly swelled up and turned red. Gue Changkong didn't have time to react, only managing to shout, "Senior brother!" Two huge explosions rumbled. He grabbed Gue Changkong's senior brother by the neck, pressing him against the wall. He burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha! How unsightly!" Gue Changkong lay weakly on the ground, watching his senior brother gradually lose consciousness. His eyes were tightly closed, enduring the pain caused by the hand gripping his neck. Gue Changkong could only scream, "Senior brother!" The guy wearing the rope mask smiled and called out, "Saner." A three-headed monster appeared. Its eyes were blood-red and shining, with 6 sharp fangs, showing rage as if craving something. He gently threw Gue Changkong's senior brother towards the three-headed monster's mouth, and then said with a laugh, "Here, eat first, think of it as a snack." He turned around coldly, looking at Gui Changkong, who was filled with dread. Lying on the ground, he grit his teeth and said, "Well, enjoy the main course together later." Although Gui Changkong was defeated, he would never give in. Despite being covered in injuries, he still insisted on shouting at the demon, "How dare you let him go? Otherwise I will utterly destroy you." The guy sneered contemptuously and replied, "Not only do I dare, I'm going to make you watch him get eaten until there's nothing left, he he he." Senior brother. Gui Changkong's senior brother lay on the ground almost unconscious, being licked by the monster's huge tongue. His eyes showed helplessness and a desire to give up, as he secretly pondered in his heart, "If only I had practiced my swordsmanship as desperately as my junior brother." Gui Changkong lay nearby, only able to stretch out his hand hoping to save his senior brother. But the distance between them suddenly became infinitely vast, as if separated by 1,000 mountains and rivers. Gui Changkong cried out helplessly, "Stop it, stop right now." Gui Changkong lay helplessly on the ground, watching his senior brother slowly being consumed. It was truly heartbreaking. Gui Changkong's senior brother, perhaps, really couldn't be saved. He was fully within the monster's sharp teeth. His face showed a mix of resignation, regret, and sorrow. "Junior brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have neglected the way of the sword." The three-headed monster immediately devoured Gui Changkong's senior brother without hesitation. The demon wearing the rope mask laughed loudly. "Isaiah, why do you still like to swallow everything whole?" Gui Changkong was stunned, completely unable to believe his eyes. He trembled all over, having watched his senior brother's life come to an end. The monster swallowed his senior brother completely in one bite, licking its mouth, apparently finding it quite delicious. Gui Changkong strongly struggled to his feet and walked toward the demon. The demon turned around scornfully and mocked, "What is it with your body in this state? What else can you possibly do?" Suddenly a ball of energy burst into flames in Gui Changkong's hand. The demon asked in surprise, "What is that?" No matter how painful it was, Gui Changkong still poured all his remaining strength into it, and said in a deep voice, "That is my Tao treasure." Gui Changkong's eyes were like a hawk's, ready to charge his opponent and avenge his senior brother. "That is my potential. That is my future." A dazzling light radiated out, surrounding Gui Changkong, forcing that guy to guard against him carefully. He couldn't believe the sight before his eyes and shouted, "How can this Tao scripture manifest physically?" Ji Changkong's entire body emitted a cyan light. The power was strong enough to inspire awe. Ji Changkong roared, "I must kill you." Ji Changkong. He swung his sword and instantly vanished into the space, leaving only a stream of white airflow in the space. This struck terror into the guy. He looked around searching. He said in panic he vanished. Suddenly a mass of black aura appeared around the guy's head. He yelled in fear, "Saner." Suddenly the figure of Ji Changkong appeared. He swung his sword and sliced the monster's head in half. It screamed and yelped in pain. Ji Changkong appeared with boundless power. He roared, "Give me back my senior brother." The monster still had 2 heads left. It roared, attempting to approach and devour Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong only needed to swing his sword again, relying on his own strength, and the monster's 2 remaining heads were instantly severed. Ji Changkong's eyes flashed with hatred. He was determined to avenge his senior brother. Ji Changkong furiously unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, covering the monster's entire body with sharp sword marks. That evil spirit also quickly released its power to block the attack. Ji Changkong showed no fear. Confronting that guy directly face-to-face, he unleashed a powerful sword technique, and the monster immediately, like a piece of rubble, shattered into 100 pieces. Fortunately, he found his senior brother's body. He was lying motionless in the ruins. After completing all this, Ji Changkong, magnificent and dignified, looked at his senior brother lying there. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and blame himself. Suddenly Ji Changkong collapsed entirely, but he still struggled to crawl toward his lying senior brother, whose senior brother was already unconscious. His scraped hands, covered in wounds large and small, gently held his senior brother's hand. He spoke weakly, almost breathing his last breath. "Senior brother, now I'm old, much older than you." The scene shifts to a lush bamboo garden. The bamboo forest stretched endlessly. Deep within the bamboo forest lay a simple, unadorned house, remote and desolate. This is the black bamboo forest of the sword sect. A voice rang out. Has senior brother still not come out? The vice elder of the sword sect spoke with an uneasy tone. It's been 7 days and he hasn't had a single drop of water. Ji Changkong, despite his broken arm, said loudly. I feel like senior brother is just scared. Terrified by the demon cultivator. Despite his broken arm, he still acted proud. Look at me. Aren't I still bouncing around alive? An imposing voice rang out from inside the door. That's right, if junior brother says I'm scared, then I must indeed be scared. The two people outside were greatly startled, filled with panic. Upon hearing that voice, the vice elder was even more surprised. What is going on with this aura? Senior brother's figure appeared full of authority. A completely different bearing. He lowered his head and bowed to Master. He said calmly, Junior brother. Master, I have caused both of you worry. Ji Changkong was stunned, speechless, saying the fourth realm. The vice elder next to him was equally flustered. This kid, you have already broken through to the fourth realm. Senior brother Ji Changkong replied solemnly, reporting to Master. Yes, his face was filled with firm resolve. From now on I shall wield the sword. Lu Donli was also shocked upon hearing this. Struck dumbfounded. Sword, venerable martial uncle, going from the initial realm to the fourth realm in 7 days. Senior brother Ji Changkong, now appearing aged, just gently raised a finger and said, not 7 days but 1 day. The other 6 days were merely for recuperation. Lu Chaoga next to him couldn't help but exclaim, Sword, venerable martial uncle truly deserves to be called the #1 genius of 10,000 years. Ji Changkong junior brother standing by also praised him without reservation, and extremely admired senior brother Ji Changkong's talent in swordsmanship. No, that's not it. If senior brother didn't want to wield the sword, then he wouldn't be able to break through the initial realm. But if he wants to wield the sword, then he would become the greatest under heaven. After hearing that, Lu Donli asked, in that case, Master, do you regret it? Gue Changkong was sipping tea and froze upon hearing the question. He forced himself to swallow a mouthful of tea to wet his throat, but Gue Changkong sighed and said, I just wanted to kill him. Lu Donli understood upon hearing this and bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for your guidance, Master. But Gue Changkong was stunned and asked confusedly, what did I guide you on? Lu Donli turned to look at his senior martial brother, smiling as he said, if a great calamity were to strike one day, unavoidable, this disciple will also be like Master and have no regrets. Gue Changkong heard Lu Donli say this and immediately burst into laughter. Little Donli, ha ha ha. You are truly my disciple, Gue Changkong's disciple. Lu Xiaoga, standing nearby, also dotingly patted Lu Donli's head and laughed. Then this big brother will certainly draw his sword before you. Suddenly a voice came from outside. Sect Master Lu, may we come in? It was Monk Manhwa and an accompanying swordswoman. Lu Xiaoga heard the call and was startled, realizing he had forgotten to tell the two to wait outside. I really did forget about them. Lu Xiaoga said loudly, please come in. The two then gently descended, cupped their hands and said, thank you, Sect Master Lu. Seeing the three, one elderly man and 2 youths, the two respectfully bowed and greeted. Greetings, Senior Gue. Gue Changkong stroked his beard smugly, thinking, what's an underworld arhat worth? The disciple he taught is not even as good as mine. It seems when it comes to teaching disciples, no one can compare to me, Gue Changkong. Watching Gue Changkong laugh by himself like a landowner celebrating a harvest, Lu Donli was speechless and wondered. Master is having a strange moment of superiority again. Suddenly Gue Changkong leaned closer, speaking with a slightly frivolous and immature tone. That closed-mouth meditation of yours is quite interesting indeed. This made Monk Manhwa freeze up as well. Old man Gue blinked at Monk Manhwa, as if he were still very young. Smiling little monk. Why don't you speak to this old man? Monk Manhwa was extremely nervous. Monk Manhwa, of course, dared not speak. Hurriedly used all his strength to wave his hands and shake his head. Gue Changkong laughed heartily and smugly. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoga, standing to the side, still asked very seriously, what important matter brings the two of you to my men? Mu Bailu thought to herself. The two of us originally intended to consult this top new star of Tianxian, but Qingzhou is now in trouble, so it seems inconvenient to state our purpose. But she decided to answer nonetheless, even though she was in a difficult dilemma, unsure of what to do. Sect Master Lu, urgent matters are more important. I see that Qingzhou is suffering calamity. Is there anything we can do to help? Lu Xiaoga said solemnly. This matter concerns more than just Qingzhou. Both of them were stunned upon hearing this, realizing and secretly lamenting. It concerns more than just Qingzhou. Then it must be a massive disaster for the whole realm. Lu Xiaoga immediately understood upon seeing their expressions, but calmly stated, "There's no need to panic so much. The great disaster is approaching, but the calamity will not descend immediately. We still have time to prepare." Mu Bailu also relaxed slightly, looking at monk Nanwo and saying, "As long as we have time to prepare. If it doesn't strike suddenly, we'll find a solution." Before she could finish speaking, Gue Changkong interrupted her. The old man stroked his beard and said, "There's still time." Then stopped beating around the bush. He winked triumphantly and directly stated the true purpose of their visit. "I see that the two of you came to Mo Men, just like that brat Yuiwei, hoping to challenge this boy, right?" Mu Bailu asked incredulously. "You figured that out?" Gue Changkong, without a shred of seriousness, countered humorously, "Why do I need to figure it out? Even now, don't I still often spar with my senior martial brother?" Mu Bailu, seeing that her true motive had been exposed, he then smiled awkwardly. "This is indeed what we mean. But is it appropriate to ask for advice so abruptly?" Lu Xiaoga didn't want to get too entangled. He glanced at Gui Chang, who seemed to revel in chaos. This old man was adding fuel to the fire like this. Apparently he hadn't seen enough of his sword domain. However, he had a change of thought and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Since the Tianqian Great Tribulation was approaching, he might as well be the rhythm engine. Recalling the images of Yu Yu and Qianqian, Lu Xiaoga thought to himself, Yu Yu and Qianqian have both been inspired now. Their little ponies have revved up enough horsepower, even if one doesn't want to get entangled. Circumstances often push people to meet. Lu Xiaoga then drew his powerful sword. These two people will also be important world figures in Tianqian in the future. It's just that now is the time to teach them a lesson. Lu Xiaoga said to the two with a smile, "Since you're asking for guidance, there's nothing inappropriate about it." Mu Bailu, seeing this, happily cupped his hands and said, "Then please, Sect Master Lu, enlighten us." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Bailu took a step forward, reaching out to stop Manhwa Hashang, and declared boldly, "I'll go first." Lu Xiaoga, however, didn't feel it was necessary to decide on an order. He said coldly, "No need for turns. Both of you come at me together." With that, Lu Xiaoga casually waved his hand, unleashing a sword strike. A brilliant light appeared. He then added, to avoid trouble. With just this one sword strike, immense pressure appeared. That alone startled Mu Bailu. The sword chi was too powerful. Lu Xiaoga activated his system and the system performed a check. A screen showed Nanwo Hashang is level 53. Mu Bailu in official rank level 51. Lu Xiaoga, looking down on everyone, thought to himself, "One is level 53. One is level 51. This level of strength isn't worth much. I'll give them a little shock." Thinking this, Lu Xiaoga used his sword chi, making the surrounding pressure even stronger. A mysterious blackness. Lu Xiaoga began to calculate. However, only Lu Donli, who was nearby, knew that this was just for show. She thought helplessly, "This way of releasing spiritual power is quite grand. But apart from being impressive in scale, it's useless. Brother is still so unreliable." A group of disciples looked up at the sky together, feeling the undeniable power. One person exclaimed loudly, "Look at the sky." Another disciple secretly sighed. "They're fighting again. Is it 2 against 1? Someone saw more clearly, and excitedly said, "Here it comes, here it comes. The traditional skill of our Momin." Another disciple was also extremely excited, as if about to jump the sect master, taking on 2. The classic scene of beating up the world's protagonist. Another person added, "This time it's a duel against a top master, who is above the 5th realm. Although we know the sect master will surely win, we still really want to see how the sect master will achieve victory." Mu Bailu and Nan Wu the monk both used their powerful and skilled moves to fight Lu Xiaoga. Mu Bailu didn't believe Lu Xiaoga alone could defeat both of them, so she spoke. "Sect Master Lu, since you insist on fighting 2 of us alone, then forgive our offense." Lu Xiaoga looked serious. and kindly reminded them, I suggest you to show your true strength from the start. Otherwise you'll lose very quickly. Mu Bailu was displeased upon hearing this and said, Sect Master Lu, although your reputation is great, don't be too. Before she could finish, Lu Chaoga interrupted her. He finished her sentence. Don't underestimate others' right. Lu Chaoga grinned triumphantly. Seeing Lu Chaoga's attitude, demeanor and confidence, Mu Bailu was stunned for a moment. Lu Chaoga's eyes turned two different colors, showing seriousness and fighting spirit. He said coldly, I am not looking down on you two. I am merely stating the facts. It turned out these two different eye colors represented two sword domains. An unprecedented occurrence. Manhwa Hashan and Mu Bailu, before even beginning to fight, were already dumbfounded. They were so shocked they stammered. Two sword domains. The disciples below were equally astonished. No one understood what was happening. What is that? Someone suggested it felt like an avatar messenger. Another person disagreed. That's summoning magic. A person who appeared well-read stated, I once saw it on a forum. That is the domain that awakens upon leveling up to level 51. However, this was an unprecedented occurrence. He continued in disbelief. But it clearly states there that a person can only possess one sword domain. So why does our sect master have two? Another person chimed in. Are you disciples doubting the sect master's abilities? Did the sect master use cheats? This is the chosen one. The standard protagonist template. Mu Bailu merely stood in place, and was immediately enveloped by Lu Chaoga's domain. Mu Bailu panicked. His domain is truly sinister, it's draining my spiritual power. Having said that, she immediately entered her own domain. Hashan, he is no ordinary person. Don't hold back. Manhwa Hashan was also highly vigilant and nodded. Mu Bailu immediately launched her attack. A unique move, full of her might and power. Mu Bailu shouted loudly, I'll strike first. 10,000 arrows fired simultaneously, shooting toward Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga calculated inwardly. Mu Bailu's domain has the crowd-gathering characteristic. This barrage of arrows isn't meant for attack, but rather to accumulate stacks for my killing effect. The two powers clashed. But perhaps all of this was within Lu Chaoga's calculations. He stared, thinking with a smile, crowd-gathering effect. Bring it on. The tip of Lu Chaoga's sword was imbued with divine power, precisely severing Mu Bailu's tens of thousands of arrows. It was both precise and swift. As expected by Lu Chaoga, the accumulated power was being activated. A layer of mysterious black enveloped Lu Chaoga, containing enormous power. The accumulation progress for the life sword had already risen to 13%. Lu Dongli and Ji Changkong looked up from below. Lu Dongli said worriedly, this girl's domain seems to have the ability to lock onto one's aura. The elder named Ji beside her sighed. That girl's domain is pretty good too. Suddenly the elderly man turned around and asked Lu Dongli a question that stunned her. Xiao Lizi, what is your domain? Lu Dongli adamantly refused to say. Master, you cannot ask. According to Article 23 of Section 13 of Chapter 3 of the Covenant. Ji Changkong froze. He thought, oh no. I forgot the rules I set when I accepted this girl as my apprentice. Ji Changkong sighed helplessly, turned away, and sulkily said, then this master won't ask. He thought gloomily to himself. Not even knowing what your own apprentice's domain is. What kind of situation is this? Lu Dongli immediately smiled and flattered him. I'll let master see it when the opportunity arises. Ji Changkong's expression changed faster than flipping a pancake, and he turned around cheerfully, saying, you promised that. The accumulation progress for the life sword had already reached 50% damage, and it quickly reached maximum accumulation. Life sword fully accumulated. Lu Chaoga's power became even stronger. After taking several blows from Lu Chaoga, combined with the fully accumulated life sword, she felt weakened throughout her body. Her hands and feet trembling, she said, what is going on? An ordinary person would normally grow exhausted while blocking my flying arrows. But he only grows stronger the longer he fights. Just now Mu Bailu's flying arrows were virtually useless. She secretly sensed it. Also, is this the power of his other domain? Watching her spiritual power gradually being drained, Mu Bailu was extremely anxious. Her spiritual power was constantly being sucked away. Even if it were consumed during battle, it wouldn't reach this level. Lu Chaoga asked smugly. Hey, are you going to keep shooting arrows? Mu Bailu resolutely refused to admit defeat. Raising her bow and arrow, she said, I can still shoot many more arrows. Those red flashing flying arrows were aimed at Lu Chaoga. Mu Bailu shouted, take this. Unexpectedly, Lu Chaoga was even faster, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. He immediately flew in front of Mu Bailu's arrow and said, your movements are too slow. Now it's my turn. Lu Chaoga swung his long sword. Fortunately, Mu Bailu dodged just in time. Two powerful forces clashed against each other, erupting in a dazzling light. Lu Chaoga said disdainfully, this little bit of spiritual power isn't enough to drain. Both sides fought fiercely and relentlessly. Just then Monk Nanwo intended to intervene and help Mu Bailu. Monk Nanwo only had time to utter the word domain before being instantly silenced by Lu Chaoga with a gentle touch of two fingers. It turned out Monk Nanwo wanted to say domain break. Mu Bailu also realized this, secretly sighing in her heart. He wanted to say domain break, that's smart. Even if it's just the moment Lu Chaoga's domain shatters, we could gain a chance to breathe and counterattack. Monk Nanwo instantly became unable to speak, as if he had turned mute. His mouth couldn't open anymore. Ji Chongkong saw this scene below and burst into laughter. How amusing, but Lu Dongli next to him didn't understand. She asked blankly, Master, what happened to that monk? It looked like he was trying to say something just now. Ji Chongkong stroked his beard and explained. That monk cultivates a Buddhist divine ability, the silent meditation technique. He normally cannot speak, but once he does open his mouth to speak, it will inevitably cause resonance with heaven and earth. If he says let there be fire, fire will appear. If he says raise wind, wind will blow throughout the world. Lu Dongli was incredibly surprised by that Buddhist divine ability. Doesn't that mean he can make anything happen just by saying it? Ji Chongkong continued. It is quite interesting, but this divine ability is closely linked to one's own cultivation level. If he makes one mistake, he will surely perish. Lu Dongli understood what her senior brother intended to do. The greater the power, the greater the backlash. No wonder Gij had to use the power of the water surge to lock his mouth shut. Gij currently only has the strength of the fifth realm, so locking his mouth is the safest approach. As Lu Dongli thought this, her heart was filled with joy. Gij finally understood that caution is needed in all matters. Seeing Monk Nanwo in this state, Mu Bailu asked worriedly, why is your mouth? Before she could finish speaking, Lu Chaoga struck down with a palm full of immense power. He violently swung his long sword. Lu Chaoga said, your silent meditation is very troublesome, so we'll deal with you first. Monk Nanwo was terrified upon hearing this, but he absolutely couldn't give up just like that. Monk Nanwo also launched a move to resist Lu Chaoga's immense power, but he couldn't hold out for long. Monk Nanwo sighed inwardly. This is even stronger than the previous sword chi. Having said that, Monk Nanwo was shaken far away, disappearing into the void. The disciples below cheered excitedly. Look quickly. That monk was utterly defeated by our sect master. Another person also said excitedly. Sure enough, when it comes to actual combat, our sect master is the one to watch. Truly amazing, a slightly more sober person said seriously. Look over there, everyone. Don't celebrate too soon. After all, they are also the main characters of this world. Mu Bailu still refused to give up, unleashing a continuous stream of moves. But she was also worried about Lu Chaoga's power. Is this a new skill? The aura looks completely different from before. Seeing Mu Bailu like this, Lu Chaoga understood her intention. So that was it. The beautiful woman hid to the side because she wanted to unleash her ultimate skill. So it was this move. In the plot of his previous life, this was once a famous scene. At this moment the city market was very lively. Vendor calls echoed throughout the entire street. Lively rouge and powder, top quality goods. Manto hot, extra large manto or fresh out of the oven. Don't miss it, step right up. Today young men and women appeared again. They are no longer as tender as before. Candied fruit skewers, sweet and sour bintang hulu. Interspersed were the voices of the customers, as well as the shouts of children. Mom, I want bintang hulu. Amidst this bustling and lively scene, something suddenly appeared in the sky. Someone noticed it and asked themselves, what is that? Then gradually the entire sky. Some people pointed at the sky and said, that's really strange. I feel so suppressed. Looking closely among the crowd beneath the sky. In the dimness were those reedy demonic beasts. Each one had wings. They looked incredibly fierce and terrifying. They were circling in the sky. The people around finally realized a wave of strange beasts. They weren't just in the sky. Strange beasts had appeared even on the ground. Help, help me. Run, hurry and run. Accompanied by those desperate cries. In the eyes of these strange beasts, humans were like plump prey, just waiting to be devoured by them. When everyone was running in panic, one strange beast targeted a woman and her child. The woman and child kept crying mom. They only knew how to run blindly. However, a hero always appears just in time, full of charisma. Suddenly, a blast of white spiritual energy swept across the body of that wolf. The wolf immediately fell backward, was struck away and annihilated. Only then did the mother and daughter look up at the sky. They were greatly surprised. The little girl was still holding the half-eaten bintang hulu in her hand. Her mouth was also wide open. When they looked up at the sky, besides those demonic beasts that were circling, preparing to launch an attack, a human appeared. Countless white sword auras appeared in the sky. Their power was not strong either. They had just been penetrated by those sword auras and were immediately defeated. Whether in the sky or on the ground, they were all hit. It turned out, this move was launched by a girl in red. All the common people, after seeing that the one who eliminated the strange beasts was a person who could use spiritual energy, they shouted excitedly, "It's a cultivator master, we are saved. Thank you, cultivator master, for saving our lives." Scene change over on Lu Chaoga's side. He stood in the distance, still able to observe the girl's move. Seeing this scene, Lu Chaoga thought as soon as this move appeared, there was no need to draw a bow, yet it could shoot out endless arrows until all targets were defeated. For an archer, that is undoubtedly a green spiritual fire Gatling gun with infinite ammunition, standing before the equality for all Gatling gun. Looking at the move used by the girl in red, Lu Chaoga thought excitedly, an ultimate skill capable of wiping out an entire wave of strange beasts single-handedly. Today I must go alone and test its capability. Over here. The girl in red used her spiritual energy to maintain the bow's balance, while saying be careful. From the center of the arrow rain move, it seemed even stronger than before. A massive number of arrows shot out. The players also noticed this and started discussing it animatedly. Look, the arrows from this move are flying like locusts. It's even more exaggerated than before. But the important thing is they keep generating. Another person also spoke up. Wow, that bow and arrow. The one the big sister in red is using. It must be a blue flame spirit bow, right? Can the sect master block such a powerful attack from her? Lu Dongliang saw such a powerful move. One that could wipe out all the waves of exotic beasts alone, and couldn't help but sweat profusely. However, standing next to Ji Changkong, he stroked his beard and thought, Fortunately, given her current cultivation level, she still hasn't managed to break my mountain protection array. Thinking this, he said if this move were used during wartime, it would indeed be quite convenient. On the other side, the monk, having been knocked to the ground, was sitting there covered in dirt. He was still holding the sheathed sword in his hand, looking very mysterious. He thought, can this move defeat him? I cannot retreat, I must wait for victory. After speaking, he flew into the sky, intending to help the woman in red. Sure enough, the woman in red was already struggling to hold on at this moment, thinking to herself, how will you counter this move? As long as my spiritual energy is inexhaustible, the arrows will not stop. Lu Xiaoga seemed to see through her thoughts, and immediately mobilized his spiritual energy. While using his spiritual energy, he shouted, sword come. The moment he finished speaking, it wasn't a specific sword that flew over, but countless streaks of azure sword energy surrounded Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga formed a circular spiritual energy shield, enveloping his body. After gathering enough sword energy, Lu Xiaoga immediately commanded them to attack the woman in red. In an instant, streams of azure and white sword energy collided with each other. The two streams of energy, after colliding, canceled each other out like crashing waves. Seeing Lu Zhao's move, both the monk and the woman in red were simultaneously shocked, breaking out in cold sweat. They thought is that the power of heaven and earth. The players below were not idle either, turning into cheerleaders and shouting, "I told you long ago. Our sect master is not a simple man. Seriously." This time he instantly transformed into his coolest, most handsome self. Utterly amazing sword come. Is there anything cooler than that? After the two streams of energy collided, the woman in red seemed to have lost. The advantage Lu Zhao's stream of sword energy was incredibly powerful, constantly pushing forward, suppressing the woman in red's white stream of energy. Just as expected, the woman in red's posture remained unchanged, tightly gripping the bow and arrow. But her whole body trembled as she thought, why does his power of heaven and earth seem inexhaustible? My spiritual power is running out, damn it. Just as the woman in red was about to collapse, a stream of yellow spiritual energy suddenly intervened. The monk had arrived to provide support. After the monk went up to assist, holding his long sword, he looked incredibly imposing. Seeing this, the woman in red loudly said, "Great monk, give me some time to recover my spiritual energy." After speaking, she sat down cross-legged, channeling her energy to replenish her depleted spiritual power. Although the monk said nothing, he adopted a defensive stance with his sword, which counted as silent agreement. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhaoga said that Red Bald Head is back again. At this moment the system sounded, "Congratulations, you have increased the proficiency of the skill Ching Ching Mang. To maximum mastery you can unlock the ultimate move of Ching Ching Mang. Do you wish to consume 1 million experience points to unlock it?" Seeing the system prompt, Lu Zhaoga was also somewhat surprised, but he quickly calmed down, thinking, "Excellent, that's really interesting. So this skill has a hidden move. Unlock it immediately." Hearing this, the system immediately unlocked the skill for Lu Zhaoga. The final move was immediately comprehended by Lu Zhaoga. Surrounding him were the sword techniques and the movements he executed. The ultimate move. As this move was performed, streams of black aura emerged, looking incredibly powerful. After a while, the system notified him that Ching Ching Man, the final form, has been unlocked. 100,000 experience points have been consumed. After comprehending the final form, Lu Zhaoga's eyes widened and he said, "So this is the final form. I might as well test its power right here." Acting immediately, he drew his sword. The sword was like the center of a whirlwind, instantly drawing in the surrounding black spiritual energy. Lu Zhaoga seemed to realize something and said, "So this is the final form." After circulating his energy, Lu Zhaoga closed his eyes and thought, "The final form requires demonstrating the preceding moves first." Black spiritual energy billowed and churned, surrounding Lu Zhaoga. Seeing Lu Zhaoga's current stance, the monk felt a degree of apprehension. Is Lu Zhaoga preparing to attack with an even stronger technique? I cannot just wait here for death. I must use that move now. Having said that, he took the sword, encased in white cloth, and plunged it into the ground. Immediately afterward, from where the sword was inserted, the surrounding ground began to crack. From those cracks, streams of golden spiritual energy appeared. It could be said that the monk was borrowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to execute his technique. Not only that, but after a period of time, these Buddhist scriptures had spread out, covering a space large enough to encompass an entire mountain. Not only did the surrounding space and ground change, but the monk's eyes also lit up, filled with massive amounts of spiritual energy. Next, under the monk's influence, accompanied by abundant streams of spiritual energy, an extremely massive ethereal projection formed, which was none other than one of the Buddhist representations. The name of this technique is True Body of the Great Buddha. As the name suggests, what manifested was the image of the Buddha. Although this move was so magnificent, Ji Changkong was not surprised at all. Instead, he stroked his beard, acting all-knowing, and said to Shaoli, "This is the Buddhist sect's strongest defensive technique, the True Body of the Great Buddha." Shaoli also commented upon seeing it. The Buddhist sect's strongest defensive technique. I don't think it looks very strong. Ji Changkong immediately stroked his beard and explained to Shaoli, "Of course it depends on the cultivation realm. If a Buddhist arhat were to use this technique, I fear that even I, and even senior brother, would not be able to break his defense. After hearing this instruction and learning some new knowledge, Shaoli exclaimed in surprise. It's actually that powerful. Ji Changkong continued to explain. The four great sacred lands of Tianxian are the sharp sword sect, the spring and autumn mountain Xuanxiaoshan, the eerie and powerful underworld Courtiancy, and the Buddhist sect's formidable defenders. Along with Ji Changkong's introduction, the great sacred lands of Tianxian appeared one by one in their minds. As for the sword sect, it is a sect that specializes in the sword, and is the sect where Sword Venerable Master Uncle currently resides apart. From that there are also the Spring and Autumn Mountain and the Underworld Court, which have yet to display much outstanding activity. However, judging by the visualized images, we can see that they look quite evil. Finally, there is the Buddhist sect, whose representative is the monk, currently using the true body of the great Buddha. Ji Changkong added, the Buddhist sect excels most at defense, and naturally their defense is the strongest. After speaking, he finally noticed Lu Chaoga and stroked his beard again, saying, however, this move of Chaoga's seems quite extraordinary as well. The focus returns to Lu Chaoga. He is redemonstrating the initial moves of Qingqing Man, so that he can unleash the final form. With his sword dancing movements graceful, light yet sharp, this move is bound to be terrifying. However, this requires a significant amount of time. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but feel a hint of annoyance. The charging time for this move was too long. If it weren't activated in combat, it would feel a bit awkward. Following that were continuous slashes, either left or right. Finally, he held his sword and gathered spiritual energy. Lu Chaoga looked at the sword filled with black spiritual energy, thinking, is this the final strike? Below, players from Earth were also discussing animatedly. It seems the monk below has already used his ultimate move. That defense is incredibly strong. Even the sect master's sword dance can't break through it. What is the sect master trying to do dancing with his sword up there? Although they didn't know what Lu Chaoga was doing, they could roughly guess. The sect master isn't just dancing with his sword. This movement of his seems like he's preparing to unleash an ultimate move. Indeed, from some unknown moment, just as Lu Chaoga was about to unleash his final strike, the sky suddenly turned dark and gloomy. The players from Earth below also noticed this scene, exclaiming, oh my god, I thought that was a dragon. Holy crap, this is actually a real ultimate move. Another person with shining eyes said, this is the strongest move I've ever seen from the sect master. Quick, record this, the forums are going to explode. This is the exclusive privilege of us Momin disciples. This scene is truly stunning. The videos you're taking definitely can't fully capture this experience. The monk who had unleashed the great Buddha clone technique, despite being inside the protective barrier of his technique, couldn't help but tremble, his face turning pale as he secretly pondered. What kind of move is that? It hasn't even fully taken shape yet, and it already has such a powerful oppressive aura. In the back, the woman in red finally completed her spiritual energy regulation. The moment she opened her eyes, she said, I've regulated my energy. What's the situation now? As soon as she finished speaking, she gasped in surprise, looking up at the sky. What is that thing? At this moment in the sky, a giant dragon formed of black spiritual energy, with complete eyes, nose, mouth, and even long dragon horns. The dragon's head was directly facing the woman in red, and the monk. After recovering a bit of spiritual energy, the woman in red once again consumed spiritual energy by summoning vines to build a second layer of defense for both of them. While using her spiritual energy, she shouted in alarm, a clear look of panic on her face. We have to withstand this move no matter what. Great monk. Despite this, the monk's face was also like the woman in red's, bruised and drenched in sweat. Lu Chaoga's sword had already accumulated enough spiritual energy. Now all Lu Chaoga needs to do, with a single command, it's ready to attack at any moment. At this moment, the dragon's phantom had fully materialized. A gigantic, enormous dragon stood behind Lu Chaoga with its mouth wide open. Its two eyes were of different colors, one white, one blue. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chaoga looked incredibly cool. Doesn't everyone feel excited? After waiting for such a long time to unleash this move, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but sigh and say, "It's finally taken shape. The charging time for this move is truly incredibly long." After speaking, Lu Chaoga looked at the phantom of the three-headed six-armed Buddha that had appeared before him. Yellow spiritual energy surrounded the Buddha, emanating an extremely potent and scorching aura. Not only that, the Buddha's light also emitted a seven-colored rainbow glow, appearing incredibly mysterious. Despite this, Lu Chaoga remained confident in his move and said, "Then let's see if I can break through this bald monk's turtle shell." After saying that, he gave a command to his phantom dragon and rushed straight towards the three-headed six-armed Buddha statue, without any fear. After the collision between the gigantic dragon and the three-headed six-armed Buddha statue, an enormous aftershock was produced. The intense light generated by the collision demanded everyone's attention, for it was too magnificent. Down below, countless players had opened their system's recording mode, capturing this very moment. Of course, there were also those standing nearby, nervously awaiting the result, while simultaneously cheering on Lu Chaoga. They said the sect master would never lose. Xiaoli below also clasped her hands tightly, sweating profusely, shouting, "Gidge, big brother." Meanwhile, Chu Chongkong nearby seemed to already know the outcome, showing no worry whatsoever. Of course, after such a long period of preparation, this move was terrifyingly potent. The strongest defensive technique of the Buddhist sect, executed by the Buddhist sect's most outstanding young disciple, plus the woman in red's second layer of defense, was instantly shattered into pieces. The phantom dragon figure, like a fierce tiger, pounced towards the woman in red and the monk. Naturally, these two layers of defense were the final resort to save their lives. With the last layer of defense broken, they were now fish on the chopping block. The woman in red anxiously said, "It's over." No sooner had she spoken than the entire dragon-shaped phantom directly struck the location of the two of them. After the collision, only billowing black spiritual energy remained. However, when the black spiritual energy dispersed, giving way to the bright sunlight, those two people had expected to be completely annihilated after being hit by such a terrifying strike. Yet they were still alive only now. A hairpin was stuck right in front of each of their foreheads, almost putting them to death. This indicated that Lu Chaoga had held back. Soon all the black air currents dissipated, leaving behind a clear and sunny sky. Lu Chaoga descended from the air like a deity and said, "The battle is decided, you two. Next, the woman will be captured to increase the sect's numbers. The man will be killed." Immediately after Lu Chaoga spoke, he removed the hairpins lodged in the foreheads of the two of them. With a thud, the sense of imminent threat vanished for the monk and the woman in red. Seeing this, the two were both surprised and delighted. After removing the hairpins, Lu Chaoga turned around and coolly stated, "That's enough." It seemed Lu Chaoga had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Perhaps he had shown off enough. Unconsciously, the two touched their foreheads to see if they were still threatened. Definitely not with death so close. Just a word away. Both of them were drenched in sweat. After being defeated, the woman in red said something she hadn't even expected herself to say. She spoke in front of him. "We actually lost so completely." Although she said this out loud, she thought internally, "I'm really unsatisfied." After calming down for a while, the woman in red finally dared to open her mouth and ask, "Sect Master Lu, may I ask one more question?" It seems she had something to say. Could she be trying to confess? Lu Chaoga also turned around and replied, "Ask away." He looked extremely cool. A handsome aloof man who would charm all girls. After receiving Lu Chaoga's permission to ask, the woman in red then inquired, "During the martial arts competition just now, did Sect Master Lu still have power reserved?" Hearing the woman in red's question, Sect Master Lu answered, "Of course." His reply was brief and chilling. Both were greatly surprised after receiving the sect master's answer. At this moment, both of them shared the same thought: he really did have power reserved. In fact, the reason they asked this question was to compare their current skill level with that of Sect Master Lu. Ultimately, the answer they received was that they couldn't even match half of Sect Master Lu's strength. The Sect Master. That is why they were so shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. whether intentional or planned. Lu Zhongmen always walked against the direction of the sunlight. This made him hover in midair like a reincarnated bodhisattva indeed. Before Lu Zhongmen left, he left a few words of advice. The catastrophe of the Tianqian realm. The endowments of you two are not weak. One day we will meet at the peak. In fact, Lu Zhongmen had a purpose for saying these things. Therefore he thought to himself, now I need to stimulate the potential of these two people again. I am truly worthy of being the guide of this world. Chaba the woman in red, upon hearing this evaluation, was not angry at all. Instead she spoke to the silent monk beside her. He evaluated us like that again. It seems I truly was too lax before. Although he did not speak, the monk next to them also nodded in agreement. After speaking, the woman in red bid farewell. Thank you Lu Zhongmen for your guidance, we shall take our leave. After saying this, the two of them flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Lu Zhongmen stayed behind, not even bothering to look back, appearing very cool and dashing. As they flew, the same thought arose in both their minds. They realized it was time to dedicate all their efforts to cultivation. The camera turns back here. After learning that their sect master had won, the disciples immediately cheered. The sect master won again, he's so cool. Sect master, look at me, I totally love you. Brother sect master, I want to bear your children. Or more direct declarations of affection. Brother, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Lu Zhongmen stood high up, but still heard every word they said. He rejoiced inwardly, cheer away. All this is what I deserve. After landing on the ground, Gui Changkong was the first to speak. Not bad, not bad. Your move, life-slaying sword domain, does not disgrace the prestige of the founder of the Black Bamboo Forest lineage. I don't understand why he has to stroke that small patch of mustache every time he speaks. After finishing his conversation with Lu Zhongmen, he immediately turned around and said to Xiaoli, Xiaolizi, don't slack off on your cultivation. Your master must return to the sect. The Sword Sect's Grand Assembly is also about to begin. As he spoke, he flew up. Xiaoli respectfully saw her master off. She said, understood, master. After giving instructions to his apprentice, he quickly flew away as well. Lu Zhongmen didn't forget to stand there and tease Xiaoli. He nudged Xiaoli's shoulder with his elbow and said proudly, how was that? How did your brother perform just now? Xiaoli, standing next to him, had confused thoughts. She was probably too angry to speak. Indeed, it was only then that she complained, brother, you are so arrogant. That is truly too careless. Hearing such an accusation, Lu Zhongmen calmly replied, as long as one can become the number one in the world, why worry about being cautious? After putting on airs, a smile appeared on his face, practically beaming with smug satisfaction. Then he continued, moreover, disciplining those two just now was also to stimulate their potential. I am doing this for the sake of the common people in the world. You, however, still have too narrow a perspective. Seeing her brother chastise her like this, Xiaoli retorted, nonsense, what you did is truly too dangerous for you. As Xiaoli spoke, she searched for something inside her qiankuan pouch. From the qiankuan pouch, Xiaoli pulled out something that looked like a decoy puppet. After taking it out, Xiaoli placed it in Lu Zhongmen's hand. She said, take it. Lu Zhongmen knew the purpose of this item, and immediately replied, didn't we agree? This life and death doll was given to you by your master. I cannot accept it. In fact, the function of this life and death doll is also similar to a decoy puppet. Although Xiaoli heard what her brother said, she still stubbornly retorted, Martial Uncle Sword Venerable gave me one too. I have an extra one that I can give to you. Realizing that being gentle wasn't working, Xiaoli immediately shouted at Sect Leader Lu, take it. As she spoke, she pushed the mark of life and death onto Sect Leader Lu's chest. In yelling at you, she continued, if Big Brother is gone, I won't be able to live either. You're acting so arrogant again, it's a bit late for you to want this. Xiaoli meant that she was currently leading a reclusive life, and didn't like to fight, but Sect Leader Lu was the complete opposite. He liked to show off and provoke others. Hearing Xiaoli say this, Sect Leader Lu was deeply moved. Holding the mark of life and death, he cried out, little Pear Xiaolizi. Seeing Sect Leader Lu react this way, she turned around, somewhat shyly avoiding him. She ran away saying, I don't like hearing mushy stuff like that. I'm going to handle the sex matters now. Xiaoli immediately ran off shyly, leaving Sect Leader Lu alone behind her. Seeing Xiaoli like this, Lu Zhaoge rejoiced internally, thinking, this little Xiaolizi acts like she doesn't like her brother on the surface, but she actually cares about me this much. Don't worry though. Your brother won't die that easily. Sect Leader Lu smugly looked up at the sky again, thinking I am the savior who will save this land. After saying that, he began to think about the future. Since this great catastrophe must be dealt with, the priority remains developing those players. They can revive infinitely and ignore comprehension limits to level up frantically. These players aren't afraid of death. They even get starry-eyed when they see a fierce beast. When the great catastrophe arrives, they will be the most effective helpers. Thinking of this, Sect Leader Lu called out, Luo Bing, where are you? Where Luo Bing was hiding is unknown. Or did she suddenly pop out from Lu Zhaog's underwear? She immediately said, Sect Leader Marshal Uncle, I am here. Her tone and demeanor remained respectful as always. Seeing this, Sect Leader Lu still pretended to be cool and said, I need you to announce something to all the outer sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing politely replied, please give your commands, Sect Leader Marshal Uncle. Sect Leader Lu looked into the distance again, hatching some scheme in his mind, thinking, it's time to provoke these silly players. Sha Diao. Next at the assembly point for the outer sect disciples of the Mo sect. Speaking of which, this area of the Mo sect was built in a place that was extremely poetic and dreamy. This place was located at the foot of a massive mountain range. Furthermore, there were floating clouds all around, which let people know it was situated high up in the clouds. Inside were the outer sect disciples. A young man sweeping spoke with full anticipation. Get rich through strength. I want to get rich through strength. In this game too. Another person was dancing with a long sword, as if experiencing life itself, saying, can't you guys be a bit more serious? We are righteous and glorious sword cultivators. Even the girl doing laundry below exclaimed admiringly, this is too engaging. Even doing laundry feels so real. In the middle of the crowd was a person named Lin Huagan. He had a sword on his back and looked very cool. Looking at him, his current level had reached 19, making him seem the highest leveled here. Therefore he scoffed contemptuously, boasting shamelessly, this senior brother is about to level up to 20. By then I won't be on the same level as you guys anymore. You guys are being looked down upon terribly. In real life the CEO pretends to be poor, but in the game he's being despised by others. It's truly, oh darn it. However, there was also a group of people gathered nearby, all female. The most eye-catching person in the crowd was Lin Ali. Not only that, her level had also reached 19. Seeing Lin Huagan so smug, she said, don't think you're the only one at level 19. I am too. The girls next to her all looked at Lin Ali with adoring eyes. Just then Luo Bing appeared high in the air and looked down. Those disciples were still gathered together arguing. Luo Bing waited for them to finish before speaking. Silence all of you. Although this group of players was still arguing, when they saw Luo Bing they immediately spoke respectfully. Senior Sister Luo Bing. In fact, it is normal for players to be happy when they see an NPC appear. Understanding this, Lin Gon thought to himself, Senior Sister Luo Bing actually represents the sect leader's intentions, as well as the elders. Did she come this time because there's a new sect event waiting to be triggered? Could it be that the sect leader has finally realized he should take a concubine? Oh dear. Oh my. If Sect Leader Lu takes a concubine, that would be terrible. Among the thoughts of these two people, actually only Lin Gon guessed correctly. Luo Bing picked up the scroll and began to read by order of the sect leader. Starting today, all players will undergo an assessment. The assessment is based on cultivation progress. If you can break through to the third realm within 1 month, you will personally receive sword techniques taught by the sect leader. Hearing sword techniques, and the chance to be personally instructed by the sect leader. Everyone present without exception was stunned by this news. I'm afraid except for Henian. Everyone else was thrilled, sweating with excitement. As soon as Luo Bing finished speaking, the system prompt also sounded. Sect Leader Quest. Assessment. Sect Leader's personal teaching Meridian Gate 4. The content of the quest is level up to level 30 within 1 month. If the player completes it, The quest reward is a purple grade skill book. Seeing such generous rewards, everyone was extremely happy. Someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, I'm so excited I could fly." Another person only cared about the reward, saying, "A purple grade skill book. Brothers, let's fight to the end. You're right, let's go all out, we must give it our all." Someone also noticed Sect Leader Lu and said, "The sword techniques personally taught by the Sect Leader. Have the real benefits finally arrived?" Luo Bing ignored their noisy discussions and continued, "If you can break through the third realm within 2 months, you will receive a special gift, a magical artifact, personally refined by the Sect Leader. The quota is limited to 3 people. The system's voice sounded again. "It seems this is the second quest. Sect Leader Assessment Quest. Sect Leader's Personal Teaching Meridian Gate. This quest content is different from the last one. That is level up to level 31 within 1 month. The reward this time is precisely the Sect Leader's magical artifact, but with a limited quota." Seeing the system notification, everyone was shocked again as if struck by lightning. They started discussing heatedly again. Someone said, "A limited artifact, limited." Did everyone see the words limited? VSO, there was a grand prize after all. Just moments ago they were cheering and hugging each other. But upon seeing the limited quota of only 3 people, they immediately looked at each other warily. This time they grasped the key point and said, "Only 3 spots. And it's an artifact personally refined by Sect Leader Lu." After looking at each other for a moment, they immediately dispersed and ran off in all directions. "I need to go cultivate right now. Kill monsters, get more EXP. I don't care anymore whatever gives the most EXP. I'm going to grind that. We must fight for Sect Leader Lu's limited artifact." Perhaps this was Sect Leader Lu's true objective. Only pressure can create experts. After Luo Bing delivered the assignments, she went back to report to Sect Leader Lu. She said everything is as the Sect Leader predicted. Everyone is highly motivated. Sect Leader Lu spoke coldly. "Good, your work here is done, you may withdraw." He was pouring tea, maintaining a cool and aloof demeanor. Hearing these words, Luo Bing asked somewhat forlornly, "Does Gongzi not require me to serve your tea?" Her face was already flushed. She was clearly longing for Sect Leader Lu's affection for a long time. After speaking, Luo Bing thought to herself, receiving no answer. "It has been a long time since I got close to the young master. I must seize the opportunity today no matter what." Having said that, she once again used her acting skills. She stepped on the sole of her shoe, pretended to trip, and then fell down. Luo Bing's fall looked incredibly seductive, like a fragile young girl, making others feel a desire to protect her. But in reality, Luo Bing was using the move called taming technique, pretending to stumble, looking disheveled, seductive and charming. However, Sect Master Lu had been around Luo Bing for too long. Seeing this kind of seductive trick, he was long accustomed to it. As he was about to sip his tea, he replied, "Forget it. You stay here and give me a shoulder rub. I need to stretch my muscles and bones later anyway." After being allowed to stay, Luo Bing immediately dispelled the technique, stood up instantly and replied, "Yes, young master." Stepping forward, Luo Bing began massaging Sect Master Lu's back. As she massaged, she asked, "Young master, is this pressure all right?" Sect Master Lu replied, "It's fine." Serving Sect Master Lu, Luo Bing felt secretly pleased in her heart, thinking, "As long as I can help the young master relieve a little stress, Luo Bing feels satisfied." Despite the Sect Master Lu was currently immersed in the system space, he seemed to realize the system had tricked him, thinking, "Oh system, you actually have this kind of feature. Trying to scam away my EXP points. You really went to great lengths." In the system interface, various artifact forging techniques appeared sequentially, arranged from lowest to highest tier. These were the orange tier artifact forging manual, purple tier artifact forging manual, blue tier artifact forging manual, and finally the yellow tier artifact forging manual. All of these could be exchanged using EXP points. Looking at the system panel, Sect Master Lu thought, these comical players giving them some yellow tier items should be enough to keep them happy. Having said that, Sect Master Lu opened the yellow tier interface. There were many different types inside. Sect Master Lu then thought, "So many, then I'll pick a slightly flashier one." Suddenly a paper crane came into Sect Master Lu's view. Looking at the paper crane, Sect Master Lu smiled, thinking, "This one looks good." Luo Bing, standing beside him and massaging his back, asked with some concern, "Young master, are you cooking dinner tonight?" Her face clearly showed shyness. Hearing this, Sect Master Lu also questioned back, puzzled. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Hearing Sect Master Lu's question, Luo Bing nervously replied, "It was Miss Shimmy who asked me to ask. She said she missed your cooking a little." Hearing this, Sect Master Lu understood Luo Bing's intention, so he smiled and replied, "Of course I'll cook." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing immediately replied happily, "Thank you, young master." Sect Master Lu noticed this change as well, thinking, "The pressure in her hands is stronger. Is she waiting for me to cook too?" The sky was already dark. Time passed quickly. In the Momin dining hall area, various kinds of food were already laid out. All core members of Momin were gathered together. Miss immediately exclaimed, "It smells so good. It smells amazing, miss, I can't wait." Lu Chaoga brought out the last dish and said, "Here it is, delicious grass carp soup, let's eat." Lu Chaoga stood aside watching everyone gobble down the food, secretly happy watching them eat together like a family, having dinner together. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal, Lu Chaoga suddenly remembered someone, thinking, "Speaking of which, there are a few hungry souls rumbling in that lonely tomb. I haven't assigned her homework in a long time. I should go check on her later." Lu Dongli witnessed Luo Bing's overly delicate and feigned scene just now, and couldn't help but think angrily, "Has this little girl still not given up?" She crossed her arms, secretly evaluating the situation. Brother already has Sister Jiang. Although creatures like sisters-in-law are annoying, I can still accept Sister Jiang. Lu Chaoga cast his gaze toward He Ding, who was working diligently. He figured that once he returned after seeing the patron, he would let Hiding absorb the soul jade. And incidentally, he wanted to test the effects of the newly refined pills he had consumed. Now only the soul jade remained in Lu Chaoga's mind. 3 glowing jade stones circled in his thoughts. Lu Chaoga calculated Hiding should definitely be able to absorb it. As long as he can absorb it, your master can guarantee your success. Lu Chaoga was overjoyed. In the future, the Ziyue Guild's ritual altar will be the cultivation field that the two of us, master and disciple, diligently work on to gain experience. All calculations are complete. Lu Chaoga stood up and instructed Hiding, "Come to my residence after you finish washing up. Your master has something to tell you." Upon receiving the command, he quickly bowed. Unexpectedly, the dishwashing water splashed Mu Dongfang right in the face. He cried out, "Senior brother! Dishwashing water splashed onto my face." Seeing her senior brother leave, Lu Dongli curiously asked, "Brother, where are you going? Do you need me to go with you?" Lu Chaoga coldly refused without looking back. "No need." Lu Dongli felt conflicted upon seeing Lu Chaoga's attitude. She was confused, but he only sighed helplessly. "If I went with you and you happened to see me getting my vital essence drained, where would I as your brother put my face?" The scene at night was eerily quiet. Lu Chaoga stood before a grave in an empty field. He knocked on the tombstone and asked, "Is anyone home?" This situation was genuinely a bit strange. No one answered. Chaoga's call made him feel doubtful. Usually she appears as soon as I knock. Why is there no movement today? He paced back and forth around the tomb, feeling restless. Suddenly an idea sprouted in his mind. Could she be dead? Should I dig her up and take a look? Come to think of it, I haven't even seen what she looks like yet. Lu Chaoga cupped his chin and mused thoughtfully. What kind of appearance does our family's patron have? A series of images flashed through his mind. Is she a seductive fox spirit, cute with a hot figure? Or is she a strong muscular man? Men truly are lustful. Just the thought of it made Chaoga happy enough to squint his eyes. He was suddenly very curious. Without overthinking it, he picked up a hammer and started the work of digging up the grave. He excitedly announced, "Let's do it right away." The first hammer blow landed, but then he suddenly stopped midway. Lu Chaoga was conflicted, unsure of what to do. What if she isn't dead, and I suddenly dig her up? Wouldn't that be awkward? Chaoga imagined the scene of the patron appearing. He opens the tomb, and the two of them are face to face, making him panic greatly. He was drenched in cold sweat, dreading the thought of such an awkward situation. It would be so awkward. Just thinking about it is mortifying. In the end, Lu Chaoga made a decision. He threw down the hammer without hesitation, and secretly calculated in his mind. He'll test it out with some essence blood first. Before, as soon as the essence blood was released, she would definitely show up. He didn't hesitate, using magical power to cut his wrist and extract the essence blood. The essence blood had been extracted by Lu Chaoga. At this moment he looked exactly like an addict. His face was pale, his eyes were dark-rimmed. His limbs trembled, but he still tried hard to cater to the patron's greed. Your favorite essence blood is here. Do you want to consume it? Just then a strange sound suddenly came from inside the grave. Smack, smack, smack. This sound rendered Lu Chaoga speechless. Holding the essence blood in his hand, he felt confused. There were only lip-smacking sounds, but nothing flew out to consume it. Lu Chaoga guessed. It seems she's sleeping more soundly than before this time. If that's the case, I'll come visit you again in a few days. He stopped thinking further and decided to turn around and leave. Inside the tomb, the pitiful little patron muttered, "It thought it smells so good. But my body can't move. It's too heavy. There are some familiar scents in this world. He is returning." Lu Chaoga arrived at the location and waited for hiding. He stood waiting for his apprentice, feeling confused. Where is that brat hiding? Why isn't he here yet? Does it really take this long just to wash a few bowls? Lu Chaoga was deep in thought. A figure flashed past him from behind, startling him greatly. Initiating defensive posture. Heightening vigilance. He drew his sword majestically and sternly asked who was there. His long sword pointed directly at the other person. He was scared out of his wits. It turned out to be Hiding. Hiding trembled, afraid to move. Lu Chaoga was equally startled and flustered. He asked, "Why is it you stinking brat?" Lu Chaoga flew into a rage and scolded Hiding. "Now you can not only conceal your presence, but even your spiritual sense. And spiritual power can be completely hidden. Even your master failed to notice you." He practically wanted to beat up his apprentice. Lu Chaoga smacked Hiding's head with a pop. He commanded, "Get in here and find a place to sit down." Poor Hiding. He could only obey silently and dutifully. Although he was scolding him externally, Lu Chaoga was secretly praising him internally. This kid, to possess this kind of ability without actively concealing his presence, is truly remarkable. If he were actively concealing himself, what level would that reach? He is truly worthy of being my disciple, Lu Chaoga. He decided that he must help Hiding this time. If that's the case, let your master add some fuel to the fire for you. Master and disciple sat facing each other inside the bamboo hut. Lu Chaoga asked with concern. "Previously you absorbed a large amount of soul jade, but during the time I was away, did you experience any discomfort?" He wanted to confirm Hiding's condition. Soul jade was after all something belonging to the wisdom evil underworld king. He needed to clarify the situation first. Hiding patted his arm, signaling that he was very healthy. Lu Chaoga was still unsure. He had no choice but to ask again. "You mean you feel your body has gotten even better?" The soul jade glowed in Lu Chaoga's hands. He took them out and told Hiding, "If that's the case, then absorb all of these." Hiding was dumbfounded, astonished by the sheer quantity of soul jade. The amount was incredibly unexpected. Seeing his surprised expression, Lu Chaoga looked smug. He thought, "Stunned, aren't you? There's so much of this stuff, it's like it's being given away for free." Hiding was deeply moved. He secretly thanked Lu Chaoga for his efforts on his behalf. "The reason my cultivation has progressed is entirely because Master, disregarding the dangers, sought out these items for me. This much. I wonder how many perils he went through." Then Hiding suddenly bowed his head in respect. He wanted to repay his master's kindness. Hiding was overwhelmed with gratitude. "I have no way to repay Master's profound kindness." Hiding was emotionally agitated. "Your great kindness, Master, is impossible to repay." He burst into loud sobs. Tears and snot poured down like a waterfall, making Lu Chaoga unable to tolerate it. A look of disgust appeared on his face. He slammed the box containing the soul jade shut with a thud and said in distaste, "Hey, your snot is running everywhere. You don't need to be this moved by your master." He couldn't bear to witness this sentimental scene any longer. He gave Hiding another smack on the head with a thud. He sternly lectured, "Stop crying, calm yourself. Tonight you must recharge your spirit and absorb all of the soul jade for me." Hiding took the blow. He completely stopped crying, held his head and let out a pained groan. Ugh. What a truly hilarious and moving master-disciple relationship. Finally Hiding calmed down and concentrated on absorbing the soul jade laid out before him. The soul jades all lit up. They were gradually channeling power into Hiding's body. A mysterious blue-black color seemed capable of devouring everything around it. Hiding seemed to be in considerable pain. Sweat dripped profusely. The radiance of the soul jade enveloped him. It seemed his power was gradually increasing. Lu Chaoga observed the entire process. He was highly satisfied and thought to himself, Hei Ting's aura is starting to rapidly strengthen again. Rise. With so many soul jades, this kid is probably going to level up quite a bit. Just then the system suddenly gave a prompt. System prompt: because your disciple has made progress. Hei Ting, you have received an experience point reward. Upon hearing this prompt, Lu Chaoga revealed a satisfied smile. He secretly rejoiced inside because the existence of the master-disciple system allowed him to earn a large sum. Lu Chaoga looked at Hei Ting's shadow on the wall. He suddenly realized, this kid's shadow. It seemed that hundreds and thousands of hiding shadows were contained within his own shadow. It truly looked terrifying. Those shadows appeared swirling around, staring at Lu Chaoga, making him ponder. All this kid's shadows were facing the same direction, all looking at him. It seemed that Hei Ting's shadows were almost completely undisguised towards him. They surrounded and approached him as if observing, testing him. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga opened his mouth and explained, I am merely here to act as a protector. As long as you don't harm my disciple, you are guiltless. Suddenly those shadows darted rapidly upward. Lu Chaoga understood as well. Sure enough, they wanted more space. Since Hei Ting's power had increased, the range they could spread would also be greater. This also means his train of thought was interrupted, because Hei Ting's shadow became larger and larger, occupying more area. Hei Ting's shadow was becoming stronger. The power of the soul jades seemed to have been completely absorbed by Hei Ting. He endured the pain and shouted, ah. When this scene occurred, Lu Chaoga was not too surprised. He had already anticipated it. His cultivation level stopped at the great perfection of the 4th realm. The 5th realm truly is a massive bottleneck. Even with the assistance of an item of the soul jade's caliber, he was stuck. Right at this crucial moment, someone knocked on the door, anxiously calling out inside, Brother, something's wrong. Lu Chaoga was startled. He recognized the voice as his sister's. It was Dongli's voice. Lu Chaoga opened the door and asked worriedly what happened. She recounted the situation outside to her brother. Something happened outside the sect, but the sight inside made her choke up, preventing her from finishing her sentence. Hearing this, he immediately replied, I'll go out and take a look. Night descended and the space was eerily silent. The situation before him was indeed worrying. Thousands upon thousands of ghosts and monsters were surging forward together. The sight gave onlookers goosebumps all over. They were terrifying in appearance. Lu Chaoga thought there sure are a lot of low-level monsters. They were all swarming towards his dancing peak. He cast his gaze toward the glowing blue light which shone brightly in the sky. That light was exactly what Hei Ting was emitting at that moment. Only then did he fully grasp the situation. It was Hei Ting. The aura released by Hei Ting had attracted this horde of creatures here. Lu Chaoga looked at the scene before him. It seemed he should feel worried and go deal with this mass of demons. But that was not the case. Everything was within his plans. He secretly rejoiced their coming at just the right time. The disciples of the Mo sect were assigned tasks. They felt depressed because they had nothing to do. This job is really boring. Yi Daoduan Gen LV-17 said gloomily. The sect master suddenly issued a leveling quest. But there are too few wild monsters around the Mo sect. The disciple was Zue Ai Watu. LV-16 sat cross-legged on a rock. He tried hard to calm himself and agreed. Even the flies have been wiped out in this area now. Hearing this, Lin Huaqian LV-19 argued discontentedly. Don't you talk. I clearly spotted that fly first just now. Yet you stole the kill, have you no shame? The two refused to give way. Wazue Ai Watu shouted. Whoever kills it first gets it. I didn't steal your monster. Lin Huaqian refused to be outdone. Yes, you did steal mine. I saw it first. Is this the legendary incompatibility? Like fire and water. Just then an unlucky frog hopped ashore from the pond, interrupting the argument between those two guys. All eyes turned toward the plump frog, making it break out in a cold sweat. So many people rushed forward to fight over one poor frog. Everyone kept shouting, "It's a monster, it's a monster. Experience my experience points. Whoever kills it first gets it. I saw it first, it's mine." The shouting gave everyone a headache. The frog, terrified, hopped up and down to dodge the swords of so many Momin disciples. A voice sounded like a savior, saving this poor little creature. "Momin disciples, listen up." All the disciples stopped, because they recognized the sect leader's voice. Someone who hadn't realized what happened yet asked, "What's going on?" Lu Chaoga appeared bathed in the protagonist's halo. He commanded, "Today's sect mission has been conveyed. I have prepared a trial for you all. Leave the sect immediately and go fight." Having said that, he left directly. He left without any explanation, causing an uproar among the disciples. A trial? Did the sect leader personally prepare monsters for us? Someone praised enthusiastically. Wow, the sect leader seems even more handsome than before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the frog slipped away. While everyone's attention was diverted, Lin Huaqian nimbly set off first. Leaving early gives you an advantage, he declared. "I don't care about anything else. Since the sect leader said there are monsters outside the mountain, then there must be monsters. I'm leaving first." The rest followed without hesitation. "You're right, hurry up, don't try to get ahead of me." "Phew, I won't be left behind either." Finally they arrived at their destination. The sight before them made them stop, filled with dread. These low-level specters look really scary. They saw the Momin disciples as if they were seeing life itself. They rushed out greedily, murmuring, "Living people, flesh and blood of the living, we want blood, we want blood." However, these were Momin disciples, who showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they were extremely interested in this group of specters. Someone shouted excitedly, "It's a monster, big profit, big profit." Another person said, "So many of them. You'll even take tomorrow off just to sweep them all clean." Everyone shouted in unison, uniting their efforts, "Kill, kill, kill." To be honest, at this moment, when the two sides met, their eyes glowed green, and it was instantly impossible to tell which side was scarier. Both sides simultaneously charged forward to attack, with immense momentum. Neither gave ground. One person asked curiously, "So many little monsters. I wonder how the sect leader managed to do this." Lin Huaqian, being level 9, wasn't concerned with this question. He said, "While fighting, why worry about that? It's enough that the sect leader is powerful." Everyone shouted in unison, "The sect leader is mighty, Lu Chaoga is mighty." Lin Huaqian stood up with extreme resolve. "All of you stand up straight." The battle raged fiercely. The two sides seemed divided into two extremes. On one side were the black-clad Momen outer disciples. On the other were the ferocious little green specters. In the end, the battle concluded. That day the specters barely managed to escape. They described the event to their descendants as follows. The defeated old specter, whose limbs were no longer whole, was lecturing its offspring. It drew a portrait of a Momin disciple, and warned them fearfully. "The people living below Danqing Peak are absolutely not human. They are the real demons. You must never approach Danqing Peak." After giving instructions to the disciples, Lu Chaoga returned leisurely. He told Lu Dongli, "It's handled." "Arms akimbo," she replied disapprovingly. "Brother, are those outer disciples truly enough? What if there's a ghost king among that group of specters?" Lu Chaoga was unfazed. He had great faith in his disciples' abilities. "Although they are only outer disciples, they are my Momen outer disciples." He reached out and opened the door, then continued, "Besides, if there really was a ghost king, I will naturally slay him with a single strike." Hearing Lu Chaoga's arrogant words, Li Dongli was utterly helpless. When Chaoga is having one of his episodes, silence is golden. She thought Big Brother is having another one of his strange fits. I shouldn't ask any more questions. The door of the bamboo house was slightly ajar. At that moment a beam of green light shot out. The sight before them astonished both people. Lu Chaoga couldn't believe it. He thought, "This is Haiding's aura. He has broken through the great perfection of the 4th realm, and stepped into the 5th realm." Soul jades were dancing in midair, forming a mysterious ring around Haiding. That powerful aura. seemed capable of swallowing hiding whole. Lu Chaoga beamed with satisfaction and praised good, excellent, superb. Hiding that kid actually broke through to the 5th realm. Li Dongli saw thousands of terrifying shadows, all rushing toward hiding. This sight made her slightly worried. But she completely trusted Chaoga. She thought this feels truly ominous, but as long as Big Brother is here, everything should be fine. Lu Chaoga stood before hiding, praising ceaselessly. Not bad at all, he thought. The weakest grand sword cultivator in history has been born. Suddenly he sensed something was wrong and asked curiously. But even though he has clearly broken through to the 5th realm, why is there absolutely no feeling of a domain forming? Lu Chaoga guessed whether a domain appeared. Probably depended on this shadow. After weighing his options, he found an excuse to send Li Dongli away. Shall Liar go check out the situation outside? He'll act as the protector here within the sect. He didn't want his sister to witness everything, so he thought, I need an excuse to get Shao Liar to leave first. Li Dongli listened and felt it made sense. She obediently followed her brother's instruction. Yes. She also felt in her heart that she should take responsibility for the outer sect disciples. With ghosts and monsters launching sneak attacks, relying only on those outer sect disciples would ultimately not be suitable. She had to go see for herself. Agilely she flew away from the bamboo house. As she left, she worried. The outer sect disciples neglect their practice, and without guidance to improve, they might suffer serious harm. When she arrived, she was surprised by the sight before her, and couldn't speak. The outer sect disciples were fighting, but their mouths refused to rest. They fought and cursed simultaneously. You want to fight us, Momin disciples? Heh? Are you even worthy? Whom'll kill you? I don't even need to unsheath my lifebound sword. Slaying a ghost in 10 steps, traveling 1,000 miles undetected. Master and disciples are truly cut from the same cloth. Lu Chaoga acts one way and his disciples follow, all overly confident. Listening to these arrogant remarks, Li Dongli got a headache. She didn't understand, why do these people have to learn these weird habits from Big Brother? Scene change. Only Lu Chaoga remained alone. He commanded, there's no one else here now, come out. Hearing this, a black shadow slowly rose and gradually manifested itself. It turned out to be Hiding's shadow. It actually had a horn on its head. Even the shadow has been betrayed, let alone the person. Although it was the first time seeing Lu Chaoga, the shadow obediently paid its respects to him. Lu Chaoga seemed very pleased with it. Performing a disciple's bow, this shadow has its own consciousness. Interesting, truly interesting. He felt curious and his sharp gaze shone forth again, seemingly trying to see through the shadow. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself, let me see what exactly you are. Lu Chaoga used his cultivation base to investigate the true nature of Hiding's shadow. Yellow light and green light intertwined. The image of a massive ghost monster, wearing a necklace of skulls around its neck, slowly appeared. It seemed its power was extraordinary. Lu Chaoga realized its identity. He was shocked and incredulous. This guy is a ghost king. Wait, a ghost king can absorb soul jades and possess its own consciousness. Could it be? Only then did he realize the truth and asked himself, is this guy the king of the underworld? As soon as this thought appeared in Lu Chaoga's mind, it left him both surprised and terrified, causing him unease. This matter was completely unexpected. There had been a bloody battle in the past, with countless casualties. It was once said that the ghosts and monsters of the Tianqian world originated from the death energy and ghostly aura produced by the deceased. The more people died, the denser the death energy and ghostly aura became, and the stronger the resulting monsters would be. But these monsters were different from humans. They had distinct characteristics. They lacked intellect, acting only on the instinct to kill. They killed their own kind, and they killed others. But the king of the underworld was different. He possessed independent thought. It was the only monster in the world with this ability. It seemed that this king of the underworld was a terrifying opponent for humanity. Lu Chaoga stood face to face with the king of the underworld. He was still immersed in thought and deduction, pondering one question repeatedly. He thought, this fellow clearly possesses intellect too. Lu Chaoga thought and thought, chin in hand, deep in contemplation. Yet he couldn't resolve the issue. He hesitated, thinking that since there were so many doubts, why not simply Ask the shadow if it has its own consciousness. He continued to ponder. But if it truly is the king of the underworld, what should I do? He wasn't sure if this king of the underworld was a blessing or a curse. But in Lu Chaozhi's view, it was primarily a threat to the Momin sect, and a threat to all the common people. He calculated if the king of the underworld revives, Qingzhou will face disaster. The crucial point is that the king of the underworld is Qingzhou's most pressing issue right now. The key is that, for the sake of the people of Qingzhou, there is only one path: kill it. But Lu Chaoga started to hesitate again. It is Hiding's shadow. If he kills it, he must kill Hiding too. He couldn't bear to lay a hand on his beloved disciple. Someone so kind and courteous. Lu Chaoga felt uneasy internally. I can't let this continue. Am I supposed to personally kill my only disciple? Lu Chaoga couldn't bring himself to decide. He cursed angrily. What kind of nonsense is this? Finally, he decided to trust his own abilities. He comforted himself. I am the only chosen one in this world. If it is the king of the underworld, I will separate it from Hiding, and then completely destroy it. The chosen one never takes a tragic path. Lu Chaoga walked step by step, approaching Hiding's shadow. He wanted to confirm again, and tentatively asked, "Are you the king of the underworld?" Without waiting for the king of the underworld to answer, Lu Chaoga decisively drew his sword ready to assume a battle stance and respond at any moment. But once the decision was made, his intent would not waver. He thought, "Your life or death depends on your answer." Meanwhile, the shadow remained completely oblivious, bowing in greeting. It showed no fear whatsoever, only a face full of confusion. Its silly appearance made Lu Chaoga feel helpless. He was stunned himself. Seeing the shadow's reaction, he had to threaten it again to avoid losing face. "Are you trying to act cute? Do you not understand what I am saying?" The shadow tilted its head again, eyes wide and mouth agape, looking like an idiot. It really seemed to understand nothing. Lu Chaoga frowned, feeling a headache coming on. So he had been overthinking things. Incredible, he thought it had consciousness. But it turned out to be an idiot. Just then Hiding, who was absorbing the soul Jade, suddenly let out a sound of distress. It looked like he was about to collapse, which worried Hiding's shadow, which blankly turned its head to look. In the blink of an eye, before Lu Chaoga could react, the shadow had vanished. But based on Lu Chaozhi's experience, I guess they ran away. It seems Hei Ting is about to wake up. Hei Ting shouts out loud. In the end, he still reached the great perfection of the fifth realm. Lu Chaoga was very happy to see this. This boy actually stepped into the great perfection of the fifth realm. In the cultivation world, how many people spend their entire lives unable to step into this realm? He managed to do this just by absorbing the soul jade. Those evil spirits were gradually sucked into the dark shadow, following Lu Chaoga. Furthermore, Hei Ting does seem to purify the evil aura of the soul jade. Those evil spirits swallowed by the dark shadow might be the ghost chi and death chi of the underworld king. Hei Ting recovered slightly. The soul jade also transferred all its aura onto him. Lu Chaoga thought to himself, "This is clearly a humanoid machine capable of purifying ghost chi." Hei Ting opened his eyes. He couldn't believe this was real. He had actually reached the great perfection of the fifth realm. He had stepped into the realm of a great cultivator. This was something he never dared to dream of. He was infinitely grateful to Lu Chaoga. All this was granted to him by his master. His master's kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Hei Ting burst into tears again. He kowtowed, thanking his master for his grace. In this life, Hei Ting will never fail his master's grace. He cries even more than a girl. He constantly breaks down in tears. Lu Chaoga said calmly, "Stand up, don't celebrate too soon." Hei Ting raised his head. He looked bewildered, not understanding what happened. But he was earnest. If master has any instructions for his disciple, Hei Ting will surely risk 10,000 deaths to accomplish them. At this moment, Lu Chaoga took out 3 different colored beads. He said to Hei Ting, "I still have good things here, disciple. See if you can use them. Come over here, something even happier is coming up." Hei Ting was full of question marks like an innocent fawn. So when master said don't celebrate too soon, he meant that something even more joyful was coming later. This thought process is truly elusive. Lu Chaoga held the 3 beads in his hand. He instructed, stand there and don't move, let me sense something. Hei Ting stared at the 3 beads in confusion. He didn't know what his master was planning. Lu Chaoga seemed to sense something. He let out a snort. He frowned and thought, why hasn't the system popped up a notification box? Can't Hei Ting absorb this? The system clearly reminded me back then. A disciple of Momen can absorb this bead. It seems this is destiny. These beads are not suitable for Hei Ting. Lu Chaoga had no choice but to accept it and said, it seems this item is not suited for you. Go back and consolidate your cultivation first. Hei Ting accepted the command and quickly bowed. He was understanding, thinking it's a good thing it's not suitable for me. If I got all of Master's good things, the junior brothers and junior sisters would think Master favors me. He left, gently closing the door for Lu Chaoga. Hei Ting secretly resolved in his heart, Master is the head of the sect, so naturally he must spread the favor equally. I cannot rely on Master too much. In the future I must also cultivate harder, in order to repay Master's kindness. Lu Chaoga was in the room. He rested his chin in his hand deep in thought. Since Hei Ting couldn't use it, he'll call them over one by one, in order of age. The next one is Luobing. Luobing was called over by Lu Chaoga. She was thinking somewhat impure thoughts. She adopted an alluring posture and feigned a question. Young Master, it's late. A single man and a single woman alone in a room. Not understanding Luobing's intention, he asked impatiently, are you still not ready? That sentence was indeed very easy to misunderstand. She became shy, thinking her desires were about to come true. Without hesitation, Luobing lifted her skirt, exposing her fair skin and a figure that many young girls envied. She teased Lu Chaoga. She lay flat on the ground, her pose full of temptation. Faking shyness, she whispered, young Master, please speak. At this moment Luobing was ready. Lu Chaoga secretly complained to himself, you seem quite skilled at this posture. He deliberately provoked her. Since that's the case, just lie there and don't move. I'll go get something. Luobing smiled secretly and shyly, overjoyed in her heart. She was fantasizing about a passionate night. I didn't expect the young master to want to use props. How thrilling, how tense. Just at this moment, filled with anticipation, Lu Chaoga, completely missing the romantic mood, took out 3 jade stones. This made Luobing feel doubtful. Oh life. I wonder what use these things have tonight. She asked curiously, how do I use these things? Lu Chaoga was waiting for this exact moment. System notification. A disciple capable of absorbing this item has been found. Should this person absorb it? Yes or no? Chaoga thought to himself as expected. It's Luobing. None of my MO sect disciples are ever simple. Lu Chaoga felt astonished. But what exactly is going on with Luobing? She can actually absorb the altar orbs. These orbs contain the power of ancient exotic beasts. Luobing smiled shyly and confusingly, her face flushed. Why is the young master looking at me like that today? Did the young master fall for my bewitching art? Did it finally work? Thinking of that scenario, her heart began to race. Will that kind of thing happen? It was not what she wished for. He stretched out his hand and handed her the 3 energy-infused orbs. Calm your mind, then take it. Misunderstanding him, she took the 3 orbs and replied, blushing deeply. Young master, aren't these orbs a bit too much? After all, this is my first time. He solemnly cupped his hands and said, stop those thoughts, calm down. Don't think about anything, just feel it. Accept it and absorb it. Just close your eyes and leave the rest to me. Luobing still misunderstood, looking at the orbs. She thought worriedly, accept it and then absorb it. And all I have to do is close my eyes. Everything else is left to the young master. She tightly closed her eyes and held up the orbs. Yes, young master, please begin. Lu Chaoga's face stiffened and he subconsciously pressed yes in the system. He thought, this woman is finished, her mind is completely already a mess. These orbs, sealing ancient ferocious beasts, floated in his hand. There was 1 red orb, 1 purple and 1 green. Luobing accepted her fate and was about to take them. The orbs flew toward her. Her body also absorbed their power. Emitting a red glow, Luobing let out a soft ah, her hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. He stood before a dazzling golden halo, his face showing confusion, murmuring inwardly, is this what absorbing the altar orbs looks like? Anyone who didn't know would think that something was drilling into her body. After all, this is the power of an ancient exotic beast to ensure Lu Bing's safety. I have to check exactly what it is releasing into Luo Bing. The orbs were emitting extremely powerful energy. He was greatly surprised. That power enveloped her slender arm, Lu Bing's, and had transformed into spiritual energy. And it was the spiritual energy of a cultivation practitioner. She was still absorbing it, in a slightly strange pose, puffing out her chest. He was still astonished. Luo Bing has the ability to transform the power of the ancient exotic beasts for her own use. He was astonished, as if he had discovered something truly unique. A feeling flashed through his mind, as if the images of those monsters surfaced, tearing at each other. A blood-red-eyed crocodile was biting a white wolf with its sharp teeth. The bear behind them opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs as if ready to devour both beasts. Even Lu Chaoga could feel that the exotic beasts were devouring each other. One was consuming the other in order to become stronger, he assessed, but it was obvious. Luo Bing is human, and the system also didn't give any special prompts. Luo Bing was still receiving the power, light emanating from her chest, her hair and sleeves fluttering in the wind. That light shone upon his handsome face. He felt that even beyond this, something even stranger was happening. She had clearly absorbed so much, yet Luo Bing's cultivation hadn't increased at all. She was still happily enjoying the absorbed power. Look, Lu Chaoga stretched out his hands, controlling more beads, preparing to continue replenishing Luo Bing's strength. Since Luo Bing has not yet broken through the third realm, he doesn't believe the power of these three ancient exotic beasts cannot make her break through the three realms. Absorb heavily for me. She must be satisfied eventually. I refuse to believe otherwise. Innumerable colorful beads appeared around her again, ready for her to receive. One after another she absorbed them completely. Now only one nearly depleted red bead remained. Lu Chaoga was stunned. How could this be? All 10 beads have been absorbed. And that was the power of 3 ancient exotic beasts. Luo Bing sat upright on the floor, eyes tightly shut. She remained silent. Even though she had finished absorbing that pile of power, he felt utterly speechless, because Luo Bing's realm truly hadn't risen. What exactly is going on? Is she some kind of bottomless pit? One of Lu Chaoga's eyes shone with a golden light. I want to see where exactly that spiritual energy went. Inside Luo Bing's body. Piercing through the body, he saw the power inside her. The power of the altar and Luo Bing's spiritual energy were distinctly separate, neither interfering with the other. This situation is far too strange. How can a human body possibly hold 2 distinct portions of power like this? This is like a bottle of Coca-Cola that allows you to taste 2 flavors, Coke and Sprite. So this is absolutely impossible. Lu Chaoga scratched his head in confusion, because the analogy he had just blurted out was far too modern. Can a bottle of Coke truly hold both Sprite and Coke without mixing? Luo Bing still asked innocently. Young master, may I open my eyes now? He replied, yes, you may. Is there any discomfort in your body? He thought to himself. I should still ask the person involved first. She looked at him, her hands clasped together. Luo Bing said, blushing. Young master, right now, Luo Bing feels like her body has been specially reinforced. This area feels like something is packed inside very tight. Lu Chaoga said coldly, I am asking you seriously whether or not you feel any discomfort. Her eyes still red, she answered, her voice so sweet and gentle it melted the heart. If you're asking about discomfort, then this specific area of Luo Bing truly feels a little hollow. The main door was open, and the wind blew in from outside, ruffling his hair. It seems you're fine. Go back to sleep. If you really feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. Luo Bing bowed her head awkwardly and replied, yes, young master. He watched her leave the room, thinking to himself, this small body is quite resilient. It's just that I don't know if the power of the altar beads shall actually be able to use it. Therefore I must find a way to find someone who knows how to use the power of exotic beasts and ask them. A thought flashed through his mind. Demon cultivators. Don't they all possess bloodlines to command the power of exotic beasts? This matter must be asked of a demon cultivator, Because they are the professionals. Lu Chaoga smiled sinisterly, an excited look on his face. Where should I go to catch a few cute demon cultivators? To have some fun with. The next day. At the entrance of the sect master's hall, 4 people sat below the small table. And 1 person sat upon the small table. The person sitting on this side was Lu Dongli. She gently picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then instructed the people sitting below. The sect master will arrive shortly. Everyone please calm down and enjoy your tea. Although she said that. But Mu Dongfang sitting below still couldn't contain his curiosity and confusion. So he turned his head and asked Luo Bing, who was drinking tea. Senior sister, the sect master. Uncle summoned everyone for a meeting so early in the morning. Is there something major to announce? Hearing his question, she put down her teacup and slightly frowned. I don't know either. Even so, Luo Bing was slowly starting to guess. Could it be related to those beads? The beads whose spiritual power I absorbed yesterday. Someone did not keep everyone waiting long. A thick column of black smoke appeared in the air. Not until the black smoke completely dispersed did Lu Chaoga appear. He stood above, his hands clasped behind his back, and answered everyone's confusion. Everyone stopped guessing. The tribulation of heaven and earth is imminent. This sect master has decided to do something, starting with preparations for the people near Qinglong province. Seeing her brother appear, Lu Dongli didn't have time to feel happy. Before she was stunned by his words. Brother, what do you intend to do? We cannot act rashly right now. Underneath Danqing Peak, ghosts and monsters run rampant, and the outer disciples are still fighting hard. She asked tentatively, those things are not worth worrying about. I am going to patrol Qinglong province. Inspect and eradicate the demonic cultivators. Pulling out the roots. All demonic cultivators hiding within the Qinglong province region. This way, when the tribulation arrives. When we fight the tribulation. When we face the tribulation. The common people will not be harassed by demonic cultivators. From his reply, Lu Dongli knew he was already prepared, and the heavy stone in her heart gradually settled down. That seems to make sense. But sect master, it is too risky for you to go alone. Why don't we unite with all the sects in Qinglong province and eradicate the demonic cultivators together, she suggested. However, he did not agree with this proposal, instead possessing extreme confidence in his own abilities. I have already entered the great cultivator realm. As for those minor demonic cultivators in Qinglong province, why would I need the help of others? I alone am enough. Faced with her brother's words, she was left speechless, unsure what would be appropriate to say. In complete contrast to Lu Dongli, the girl Xiao Qiu's eyes were brighter than car headlights. Thinking, look at sect master uncle, he is so cool. Just as she thought this, she quickly and deftly stood up on the table, crossing her arms over her chest. Xiao Qiu's imposing manner was in no way inferior to Lu Chao's. Sect master uncle, please go without worry, protecting the Mo men requires only me. Xiao Qiu. Faced with Xiao Qiu's guarantee, he silently gave a thumbs up. Xiao Qiu also raised her finger in response. Only Lu Dongli, on the side, felt skeptical about the feasibility of this matter. Whose direct disciple is this kid anyway? He's slow at learning everything except for learning how to be an idiot. Thinking this, she felt her worldview was about to collapse. Returning to the main topic, Lu Chaoga stepped forward and instructed. For this patrol and inspection, Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang will accompany me. The 2 people called out, lit up with joy, understood. Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang quickly stood up and bowed to him. Luo Bing was extremely excited internally, and externally showed extreme enthusiasm. Thinking, it's been so long since young master took me down the mountain. He finally remembered me this time. I'm so happy. Mu Dongfang next to him felt the same way. Thinking, sect master uncle taking me demon slaying this time clearly shows he values my abilities. Seeing the reactions of the 2, Lu Chaoga couldn't suppress his inner satisfaction in bringing Luo Bing, because Luo Bing cannot be exploited. The pearl of the altar. That's why he went to find demon cultivators. And Mu Dongfang, this favored son of destiny. This kid is a guide. A human power bank. Maybe this kid can even open some treasure chests for him. This is truly a windfall of resources. Just imagining that scene, Lu Chaoga involuntarily revealed an evil smile. Only one person was unhappy, and that was Lu Dongli. She stood to the side pouting pitifully. Brother, why aren't you taking me with you? Having already anticipated this situation, Lu Chaoga replied with his prepared explanation. Demons and monsters are rampant down the mountain, and there are many outer disciples. You must go reinforce the sect's mountain protecting formation. It's better to stay on the mountain. Besides, with you protecting Momin, your brother can rest assured. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, he also reached out and patted her shoulder a few times. Lu Dongli finally understood the reason, and shyly poked her 2 index fingers together. Is that so with me protecting Momin? Brother can rest assured. Seeing that she had agreed, Lu Chaoga summoned his leaf, which served as his mode of transport, and then commanded, Luo Bing Mu Dongfang, patrol the mountain with me. Yes. With that, the 3 jumped onto the leaf and swiftly flew away, watching the 3 figures gradually disappear. Lu Dongli used all her strength to shout instructions. Brother, come back quickly. If you encounter something you can't beat, run. Above the leaf, Lu Chaoga heard his sister's words, and felt quite offended. Just how weak am I in Xializa's heart? Run if you can't beat them, she says. This is simply outrageous. Flying on the leaf, Luo Bing remembered the purpose of this trip, and couldn't help but ask him, Sect Master Uncle, since we are going to eliminate demon cultivators, do we have a destination? Lu Chaoga didn't answer her but turned to Mu Dongfang and said, Xiaomu, you drive the flying boat. Just follow your instincts. Faced with this request, he could hardly believe it and had to confirm again, but the result remained the same. But in the end, Mu Dongfang still had to step forward to control the leaf. As he controlled it, he worried inwardly. Following his instincts, he didn't know where the demon cultivators were. Demon cultivators, come out quickly. He repeated his goal. As he controlled the leaf, he didn't notice a golden stream of energy appear behind him. Behind him, a general entirely golden appeared in the air. No one saw the general's figure except for Lu Chaoga. He looked at it proudly and smiled. Indeed, as long as Xiaomo thought of it, his luck would automatically take effect. As they flew calmly, the 3 flew past a group of people fighting. The sound of the quarrel quickly reached their ears. Surround him, don't let him escape. Damn demon cultivator. To think you injured so many of my fellow disciples. She deserves to die. She also took the green cloud ore. That's good material for refining. The precious cloud movement magical artifact. The 3 stopped. Mu Dongfang stood above, pointing downwards. Sect Leader, Uncle Master. Someone down there is surrounded by demon cultivators. Even after witnessing it many times, seeing it again, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the child of fortune, the best tool, Mu Dongfang. Below, a group of people were facing an enormous turtle. The giant turtle and a woman standing on its back. She stood there openly mocking the crowd. With just you lot, you'll only serve to increase my blood food. Despite being openly despised, they still showed no fear or retreat, even advancing the territory of the Jianzong sect. I am an affiliate of the Jianzong sect after all. How dare you openly cause trouble here? Are you not afraid that Jianzuan will unleash thunderous punishment upon you? However, who exactly is she? She is not afraid of these threats at all. Lord Jianzuan is unmatched in the world. Oh dear, I'm so scared. This is intolerable. They all charged forward. Come at me together, standing on the turtle's back. Watching the scene, she gently gave the turtle an order. Little turtle, help me deal with them. The turtle opened its mouth wide, following its master's command. The moment it opened its mouth, a huge jet of water shot into the air, trapping the group of people. After being blocked, they cried out, Oh no, this demon cultivator has already entered the 4th realm. We are no match for it. Not only did the turtle not stop, but it launched an even fiercer attack. She stood atop it, showing a playful smile. Since you know you can't compete, then just obediently become food for us. After speaking, a massive wave several times taller than them appeared before them. Watching the wall of water about to crash down on them, they despaired. Fellow practitioners, today, I fear we will all lose our lives here. Having said that, they raised their hands to block, waiting for the water column to descend. However, they waited and waited, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes and saw an unbelievable sight. The water column in front of them had somehow frozen still. Why didn't the water crash down? From within the water curtain, the familiar figure of Lu Chaoga appeared. No one knew when he had descended. He confidently spoke to them. With this lord present, you may all withdraw for now. Everyone looked up into the air and were stunned. It's Lu Chaoga of the Momin sect. A clamor of voices arose. It's him, the cultivator with the biggest reputation recently. Someone exclaimed in surprise. He seems to have entered the Thai cultivator realm. Another voice tinged with delight chimed in. With him here, the demon cultivator definitely can't escape. Upon seeing Lu Chaoga, the demon cultivator's face immediately filled with obsession. They say one sight of Chaoga ruins a lifetime. This rumor is certainly true. Not only that, she even abandoned all sense of shame, and declared, if I just take one bite of that flesh and blood, it will be a marvelous tonic. The demon cultivator, still excited and immersed in her own fantasy, shouted, little turtle, grab him for me. Hearing this, her turtle immediately launched its water-spraying attack move. Seeing the water vortex right in front of him, Lu Chaoga spoke scornfully. Playing with water in front of this lord, while mobilizing his own attack move. He mocked disdainfully, a mere display of incompetence. As soon as Lu Chaoga finished speaking, a succession of water dragons appeared, attacking the demon cultivator's turtle, giving it no chance to recover. Seeing this, the demon cultivator cried out in terror. This is bad. Lu Chaoga's control over water is far superior to the little turtle's. She gritted her teeth, burning with rage. Body protection waves of red energy swiftly surrounded the little turtle. However, it didn't last long. This demon cultivator's power was quickly shattered by Lu Chaoga's water dragons. Seeing this sight, Luo Bing thought with a smile. Young master's power of heaven and earth has grown stronger. Mu Dongfang, standing nearby, also thought proudly. The sect master's uncle's power of water control, no matter how many times I see it, is still so astounding. Lu Chaoga drew his sword halfway out of the sheath. The corner of his mouth curved slightly upward. This farce should end now. The demon cultivator's turtle had already been left dizzy and disoriented by Lu Chaoga's moves. She gasped for breath and cried out in horror. No good. The water controlled by Lu Chaoga is completely different from the turtle's water. Being crushed by it, I couldn't breathe at all. I definitely am not his match. I must run away. Just as she thought this, a cold sword tip was pressed against her neck. This demon cultivator was trapped within a circle of water. Looking up from below, it was the figure of Lu Chaoga. In the air, she heard him proclaim loudly, in my hands no demon cultivator can escape. But what she didn't expect was facing this situation where one sword strike could take her life. Yet this demon cultivator's face flushed bright red with shyness. She looked at the person who pointed the sword tip at her. Why, even though I'm being pointed at by his sword tip, do I feel a sense of happiness? How strange, as expected, meeting Chaoga once ruins one for life. Behind Lu Chaoga, a group of people stood on the ground, cupping their hands in thanks. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for subduing this demon cultivator for us. We will bring her back to the sect and handle her properly. Lu Chaoga glanced down contemptuously, thinking to himself, these guys clearly want to take advantage of me. What a bunch of freeloaders. Lu Chaoga looked down upon them from above and said, there is no need. The crowd was stunned and asked one after another. No need, Sect Master Lu, what do you mean by that? Lu Chaoga spoke indifferently. You don't need to thank me. I carry out justice and I always take action myself. I have never relied on others. Seeing that the situation was starting to feel a bit wrong, that group of people pondered anxiously. What exactly does this Lu Chaoga mean? We have been besieging this demon cultivator for so long. Is he trying to snatch the spoils of war as soon as he arrives? That demon cultivator. She also stole the 6 cloud ore from the storage ring. We absolutely cannot let Lu Chaoga take her away. The resources in her storage ring belong to us. Thinking of this, the sect master standing in the middle of the crowd spoke up. Sect Master Lu, the sect master of Momin and I are considered your peers. By rights you should call me senior. This demon cultivator is someone we managed to encircle here. After enduring untold hardships, you trying to seize her is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Seeing this, the demon cultivator burst out laughing, full of disdain. If he hadn't stepped in just now, You all would have been dead long ago. The crowd was furious upon hearing this but couldn't refute a single word. What she said was absolutely true. Lu Chaoja's expression suddenly darkened. Too much nonsense. After speaking, he exerted his power and attacked the small turtle and the demon cultivator. He grabbed the demon cultivator and left the spot. As for that demon cultivator's turtle, it was decapitated by Lu Chaoja's sword and thrown into the river. Witnessing this scene firsthand, everyone shouted one after another, "Hurry and grab my hand. Damn it, why would Lu Chaoga do this? We must report this matter to Jianzong." In the crowd a disciple asked doubtfully, "Do we really have to report this to Jianzong?" The sect master looked helplessly in the direction Lu Chaoga departed. He said, "What good would reporting do? Back then, I personally saw Jianzong's direct disciple, Chen Xiao, serving tea and water to Lu Chaoga." After speaking, he sighed heavily, looking up at Lu Chaoga. He has connections up top. In another location, the bound demon cultivator was struggling, trying to escape. But Lu Chaoja's method of binding her couldn't help but make people look at it and generate some improper thoughts. Witnessing this scene, Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang both blushed deeply. Luo Bing even thought shyly, "If only the young master's method of binding could be used on me someday." Seeing this, the demon cultivator looked seductively at Lu Chaoja's back and spoke, "Does the immortal master have designs on me? Even though I am a demon cultivator, I can still mend my ways." When Luo Bing heard her say this, she froze completely. She nervously watched Lu Chaoga, thinking, did the young master really fall for her? Although she is indeed a bit well endowed. Lu Chaoga seemed to completely ignore the demon cultivator's words. He ordered Luo Bing to search for all the storage rings on her person and the storage pouches on her body. Luo Bing walked menacingly toward the demon cultivator while replying, "Yes." The demon cultivator shouted in terror, Don't touch me. Cultivators. You cultivators really aren't good people." Lu Chaoga didn't pay much attention to what was happening. Behind him, Mu Dongfang scratched his nose, pretending not to notice the shocking robbery. Lu Chaoga entered the system. The yellow space displayed text. "You have killed the strange beast, the three-tailed giant beast LV-43. Reward obtained 25 million points of experience. Surprised, aren't you, old woman?" Lu Chaoga cursed speechlessly. Dog system. Are you trying to be funny with this number, or is it intentional? After finishing the robbery, he dropped the demon cultivator, who was left with only one last breath behind him. Luo Bing returned to her usual gentle demeanor. Obediently, she presented the newly acquired items to Lu Chaoga with both hands. "Gongzi, her body has already been searched. This demon cultivator had a total of 2 storage rings on her. Please inspect them, Gongzi." The demon cultivator struggled in panic. One of the storage rings contained green cloud ore. The other one didn't have anything valuable. "Please give them back to me, I beg you." Hearing this, Lu Chaoja's mouth curved slightly as he thought. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoja's lips curved slightly as he thought, "The more she says that, the more curious I am about what's hidden in the other ring. There must be something in there." His eyes emitted a strange golden yellow light. Lu Chaoja's eyes were like countless stars. These must also be 2 magic treasures. They are not ordinary items. That's why he was so focused. "Let me see what's inside these 2 storage rings." Suddenly, the girl with light pink hair was trying desperately to stop him. Her eyes were wide open, and she uttered pleading cries. "Stop on the other side." Lu Chaoga had already opened an extremely captivating space. The emerald green was eye-catching. Strangely, fragments of bone were scattered below. Lu Chaoga seemed very interested. "Not bad. Green cloud ore. This is truly excellent material. Perfect for refining a flying magical artifact. Extremely suitable for an imperial-grade flying artifact, like the paper crane I just chose." After the secret of the first ring was revealed by him, the intense thrill after opening it made his curiosity even stronger. If one contained green cloud ore, then what is in this ring that makes her plead so desperately, begging me? The strange space opened once more. It was light and indescribable. Suddenly, Lu Chaoja's arm stretched out. "What is this stuff? How is it so packed?" After a difficult struggle, Lu Chaoga was finally able to pull out his head. But on his head was a red piece of ladies' underwear. Everywhere he looked, There were women's intimate garments, colorful and dazzling. And in his hand, he was currently holding something that made him freeze for 5 seconds. His face was full of embarrassment. If this wasn't the female demon cultivator's collection, I would have thought it was some high-end merchant's dressing room at that moment. The extreme embarrassment caused the demon girl to be so ashamed that she froze, unable to speak. "Those are clothes I used to wear." Lu Chaoga changed his expression. This attracted the attention of those nearby. Luo Bing couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master Uncle, what was in that storage ring?" Regaining his original composure, he glanced at the demon girl who was still frozen. He replied coldly, "Nothing. Just some clothes." With just one glance, he could fathom the thoughts of others. That female demon cultivator actually cared about these items. It seems she is also a person capable of shame. Perhaps Luo Bing can get some breakthrough from her. The demon cultivator tied on the ground, utterly helpless. Regarding the secret of her ring, defiantly provoked him. "Since you know what was in the storage ring, just kill me now." Hearing this, he presented his own request to her. "That demoness, I see you have some sense of shame. I have something I need your help with. But am not someone to be trifled with. He'll respond to Lu Chaoja's conditions." "Lu Chaoja's conditions? If I help you, will you let me go?" The patience had already vanished from his face, replaced by arrogance. "I never said anything about conditions regarding helping you or not helping you." She was trapped in a difficult situation. Her face revealed a sense of powerlessness with no retreat possible. Speak, but not only that, she was hiding something deep in her heart. "I'm only doing this because of that mesmerizing face of yours." According to Lu Chaoja's knowledge, demon cultivators manipulate fierce beasts and possess the power of fierce beasts within their bodies. "I am very curious about how exactly you cultivate. Is it possible for the fundamental nature of humans to truly utilize the power of fierce beasts?" His thoughtful expression captivated Luo Bing. Her gaze was filled with the shadow of Lu Chaoga, and deep down she was astonished. "Just as expected. Young master truly came down the mountain for my sake. For a humble person like me, the young master actually cares." Humph. Luo Bing's infatuated gaze was noticed by the demoness. It seems she also wants to use this detail to plot something. The demoness began to feign weakness and said, "Sigh. To tell you the truth, demon cultivation is very different from your human cultivation. We can indeed use the power of fierce beasts, because we have fierce beast bloodlines in our bodies. As for our methods of cultivation, it is naturally through devouring flesh and blood, and absorbing the power of fierce beasts." Lu Chaoga was concentrating fully, observing without missing a single detail. Is what she said really that simple? Taking advantage of the situation, the demoness once again pleaded weakly. "You tied me up too tightly. It's hard for me to talk. Could you untie me? I promise I won't run." No sooner had she spoken than he waved his hand and untied the demoness. She stood up easily, struck a seductive pose and smugly said, "Of course it's not that simple. To use the power of fierce beasts, one's mind will also be eroded. You become eager for slaughter, love fighting, and gradually lose yourself." Lu Chaoga presented his question to her again. "Then why are you still so obsessed with the power of fierce beasts?" She adopted a seductive expression of craving, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. She tempted him. "That is of course because that kind of power has the ability to make people feel pleasure and become immersed in it. Once tainted, you cannot escape. This feeling is like it's like." Her seductive manner was unbearable to Lu Chaoga, who could only turn his head away, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just then her eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was about to capture prey. After a period of careful lurking, her hands swiftly grabbed Luo Bing. The movement was extremely fast. Luo Bing panicked, while she shouted triumphantly, "Go, let's go. Lu Chaoga, we shall meet again." Following that, a beam of light rapidly departed. This startled his disciple Mu Dongfeng, who quickly called out, "Master Uncle Sect Leader, quickly change direction. Senior sister Luo Bing has been taken again." Without a trace of panic. Conversely, he appeared quite calm about the matter, because the demoness' two treasures were still in his hands. Instead, he reassured his disciple, "No need to panic. She won't get away. That pink light was gradually flying towards a strange location moments ago. In the blink of an eye the demoness landed with Luo Bing, but she didn't stop and continued walking toward a certain place. Triumphantly she reached out and tightly choked Luo Bing's neck. What strongest divine might are they talking about? Wasn't he just fooled by me? His reputation is clearly overrated. He's just a man of appearance. She opened a blue barrier leading who knows where. She forcefully pushed Luo Bing inside, but Luo Bing resisted desperately. Let go of me immediately. My master uncle Sect Leader will definitely find you. When that time comes you will certainly come to a bad end. After the two of them entered the barrier she turned around and mocked. With such a beautiful appearance. Why must you say such unpleasant things? Do you want me to let you go? As soon as she finished speaking she said alright then. Immediately she released the hand restraining Luo Bing allowing her to struggle for breath. Luo Bing, for the sake of safety, immediately distanced herself from her. She decisively retreated backward. What exactly do you want to do? The look of triumph on her face became more obvious, and she immediately provoked her. There are no cultivators in here. You don't need to keep pretending. Facing the current situation, Luo Bing's expression gradually grew tense and she replied, Hey, don't talk nonsense. What am I pretending about? She closed her eyes sensing something through scent. She continued, how pure. This kind of aura. It's only at the second realm. Yet it possesses the demonic aura of an exotic beast that is purer than the fourth realm. I am a demonic cultivator, just that statement alone left Luo Bing stunned. Unable to resist she continued. Stop pretending. You are also a demonic cultivator. I could tell with a single glance. Inside an extremely dimly lit small cave, there were two beautiful women, dressed slightly revealingly talking. One of them, Luo Bingha, was shouting loudly, insisting that she was not a demonic cultivator. She retreated backward looking warily at the demonic woman before her. Meanwhile the female demonic cultivator was still holding her arms, looking completely relaxed. The female demonic cultivator didn't believe the person in front of her. She rushed up and grabbed her neck, then raised her hand to extract the demonic energy from Luo Bing's body. The technique was very clean, but it made Luo Bing tremble with fear. After extracting 3 full exotic beast spiritual powers, the demoness' eyes became terrifying, and her expression instantly turned gloomy. She held the 3 spiritual powers up in front of Luo Bing, who struggled to ask her, If I were human, how could I contain these 3 things? The demoness' triumphant expression was completely visible. As if she had just found delicious prey, she said, I tell you, if an ordinary person swallowed the power of an exotic beast like this, they would probably instantly go to meat. Yan Wangyi. She definitively confirmed that Luo Bing must be a demonic cultivator, which caused Luo Bing great psychological distress. Her hair was grasped by the demoness, but the pain was nothing compared to the shock that she possessed such terrifying spiritual power internally. She looked at the 3 floating spiritual powers before her, and suddenly remembered that these 3 items were given to her by that young master. Luo Bing was both afraid and suspicious. Did that young master have some ulterior motive for giving her the exotic beast spiritual power? The demoness looked at the spiritual power in her hand, thinking, how can Luo Bing's frail body bear the power of an exotic beast? In ancient times there was a demoness in the Zue who lost her sanity after absorbing just 1 spiritual power, turning into a bloodthirsty monster. Not to mention containing all 3 spiritual powers. The image of that monster emerged. Even though that person only obtained 1 spiritual power, it came at the cost of all her sanity. Yet that person reached a pinnacle position, one that no one in the council could aspire to. Speaking of which, the demoness suddenly realized something extremely novel and interesting, so much so that she leaned her face close to Luo Bing. Her eyes were filled with extreme longing. Luo Bingha felt that something was wrong. She tried to argue, saying she wasn't a demonic cultivator, unlike what the demoness claimed. The demoness didn't let her finish, flinging Luo Bing far away, and said casually, Whether you are a demonic cultivator or not is irrelevant. What matters to her is your powerful body, which can contain 3 ancient spiritual powers. Luo Bing was violently slammed against the wall, her limbs tightly bound. Even though she screamed wretchedly, she couldn't break free. The demoness drew a formation array around where Luobing was tied. She tossed her hair back, licked her lips looking at the succulent prey before her. The demoness was now desperate to consume, to absorb Luobing's spiritual energy. The smile on the demoness' lips became increasingly sinister. She was tormenting Luobing's mind, tormenting Luobing with a few mocking words, treating her like prey. She wanted the power of the strange beast residing within Luobing, so she prepared the best ritual array. Only this way, even if she absorbed 3 full streams of spiritual energy, she wouldn't lose her sanity. The demoness indulged herself, praising how thoroughly she had planned everything. The demoness had already activated the formation map. She tightly sliced her own hand to draw blood for the array sacrifice. This is precious, she couldn't delay. A drop of fresh blood landed on the ritual array. As soon as the blood dropped, the array began to take effect. Luobing was tied to the wall, unable to do anything, letting the array drain the spiritual energy from her body. She now looked like someone who had lost their soul, her eyes already starting to turn white. The demoness watched the scene of torture, as if she were watching a Hollywood movie. She watched gleefully as Luobing suffered terribly, then went on to explain that she knew she possessed spiritual energy all along. Right now she was mocking Luobing for having the spiritual energy of a strange beast, but not knowing how to use it. She also smugly showed off her ability to absorb the power of strange beasts and incorporate them through effort. Wait, then why did she initially pretend to threaten that consuming 3 streams of spiritual energy would lead to death? Just as she took her final breath of boasting, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting her. The demoness was startled and looked back, wanting to see who had arrived at this location. A sharp sword light sliced through smoother than silk. This sword light sliced the demoness in 2, catching her off guard. In her heart, thunder seemed to roar, announcing that her time was up. Luo Cheaja's appearance was as cool as a K-pop idol, walking out of the darkness, still holding the sword that had just slain the demoness. His posture looked extremely cool. He cast a disdainful look, staring terrifyingly at the demoness, as if reminding her of karma, reaping what she sowed immediately. The demoness lay dying on the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Her eyes were filled with terror at Luo Cheaja's arrival. Chaoga walked past the demoness, his face expressionless. He seemed to realize that this demon wanted him to drop his guard, using explanations of cultivation methods, or even sweet words, to disarm Cheaja's vigilance. She was truly showing off before an expert. Chaoga saw right through her a long time ago. She only cared about Luobing's extraordinary power. The demoness couldn't believe it, and certainly couldn't accept it. She believed Chaoga didn't know from the start. If he knew, why would he dare let her take Luobing away? Chaoga grinned contemptuously. If he hadn't allowed the demoness to take her, how could he have heard the interesting information the demoness spoke of? The demoness' heart was filled with dread. She struggled to get up as if she wanted to clearly hear the cruel truth unfolding before her. While Luo Chaoga unbound Luobing, he explained that he was a Dao cultivator, and didn't know how demon cultivators absorbed the spiritual energy of strange beasts. Cheaja's goal was to hear that method directly from the demon cultivator. He wanted to hear that method personally. After freeing Luobing from her restraints, Chaoga picked her up like a princess. His eyes held 3 parts tenderness, 7 parts concern, and he greeted her solicitously. Instead of being moved, Luobing countered with a question, asking if she was important to him. Chaoga firmly affirmed that she was extremely important. But why would Luobing want to know this? He was surprised by her question. If she was important, why did he give those 3 streams of strange beast spiritual energy to her? That was what she really wanted to know. At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in Luobing's eyes. Chaoga stammered. Luobing's question was really mind-boggling. Seeing Chaoga look unwilling to explain, Luobing cut straight to the chase, asking if she was a demon cultivator, which was why Chaoga did this. The colors of her emotions were a mess, alternating between blue and red, coupled with her look of anticipation for a satisfactory answer. When feeling the pressure, anyone would curse, and Lu Chaoga was no exception. He was breaking out in a cold sweat, facing Luobing, desperately searching for a countermeasure in his mind, worried that Luobing's mental state or emotions might spiral out of control. What was worse, once she lost control, Luo Bing might have her consciousness consumed by the ancient demonic beast. This made Lu Chaoga have to come up with a suitable answer. Luo Bing's face was filled with confusion and helplessness. Young master, please answer me. Is Luo Bing truly a demonic cultivator? Lu Chaoga let out a helpless sigh. He opened his eyes and looked at her, and said firmly, whether Luo Bing is an ordinary person, a demonic cultivator, or a member of the demon race. Before he finished speaking, the earth suddenly began to shake. The earth and rocks on the hillside seemed unwilling to listen to his reassurance, rumbling and falling downwards. Lu Chaoga was astonished. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Mu Dongfang rushed in hastily. His expression was as if he had just seen a ghost during the ghost festival, pointing outside and shouting in fear. Martial Uncle Master, something terrible is happening. The demonic beasts on the entire mountain are rushing towards us. Lu Chaoga immediately sensed something was wrong, and looked at Luo Bing. He thought demonic beasts grow by devouring one another. These things have sensed the pure aura emanating from Luo Bing, which is why they rushed over eager to devour her, just like the lonely ghosts and spirits during the ghost festival. Immediately afterward, a giant sharp monster claw pierced through the top of the cave, heading straight for Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing. The monster was as fast as lightning. No one had time to react, and it was already closing in on Luo Bing, who was lying in Lu Chaoga's arms. How dare you! Lu Chaoga roared, and simultaneously he slashed with his sword. That seemingly powerful giant monster claw, like a piece of paper, was instantly severed and blood splattered. Heavily injured, the monster painfully howled and retracted its hand. However, one retreated, but thousands more remained. They charged towards the breached ceiling of the cave. The entire horde of monsters, each as large as an elephant, leaped into the cave. Mu Dongfang was terrified, sweating profusely, his face turning pale as he yelled, "Martial Uncle Master! There are fifth realm monsters among this horde of beasts." The situation was dire, yet Luo Bing still had the mind to indulge in her maidenly thoughts. She gazed at Lu Chaoga's handsome face, thinking, this is the first time the young master has been this close to me. I can even hear his heartbeat. Her maidenly heart completely ignored the horde of demonic beasts, paid no attention to the monsters, closed her eyes in distress, and lamented, love. But why must this happen at this time? If I really am a demonic cultivator, how can I have the audacity to remain by the young master's side? Just then the horde of monsters rushed right up to them. Suddenly, something lightning fast and invisible burst violently out of the breached ceiling of the cave. In a flash, the monsters were now staring upwards like a herd of stunned cattle. Lu Chaoga had already taken Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang out of the cave, hovering in midair. Lu Chaoga looked down like a sovereign, and said with a smile, good. So there are this many demonic beasts on this mountain. It's convenient for this master to eliminate them all at once. The horde of monsters, slighted by his contempt, had their pride provoked and rushed towards the three of them. Lu Chaoga's gaze turned icy, shimmering with dazzling purple light, accompanied by a loud shout, execution. His sword domain spirit killer was unleashed, a fierce dragon-faced manifestation, along with two palms as large as the hands of the Buddha Tathagata, just like suppressing Sun Wukong beneath the five elements mountain. Powerful sword energy intertwined, transforming into an impossibly sharp giant net, sharp, covering the beasts below. The horde of beasts didn't even have time to make a sound, and were immediately sliced into countless pieces. Luo Bing gazed affectionately at Lu Chaoga's serious and charming face. She thought to herself, young master did this for me. He killed all the strange beasts in this area, and those strange beasts were slain before they even had time to bare their fangs. Lu Chaoga lowered his head to look at Luo Bing. He continued the previous topic. You must firmly remember this. No matter when or where, no matter what your identity or appearance may be, you are Luo Bing, a disciple of my Momin sect. How could any girl not love that? It was as if Luo Bing saw Lu Chaoga from back then again. He had said these exact words years ago. No matter when or where, no matter what your identity or appearance may be, you are Luo Bing, a disciple of my Momin sect. Luo Bing was so touched she was about to cry. Tearfully she called out, young master. Then she smiled happily, wiping away the tears that hadn't yet fallen. She nodded toward him. Yes, young master. I will always be Luo Bing, a disciple of the Momin sect. Inside Luo Bing's body, those different energies gradually merged. Lu Chaoga smiled kindly. He raised his hand and patted her head, thinking, "It seems this girl has sobered up. The personal matter is resolved. It's time for these strange beasts to die." Lu Chaoga stood within his Dharma body. The dragon form was full of majesty. Wielding his sword, he sneered. "Well, then it is time to end this." The dragon form descended from the sky. It opened its maw and lunged at the strange beast toward below. A blinding light flashed. In just a single moment, the entire ground turned into a flat basin. There wasn't even the shadow of a tree, let alone a strange beast. Mu Dongyang looked down in astonishment. Sect Master Senior Uncle is truly as powerful as an immortal now. An extremely cool Lu Chaoga landed on the ground with the two disciples. Underfoot were the fragmented corpses of strange beasts. Lying scattered everywhere, he instructed, "Clear the ground. Do not waste the cores of these strange beasts. Take all usable resources with you as well." Luo Bing bowed respectfully. "Yes, young master." Her girlish feelings had also been restrained. She thought, "Although I feel very comfortable around the young master, I must not cling too much. If I overdo it, the young master will be displeased." Mu Dongyang quickly soon had an armful of strange beast cores. He ran up to Lu Chaoga with a beaming smile. "Sect Master Senior Uncle, I picked up a lot of cores. I heard Master say that these resources can all be used for refining pills and artifacts." Lu Chaoga looked at him and earnestly instructed, "They truly are useful. Then you must search carefully. Don't miss a single one." Mu Dongyang responded perfunctorily. In his heart, Lu Chaoga secretly started scheming again. If I let the Son of Destiny search for the spoils, will he receive the blessing of the heavenly Daos fortune? After all, in the game, the boost provided by the Son of Destiny was at least 30% or more. Just then Mu Dongyang suddenly spoke earnestly. "All right, Sect Master Senior Uncle. There's something I don't know if I should tell you." Lu Chaoga calmly said, "Go on." Mu Dongyang recalled what the Sword Venerable had once said. He confessed truthfully. "Lord Sword Venerable once guided our cultivation practice when you were absent from the Momin sect. At that time he told Senior Sister Luo Bing that Senior Sister Luo Bing seemed to have relatives in Luzhou, and that relative was apparently an old acquaintance of the Sword Venerable." Lu Chaoga was surprised and quickly pressed for details. "Did the Sword Venerable really say that?" Mu Dongyang nodded. "Absolutely true." Lu Chaoga raised a hand to rub his chin. His eyes drifted towards Luo Bing. He thought Luzhou was not an open map in the game in his previous life. It is the territory of the Insi Netherworld Authority. At the same time, it is also the Tianqian Realm's most unique race. It is the habitat of the demon tribe. Lu Chaoga recalled the image of the demon tribe he knew. The demon tribe he knew. The Yaozu are a race different from demonic cultivators and humans. They are human. But it also seems like they are not. I don't know much about this. Thinking of this, Lu Chaoyang smiled slightly. In that case, I must find an opportunity to go and visit the mysterious Luzhou. That acquaintance who had ties with the Sword Venerable. Will it be someone from the Yaozu or someone from the Insi? He looked at Luo Bing, who was examining the core of the demonic cultivator. He thought before that, regarding whether Luo Bing can absorb the power of the strange beast. Whether she ultimately proceeds or stops must be up to her. The pleading voice of a young woman came from outside the room. "Young master, please agree to what Luo Bing suggests." Inside the room, Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back. He asked doubtfully, "Have you thought this through clearly?" Sitting opposite Lu Chaoga was Luo Bing, sitting upright and formally. She bowed and replied, "Of course, young master." Luo Bing has already thought it through clearly. Luo Bing agrees to accept the power of the strange beast. "You don't have to force yourself with me here. No one can bully you." Luo Bing understood Lu Chaoga's intentions, but the words she had just spoken were a voluntary expression from her heart, and were not influenced by any external factors. She looked at Lu Chaoga. She stood up and tried hard to persuade him. Luo Bing didn't want to become a burden to Momin, and she should also do something for the world. The catastrophe is fast approaching. As a member of Momin, it was impossible for her to stand by idly. This time even the outer disciples. The young master required them all to reach the third realm. Yet she herself had always stayed in the second realm. What face did she have left to be a senior sister? Luo Bing said this with a feeling of shame. Lu Chaoga also accepted her idea. He stopped persuading her. He could only accept it. I will help you regulate the power of the strange beast within your body. But if anything goes wrong, you must stop immediately. Do not force it. Luo Bing nodded and answered yes. She sat down cross-legged and began meditating. Her hands were placed flat in front of her abdomen and she closed her eyes to rest her spirit, submerged in her spiritual awareness. Just as the female demonic cultivator had said, she accepted their existence. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 strange beasts, 1 purple, 1 blue and 1 red, erupted into existence. They circled Luo Bing's body. Lu Chaoga stood nearby taking it all in. He started pondering inwardly. Luo Bing was converting the strange beast power into spiritual power. But that demonic cultivator also said, the strange beast power would invade the mind. If an abnormality occurred, he would give up the power of that ancient 7th realm strange beast. He just needed to keep Luo Bing safe. Here Luo Bing was surrounded by strange beasts seeming to have already covered her entire body. The powers of the strange beasts clashed with each other and burst forth. Immediately afterward she broke through to the second realm great perfection. The transformation of the strange beast power was extremely successful. She had already broken through the boundary and entered the second realm great perfection. Lu Chaoga felt emotional and extremely delighted. The surrounding strange beasts had vanished. Luo Bing maintained her previous posture. Lu Chaoga sharply noticed something amiss. Luo Bing's spiritual power was rapidly increasing, but her cultivation realm could not break through. Why does it seem like this girl is accumulating spiritual power just like I accumulate experience points? The next moment Luo Bing slowly opened her eyes. Young Master Luo Bing has completed the transformation. It seemed her physical state was not quite right. Her entire body slightly slumped down, supporting herself with one hand, while also emitting a soft groan. Lu Chaoga extended his hand. Power surged out, little by little, extending into Luo Bing's body, transferring to her. Lu Chaoga asked worriedly, I see. Is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable? He said this outwardly, but inwardly a small thought arose. This girl seems to have grown up. Perhaps it was because of the way she was supporting her body just now. Looking forward from Lu Chaoga's angle, his gaze unintentionally fell upon her wide neckline, a revealing sight. Luo Bing closed her eyes and focused on her senses. I feel intense swelling and pain in my body. The rest of my body is fine though. Moreover, she tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with brilliant light like an ancient and alluring temptation. However, in just a blink this change reverted to her usual appearance, pure as a snow lotus on an iceberg. She said to Lu Chaoga, young master, Luo Bing really wants to unleash some energy now. Lu Chaoga's mind was shaken, utterly surprised, but he replied, all right, I will indulge you. Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing departed together. A voice reached his ear. Master, were you looking for me? A man who had just bowed to Lu Chaoga appeared before him. Lu Chaoga sharply inhaled a breath. This senior disciple, who usually had zero presence, was standing right in front of him. Yet he was still transmitting his voice internally. Is he starting to play tricks just because he reached the 5th realm? Lu Chaoga offered a suggestion. There is something I need you for. I want you to spar with Luo Bing. Lu Donli flew over to where the 3 of them were. She said with a smile, brother, the monsters on the mountain are almost wiped out. When she saw He Ting, her expression changed. She was completely stunned, stammering, He Ting, he broke through to the 5th realm. Lu Donli was utterly shocked. He Ting scratched his head sheepishly. Lu Chaoga, standing nearby, beamed with pride. That's right, he broke through to the 5th realm. My senior disciple has officially stepped into the realm of great cultivators. Lu Donli, unable to hide her astonishment, asked, brother, how is that possible? The realm of great cultivators isn't something you can just break through when you feel like it. It's merely the great perfection of the 5th realm. No need to be so surprised. There will be the 6th realm and the 7th realm later on. Lu Dongli's eyes sparkled. Brother, is this great fortune something you bestowed upon He Ting? It seems that from now on, I can stay on Danxing Peak forever. Lu Chaoga said to He Ting and Luo Bing, start the sparring match. Both bowed with cupped hands. Luo Bing answered yes. Having said that, they both walked toward the sparring arena. Only Lu Donli and Lu Chaoga remained. Lu Chaoga pointed at Luo Bing and said mysteriously, "Watch closely. Your disciple here will also give you a great surprise." Lu Donli folded her arms and thought indifferently, "As long as this wicked disciple doesn't treat herself as my sister-in-law, I won't feel scared." Over here the two of them had already prepared their sword stances. Luo Bing bowed to He Ting and said, "Senior brother, please instruct me." He Ting nodded. Since he didn't speak, he just made a come-forward gesture. Luo Bing released her internal energy all at once, raising her sword and charging towards He Ting. "Senior brother, look out." Just moments ago, Lu Donli believed she couldn't possibly be startled. But she couldn't help but widen her eyes and drop her jaw. This sword aura actually seems like it's coming from someone who has reached the 5th realm. What exactly did brother do to Luo Bing? In the spacious courtyard, Luo Bing was practicing with her sword. Her slashes were beautiful like flower petals, yet their power was not diminished in the slightest. Is this really the sword aura I produced? Young master truly gave me an enormous gift. Across from her, the person practicing with Luo Bing was He Ting. He was standing in a defensive posture, preparing to receive Luo Bing's moves. Her movements grew stronger, continuously gathering power. He Ting raised his sword, taking a stance ready to meet the attack. He Ting's expression became serious. "If it's me now, I should be able to block the sword strike, right?" Immediately afterward, both charged towards each other, creating a mystical space. He Ting's technique clearly manifested as a fierce red dragon, while Luo Bing's technique resembled a graceful red peacock. The two sides were engaged in a heating confrontation. Nearby, Lu Chaoga and Lu Donli were standing watching them spar. Lu Donli asked with a hint of surprise, "Can this kid withstand this sword strike?" Lu Chaoga replied, "Of course." 1 second later, He Ting's sword was knocked away. He looked at his own sword. While Luo Bing was pointing her sword tip at him, petals scattered by the shockwave danced in the wind. Just now Luo Bing had said senior brother concede the match. After witnessing the struggle just now, Lu Chaoga thought blankly. Of course he couldn't block it. Lu Donli also felt extremely surprised. Having experienced the fight just now, she couldn't believe her eyes. So she reached out, rubbed her eyes and said, "How could a stage 2 expert possibly defeat a stage 5 expert? How is this possible?" While Lu Donli was still in shock, Lu Chaoga continued saying, "That instant just now felt as if it had been solidified for 10 years, yet suddenly burst forth recklessly. Out. It's a bit like my old sword nurturing technique." At this moment a new surge of power was rushing and filling Lu Bing's body. Lu Chaoga hesitated slightly and said, "As for hiding." Then he looked at the standing hiding and instructed, "Hiding, you don't need to hold back. Spar and compete as normal. Just make sure Luo Bing doesn't get hurt." After speaking, Lu Chaoga continued to muse internally. This kid hasn't been serious from the start. He just wants to go easy on his junior sister. How can he not be serious? "You are not me. You are just the weakest stage 5 expert." After hearing this, Hiding immediately cupped his hands in greeting, understood Lu Chaoga's meaning, and seriously pondered. "Master saw through my intentions. I can't hold back anymore." However, Luo Bing looked at Hiding's expression and thought, "Does he want another round?" She became serious. Preparing to continue sparring, she said to Hiding, "Senior brother, please instruct me once more." The moment she finished speaking, Luo Bing immediately panicked because Hiding vanished from her sight in an instant. Just 1 second later, Hiding was already close to Lu Bing's rear. This made her flustered too fast. He used the doppelganger technique to form many Hidings. Luo Bing was completely flustered now. The clones created by Hiding were surging toward Luo Bing. She thought, "Oh God, which one is senior brother?" Thus the trapped Luo Bing spun around, creating a sword maneuver that encircled her like a small whirlwind. She thought, if the burst of sword she leaves no blind spots, I won't be attacked. While she was wielding her sword, Lu Bing's sword was suddenly blocked by Hiding's sword. She was astonished. "Senior brother saw through my plan." Hiding appeared from above, accompanied by the illusions, no longer having his former gentle appearance. At this point he had already used his true strength. Instantly, Luo Bing was gradually being swallowed by the phantom. Spirit arms summoned by hiding. Is this senior brother's sword intent? It's terrifying? Has senior brother gotten serious? Can I possibly defeat him? Lu Chaoga witnessed the scene of the previous defeat. Seeing Lu Bing's face turn pale with fear. So he intervened. Stop now, the victor has been determined. Hiding immediately lifted the spiritual seal, obeying his master's command. He respectfully bowed and greeted Luo Bing, who had just finished the sparring match. Luo Bing praised Hiding. Senior brother is truly amazing. Lu Dongli, standing nearby, also highly praised Luo Bing. You weren't bad either. That sword strike just now perfectly matched a stage 5 expert. Your senior brother is a stage 5 expert after all. It would be unreasonable if he actually lost to you. After hearing this, Luo Bing politely bowed in thanks. Thank you for your guidance, master. Lu Chaoga walked up to Luo Bing and instructed. Luo Bing, you must continue to integrate and sort out the spiritual energy within your body. Strive to break through soon. Your future potential will be limitless. Lu Dongli stood beside them, learning how her senior brother instructed his disciple. After receiving this instruction, Luo Bing happily said, Thank you, Martial Uncle Sect Leader. Martial Uncle has bestowed fortune upon Luo Bing. This disciple will certainly heed your teachings. At this moment, Lu Dongli glanced suspiciously at Lu Chaoga, thinking, I am so curious, what exactly did brother do to her? Lu Chaoga seemed to understand Lu Dongli's gaze, and openly winked at Luo Bing. Don't be reluctant to use what I have given you. Use it often and I will give you more later. Lu Dongli couldn't conceal her curiosity at all now. She thought, I'll give her more later, what exactly is it? After hearing this, Luo Bing was instantly overjoyed, looking like 1,000 flowers blooming. She thanked him happily. Thank you, Martial Uncle Sect Leader. Lu Dongli became even more curious about her reaction, thinking her current expression of delight makes me, as her master, very suspicious. Lu Dongli once again cast an affectionate gaze towards Lu Chaoga's face. She continued to murmur to herself, I must ask brother to explain this clearly. Soon the sky darkened. That night the moon was large, round, and exceptionally bright, enveloping everything around them. A gentle breeze blew, swaying the tree canopy within the Mo sect. This tranquil scene stirred the soul. In the kitchen, Luo Bing was standing by the window admiring the peaceful view outside. Hei Ting was washing the dishes, while Dongfang happily wiped the dining table. As for Xiao Qiu, the little girl with a full belly, picking her teeth with one hand and holding her stomach with the other, she cheerfully told everyone, Days with Martial Uncle Sect Leader around are truly wonderful. Outside under the bright moonlight, Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli were strolling together in the Mo sect's spacious courtyard. Suddenly Lu Chaoga turned his head and asked her, How did little Dongli decide to ask your elder brother out for a walk today? Lu Dongli still insisted on keeping that stubborn pouting expression while near Lu Chaoga. He bent down slightly, then reached out his hand towards her cute face, and tentatively asked, Could it be that you haven't been close to your elder brother lately? Lu Dongli noticed his reaching movement, and turned her head to dodge it. Lu Chaoga was unexpectedly frozen by her action, thinking, Here we go again, here we go again. My little sister has truly grown up. Next, Lu Dongli took a few steps forward. Lu Chaoga remained frozen behind her, his hand still held in the motion of grabbing her wrist, ready to pinch her cheek. A streak of tears flowed down his face as if he had been sealed. Afterwards, Lu Dongli said, Brother, don't just. Along with that thought in Lu Chaoga's mind, he thought, I can't pinch little Dongli's cheek anymore. Lu Dongli seemed to understand his regret, and said straightforwardly, You can still pinch it if you want. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga's eyes immediately lit up, and he was so excited that he was happier than returning from a victorious battle. Only then did Lu Dongli finally put down her less than friendly gaze and look at Lu Chaoga. She shared her feelings gloomily. Lately there are more and more things brother hasn't told his sister. If even brother isn't honest with his sister, then sister will be very sad. After hearing Lu Dongli's confession, Lu Chaoga suddenly understood, realizing in shock that she had deliberate dissatisfaction. Lu Chaoga looked at Lu Dongli's sad expression, thinking, That's true. From little Dongli's perspective, ever since I returned from Chuanqiu Mountain, I have constantly been hiding everything. So, Lu Chaoga calmed his thoughts, blaming himself as an elder brother for actually failing to notice his sister's feelings. Under the moonlight, the two siblings confided in each other. Lu Dongli sadly told her brother, "Mom and Dad passed away early, and you used to tell me everything. But now it seems like there are many things you don't want to tell me anymore." What exactly did brother give Luo Bing and Hei Ting? Sister doesn't even know. That lonely figure, whose melancholic eyes were filled with unspoken worries, seemed to be suppressing her emotions, not allowing a single tear to fall, even regarding the fact that her brother possessed two sword domains. The younger sister was the last of everyone to know. Those words stunned Lu Chaoga, and his heart skipped a beat. Leaves swept away by the wind. The crown of the trees swayed in the nighttime under the moonlight. She stood alone, pouring out those words full of inner thoughts. Tears welled up in her eyes. She gently raised her hand but then restrained herself and clenched it tightly. Big Brother is the sect master, everyone's martial uncle and master, and currently the most dazzling new star in Tianxian. But in Dongli's heart, you are simply my brother. As she said these words, she felt a little jealous of everyone else. Lu Chaoga thought to himself, these few words from Xiao Liar make me as her elder brother feel somewhat ashamed. After all, she who has always been so composed was actually just pretending to be in the same world as me. After understanding his sister's feelings, he felt a bit guilty. The two stood facing each other. The water beneath their feet reflected the blurred figures of the siblings. Lu Chaoga opened his mouth and said to her, "Shall we go?" She didn't know where he meant to go. Before she could wonder, he extended his hand towards her and said, "I will slowly tell you about the things that happened recently." She was stunned, and at this moment tears streamed from her eyes. It turned out he was finally willing to tell her everything, and there would no longer be a barrier between them. She smiled happily, reached out and tightly grasped her brother's hand. Yes, brother, hand in hand the two walked together into Danqing Peak's mountainous wilderness. Lu Chaoga kept narrating, and Lu Dongli listened quietly beside him. This was a time that belonged exclusively to the two siblings. That steward from Chuanqiu Mountain is truly hateful. To actually try to secretly harm brother. And that Snow Wolf King was also very dangerous. Luckily it was just a false alarm, no danger. To think there was a demon cultivator who dared to ambush brother. He is truly brazen. She was so angry her head almost smoked, feeling wronged and simultaneously worried about her brother's safety. Afterwards she patted her chest with one hand, and put the other hand on her hip, saying, "But fortunately they were all just false alarms. Without danger. The world down the mountain is indeed terrifying. It's safer to stay here on Danqing Peak. We must work hard to strengthen the mountain protection formation." She kept talking happily. Light enveloped her, as if the light of truth had penetrated her heart. Meanwhile he stood beside her, his expression serious, shrouded in darkness. The two were two completely different extremes. He thought so. She came to this conclusion. As she was talking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in one direction. He then asked, "What is it?" She answered happily, "Yang Shu is back. He has already entered Danqing Peak." He was even more surprised. "You girl. Did you secretly add attribute points to your Shikigami? Didn't you? Even I couldn't sense him. You are truly amazing." Just then a voice rang out in the night. Respectfully reporting, Sect Master Martial Uncle Junior Brother. Mo Sect Disciple Yang Shu has returned to the sect. After hearing this, the siblings, Lu Chaoga said to her, "Let's go see how much progress your disciple has made now." She nodded yes. Mid-air, Yang Shu's small figure was riding on a massive flying sword. He turned his face towards the formation. Did Master change the formation? Why did the activation spell fail? And this great formation is much stronger than when I left the mountain, he thought to himself. Just as he was hovering, feeling lost, a voice rang out, "Yang Shu, come in." He immediately replied, "Yes, Master." Controlling his giant flying sword, he quickly soared over Danqing Peak. The scenery below was incredibly beautiful. The glow of the lights made the place even warmer. He looked down, stunned into silence. The changes in our Momen sect over the past few years are enormous. Those servant disciples outside the mountain gate just now. A male disciple reached out and pointed toward the sky. "Look quickly, there's a beauty." Another disciple retorted. What are you talking about? It's clearly a handsome little milk puppy. The male disciple said unconvincingly, nonsense. I guarantee with my head on the block that is a girl. The other disciples said, look at the Adam's apple, big brother. You're already level 20. Can't your eyesight even distinguish this? The debate was fierce, all just to see clearly who that person was. The beautiful female disciples, however, cheered excitedly, waving and screaming. Senior brother, you are truly handsome. What is your name? Tell us quickly. If senior brother isn't entering the mountain tonight, why don't you rest for a night in my small room? Everyone was cheering excitedly because of the appearance of Yang Qiu. Yang Qiu was startled upon hearing this, patted his chest and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, Master has already activated the great formation for me. He secretly thanked Master for saving his beloved disciple from those devil's claws. At this moment those beautiful female disciples were still extremely excited. Thank goodness, a handsome senior brother has finally arrived. Our first two Gates senior brothers are truly dark, short and ugly. He Ding and Mu Dongyang were hit while lying down. It sounded like they meant both of them were equally ugly. It sounded like their meaning was that both of them were equally unappealing. He Ding is dark and Mu Dongyang is short. Who can understand this suffering? A beautiful female disciple immediately spoke up. It doesn't matter. I will forever be our Lulu's darling wife. Causing the other disciples to cast gazes full of bullets. They argued over who was Lulu's wife. Another said, shut up, it's clearly me. That one then said, nobody dares to steal the sect leader from me. While that one pounded her chest and shouted, I am the true primary wife. You are all concubines. They went back and forth, neither willing to yield to the other. At this moment he had already flown to where the crowd was located. He waved at them. Yang Qiu said excitedly, everyone is waiting for me. Subsequently he stepped off his enormous flying sword. He landed on the ground and Mu Dongyang was waving at him. He quickly cupped his hands and spoke respectfully. Yang Qiu greets Sect Leader Martial Uncle and greets Master. Then he looked at Luo Bing and Mu Dongyang. He respectfully spoke to the third senior sister. The third senior brother looked at Xiao Qiu at this moment. He didn't know who the girl was, so he didn't know what to call her. It was then that Lu Dongli walked over and explained, this is your junior sister Xiao Qiu. The little girl stared with wide questioning eyes and asked, should I call you senior brother or senior sister? Yang Shu scratched his head. His face flushed red with shyness and he told her to call him senior brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiu cupped her hands and bowed in greeting. Then Xiao Qiu greets the handsome senior brother. Suddenly a hand appeared on his shoulder. He hastily turned his head to look. He immediately recognized who the person was. He immediately shouted, senior brother He Ting. He withdrew his hand, then waved at him and smiled. Everyone gathered here, creating a lively scene. He thought to himself, over these years, it seems the people in Momen have also progressed a lot. I must also work harder. He then resolved to train himself even harder. Meanwhile in King's Endless Sea, the third of the four divine swords, Luo Hushan was sitting in his wheelchair. The place he was at was a high cliff, and before him was a vast expanse of sea and sky. Waves ceaselessly crashed against the cliff face. The air was gloomy and the sky held no light. He was resting with his eyes closed when suddenly he opened them. He spoke up. It has arrived after all. Right in front of him a red and green aurora appeared. The surface of the sea churned, as if something was about to emerge. A huge wave surged high up. The people below looked so small and fragile. They desperately scattered and fled. And everyone looked as if they were seeing such a massive wave for the first time. The sea wave is too big. How did it appear here? Panic and fear kept surfacing on their faces. Now all they knew was to urge each other to flee. Run, stop picking up things, dear. Facing the massive sea waves, the entire village seemed so insignificant. It was as if in just a moment, the entire village would surely be swallowed by the sea. No, with waves this huge the village will be destroyed. People were helpless in the face of this disaster. They had nowhere left to run, only knowing that some knelt down to pray, while mothers tightly held their children close to their chests. Everyone could only helplessly wait for death, waiting for this disaster to descend and cover the sky. A beam of light flashed out like faith and salvation, illuminating the villagers. The mother still held her child tightly, carefully protecting them. opening her eyes wanting to see what happened. However, the seawater did not crash down. They were blocked by some kind of light. This a cultivator protecting us. Everyone cast their eyes in that direction. Who is that great cultivator over there? A young man discovered something, and he gestured for everyone to look that way. Everyone complied and was greatly astonished. A very familiar figurite was Old Man Luo the straw sandal weaver. That's right, it is Luo Hashan holding a long sword in his hand. He appeared in order to protect the villagers. They uniformly knelt down and bowed in thanks. This was their gratitude toward the cultivator, who was currently saving them. So he is actually a cultivator. We were so blind to the great presence right before us. Luo Hashan's gaze remained fixed on the huge waves, pondering these waves were conjured by that fellow. He tightly gripped the jade sword in his hand. He continued observing the changes in the wave's ninth realm. How long has it been since a ninth realm expert appeared in this world? A signal was sent out. He crushed the jade sword. All you juniors, come here and see clearly. Luo Hashan stood up from his wheelchair. He flew up holding the long sword in his hand. A very satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's here, it's finally here. I have been waiting decades for this day. Everyone received the notification. Signal, the beginning of the Great Tribulation has arrived. Amidst the fiery red color of the ninth realm, a beam of light formed a ripple and flashed past. Behind Luo Hashan, the sword venerable senior uncle appeared. He exclaimed, "Senior." The sword venerable senior uncle clasped his hands and sincerely said, "Might I be able to lend you a hand?" Luo Hashan did not reply. He waved his hand and a surge of power radiated from it. The sword venerable senior uncle also noticed this. Some seemingly calm ripples appeared. The sword venerable senior uncle watched his movements, thinking, is Senior Luo implying he doesn't want me to interfere? Soon after, the holy master appeared. She bowed and congratulated him, saying, "Senior." Upon hearing the congratulation, Luo Hashan changed his demeanor and happily replied, "Little girl, you are much more to this old man's liking than that shabby scholar." Not only that, he did not forget to praise her. A good congratulation. A good congratulation indeed. Luo Hashan seemed to perceive something, and he said, "The wind rises again and the waves surge again. What great power! Get out here for this old man, you beast." Behind him, the sword venerable senior uncle and the holy maiden both looked intently in the direction he was pointing. The sea surface in front of the three of them was calm, but upon closer inspection, beneath the water a massive dark shadow was slowly emerging. Some things that looked like huge spikes were surfacing. Ferocious giant eyes possessing 3 pupils revealed a gigantic monster appearing inside. It is the ancient dragon beast, the extreme chill dragon king. Just at this moment, the monk and the veiled woman also appeared. Seeing this enormous monster, she was extremely surprised. This a ninth realm dragon beast?" The monk beside her replied very calmly instead. "No, a dragon beast of this level is already a dragon king." The ferocious dragon king stretched its body and let out a terrifying roar. But in Luo Hashan's eyes it was nothing. He gave a scornful smile. He rested his hand on his sword, looking at it with no fear on his face. Trash like you. It can barely be considered worthy of this old man's last sword strike." Scene change. Contrary to that dark place, here was a clear blue sky. Under the beautiful sunlight, lively laughter and chatter could be heard. Junior brother Yang said that when he was traveling by the sea, he encountered a third realm water ghost. Young Master Yang sat before the crowd. Young Master Yang replied, "That's right. At that time the water ghost wanted to devour a mother and child. I knew my strength was low, but I still wanted to draw my sword and charge forward." Recalling the scene at that time, he smiled awkwardly. He scratched his head and continued, "But I was too weak, and got beaten black and blue. Afterwards I lost my memory." The subsequent scene reappeared. Young Master Yang sat up. In the distance was Luosha Mountain, where someone was weaving straw sandals. When I woke up, I found myself sleeping in a room. Next to me an old man was weaving straw sandals. Recalling the situation at the time, young Master Yang stepped forward, looked at the old man and asked, "Did you save me?" The old man didn't look at him, focused on weaving shoes, and replied, "That's right, since you're awake from now on, you will stay here. Every day fetch water from the well for me." He then continued, "I have sealed your cultivation. If you behave well in the future, This old man will unseal you. Young Master Yang still had injuries on his face. He honestly scratched his head, looked at the old man and replied yes. Young Master Yang explained. Although I had some dissatisfaction with that old man, ultimately, he was my savior. I did as he said. Then he excitedly continued. In his mind the figures of the four great deities appeared. The sword god of Qingzhou. But later I found out that old man was actually one of the four divine swords of Qingzhou, renowned equally with sword venerable. Mu Dongfang exclaimed in surprise. Oh, the four divine swords. Luo Bing next to him also praised junior brother Yang. What a heaven-sent opportunity. Young Master Yang's face grew even more excited. He even lifted his foot, which was wearing straw sandals, showing the straw sandals Luosha Mountain had made for him. That's right, when he let me leave he even gave me a pair of shoes. These shoes fit perfectly. Only Lu Chaoga remained in thought. He looked at young Master Yang thinking, strange if Senior Luosha Mountain wanted to take Yang Shu. As a disciple he naturally wouldn't let him leave. But why did he let him go now? Did Yang Shu just fetch water for free for a few years? To confirm this conjecture, he thought, why not try to verify it? Lu Chaoga came before young Master Yang. He extended his hand and said, Yang Shu, bring out your natal sword and let me see it. Young Master Yang scratched his head and asked back, somewhat confused, my natal sword? Yang Xiaoga took his sword in hand and said, reporting to Sect Master Uncle Master Yang Shu's natal sword is here. Lu Donli looked at his brother in confusion and asked, brother, why are you looking at Yang Shu's natal sword? Lu Chaoga looked at the sword, then reached out and picked it up. Let me see if our little Yang Shu is worthy of the favor of that senior from Luosha Mountain. As soon as he gripped the sword, Lu Chaoga seemed surprised by its weight. So heavy. This is clearly a technique similar to sword nourishing art, compressing years of spiritual energy into the sword. Yang Xiaoga was also observing carefully. He saw very clearly that Lu Chaoga couldn't even draw his sword. He smiled proudly. Lu Chaoga tightly gripped the sword hilt, but his previous efforts still hadn't managed to draw it. As expected of a disciple of my Momen sect, you have already received the true inheritance of the senior from Luosha Mountain. Yang Xiaoga was very surprised by Lu Chaoga's words. How did he consider me a true disciple? He had originally thought he was just a chore disciple. Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang were both surprised by this. Junior brother Yang was actually chosen by the four divine swords. Lu Chaoga was still observing the sword in his hand, and beside him, Lu Donli looked at his brother and asked, Yang Shu's talent isn't considered outstanding. Why would the senior from Luosha Mountain favor him? To answer everyone's confusion, he explained that there were two reasons. Firstly, Yang Shu's aptitude and talent are truly quite ordinary, but his character is excellent. He returned the sword to him. Lu Chaoga continued. Although he appears that way, he is a true man. He looks timid but is very brave. Yang Xiaoga looked at his sword. His eyes lit up as he recalled. It seems that senior also said something like that. Lu Chaoga continued to explain the next reason. Secondly, the vital sword in Yang Shu's hand was personally forged by Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning is a famous artifact master in the sword sect. The sword blanks she gives out, if not top tier, must at least be high grade. He looked at the sword and continued. Senior Luo's swordsmanship highly emphasizes the quality of the vital sword. Therefore Yang Shu was chosen for this reason as well. Mu Dongfang was stunned for a few seconds. He thought to himself, it truly seems this is the case, but what he really cared about was, I thought I could brag to junior brother Yang about how I fought a flood dragon beast and was then rescued by senior Jiang. How am I supposed to brag now? That guy was saved by the four divine swords and received the true inheritance. No, he still decided he had to compete. But Senior Jiang is the Dao companion of Martial Uncle Sect Leader. Senior Jiang rescued me. This is equivalent to me gaining a fortuitous chance from Martial Uncle Sect Leader. Thinking this, he reached out, covered his mouth and smiled, looking very satisfied. And Martial Uncle Sect Leader is the strongest in the world. No matter how you look at it, I win. Lu Donli asked her brother with a mix of suspicion and surprise. Just now, did you really use force to pull out Yang Shu's sword? Lu Chaoga replied. I used 70% of my strength. Yet I couldn't pull it out. Senior Luo's technique for concealing and nourishing swords is truly marvelous. Lu Dongli looked at him. She thought even brother couldn't pull out Yang Shu's sword using 70% of his strength. Currently Yang Shu's cultivation level is only tier 3. Lu Chaoga pondered. The sword nurturing technique the Enshrined One taught me is merely a simplified version. If I were to learn this skill, then the 10-year sword might be several times more powerful. But then he considered it from another angle. But only being able to draw the sword 10 times in a lifetime. That seems a little off. It's too extreme. Lu Dongli looked at her brother and said, is Yang Shu's sword really that powerful? If it were Senior Luo's sword, would it be stronger than my master's? Ji Changkong far away also sneezed upon being mentioned, as if some spirit told him someone was speaking ill of him. Who is talking about me? Lu Chaoga thought for a moment and replied, if it is the 10th sword, I'm afraid it might be even stronger than the sword Venerable. This greatly astonished Lu Dongli. Stronger than the sword Venerable. He looked at Yang Xiaoga and asked Yang Shu, I'm a bit curious. How many swords does Senior Luo still have left unsheathed? Yang Xiaoga politely replied, reporting to Martial Uncle Sect Leader. He once said he has only one last sword left. He repeated the senior's words. At the time he said, if he doesn't meet an opponent worthy of him drawing his sword, he will take it into his coffin and never use it in this lifetime. Hearing this, everyone was greatly surprised. Lu Chaoga exclaimed, those are truly domineering words. Then did Senior Luo say, what level of cultivation is required to be worthy of being his opponent? Yang Xiaoga stammered in response, I don't know either. It's just that Senior Luo said, that impoverished scholar is unworthy no matter what. Impoverished scholar, who is the senior referring to? All four of them felt doubts arise in their hearts. Lu Chaoga guessed. Impoverished scholar, is he talking about the sword Venerable? The four gossipers were stunned again. The second time sword Venerable, poor scholar. Young brother Yang said, last time Lord Sword Venerable came to look for Senior Luo. Senior Luo said, if he got the chance he would use that sword. And he would not inform Lord Sword Venerable to come and observe or comprehend it. Mu Dongfang thought in surprise this statement. That's so cool, seeing the Dragon King fly up. Luo Hushan looked at it and said, the ancient texts record that in antiquity, a dragon beast of the 8th realm with 9 heads once appeared. The longest one measured 30 meters. He frowned as he looked at it. Holding his long sword, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yet you are over 100 meters long. That massive body. It is roaring, showcasing its strength, Luo Hushan commented. Looking at your body, your existence has already surpassed the ancient records of the 9 dragons bringing calamity. Oh! Martial Uncle Sword Venerable and the Sacred Master both looked up at it. The Sacred Master said nervously, just as recorded, before the great calamity appears, a 9-realm exotic beast will come to demonstrate its power. The texts recorded the 3-headed fire ape. And this time it is the extreme cold giant dragon. The masked woman was also very nervous. But in antiquity, a monk continued, in the Tianqian realm, this 9-realm giant dragon was the most formidable at the time. Who could stop it back then? The 4 supreme venerables stood there observing the battle situation. Martial Uncle Sword Venerable frowned and said, if Senior Luo sacrifices himself, let me go. But if you suffer a mishap, who will guard Qingzhou? All 4 continents need people to defend them. We cannot withdraw ourselves. The old monk stood behind Martial Uncle Sword Venerable. He spoke with concern. But contrary to his worry, Martial Uncle Sword Venerable was unusually calm. He closed his eyes, feeling the biting cold wind sweep across his face. He opened his mouth and said, Qingzhou still has my junior brother. My junior brother's strength is no worse than mine. Moreover, the younger generation of Qingzhou will eventually be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Hearing him say this, the crowd couldn't help but hesitate and ponder. Ji Changkong is indeed promising, but for the younger generation to bear such a heavy burden, it is still too early. My apprentice, Nanwu, is also famous like the sword attendant Ju Yu, but he still hasn't reached the level where he can take on critical responsibility. The sword venerable is still underestimating them. The person he mentioned must be Lu Chaoga. I wonder how he is doing now. If he is fighting someone, please don't let his face get hurt. The sacred master pondered for a moment, then cast a quick glance. Luo Hushan couldn't stand the clamorous appearance of the crowd. So he flicked his sleeve, gripped the sword in his hand, and prepared to move. As he left, he didn't forget to glance at everyone with cold eyes and say, "Be quiet, all of you. This beast. It's not yet your turn, juniors." To make a move, he stepped forward in the wind and snow, holding his long sword. With cold eyes, he walked step by step toward that giant dragon. Then again, there are differences in strength even within the Nine Realm. You are barely worthy of this old man's final sword stroke. But you still leave this old man somewhat disappointed. The giant dragon paused. It watched Luo Hushan's figure gradually approach, yet made no movement. Luo Hushan said, "You are very strong. Stronger even than this old man. Stronger than anyone in this world. But you are weaker than my sword." He held the sword horizontally in front of him, adopting a battle stance. They stood rooted, looking at Luo Hushan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Finally, the old monk asked, "Right now, are we truly not going to intervene?" The saintess continued, "If this dragon is a demonstration before the great calamity, why don't we attack together?" Looking at his figure, walking alone towards the dragon's body, Marshal Uncle Sword Venerable merely watched silently, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He said seriously, "This is the opponent Senior Luo has waited for his entire life. Even if we wanted to step in and interfere, we must wait until Senior Luo has had his fill. After all, this might be his last chance in this lifetime." Luo Hushan's hand, gripping the sword hilt, gently drew the sword from its sheath. As the sword was unsheathed, the sharp blade shone with a dazzling red light. The long sword was fully drawn. Luo Hushan held the sword with determination and resolve, springing up into a high leap. The sharp sword tip was enveloped by scarlet spiritual energy. Watching it radiate a brilliant glow, Luo Hushan's eyes were incredibly sharp. "Old friend, this is the last time." Having said that, he gently brushed the blade with 2 fingers, and infused another burst of spiritual power. Bursts of black dark spiritual energy also circled the long sword. The red light flickered in this instant. Life and death would be decided in one battle. He recalled the past once more. "To be honest, I really don't like this world much. I haven't liked it since I was a child." "Hey, you damned little brat. How dare you steal my steamed bun? Shut up right now." The image of a child about 7 or 8 years old emerged, his body frail and weak. The child held a large round steamed bun in his hand, chewing constantly, trying hard to swallow big mouthfuls as if terrified someone would snatch it away. The child ran away frantically in fear, his mind repeating, "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." But he was just a child who had starved for a long time, surviving only by stealing. How could he have the strength to run far? The child ran for a short distance, following which he was met with a heavy blow from the steamed bun shop owner. The owner had been chasing him the whole time. He screamed furiously, "You damned little brat." The child fell to the ground after being struck. But what he cared about wasn't whether he was injured, but rather stuffing the remaining bun into his mouth quickly, so it wouldn't be taken back. The pedestrians didn't care at all about the fate of these dirty beggars. They allowed the shop owner to do whatever he pleased, as it was none of their business. The man drew out a rough wooden stick, while ceaselessly complaining, "You stole my steamed bun. I'm going to smash your leg." A violent strike landed on the foot of the child lying on the ground. The look on his face was one of extreme agony. No matter how badly he was beaten, he was powerless to resist. Not until the man finished venting his anger did the child dare to tremblingly prop himself up with his hands and look at the man. His eyes were still filled with unspeakable emotion. When the man saw the child's expression, he immediately gritted his teeth. Thinking that look, he didn't say anything more, continuing to swing the stick downwards, shouting loudly, "How dare you blare at me? I'm going to smash your other leg too." Just after this blow missed, the pouring rain began. Little Luo Hushan hid under the eaves of a house to shelter from the rain. His recent wounds were soaked by the rainwater, intensifying the pain. Luo Hushan covered his injury with his hand, thinking miserably with a pained frown, "It hurts so much I probably can't stand up now." Suddenly someone approached the child from a distance. The person held a wooden stick in one hand, while pointing in another direction with the other, driving him away. Get lost, don't shelter from the rain outside my house, you thief. Scram! Luo Hashan had no other choice. He just gave a cold snort. Next he could only struggle to drag his heavily injured body away. Curses continued to sound from behind him. Scram, the further the better. Go on, you thief. In the torrential rain, a child dragged his blood-soaked body crawling across the cold ground. Many people around him held umbrellas, coming and going without a shred of sympathy. After dragging himself for a while, he spotted a house ahead with covered eaves at the entrance, and Luo Hashan struggled to crawl towards it. He finally reached the spot, holding his stomach with his hand, thinking, "Luckily I got a few bites just now. But I'm still so hungry. Am I going to die soon?" Suddenly an aroma wafted in from somewhere unknown. Luo Hashan inhaled the fragrance. It smells so good. Because the outer door was ajar, so he could see inside soon. Luo Hashan peeked through the crack in the door, saliva dripping constantly. The roasted fish smells so good. He thought again, did he have to steal it? Looking at his scarred and bruised feet, the boy felt a bit wronged. No, I won't steal, it hurts too much. Someone like me shouldn't even be alive. Anyway, nobody in this world liked him. Want some fish? Suddenly a warm voice rang out beside him. The middle-aged man held a roasted fish in his hand, and walked over to ask Luo Hashan's eyes were sparkling, and he softly questioned him back. Are you asking me? The man held the roasted fish. He didn't despise Luo Hashan for being a beggar, he simply said, "Eat it if you want, otherwise forget it." Was there a third person in this dilapidated, leaking temple? Looking at the roasted fish in his hand, the little boy Luo Hashan's eyes widened as if glowing. He didn't hesitate for a moment, snatching the fish from the man's hand, then sitting up and devouring it ravenously. The man watched his actions in surprise, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, watching Luo Hashan chew intently. He couldn't help but laugh out loud and tease him. "You're eating so fast, aren't you afraid I poisoned it?" Hearing him say this, the boy continued to eat calmly as usual, as if nothing could stop him from eating. Being stuffed to death is better than starving to death. The man smiled faintly under the pouring rain. The two of them, one old and one young, sat by the doorway talking. "You certainly live a carefree life." Luo Hashan glanced at him. His cheeks puffed out and he hastily spoke before swallowing. "I don't have a mother and now both my legs are broken. I ate fish today. And maybe you'll die tomorrow. What is there to be afraid of?" The man looked at him in confusion and asked, "All the bones are broken. This old man don't have many capabilities. But who broke your legs? I can help you get revenge." Luo Hashan stared at him. He quickly finished the last piece of fish, leaving only the head and tail behind. Only then did he slowly begin to speak. "What does that have to do with you? I traded my legs for steamed buns. I hold no grudges." He widened his eyes in surprise. "Do you really think that?" The boy sucked the bit of fish residue from his fingers, closed his eyes and said honestly, "Of course. I stand by my choices. I have always been like this." Hearing the boy say this, he stroked his beard and burst into laughter. Good, I have some fate here. I thought you were just a pathetic little worm. But unexpectedly this is a remarkable encounter arranged by heaven." Luo Hashan saw him saying things he didn't understand, looked at him again and seriously countered. "What remarkable encounter are you talking about? I want eat your fish for free. If you need my help, please just ask, what is your name?" he asked the gloomy boy. "Others call me beggar or thief. I have no parents and no name." When the man heard this, an expression like he had found a treasure appeared on his face and he grabbed the boy's wrist, regardless of the boy's surprise or confusion. "That's great, come with me." They reached another place for the first time. The boy screamed in terror. After a short pause, the initial fear subsided. Looking at the layers of mountains floating in the air accompanied by clouds and wind, Luo Hashan couldn't help but feel amazed. The boy tilted his head, looked at the man and said loudly, Are you a cultivator?" The man held his hand, smiling while stroking his beard with his other hand. "Yes. I want to take you as my apprentice. Do you agree?" The boy nodded happily and replied, "Of course I do." Very good, then from now on you shall take my surname. As for your name." He paused, looked at the mountain scenery before them and continued, "Look how magnificent this land and riverscape is. So let your name be Hashan." The boy happily looked at the mountain scenery before him. and replied to the elderly man. Luo Shashan, what a wonderful name. I like it very much. Immediately after naming him this, the elderly man happily embraced Luo Xiashan's shoulder and continued. This Shashan sect of mine has another mission, which is to protect the safety of all living beings in Qingzhou. Your name Shashan also carries the meaning of defending the land. Defending the land. The little boy looked at the elderly man bewildered and pondered internally. From that day until now, this sentence has been etched deep within his heart. Luo Shashan returned to reality. Holding his long sword, he couldn't help but think. Master, initially I suffered much bullying and humiliation, and I held no goodwill toward the world. Protecting this land is also protecting your wish. You often said I was too aggressive, and my antisocial behavior was too severe. When you asked me to weave straw sandals, I felt even more anger and frustration. At first I thought you wanted to dissolve my antisocial tendencies, but later I realized you were trying to suppress my desire to draw my sword. The more I wove straw sandals, the more I wanted to draw my sword. The longer the urge to draw the sword accumulated, the stronger the power would be when my sword was finally unsheathed. Thinking this, his sharp gaze passed through the long sword, reflecting the black energy mixed with fiery red spiritual power. He recalled the past once more. But there was only one time. That time when he wove straw sandals for that little boy. His heart was peaceful and serene. I still remember that little boy happily standing next to me and saying, "Grandpa, did you hear? My martial uncle the sect master unsheathed his destined sword, and he actually eliminated a flood dragon beast." That venerable man even said, "Throughout my life I possess only a 3-inch sword. Wherever I see a flood dragon I shall slay it." That's so cool. Returning to reality, Luo Shashan swiftly charged out, delivering a heavy blow against that dragon. The spiritual energy in his sword quickly bounded as well. He revealed a faint smile and added, "Wherever I see a flood dragon I shall slay it." Wonderful, truly wonderful. Impoverished scholar, watch closely. Whether I can enter the 9th realm through the method of sword contemplation is determined today. After speaking, he spun his sword once in the air. The crowd below, seeing this scene, was universally stunned. Thinking entering the 9th realm through sword contemplation. What boastful words. Following this, sword venerable martial uncle bowed to Luo Shashan. He responded seriously, "Alright, come on, dragon of the 9th realm. Your life is mine." Luo Shashan declared loudly. The man and his sword charged straight toward the dragon. The dragon beast burst out of the sea. Its enormous cyan body, measuring over 100 meters long, inspiring fear and awe. Facing it, the sword venerable fell into contemplation. What sort of earth-shattering power will Senior Luo's 10th sword possess? Just how overwhelming will it be? I once had the honor of witnessing the might of his 9th sword. The sword venerable recalled that at the time whirlpools churned, engulfing the entire space. That time was utter chaos. The strongest ultimate I tremor in 10,000 years. Stirring up monstrous waves, nearly devouring all of Qingzhou. Now the ocean waves are violently raging, like a tsunami, about to swallow the villages of all the residents. The sight was utterly terrifying. Some held their heads, others looked back. People ran into each other, stumbling and falling to the ground. Everyone cried out in panic. Wow, what exactly is happening? Why are the waves so massive? Is the world abandoning us humans? High in the sky a shadow appeared, radiating light. All sentient beings are equal. The ocean waves struck again. At the highest point of the buildings, a figure stood proudly before the storm. That person slashed a streak of swordlight toward the wave, blocking all the surging floodwaters. The person's face was already worn out and covered in sweat. Below, people shouted, "It's the cultivator master." The villagers, seeing this living immortal who saved the world, immediately bowed down. They cupped their hands toward the rooftop where he stood. They asked, puzzled, who was that mighty cultivator? He actually destroyed that world-ending giant wave with one sword strike. Someone recognized him and shouted loudly, that is Gue Changkong, ranked second among Qing's 4 divine swords. Before they could enjoy a moment of peace, the waves began surging violently again, far, far stronger than before. The residents fell into panic once more. There's still more, and this time it's a 3-layered giant wave, damn it. Gue Changkong was already out of breath on the rooftop. My energy is depleted. He thought that strike earlier exhausted all my spiritual power. My spiritual power hasn't recovered yet, even if I forcibly unleash a slash. I won't be able to cut through this 3-layered giant wave. What should I do? Another force shot out from nowhere, blocking the surge of water. The waves scattered, merging with the spiritual energy from before, and turned into rain sprinkling down on all the villagers. They were astonished, having retrieved their lives from the brink of death. Who is it this time? Were we really saved? What exactly is happening? Gue Changkong turned his head, showing dissatisfaction toward the newcomer. I knew it was you, senior brother. You're taking so long to get here. It turned out to be Jianzun, the sword venerable. He reached up and scratched his head, giving a dry laugh. Junior brother, you flew too fast. I couldn't keep up for a moment. Although somewhat displeased, Gue Changkong crossed his arms and said with a smug smile, "Never mind, although senior brother, you arrived a bit late. You were just in time to resolve the crisis." The massive waves triggered by this tremor, they unexpectedly had 3 layers. The azure sky suddenly turned pitch black. The two looked up and Gue Changkong asked, why is the sky black? It's gotten even darker. The gigantic waves are coming again. Still more, damn it, chaos. Does this gigantic eye intend to destroy all of Qingzhou? Gue Changkong and Jianzun both stared wide-eyed, completely shocked. Wave after wave of immense seawater struck them. The residents went from calmness to scattering and fleeing. Their emotions continued to fluctuate wildly. There's still more, even bigger than before this time. No one can escape. The villagers cried out, pleading. Someone please come and save us. A dazzling vertical swordlight slashed into the sea. Look, powerful spiritual energy has formed a domineering black trace. Gue Changkong opened his mouth wide. This. The sea and sky are calm again. What a powerful sword strike. Gue Changkong and Jianzun looked towards that person together. Madare, a person of extraordinary bearing. Luo Hushan stood holding his sword hilt, having sheathed his sword. The two recognized him. Gue Changkong murmured, "It's Senior Luo. Senior brother. Your junior brother couldn't even withstand that sword strike just now. Compared to an ordinary person, I could perhaps hold out for half a breath longer at most." Gue Changkong said to Jianzun beside him. Jianzun replied, "That was Senior Luo's 9th sword. He still has the 10th sword." After hearing this, Gue Changkong became enraged and complained, "Look, of course I know that. What I meant was, could you senior brother withstand it?" Jianzun knew his junior brother was upset, and reached out to touch his sleeve. In a soothing tone, "If even you junior brother cannot withstand it, then naturally neither can I." Gue Changkong was satisfied upon hearing this, smiling smugly and stroking his beard. "Indeed, when it comes down to it, I am only slightly inferior to you, senior brother." Jianzun sank into contemplation and doubt again. The 10th sword. Just how much stronger will it be than this 9th sword? The enormous dragon beast roared, its long slender body spiraling and tumbling in the air. Its eyes emitted terrifying light, and its mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. Luo Hushan waved his hand and charged toward the dragon beast, saying, "Those who study diligently must remember this well." Holding the sword hilt, determined to fight, his expression was quite terrifying. He rushed towards the monster, shouting, "In my life I only possess a 3-inch sword. Wherever there is a flood dragon, slash the flood dragon." Luo Heshan's body rapidly dashed forward, emitting red and black spiritual energy. His eyes turned blood red at this moment. Showing his teeth, he thought, when this kid said these words, "If this old man could see you, it would surely be interesting." A massive azure dragon appeared. It opened its extremely large mouth and let out a roar that shook everything around it. The massive dragon was coiled in the center, surrounded by incredibly sharp ice shards. They were long and pointed. Jinzu and Sherbwa stood in front of everyone. He summoned a yellow circle of power, meant to shield them from the sharp ice spikes. He shouted, "Step back quickly." Many people stood behind him. Men, women, young and old alike. They were standing extremely close to the ice. They asked in alarm, "Is this the 9th realm? The power is truly terrifying." Suddenly a red light flashed by, and those blue ice shards had now turned black and white. The red light flew past the massive dragon's body, causing it to scream, shattering the ice shards, and scattering them onto the ground. But the ice shards were no longer sharp. They looked like a chopped-down tree, with only a small remnant left near the top. The massive dragon coiled and circled, maintaining extreme vigilance at this moment. Jianzu and Sherbwa set in alarm. Senior Luo's aura has vanished. The Saint Master saw this and also said worriedly. Completely vanished from this world. Even in my heaven and man unity state, I cannot sense him. The massive dragon curled its body, opened its mouth wide and roared. Get out of here. Insignificant human. A black circle appeared in the sky, emitting a strange red glow. The massive dragon. And everything around it literally lost its color. The massive dragon looked up at the sky in alarm. 4 people including Jianzu and Sherbwa the Saint Master, the monk and the fox all looked up at the sky. They were stunned by what appeared before them. They asked in surprise what is going on with this sword. The massive dragon charged forward, coiling its body and opening its huge mouth, preparing to unleash a blue power. Utterly terrifying. From the black circle in the sky, a long sword emerged. It was called the 10th sword. At this moment the massive dragon suddenly looked incredibly small. Luo Hushan shouted, vanish from this world. If you wish to cause disaster, my Qingzhou sword will absolutely not allow it. A swath of red stained the sky. A dazzling red sword descended. It was so bright that it could blind others. The long sword formed a red X shape in the sky, as if it were tearing apart space itself. The 4 of them stood below, resisting. The power of this strike spread out, and the surface of the water vibrated. It was as if it had just rained. Dripping sounds, raindrops caused the water surface to tremble. Luo Hushan held a long sword, hovering in midair. He stood with his back to the sky that was dyed red and black. Sparks shone in the dark night. The monk put his palms together, looked up and said, the calamity has been averted, and Senior Luo has not encountered anything serious. It seems that after using the 10th sword for Senior Luo, he simply cannot draw his sword again. Senior Luo's hand holding the sword was clearly showing red bloody marks. It felt as if they were shattering. Luo Hushan said, little monk in my sect, the power of the 10th sword is not just aimed at our opponents, but also at ourselves. At this moment, I can see a part of Luo Hushan's face. Red lines had appeared on his face as well, identical to those on his hand. Luo Hushan continued, no one can withstand this sword. Not even I, the one who wields it. Jianzu and Sherbwa and the Saint Master saw his current condition. The Saint Master said worriedly, Senior Luo's face. Senior Luo's hand trembled, still gripping the long sword tightly. He looked down and said, old friend, this little bit of strength is not enough, it will never be enough. Senior Luo placed the long sword vertically in front of him, hands pressed together. He finally closed his eyes and proposed, continue this frenzied battle with me. After all, this is the last time. A pale green power radiated around him. Luo Hushan raised his sword. He shouted loudly, the sword has been silent for too long. Someone needs to forge a path leading to the 9th realm. The power of the sword surged violently, shining brilliantly. His figure vanished on the horizon. A flash of light passed and his voice echoed. Remember this sword light. It has awakened the way of the sword which had been silent for thousands of years. You should follow it and move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Sword. Venerable martial uncle stood there watching silently. Luo Hushan emphasized his words. He shouted, advance. His eyes were blazing. His face flushed repeatedly and his mouth hung wide open. That ray of light cut across the sea surface, gradually disappearing into the distant horizon. The group stood quietly watching him depart. They called out his name again, Senior Luo. Luo. At this moment that Senior was immersed in a reddish-orange light. Brilliant golden light like fire. A gentle smile remained on his face. He asked himself, little Yanshu, what do you think of this sword strike from Grandpa? What do you think? In the sword prison of the sword sect, a man walked with difficulty. The surroundings were also bathed in red. That was Du Yu. He was currently at the 1st layer of the 5th realm. He was gasping for breath. He asked himself, having reached this point, I should be able to catch up to him now, shouldn't I? Waiting for him was Qing Xiao. Seeing Du Yu walk out, he immediately pressed his hands together and bowed, saying, congratulations, senior brother Du Yu, on entering the great realm of cultivators. A blue light flashed past the 2 of them. The 2 of them turned around, asking blankly, what was that? Du Yu was now at the 2nd layer of the 5th realm. He was still in a state of bewilderment, shock and confusion. Diu pressed his hands together, bowed his head, closed his eyes and said, "Do you thanks the senior for the guidance?" Chen Shao was also here. He said with surprise and delight, "I broke through the realm. I broke through the realm too." Chen Shao also bowed and said, "Thank you senior for the guidance." The two of them looked up at the blue light that had just appeared. Afterward the two of them began to discuss excitedly. One of them said joyfully, "My spiritual energy is skyrocketing." The other person said, "My realm suddenly elevated just by witnessing that sword light." They expressed their gratitude. "Thank you senior for the guidance." Someone wondered aloud, "Which senior cultivated and unleashed the sword Tao?" Another person asked, "Could it be Lord Sword Venerable?" They questioned and discussed among themselves. The event that had just occurred left them extremely shocked. In a place where light shone towards a tightly closed door, a man stood with his back turned. His hands clasped behind his back. He said, "Has Senior Luo Hashan perished?" His shadow suddenly moved. His shadow swaggered and sat down on a chair, saying, "Stop putting on an act. Wasn't this step also part of your plan?" The man turned around. His shadow said, "Lord Sect Master of the Sword Sect." He said, "Luo Heshan's sword strike was indeed the best in the world. But even for him, remember the victor can only be me." He widened his eyes, emitting killing intent. Spiritual energy grabbed his neck, causing him pain and fear. His shadow knelt on the ground and said, "Then I shall wait and see." Lord Sect Master of the Sword Sect. He looked out the window, lost in thought. He lowered his head and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you Senior Luo for protecting Qingzhou and protecting Tianxian. Luo Heshan's sword strike had not yet stopped. It continuously advanced forward, piercing into the deep void of the Tianxian world, illuminating the path ahead for countless people. Everyone rushed out, looking up at the sky. From the elderly to the children, all put down their work and raised their heads, as did travelers journeying around. The children cheered excitedly. Perhaps they won't join the Sword Tao because of this event. Join the Sword Tao. But the seed of hope has taken root in the heart of every person, like a mass, quietly, silently waiting for the day it would erupt. Let's turn back time a little. The full moon illuminated the entire mountain peak. Yang Shu was walking in the bamboo forest, smiling and patting his belly. He thought to himself, after visiting his uncle master and chatting with his senior brothers and sisters for a while, he had finally escaped. By the time he returned to his room, it was already very late. But it truly felt comfortable to be home. He happily bounced and skipped, turning around as he walked forward. Everything around him felt familiar. He had his uncle master who cared for him, and also the new junior sister. If Grandpa came here, he wondered if he would like this liveliness. He walked thinking about his eccentric grandfather, but then changed his mind. He figured Grandpa would definitely get angry and pinch his ears. Thinking of Grandpa's angry, scowling expression, he burst out laughing again. But the shoes Grandpa made were really comfortable to wear. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. As he walked through the night looking up, a dazzling light streaked across the sky at an incredibly fast speed. He turned his head, looking at the light, puzzled. Suddenly he was greatly startled, a worried expression appearing on his face. He called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa," with a hint of surprise in his voice. Within that light, a formidable figure, holding a sword pointed directly at the sky, gradually appeared. That light was the power emanating from Grandpa's body and sword. He looked at the sword and the fragments in his hand, the red power, and said, "It seems we are all nearing our limits. Since that is the case, then I shall pass on the sword intent I have accumulated my entire life to all beings in Qingzhou," he said with a smile. And that child. He thought of him, recalling the moments they spent together in his memories. Then he continued, "In my heart, only Yang Shu is truly unique. This sword intent is prepared for the sword cultivators of Qingzhou. Accept it all." After speaking, the source of power he exuded was even stronger than before. He loudly declared slaying a 9th realm giant dragon wasn't enough. Guiding the 4 grand masters of Tianxian wasn't enough either. He was triumphant and content. From now on, this old man will be known by the younger generation of sword cultivators in Qingzhou as master of one sword. With that, a golden source of power, vast and scorching, descended from the sky, shining down. Enjoy it to the fullest. That power emanated with immense might. Shining directly upon him, he floated in midair. The power spread in all directions, illuminating the entire Qingzhou region. The light also appeared on the blue sea surface. Senior Luo. He has exhausted all the sword intent accumulated throughout his life. Without hesitation, said Sword Venerable Martial Uncle. The few of them and the Saint Master were all incredibly surprised. Thank you, Senior Luo, for guiding all beings. The four of them cupped their hands together in sincere gratitude. This power penetrated the entire mountain peak. Dongli also opened her eyes wide and looked up. She was walking with her elder brother. The brother looked at his younger sister, pondering in his heart. Looking at Xiao Liza's state. I'm afraid this sword intent has already given my sister some enlightenment. And it seems she has gained quite a lot. Beside her, a rich blue aura was emanating. He kept thinking. Luo Hushan, one of the four divine swords. Has he actually used up his last sword intent? This kind of sight had never happened in his previous life. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing. Though I was a spear cultivator in my previous life, I had also heard of this sword's reputation. So I saw many classic scenes on the forums. But I remember very clearly. The power of this sword I'm seeing right now far exceeds what it was in my previous life. What changed Luo Hushan? He was still immersed in his thoughts. However, I have to admit he's really handsome. Even just standing still, he is beautiful. But he found this golden sword intent to be perfect and powerful, requiring a clear state of mind to reach such a realm. He suspected if this had something to do with Yang Shu. He tilted his head deep in thought. In the previous life there was no Lu Chaoga, and naturally no Yang Shu either. It seems this is another butterfly effect caused by me. I only took in one martial nephew, yet I actually changed the destiny of one of the four divine swords. He looked at the light on the horizon and smiled faintly. The system notification sounded. The system has evaluated your overall strength. You are qualified to receive effective guidance from Luoxioshan. Hearing the system's voice, he replied without hesitation, start it. This sword covered the entire Qingzhou. Perhaps everyone received it. A circular sphere of spiritual power appeared. But the system was surprisingly generous this time. This effective guidance was granted after receiving instruction from a genuine 8th realm expert, which is why it could be activated. Plus there was the evaluation of my overall strength. In other words, not everyone is like me. The system has evaluated your overall strength. You are qualified to receive effective guidance from Luoxioshan. If everyone received effective guidance, wouldn't Qingzhou become a cheating zone? So, what kind of effective guidance will come from the currently strongest sword intent? He reached out and touched the sphere of power, preparing to comprehend. The powerful sphere of spiritual energy emitted a dazzling light. He was surprised. This time the effective guidance is actually this. A figure with an incomplete body was suspended, falling from the sky. The speed was not slow at all. Even the clouds didn't seem fast compared to that figure. Luoxioshan was panting exhaustedly. Blood poured out, staining the sky. With his final trace of will, he turned back to ask, awaiting a definite answer. The Sword Venerable Martial Uncle below cupped his hands in thanks. With determined eyes, the monk standing behind the Sword Venerable Martial Uncle felt surprised. He was already a half-step 9th realm cultivator. So this means Luoxioshan laughed heartily and tossed the sword in his hand straight down. It is good that you have this confidence. Catch the sword. Venerable Martial Uncle caught the sword, holding it in surprise. Luoxioshan spoke with sadness in his eyes. This old fellow of mine will outlast me. It can still be used one more time. Hang it here. And it can withstand one more attack from the chaos. The sword. Venerable Martial Uncle gently stroked the sword in amazement. This is Senior Luo's life sword. Even though it has been destroyed like this, the sword intent is still surging strongly and the golden light is dazzling. Luoxioshan closed his eyes, his smile carrying a hint of bitterness. This old man has only one last wish that remains unfulfilled. It is time for me to go now. That light, the dazzling radiance, took him away, and the people present witnessed it all, respectfully seeing off the senior. The four people present bowed and cupped their hands, their demeanor respectful. Luoxioshan flew towards the Tianquanji Qingzhou Mo men. Dan Qingshan. So this is the Mo men that little Yang Shu often talks about. He immediately opened that door, passed through the golden light and flew inside. Below, Lu Donli vigilantly noticed someone intruding. Wait! It's the senior who unleashed that heaven-shaking sword strike. He is not an enemy. As she spoke, she respectfully bowed and cupped her hands. Senior, please feel free to enter and exit. Meanwhile, Xia Qi was sitting quietly in cultivation. Luoxian's spiritual sense spread out. Little Yang Shu. Where are you? I don't have much time left. The majestic mountains soared into the clouds, and gentle clouds floated softly, passing over the peaks. He slowly withdrew his spiritual sense, exclaiming in disbelief. Strange, truly strange. How can a mere MO man gather so many prodigies? As he swiftly flew past the high mountains and rugged terrain, he lamented the future is boundless. In a bamboo forest, a young man's figure was running quickly. A few tears still clung to the corners of his eyes. I must go faster, I have to be faster. Otherwise it will be too late. The young man was panic-stricken. Wait, I can fly on my sword. Suddenly a voice rang out, Brat, where do you think you're going? Hearing the voice, he stopped in his tracks. That voice, as he couldn't believe his ears. That figure trembled with surprise. He turned his face, his eyes brimming with tears. Lo Hushan was standing on the flagstone path, smiling kindly at the young man. The young man turned his head in surprise and cried, Grandpa. The young man ran over quickly, and then knelt down at the old man's feet, crying out, Grandpa. The old man frowned and scolded him displeasedly. Stop your bawling, it vexes this old man. He still couldn't stop weeping. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I can't help it. He raised his hand to wipe his tears. Tears and snot flowed freely as he sobbed continuously. You only have one last strike left. If only you strike. If you strike, you can. The old man stood looking down at him, smiling. This brat. Lo Hushan smiled kindly and said, Come here. The old man helped the young man stand up, completely ignoring the fact that his own arm was gradually dissolving. The young man frowned, full of confusion. Grandpa, your face looks. Suddenly the old man roared, Kneel. Upon hearing this, he immediately knelt, biting his lip and thinking. He wants to hit my face. As long as Grandpa is still here, it doesn't matter how many times he hits me or how much it hurts. Suddenly Lo Hushan just stroked his head. I was too strict with you before. Little Yang Shu. He helped the young man steady the sword blade. This sword will be heavy for you in the future. Grandpa will help you hold it up. The young man's gaze softened. Full of complex and unspoken emotions, he said. Grandpa, Lo Hushan said something that made the young man look down at his spotless shoes. Kid, shoes are meant to be worn. You don't need to protect them so carefully. So clean, not a single speck of dust on them. A stranger would think they were some kind of treasure. He looked at the shoes and replied firmly. Of course I have to protect them. This is the only pair of straw sandals you ever gave me. As he spoke, he raised his head. Suddenly the young man's tears fell again. His eyes filled with disbelief and he stammered, calling out, Grandpa. In that deep night bamboo forest, on the stone steps, a young man was kneeling there, watching his most beloved grandpa turn into fine red dust. What a mournful sight this was. Inside the small courtyard, Yang Shu softly called out, Grandpa. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Then he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, crying out miserably. Grandpa, Grandpa. Grandpa, I can't hold it back anymore. Yang Shu knelt on the ground weeping, his head resting on the arms touching the ground. I know you don't like me crying, but I just can't stop. I really can't hold it back. Lu Donli cupped his hands and bowed towards the void, saying with utmost respect. Lu Donli Jr. of the Mo sect respectfully bids farewell to Senior Godsword Lu. Lu Donli bowed deeply. He then stood up, thinking worriedly. Yang Shu has been by Senior Le's side for many years. He probably regards him as his own grandfather. Leaving him alone might lead him to do something foolish. Lu Donli sent a spiritual message to Lu Bing. Lu Bing, go find hiding in Mo Dongfang and go check on Yang Shu practicing his sword in the woods. Senior Lu has passed away. Lu Bing, lying in bed, immediately got up and sat straight. Yes, Master, Lu Donli continued. If you can't find Senior Brother hiding, then just you and Mo Dongfang go. Lu Bing replied respectfully and clearly. Yes, disciple obeys the order, she thought to herself. Senior Brother is now at the 5th realm. His presence is becoming increasingly subtle. He is indeed extremely difficult to find. She quickly put her feet down and slipped on her shoes. She dared not delay for a second. Master's transmission was so urgent. He even said not to bother looking for senior brother. This is serious. I must hurry over to junior brother Yang. Soon she opened the door and walked out. First he'll look for junior brother Mo and then senior brother. Before this thought had completely passed, she saw 3 people walking toward her in the distance. Senior brother Mo. Xiaoqiu, it's everyone, Dongfang explained. We all heard Master's voice transmission. Yangshu needs us right now. Let's go quickly and check, Luo Bing responded. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Lu Dongli thought, my brother has been sitting here for so long. Why is there still no movement? Could it be that Senior Luo's sword strike just now allowed my brother to comprehend many things? Lu Dongli felt a surge of joy and confirmed firmly, that's right. There's no mistake. Given my brother's aptitude, this must be the case. Deep within his consciousness, Lu Chaoga stood before a golden circular radiance. The light shimmered in the air, radiating energy all around. A system-like interface appeared before his eyes. This effective guidance grants affinity to heaven and earth X2. Do you wish to collect the reward? Below were the yes-no options. Lu Chaoga felt surprised. This effective guidance actually yielded 2 rewards. He reached out and pressed the option the system screen displayed. I thought that given that sword strike was comparable to Senior Luo's 9th realm technique, I would gain sword cultivation aptitude. But unexpectedly its affinity to heaven and earth. This isn't bad either, claimed the reward. The golden light shimmered again, enveloping him, and gradually turned blue-green. Affinity to heaven and earth. The water element power within his body almost reached the point of being entirely at his command. Lu Chaoga remained floating in the air, eyes closed, sensing this change. Lu Dongli also noticed the difference. Did brother comprehend the water power of heaven and earth? The sky was covered in dark clouds. Lu Dongli looked up and observed. It's going to rain. Is brother's ability causing this? She looked at Lu Chaoga's closed face. There was no leakage of spiritual energy, affecting heaven and earth merely through intent. This is what brother has comprehended. The scene returns to the small courtyard. Yangshu knelt on the ground, clutching the pair of straw sandals tightly. These are just ordinary straw sandals. They will get dirty, old and damaged, but he cherishes them immensely. The 4 people had arrived. Standing a distance behind Yangshu, although he kept his head bowed, his back remained straight. Xiaoqiu said from a distance, senior brother Yangshu is crying. But he isn't making any sound. The 4 people walked closer to Yangshu. Luo Bing leaned down and whispered to the little girl. Senior brother Yangshu is very sad right now. We need to stay by his side. A man's hand rested on Yangshu's shoulder. It was the hand of the eldest senior brother. The 4 sat down around Yangshu to comfort him. Suddenly bursts of thunder echoed in the sky. Xiaoqiu looked up. It's going to rain soon. Drip-drop rain began pouring down. In the small courtyard passing through the broad bamboo grove path, the 5 people still did not leave. Xiaoqiu was secretly thinking of a way. Xiaoqiu didn't like seeing senior brother Yangshu so upset. I have to do something for senior brother. In the sky 4 elders were gathering and discussing. The sage master said the sword spirit is gradually dissipating, but its power remains undiminished. If we can find the right person to maintain it, we can use the power of the 9th realm again. Can you use it again? The sword venerable held the sword in both hands, looked at it and replied. I cannot use it. The Arhat and the sage master asked simultaneously. Even you cannot use it? Not even if you reach the 9th realm. The sword venerable answered decisively. Not even if I reach the 9th realm. My personality is completely different from the intent of Senior Luo's final sword strike. It won't allow me to wield it. The sage master silently looked at the sword, concluding inwardly. The sword venerable has been just and upright his whole life. Every strike noble and honest. But the edge of Senior Luo's sword so clearly carries an intent of ferocity and madness. The 2 temperaments truly clash. The sword venerable suddenly thought of someone named Ji Changkong. But if it were my junior brother, perhaps he could. The monk holding his prayer beads slowly spoke. Ji Changkong, the 2nd of the 4 divine swords. His disposition is somewhat compatible with this sword. The Saint Master seemed to misunderstand the sword venerable's intent. So he took over from the Saint Emperor. So you intend to take this sword back and give it to your junior disciple, the sword venerable. seriously supported the broken sword with his hands, and said, "No, it has its own destination." Suddenly rocks deeply buried under the sea flew up, causing the vast surface of the sea to tremble. The sword venerable remained calm but spoke with agitation. Senior Luo guarded this sea region for his entire life, slaying the flood dragon before dying there for his sword. The rocks subsequently merged with each other, forming a massive archway on the surface of the sea. The sword venerable raised his hands, allowing the sword to fly toward the place where it belonged. As they passed beneath that magnificent bridge, the four of them hovered in the air, witnessing the sword's return. The sword venerable continued. His sword will also become the sword suppressing the sea. At this moment the monk pressed his palms together gratefully and said, "Amitabha." People living by rivers usually hang swords under bridges, praying to suppress river dragons and prevent floods. Now Senior Luo's sword achieves the same effect. The Saint Master and the young woman below were both surprised and impressed. The Saint Master looked up at the sword and said, "If the Saint Emperor's warning is correct, in the worst-case scenario, we have 1 year left to prepare." She looked at the sword venerable again and continued to ask, "Within 1 year, are you certain you can step into the 9th realm?" The sword venerable replied with a thoughtful and melancholic expression, "Saint Master, there is no guarantee. Senior Luo did carve out a fissure for me, allowing me to glimpse the scene beyond the 9th realm. But 1 year is ultimately too tight." After hearing the sword venerable's reply, the Saint Master also frowned at this time, thinking, 1 year is indeed too tight. The monk also thought worriedly, "We have also achieved some insight. But in 1 year, even a half-step 9th realm might not be achievable." The young woman also fell into distress, pondering how to deal with this great catastrophe. The sword venerable, sensing their three pessimistic thoughts, turned around and offered reassurance. "However, there is no need for everyone to be so pessimistic. I suggest you all go meet someone. If he can grow perhaps for this great catastrophe, we will have greater hope." The young woman and the monk asked in surprise after hearing this, "Who is it?" The sword venerable introduced him confidently. "Lu Chaoga, sect master of the Momen sect in Qingzhou." The young woman and the monk were somewhat distrustful of Lu Chaoga's reliability, so they asked Lu Chaoga. "His name even for me has been ringing in my ears over the past few years. But ultimately he is only in the 5th realm right now. Even if he grows faster than other youths, he is still." The sword venerable believed Lu Chaoga was 100% reliable, and responded to them, "If he can mature sooner than regarding this great catastrophe, I will gain an extra measure of confidence." The monk and the young woman were utterly astonished, baffled by the sword venerable praising Lu Chaoga so highly. They thought the sword venerable holds him in such high regard. This assessment seems a bit exaggerated. The young woman cast her gaze toward the Saint Emperor, thinking, if someone could truly rely on their own strength to change the trajectory of the great catastrophe, it would only be possible if the ancient Azure Emperor was resurrected. Meanwhile the monk also looked at the young woman, thinking, can that Lu Chaoga person be compared to the Azure Emperor? No one can compare to the Azure Emperor. At this moment the Saint Master spoke calmly toward the monk and the young woman. "I know Lu Chaoga. I intend to pass on my divine charm to him once he reaches the 7th realm." This statement by the Saint Master further enhanced Lu Chaoga's perceived reliability. After hearing this, the monk and the young woman looked like they had been hit by an information shockwave, and said dumbfounded, "Are you serious?" The Saint Master still replied softly, "Of course it is true. And I have already made an agreement with Lu Chaoga." The monk couldn't help but feel surprised, continuing to think, the divine charm of the Saint Master requires a price. Just like dual cultivation. The girl was slightly grateful for the Holy Master's recklessness. She thought that crazy woman is serious this time. The monk and the girl looked at each other again, their intentions understood. This Lu Chaoga of the Momen sect, they must meet him. After a while dark clouds rolled in the sky, covering the entire sea surface. The sword venerable looked up at the sky and said, "Look everyone, it's going to rain." At this moment the four of them looked together at the hazy sky, trying to discern what was happening. The wind had already picked up, the monk said with great certainty. "This is not rain, but someone disturbing heaven and earth." The Holy Master also confirmed this, taking over from the monk. "That's right, this Rain was brought by Lu Chaoga. His power over heaven and earth has improved by another layer. No 2 layers. The rain began to fall. After hearing the Holy Master's assertion, everyone was surprised, including the Sword Venerable. The monk asked, "Is it him?" The Holy Master replied, pointing a finger at the rain, and answered, "Exactly. What I perceive through the unity of heaven and earth realm is him." The rain became increasingly heavy. The Holy Master affirmed once more, "This rain comes from Lu Chaoga of the Momin sect." Outside the Momin sect there was also a commotion. Due to the heavy rain, people kept discussing amongst themselves. How did the heavens suddenly decide to rain? Then tell me, this rain, could it have something to do with that sword-piercing heaven incident? Yes, that's right. Yes, a hole was poked in the sky. So the heavens are crying because they were stabbed. Another person said, "Nonsense, this is clearly just the sky continuously leaking." Lin Ali saw the rain, but instead of running she stood in it, reaching out to catch the drops. She said proudly, "As expected, none of you people understand anything." She tilted her head up toward the sky and continued, "This rain must have been brought by the sect leader." She looked incredibly delicate. At this moment Lu Chaoga slowly opened his eyes. He sat beneath the heavy rain, and the surrounding spiritual energy constantly circulated around his body. Lu Donli had been standing by Lu Chaoga's side the whole time. Seeing him wake up, she quickly said, "Brother, you're finally awake. It has been raining for a long time." Lu Chaoga stood up, raised his hand, withdrew the surrounding spiritual energy, and said, "The rain should stop now." Then he looked up at the hazy sky, extended his hand, and shouted, "Disperse." Lu Donli, who was standing beside him, watched all this, looking slightly confused. Instantly, directly above the two of them, the sun appeared. In the center of the dark sky that had yet to dissipate, the sun gradually revealed itself above the highest peak, dispersing the mist and clouds left by the heavy rain. Lu Donli witnessed this incredible sight, and immediately exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother's power over heaven and earth. Brother can actually achieve this level now." The mountaintop emitted a dazzling light. The surrounding clouds scattered outwards, forming a circle. Below were vegetation and towering layered mountains reaching into the clouds. The people below couldn't help but gasp in awe and admiration, staring up with wide eyes and open mouths. It truly was the young sect leader who did this. This time he did an absolutely brilliant job. So cool, absolutely supreme. Lin Alice's eyes sparkled, her cheeks were flushed, and she smiled brilliantly. Cupping her cheeks with both hands, she said in an utterly captivating manner, "Lu Chaoga, the next time I see you, I will definitely show you the full extent of my charm. Be utterly captivated by me, Lu Chaoga. This might be called seeing Chaoga once ruins you for life." He turned around and asked Little Li, "How long have I been in seclusion?" Lu Donli was still busy looking upward, her mouth still wide open in surprise. She turned back and said to him, "Not that long really, but this time, brother, did you have a huge breakthrough during seclusion?" Her large round blue eyes sparkled with crystal clear light when she spoke. Lu Donli's voice was also extremely soft, matching her delicate and charming demeanor. Lu Chaoga also looked upward. "Compared to a breakthrough, what feels more rewarding to me is that I have likely already figured out the secret of the ninth realm. Of course, only slightly." Lu Donli looked flustered and cried out in astonishment, "What?" She turned her head to look at him, startled, her eyes wide open. She understood that this was something the 9 realms had never experienced in 10,000 years. And the secrets of the 9 realms, could they really have been uncovered little by my brother? Lu Chaoga turned his head and looked at her with doting eyes. "Little sister, don't be so surprised. In just giving a rough idea, it might be possible. Or maybe it's just a coincidence." Lu Donli smiled as she looked at him. Although Big Brother tends to be showy in his actions, he has never done anything he wasn't confident about, nor has he said anything he wasn't sure of. Little sister has always trusted Big Brother so much. He also cupped his hands and looked at his little sister. His little sister smiled softly. He was moved, speechless, momentarily stunned. "Xializi, little sister," he thought to himself. "Hearing little sister say that truly makes me so happy. She is worthy of being my good little sister." In the previous life, Xializi was not the protagonist of this world, and her fame was unknown, and she likely died quietly during the Great Calamity. But this life is different. Because my little sister has me the chosen one as her big brother. She gave her brother a gentle smile. Lu Chaoga on his side was also incredibly happy, and said to Lu Dongli, "In this lifetime, Xia Lizi will enter the 9 realms alongside me." A light breeze brushed past the two of them. He stepped forward and reached out to stroke her head, thinking this will be a promise between me and my little sister, so big brother has already completed it unilaterally. Lu Dongli tilted her head towards that slender Lu Chaoga hand that was gently stroking her hair, and asked blankly, "So what exactly is that little secret of the 9 realms? What is it?" That hand remained on her soft smooth hair, gently rubbing it. He replied, still bearing that smile, "When I figure it out, or when I confirm this matter, big brother will tell little sister about it. Don't worry. I will make sure Xia Lizi survives the great calamity with me." She looked up with her round eyes blushing as she spoke affectionately. "Oh big brother, why did you suddenly say those things? Little sister doesn't like hearing them at all. Because little sister definitely wants to bring you big brother to survive with me." Lu Chaoga lowered his hand and returned to his previous stance. Then inquired about another matter. "Let's not talk about that anymore. How is Yang Shu?" She stood nearby listening. Her arms hung straight down and she looked up at her brother. He had already returned to a serious expression, and was starting to think about the matter. That sword-like was very special. But it was also Senior Luo's last strike, which had exhausted everything he had, including his life. Yang Shu had been with Senior Luo, day and night for many years, so he would surely know more right now. Lu Dongli said, lowering her head, that she had already sent people from Heiting to go and check. He acknowledged her with a sound of MHM. He also thought internally, that's good, because he needs to handle this matter himself. The two turned around and looked towards one direction together. The sky was clear and bright. The blue sky, verdant, complemented by floating white clouds soaring high. It truly was a peaceful day. A hand was pouring the newly fetched water into a large water vat, the movement extremely practiced, crisp and clean as if done 1,000 times before. That was Yang Shu. He was wearing ordinary commoner clothes, his white hair loosely spread out. He continued going to the stream to fetch water. A young teenager, with brown hair tied up high and a circular birthmark near his left eye, was leisurely lying on a tree chewing on a reed. Mu Dongfang looked at Yang Shu, who was currently fetching water near a stream beside a very dark bamboo forest. Mu Dongfang said, "That kid Yang Shu has been hauling water all day. Master was worried something would happen to him, so he arranged for me to come watch. But he keeps fetching water. Is he trying to turn his grief into hard labor or something?" He mumbled, nonstop, looking bored about the kid who was busy concentrating on fetching water. Yang Shu was still busy, engrossed in scooping water from the clear stream, but failed to notice how many pairs of eyes were looking in his direction. By this time he had finished collecting the water and was ready to carry it home. On the other side, Lu Zhaoga and Lu Dongli had already hidden themselves in the bushes across the river. Watching Yang Shu, Lu Dongli asked if they needed to comfort him. Lu Zhaoga on his side cupped his hands and said, "It's fine. He's just doing this to vent a little. Let him be." Yang Shu walked through the bamboo forest, carrying 2 full buckets of water back. Every step he took was steady. As he walked, he saw a familiar figure secretly doing something by the doorway. That's junior sister Xiao Qiu. What is this little rascal sneaking around doing? He saw her gently knocking on the door, shouting, "Senior brother Yang Shu, are you home? If you're not home, answer me." She shouted for a long time but received no response. The little girl scratched her head innocently. Her large round eyes and petite figure were incredibly cute. Strange if senior brother Yang Shu isn't here. Then he can't answer me. So is he here or not here? A tall figure appeared behind Xiao Qiu. From this angle it looked quite terrifying. The tall figure spoke. "Junior sister Xiao Qiu, are you looking for me?" The little girl turned around and giggled innocently at Yang Shu. "Senior brother Yang Shu, I found you." Yang Shu had a strange, slightly bewildered expression. "Didn't I just show up myself?" The little girl continued. "Senior brother Yang Shu, wait a minute, let me observe the surroundings." Then the little one ran around the courtyard, looking around, which left Yang Shu, who was carrying the water, feeling very confused and helpless. Xiao Qiu put her hands on her chest side in relief and smiled. There's no one around, so we're safe for now. Senior brother Yang Shu, please squat down. I have something very important to tell you. The little girl clasped her hands together in earnest plea, her chubby cheeks showing a spoiled expression. Please, senior brother. Yang Shu's expression looked somewhat lost. He put down the water buckets and squatted in front of Xiao Qiu, intending to ask her what was going on. Having achieved her goal, Xiao Qiu looked delighted. Xiao Qiu's large eyes sparkled. Her long eyelashes and fair skin gave off an extremely dazzling glow. Senior brother Yang, could you secretly take me down the mountain? Yang Shu was a little surprised and repeated the phrase. Secretly take you down the mountain. Take you down the mountain. Yang Shu watched the little girl puffing up her rosy cheeks. She seemed to be pushing her luck even further. Xiao Qiu further leveraged her cuteness advantage to defeat him, immediately pleading, looking utterly adorable. Senior brother Yang, please don't tell master uncle the sect leader or master. Senior brother, second senior sister and third senior brother. They all take turns, secretly taking me down the mountain to play. I only get a chance once every 10 days. At this moment Yang Shu couldn't resist that kind of charming appeal. A sweet rosy glow seemed to emanate around them, shaking Yang Shu's resolve. Is that so? He also felt inwardly that, facing Xiao Qiu's adorable appearance, he simply couldn't utter the word no. Seeing that she had succeeded, the little girl immediately cheered joyfully, gripping Yang Shu's hand tightly with her small hands. Senior brother Yang didn't say no, so that means yes. Alright, let's go down the mountain now. At this moment Yang Shu wanted to break free from the little girl's evil spell, but it was too late. So Xiao Qiu grabbed his hand and started walking, extremely happy inside. Going down the mountain to buy Tanghulu. Yang Shu allowed the little rascal to drag him along. A thought flashed through his mind. Given master's personality, his divine sense must already cover the entire mountain, so he probably already knew about Xiao Qiu secretly going down the mountain and was just pretending not to know. Mu Dongfan was sitting on a distant tree branch, raising his hands to shield his eyes and looking towards them. Yang Shu has already descended the mountain. Do I need to report this to martial uncle the sect master and master? He also thought internally that this wasn't anything bad that needed to be stopped. Junior sister Xiao Qiu taking Yang Shu down the mountain to relax his mood is a good thing. Someone shouted from afar. You don't need to report, your master already know. His master continued. Oh right. Your martial uncle the sect master knows too. Mu Dongfan looked up in slight surprise. Although slightly flustered, he quickly reacted, cupping his hands and saying yes master. He thought master's divine sense is incredibly powerful. I fear it has long covered the entirety of Danqing Mountain. So what exactly is your current cultivation realm? At this moment in his mind, the figures of two people emerged. The difference in height and loot only filling him with doubt. In our Mo sect, who is truly mightier martial uncle? The sect master who was famous worldwide, or master who was silently unknown? Night had now fallen upon the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. The bright light emitted by the crimson lanterns, hanging from the beams, further enhanced the poetic beauty of the night. The streets at night were not quiet, instead they were incredibly noisy and bustling. A high-hanging full moon hastily cast down its light, illuminating the road. The market was adorned with sparkling red lanterns. People came and went, accompanied by the clamor of hawkers shouting, "Baozi steaming hot fresh out of the oven. Gold, silver and jewels, we have everything. Everyone come and take a look. Guests dining and staying at the pavilion today get a 20% discount and a free breakfast. Sweet and delicious Tanghulu candied fruit skewers." The vendor selling Tanghulu was a kind-hearted, simple man. He was smiling friendly towards the customers on the street, with a full stall of Tanghulu laid out before him. It's already so late. I should pack up soon. My wife at home must be waiting for me to return for dinner. A sweet child's voice rang out in front of the man. Uncle, please sell me 2 Tanghulu skewers. A surprised look appeared on the man's face. Realizing the little girl was too short and hidden by the stall, Yang Shu also looked at the Tanghulu seller slightly embarrassed, and said anxiously, all right. Did you bring a new senior sister this time? The vendor laughed, and handed 2 skewers of Tanghulu to Xiao Qiu. The girl in turn reached out her two small cute hands to accept her favorite tanghulu, and smiled happily. The person standing next to her, however, was even more baffled. Because of what the vendor had just said. He knew his long snow-white hair, plus his charming eyelashes, made him easily mistaken for a girl. So he scratched his head and said to the shop owner, "It's Senior Brother Yang." The petite girl below, holding two skewers of tanghulu, looked innocently at the man. The man froze as if glued in place, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Perhaps also feeling a bit awkward, he asked, "It's Senior Brother?" He said awkwardly, "It's fine. This isn't the first time I've been mistaken for a girl." Xiaoqiu below didn't seem to mind. She held up a skewer of tanghulu and offered it to him. Yang Shu asked in surprise, "Is this for Senior Brother?" The little girl misunderstood him, sweating nervously. "Does Senior Brother Yang want to eat both skewers?" "I want to eat one too." Yang Shu smiled warmly. "Senior Brother won't eat, so both skewers are for Xiaoqiu." Despite this, Xiaoqiu still held up a skewer, her eyes sparkling, and said firmly, "Senior Brother must eat. I came down the mountain this time just to treat Senior Brother Yang to tanghulu." Open wide ah. He looked deeply moved. So junior sister Xiaoqiu wanted to descend the mountain just for him. Yang Shu crouched down to let the little girl feed him. The little girl fed him the tanghulu. He enjoyed the taste of the tanghulu and smiled happily. This tanghulu is truly sweet. Above the two of them, a person was peeking down through a crack in the door. This person was Chu Hong, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, one of the lower 5 towers. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and said, "Look quickly, sisters. Aren't those two the Sect direct disciples we've been waiting for all these days?" Another person spoke. "Which disciple is it? Should I use my sisterly charm to lure him a little and extract some information for us?" That enchanting woman with the beautiful red hair was sitting at the table eating. She is Yuqiang, one of the lower 5 tower masters of Tianjai. On the other side, a girl who looked like a child spoke up. "Stop the nonsense. Quickly go see who they are and what their cultivation level is." The one with blue-purple buns on both sides, sitting with her arms crossed arrogantly and legs crossed, is Jinling, one of the lower 5 tower masters of Tianjai. Continued from previous line. That girl with flowing pink long hair is Chu Hong. She walked toward Jinling, resting her chin in her hands, and said, "It's Yang Shu, who just returned to the mountain. And that little disciple Xiaoqiu with extremely high talent." Jinling replied, "If it's those two, we can make our move. You two go follow them first and confirm whether the sect master is secretly protecting them. Yuqiang, don't just talk the talk and then be lazy and sloppy when it comes to action." Yuqiang answered with a laugh. "Yes, Sister Jinling always considers everything thoroughly. You truly are the signature figure among our lower 5 saints." Continued from previous line. Completely unlike those lowlifes like Xinji and Yuru. This time, even if Lu Chaoge himself comes, I will make him this beauty who symbolizes desire. Continued with a sweet blush on her face burn out completely. It was late at night and Yang Shu was carrying Xiaoqiu on his back heading home. The moonlight seemed to illuminate the path for them both. The little girl being carried on his back asked Senior Brother Yang, "Are the candied haw berries delicious?" The little girl was enthusiastically chewing on one string, while offering the other string in front of him, feeding him. Both looked happy and Yang Shu casually responded, "MHM." Xiaoqiu hugged him, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said, "Since they're so delicious, then Senior Brother Yang shouldn't be unhappy anymore." He looked back at the little one behind him in surprise, seeming to understand something. The little girl behind him kept gesticulating wildly. "If I'm unhappy, I want to eat candy. As long as I eat one piece of candy, I'll feel very happy." Senior Brother Yang. A string of candied hawberries has lots of pieces of candy, but Xiaoqiu's allowance is all used up. "I only had enough money to buy 2 strings of candied hawberries this trip down the mountain." Yang Shu didn't answer, just lowered his head to listen. "Senior Brother Yang, I won't eat any more now. Because if you finish this string of candy and you're still unhappy, then I'll give you the last piece of candy I have left. Okay?" She showed him through action, stretching forward and handing the candied hawberries toward him. The senior brothers and sisters all say that Xiaoqiu is good at everything, except that she's afraid of others eating her food. Is this Xiao Qiu now not afraid of her things being eaten? He turned his head to look at the little girl. It seems that way, yes. Xiao Qiu actually hates giving away, the little girl stammered in response. I hate it too. But martial uncle Sect Master once taught me. A person who stands tall between heaven and earth cannot let the important people around them feel sad. He found it amusing and thought there's a saying like that. Standing tall between heaven and earth, huh? A woman's voice came from unknown origin, startling the two of them into a shock, and they fearfully raised their guard. In that case, your martial uncle Sect Master is indeed a gentle and remarkable man. Young Shu thought, it's so late. On this path up the mountain, there should be no one here. Delicate footsteps gradually approached. Since you two are so sensible, why don't you obediently come play with your big sister? Chu Hong stepped forward, revealing a seductive smile. Chapter 363. Yang Shu held Xiao Qiu on his back, his eyes vigilant, and asked, who are you? Xiao Qiu, sitting on Yang Shu's back, held tightly to the candied hawberries, sweat beads finally appearing on her forehead. Her round eyes secretly thought that big sister wants to eat them too. Is that my Tong Hulu? Chu Hong smiled, walking closer to the two of them step by step. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a bad person, I'm just an older sister. Come over here, I have endless Tong Hulu for you. Yang Shu supported Xiao Qiu on his back with one hand, extended his other hand forward, drew his treasured sword, took a fighting stance and threatened, don't come any closer. In the wilderness like this, where would a good person come from? Are you perhaps a demon cultivator? Chu Hong chuckled behind her hand, teasing Yang Shu. Ah, this handsome young man speaks so harshly. Someone as beautiful as me, how could I be a demon cultivator? But since you said I'm a demon cultivator, I'm going to get angry now. Yang Shu, after secretly checking the area, realized that the woman in front of him was at the great perfection stage of the third realm, while he himself was only at the first heaven of the third realm. Yang Shu immediately began quietly calculating how to escape. Must I run? This person's cultivation realm is higher than mine, and if I let my junior sister fall into danger, Grandpa will look down on me if he finds out. Sister. Perhaps this young man would prefer an older sister like me. A woman's voice suddenly rang out behind Yang Shu. He turned his head in alarm and immediately saw that Yuing was at the third heaven of the fourth realm. This astonished him even more. Yang Shu glanced around, knowing he had no way out. A look of nervousness appeared on his face, and he silently thought, oh no, there's someone behind me too, and their realm is even higher. It seems they planned this ambush long ago. Just as Yang Shu was looking around utterly helpless, unsure of what to do, from a high branch above, the purple-haired girl was watching the two older sisters surround Yang Shu. Jin Ling's gaze coldly swept over Yang Shu below, who was currently at a loss, and she spoke, don't even think about running away. You won't have a chance. Yang Shu vigilantly looked around, realizing he was surrounded on three sides. But since they weren't moving closer, he asked, who exactly are you? I am the chief disciple of the Men Sect Master, and my senior martial uncle is a great cultivator. Yang Shu proactively revealed his identity, while secretly calculating a plan in his mind. If they had planned this ambush, then he had to find a way to get his junior sister out. Suddenly Xiao Qiu jumped down from Yang Shu's back and shouted loudly, none of you are allowed to block our path. Otherwise, this one strike from my sword will cleave the heavens and the earth, and send all of you collapsing under my 3-inch blade. After speaking, Xiao Qiu pulled out a rather old wooden sword, pointing the tip at the group surrounding them. Chu Hong, Jin Ling and Yuing, the three of them, seeing this adorable little girl holding a wooden sword and pointing it at their faces, were momentarily unsure how to react. The most rigid reaction probably came from Yang Shu, who stood there, his mouth twitching, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiu was still very happy, and she winked at Yang Shu, saying, Sect Master Uncle taught me that even if you lose the fight, don't lose the momentum, so the imposing aura must win. Yang Shu remained standing there like a statue, unsure how to make a sensible reaction, and decided to just stay silent. Chu Hong had now begun utilizing her divine power, and her eyes turned sharp. Since you don't like the gentle approach, then I, your big sister, will just have to get rough. Small stones flew up, forming a gigantic stone golem, possessing extraordinary abilities. This creation was named the Earth Elemental Puppet by Chu Hong. Seeing this, Yang Shu's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. He hadn't expected Chu Hong to use puppet manipulation techniques. Xiao Qiu beside him looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her jaw seemingly about to drop off, and her eyes held nothing but astonishment. She was completely frozen. The gigantic stone golem immediately raised its fist and charged toward Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu. Yang Shu reacted immediately and grabbed Xiao Qiu's hand. Chu Hong stood outside happily watching the show. She didn't forget to remind him, just don't smash it too badly. A living person is more useful. As soon as Chu Hong finished speaking, the stone golem puppet immediately unleashed a fatal strike. Luckily Yang Shu reacted quickly, shielding Xiao Qiu and dodging the attack. Yang Shu put Xiao Qiu on his back, instructing her, hold on to your senior brother tightly. Xiao Qiu understood their current situation, so she quickly obeyed. At this moment Yang Shu drew his precious sword, gritting his teeth, his gaze firm. I only have 10 sword strikes, but for my junior sister now is exactly the time to use them. The precious sword was drawn. Yang Shu immediately aimed at the center of the stone golem puppet, swinging his sword to attack. The sword chi rapidly flew towards the massive stone golem puppet. The golden light dispersed, and the stone golem puppet had reverted into small pieces of rubble. Chu Hong found this quite interesting, resting her chin in her hand, exclaiming that was quite good. But she paused, because inside the stone golem puppet there was a true puppet, and the parts Yang Shu had just shattered were merely the small stones attached to the outside. Simply put, the stone golem puppet hadn't been destroyed at all. It could revive at any moment. Chu Hong playfully winked. The Tower Master's Earth Elemental Puppet isn't made of mud, but of precious gems. Yang Shu shouted in astonishment, what tough defenses. Every one of Yang Shu's sword strikes contained enormous power, having been nurtured for many years. Yet now he couldn't even smash the stone golem puppet. This couldn't help but shock him. That previous strike, I'd been nurturing that sword for years. It was already comparable to 4th realm sword chi. The previous stone golem puppet had now transformed into a gem golem puppet. A massive green puppet raised its mighty fist, preparing to smash down on Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu's location. Of course, for Xiao Qiu, Yang Shu absolutely could not lose to this gem golem puppet. He gritted his teeth, staring firmly at the puppet. He drew his second sword strike again. Dazzling golden light erupted once more. This second strike was even stronger than the last. The second strike was comparable to 5th realm sword chi. Yang Shu unleashed this strike, heading straight for the gem golem puppet. With a boom, a huge explosion sounded, filling the air with dust and sand, obscuring everyone's vision. As soon as the smoke and dust cleared, Chu Hong was still safe and sound, lying in the arms of the gem golem puppet, smiling behind her hand. How many times has Big Sister told you? Your sword chi is useless. Oh beautiful lady, don't celebrate yet, because this time Yang Shu sliced horizontally, not vertically, the puppet's upper body. The upper half of the gem golem puppet had been severed directly. Chu Hong only realized this now, immediately shocked and incredulous, gaping and stumbling over her words. Chu Hong immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This was the backlash from her cultivation technique. At this moment Chu Hong couldn't believe why a youngster merely in the first stage of the 3rd realm could actually shatter her fully perfected 3rd realm puppet. On the other side, Yang Shu was constantly gasping for breath, dripping with sweat. Seeing Yang Shu like this, Xiao Qiu immediately asked worriedly, even taking the last piece of candied hawthorn and holding it near his mouth, "Senior brother Yang, you're sweating so much." Yang Shu glanced at Xiao Qiu and reassured her, "No, I'm fine." Then Yang Shu suddenly remembered his grandfather's past instructions. Grandfather had said that with his 3rd realm strength, drawing the second sword strike would exhaust his energy. But now he could still stand steady. Yang Shu looked down at the sword in his hand again, feeling that the sword was indeed much lighter. He recalled the moment when Yang Shu, tears welling up, received this sword from his grandfather. In the future this sword of yours will be very heavy. Grandfather will help you bear its weight. While Yang Shu is still immersed in his own world of memories, Xiao Qiu, standing behind him, keenly sensed the danger and loudly warned him, Senior brother Yang, look out. Yang Shu immediately snapped awake after Xiao Qiu's warning. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, his gaze firm, gritting his teeth, he thought this third sword strike. Master once warned me that every time I draw the sword, given my current Dao body, I will definitely be shattered. But I can't worry about that now. Those fiery red ribbons tightly wrapped around Xiao Qiu and Yang Shu, preventing him from drawing his sword. The scorching heat made both of them cry out. At this moment, two words flashed in Yang Shu's mind: it's over. It was Yue Ying gripping the red ribbons tightly, pulling them taut and tilting her head to address Chu Hang. Junior sister Chu, I've already tied him up for you. Now you can do whatever you want. Chu Hong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gritting her teeth. I know. A flicker of light crossed her eyes. Her expression now resembled that of a vengeful spirit. Chu Hong roared furiously, you rotten kid, I'll make you spit up blood too. Immediately after, the gemstone puppet returned to its original form. At this moment, Chu Hong's expression also lost its smile, becoming twisted and ugly, utterly hideous. Clenching her fist, she commanded the gemstone puppet, smash his face for me. Yang Shu was tied up, willing but unable to do anything, only able to sit and listen to Chu Hong's furious ranting. A mere stage 3 first-level cultivator dared to injure me. If the pavilion master finds out, how will I ever serve by his side again? After that, she immediately commanded the massive stone figure to act, hit and just leave him barely alive. Seeing the dire situation, knowing this time it would either mean death or crippling injury, Yang Shu began planning an escape route for Xiao Qiu. Before your senior brother smash it and destroy the Qi Tower. Run quickly. The young girl worried about him constantly. What about you, senior brother Yang? Looking at the iron-like fist swinging towards him, Yang Shu understood. With no retreat possible, he loudly declared, the sect master and my master will avenge me. What was meant to happen eventually did. The fist smashed into the ground, causing the foundations to shake, and rubble scattered everywhere. All that could be seen was a dense white cloud of smoke. Jin Ling, sitting on a high tree branch, observed everything, and spoke seriously to remind her. Chu Hong, you are going too far. We still need to extract the secrets of Luoxia Mountain's sword nurturing art. From him, however, Chu Hong merely smiled sweetly, treating Yang Shu's painful torment as mere amusement. Don't worry, the pavilion master can perform soul search. Besides, I'm just going to leave him crippled and not actually killing him. Then she widened her eyes, flashing the proud smile typical of a villain. Turning this handsome young man into a ruin is much more entertaining. However, man proposes, God disposes. Just as she was basking in her triumph, a figure emerged, faintly and indistinctly from behind, that cloud of white smoke appearing within Chu Hong's formation. Yet no one had noticed this astonished Xiao Qiu as well. How is senior disciple brother here? The three people were all startled, staring at Yang Shu with wide eyes, completely shocked. Is he okay? Indeed, the bond between brothers ran deep. He Ting's appearance was like a savior, rescuing Yang Shu just in time. Master knew you were in a bad mood, so he sent me to follow and protect you both. Something really did happen. Jin Ling saw another person joining the battle and incessantly raised countless questions about the newcomer. Who is this kid? When did he show up? Why didn't I sense anything at all? Seeing everything going smoothly yet unexpectedly from out of nowhere, she was interrupted by another person. Chu Hong couldn't help but feel annoyed. Another unfamiliar youth appeared. But if you want to be a hero, I will crush you. No sooner said than done. Moments later, she commanded the rock giant to punch directly towards him. Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu, seeing He Ting in danger, became very worried. They warned senior brother, look out. However, how could something like this possibly phase He Ting? He dodged like a deity. He consecutively unleashed several slashes, striking the rock giant's body so fast that it couldn't keep up. Faced with this extremely superb performance, Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu observed, not taking their eyes off the scene for a second, and couldn't help but exclaim, amazing, senior brother is incredible. He Ting's arrival also attracted Yu Ying's attention. She couldn't help but rack her brain. Because of him, that name. I feel like I've seen information about him somewhere. But why can't I remember anything right now? Suddenly at this critical moment Xiao Qiu cried out in pain. Hearing this, Yang Shu anxiously asked what was wrong. What's wrong, junior sister? It turned out that human strength was limited, and Xiao Qiu's small frame was about to give way. The rope is too hot. Xiao Qiu can't take it anymore. He Ting couldn't just stand by either. So he turned around to check on them. He realized that the two of them couldn't do anything here, and their lives might even be at risk. So he Ting utilized his battle technique, shattering the ropes binding them completely, and then urged, "Hurry and go, leave this place to me." Yang Shu carried Xiao Qiu and immediately ran, prioritizing saving their lives. Before returning, Yesil take junior sister to a safe place and then return. Yu Ying's magical artifact formation was completely destroyed, which also injured her quite badly. She kept panting heavily, her mind filled with confusion. You were actually able to cut through my artifact. This power of sword chi. Does that mean he is a fifth realm great cultivator? Seeing a somewhat familiar figure, yet unable to recognize him, she was filled with displeasure. Annoyed by such a weak great cultivator. He doesn't look like a great cultivator. Who exactly is he? He looks so familiar, why can't I remember? Chu Hong. Seeing that He Ting was no ordinary person, she also seemed quite interested. She wanted to play with him. Still daring to be distracted, this is a great chance. Smash his head. The rock giant rushed forward. It swung its arm back, preparing to kick at He Ting, but he quickly retreated, avoiding the strange attack. He Ting then calmed his mind. He let out a breath of relief. He gathered all his strength and prepared for battle. That was just the opening act. Now comes the most interesting part. He stood firm, radiating power. Filled with might, black energy swirled around He Ting. This time he could go all out. The rock giant's fist descended from the sky, slamming into the ground, shaking heaven and earth. Everything exploded into the air. Terrible destructive power, leaving the surroundings covered only in smoke. A vast white expanse with no sign of anyone. Chu Hong couldn't help but be stunned. He Ting had vanished again, without leaving a trace. Where is he? Where did he hide? Jinling also couldn't stay seated, feeling restless and uneasy. Quickly activate the Shikigami. He is. Didn't see that coming, old hag. Chu Hong didn't even have time to react. She was already struck from behind. Caught completely off guard and unable to resist, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ewing suddenly snapped awake. At this moment she finally remembered. She had racked her brain, although it was a bit late just now. We remembered. After Heading had messed with Chu Hong, he stood before her, sword in hand. He didn't take her life, but she likely wouldn't be able to stand up for a long time. Upon discovering his identity, Yue Ying pointed forward and shouted, "He is Luo Cheage's senior disciple named Heading. He is the person with the lowest presence in the Momen sect. Even I almost forgot he existed." After hearing his identity revealed, Jinling also seemed unfamiliar. Heading. Does the Momen sect even have this person? Heading, without a hint of fear or retreat, decisively aimed his sword at Yue Ying. He announced, "Just now you used a spiritual artifact to scald my junior brothers and sisters. I will avenge them." Although Yue Ying was threatened, her expression remained calm. She then folded her arms and boasted, "Young man, you overestimate yourself too much." In her heart she truly didn't think highly of him. Although he was the Momen sect's senior disciple, he was indeed the weakest one. Heading remained very composed, aiming the sharp sword tip at her, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Forgive me for the offense." Having said that, he moved like lightning, leaped into the air holding his sword high behind him, intending to attack her unexpectedly. But Yue Ying still didn't take it seriously, because she had a very effective plan to protect herself. "Sister Jinling." As soon as she spoke, Jinling flew toward Heading. The ribbons wrapped around Yue Ying's body also lengthened, attacking him like sharp blades. Heading was shocked by the astonishing speed. Too fast. From above, Jinling looked down at Heading with contempt. "Although your presence is very low, as long as one activates the consciousness god and understands your goal, it's not difficult to see through you. Among great practitioners of the fifth realm, no one is as weak as you." As soon as she finished speaking, Jinling switched to ruthless mode, kicking Heading from the air, causing him agonizing pain, making his face contort and flush crimson. Her appearance was indeed that of a willow swaying in the wind. But her operating system was supreme level, possessing lethal strength. That single kick of hers was so powerful that it sent Heading flying several dozen yards away. Yue saw that she had smashed Heading with just one move, and clapped exclaiming, as expected of Sister Jinling, the strongest among the lower 5 towers. She easily dealt with him right after making her move. It seemed Xianji and Yu's group truly only deserved to be supporting roles. But Jinling's eyes were still cold, dissatisfied with the result. Know that Heading hasn't completely lost his combat ability yet. Although the ground trembled, and all surfaces shattered into dust in the distance, Heading's figure was still slowly struggling to stand up. Human strength is limited. He was utterly exhausted at this moment, covered in scars, yet he still refused to give up. Heading, get up quickly. You cannot fall here, because you must buy time for your junior brothers and sisters to escape. You are a great practitioner. He truly sacrificed himself for righteousness. So he still fought hard, until the very last moment, plunging his sword into the ground, and slowly stood up on trembling legs. His body was ravaged, trembling, non-stop, yet it still couldn't conceal Heading's heroic spirit and determined gaze. You are a disciple of the Momin Sect Leader. Seeing this scene, Jinling ordered, finish him first, then take him back to the pavilion. Yue immediately accepted the command yes. Following that, she once again commanded the ribbons on her body to extend, moving towards Heading to attack. Seeing those things rushing at light speed, and sharp like blades, ready to take his life, Heading broke out in cold sweat continuously. The speed is too fast. Can I really defeat this opponent? If I fail, then Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu will also be captured. His hand trembled, gripping his sword tightly yet feeling utterly helpless. He then turned his head and began to blame himself. What good can I do relying only on myself? All I can do is wash dishes and sweep the yard. But saying these useless words won't solve anything now. So Heading tried to calm his mind. Trying hard to clear his thoughts, he thought, stop overthinking. Hurry up and calm down. Quickly recall what Master usually taught me. Those old memories flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. Slow motion. Heading recalled practicing sword skills with Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga saw that Heading only knew how to dodge and evade, but dared not face an attack directly. So Lu Chaoga demanded, open your eyes. Upon hearing this, Heading only dared to slightly open his eyes to observe. Through that small field of vision, he saw Lu Chaoga's figure. Lu Chaoga asked Heading, child, do you know what humanity's greatest enemy is? He didn't know, so he could only ask back, what is it? Facing his dumbfounded expression, Lu Chaoga provided an answer Heading would never forget. It is fear. Following this was Lu Chaoga's admonishment, which inspired Heading and injected him with more courage. Fear is the inability to face a powerful opponent. It is the fear of lacking the will to win, or the fear that disrupts your actions. By conquering fear, you can grasp the certainty of victory, no matter how strong the opponent is. After clearly recalling these teachings, Heading gritted his teeth, determined to follow through. Master was right. I must conquer fear, and I cannot lose my composure again. In just an instant, he regained his fighting spirit. In this very moment, Heading felt no fear, stood tall and assumed a posture ready to engage at any time. The ribbon-like ice belts had now caught up to him, threatening to surround him and slice him into pieces. Heiding's mental state had indeed undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He recovered his sharpness, and quickly sensed that someone was approaching him. Just then Jinling intended to rush forward and ambush Heiding, but unexpectedly he seized the initiative, and executed a move in time to stop her. Jinling was stunned too, stepping back in confusion, perplexed by this sudden change. He actually kept up with my speed, capitalizing on the beat her attack missed. Heiding seized the opportunity, leaping up like a deity and pointing his sword at her. Jinling noticed that although Heiding had improved, she still had countermeasures, so she was not in the least bit worried or scared. His gaze has changed, but it's nowhere near enough to defeat me. The bracelet on Jinling's hand began to take effect, emitting a black aura. Copper spirit boots. She infused the black aura into her boots to enhance their power. Magic artifact. The copper Spirit boots can boost my speed. Let's see if he can keep up now. Jinling already possessed astonishing speed, and now she was several times faster. She flashed past like a gust of wind, catching Hiding off guard. He dodged the even faster speed once again. 2 against 1. Even if you're not crippled, you'll be injured, meaning the odds are terrible. Hiding had to deal with those few annoying ice ribbons while simultaneously keeping up with her lightning-fast, indiscernible speed. Jinling moved so quickly. It was as if she was splitting into thousands of different versions, making it impossible for Hiding to discern her exact location. She is trying to confuse my vision. In that case, I'll deal with the easy things first. Hiding unleashed a sword technique, effortlessly slicing through the annoying ice ribbons like cutting fruit. Subsequently, Hiding leaped into the air, charging forward like a deity intent on taking Yuewang's head. Since the girl in red is not very strong, then attack the weaker one first. Yueying was shocked to suddenly be hit by a palm strike. She shrieked like a swallow. Sister Jinling, he's charging at me. Hei-Ting flew towards her holding a glowing sword, creating a vortex in midair. Defeat one person even if it's just one. Yueying neither panicked nor fled, but stood her ground and argued with him. Did you think I was easy to deal with? Sure enough, man proposes, God disposes. Before Hei-Ting could even touch a hair on her, Ling's foot engulfed in flames appeared before him. It won't be that easy to hit my friend. Ling ruthlessly delivered a kick that sent Hei-Ting flying far away. This time, however, she didn't just deliver one kick. Instead, wherever Hei-Ting flew, she instantly teleported to that spot, kicking him in yet another direction. Ling moved as fast as lightning, finally delivering a critical blow that sent Hei-Ting plummeting straight into the ground. Because she currently held the advantage, this fight was too difficult for Hei-Ting. He was kicked senseless, unable to retaliate, only able to howl in despair. After completely defeating Hei-Ting, she looked down at him contemptuously, and then spoke a few triumphant words. The weakest 5th realm cultivator, my deduction was correct. You truly bring shame upon those who have reached the 5th realm. Hei-Ting's sword point trembled as it aimed toward the sky, just in front of Jinling's toe. Wounded all over and looking extremely wretched, he lay collapsed on the ground, looking utterly miserable, but still trying hard to point his sword at her. Jinling extinguished Hei-Ting's last sliver of hope, kicking his sword aside, and then showed a puzzled expression. How ridiculous with this level of strength. You still wish to protect your junior brothers and sisters, despite being in a life-or-death situation. He continuously worried about them. But Hei-Ting didn't know that on the other side, Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu had already been trapped and captured. They were brought before Hei-Ting. If Jinling didn't approve running to the ends of the earth, wouldn't let them escape. She folded her arms across her chest and said calmly, "You were unable to escape from the very beginning." Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu saw Hei-Ting lying there unconscious, in a state of unknown life or death, and were terrified. Senior brother Hei-Ting slowly opened his eyes. Although his body was severely battered, the physical pain was nothing compared to the spiritual agony in his heart. If I had just worked a little harder, then I could have protected them just like Master. It's all my fault for being so lazy, always assuming Master could handle everything. As for Yueying, she was chuckling softly, feeling quite smug as she looked at the captives on the ground. My younger sister is truly pitiful. She can't see this amusing spectacle. To catch 3 MO school disciples in one go. Sister Jinling and I have earned a merit. Hearing her boast about her accomplishment like that, Ling spoke up to pour cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't delude yourself, I caught them all, you had nothing to do with it. She could only offer an awkward smile. Yueying refused to admit defeat, immediately reminding Sister Jinling, don't say that. Because among these 3 people, one of them has a close relationship with our Tower Master. Hearing this, she was immediately piqued by gossip, and asked curiously, who is it? It turned out Yueying aroused Ling's curiosity. For a deeper reason, she proposed a condition. If it has nothing to do with me, I'm not interested in talking about it either. However, old hag, you didn't see this coming. Jinling's next words completely stunned Yueying, fully defying her expectations. Since you don't want to say it, then don't bother. She stopped wasting time chatting with Yueying. Jinling immediately ordered the captives to be taken back. Take them back. The subordinates acknowledged in unison yes. Seeing that she couldn't provoke Jinling, Yue Ying felt compelled to speak. So she had no choice but to ramble on about everything. My sister said that Heading is just a pawn. One personally set up by the Geju. Right from birth the Geju designated him as a wicked demon, burdened with the roots of evil destined for immense slaughter. Seeing that this story seemed very interesting, Jin Ling also decided to take some time to listen. Yu Qiang respectfully continued. But in reality, everything was a conspiracy personally planned by the Geju. The events sealed away many years ago were gradually recalled. Heading's mother was holding him, happily accompanying her husband. Look at our Heading, doesn't he look just like you? Such a warm and happy family scene did not last long. It was interrupted by a door suddenly opening. Seeing unusual movement during the dead of night, they turned around feeling confused. Do we have a guest? Heading's father approached the threshold and saw a stranger leaning on a cane. He then asked warmly, "Elder, are you? Truly no good deed goes unpunished." Before he could finish speaking, an ominous black aura emanated from the old man's cane. A bizarre black energy, rushing towards Heading's father. In an instant, his father's body turned pitch black and stiff. Neither demon nor human, he fell straight onto the ground. Seeing such a terrifying sight, Heading's mother screamed in horror. Husband. However, his mother also could not escape her fate. She tragically suffered the effects of the ominous black aura, falling down beside Heading. At that moment 2 charred bodies lay beside him. Extreme terror and helplessness still lingered on their faces. Heading seemed to sense the ominous danger, and cried sorrowfully without stopping. Next, the old man brought his cane and the black aura close to Heading. And you too, the black aura gradually seeped into Heading's small body. Looking at the infant before him, the old man's gaze was ice cold, and he revealed an eerie smile. Little devil, we will meet again in a few years. After that, Heading's long childhood years were filled with tears, because he suffered discrimination and poor treatment. The roots of evil in this boy have penetrated deep into his bones. He is destined for immense slaughter in the future. You must be wary of him. People constantly gathered inhumanely, speaking harsh and hurtful words, damaging his innocent soul. He will kill all of you eventually. His evil root has seeped into his bones. It's impossible for him to be normal. We will all die. By his hands, get rid of him quickly. He is so young, if we drive him away he will surely die. Then let him die. Heading's unfortunate childhood was entirely controlled by that malicious old man from behind the scenes. Go ahead and hate this world, then turn into a demon and slaughter this world. Your difficult fate is the will of heaven. After hearing the narration, Jiling understood the whole story. So the Geju had planned long ago to kill his parents, then turn him into an idiot, causing everyone to humiliate him, allowing resentment to grow in his heart. Truly worthy of being the Geju of the Tianji Pavilion. Heading also heard everything clearly at this point, and his heart involuntarily filled with fury. Tears welled up in his eyes. So my parents were both killed by the Geju of the Tianji Pavilion. He caused their deaths. That's outrageous. At this moment the hatred in his heart boiled, and it gave him strength, making him struggle to stand up, wanting revenge. You bunch of bastards. Unfortunately, just as he managed to struggle a bit, Heading was fiercely pressed down onto the ground by Jinling's foot. Without mercy, stepping on his head, she casually asked a few more questions. But how did he end up becoming a disciple of the Momin now, and never once sought revenge on the world? Didn't the demonic root already invade? Even Yue Ying cannot answer this question. She immediately stammered. I also about this matter, she thought to herself. I don't know what happened afterwards either. Nor are there any records in the archive library. And only the pavilion master himself knows. When he saw the 2 beautiful girls racking their brains over this difficult problem, this one full of difficulty, man spoke up courteously to explain. That is of course because of me. Hearing the movement, they jumped in shock. Who was speaking? Immediately following was a round of unspoken greeting that nonetheless left a deep impression. A slash swept out at the same moment. Fresh crimson blood splattered in midair. Jinling looked down at her foot, only to find that it was gone. Having lost her foot, Jinling's face turned as pale as a banana leaf filled with terror. She was flustered but also filled with resentment. After she suffered such a humiliating blow, she immediately yelled, "Who is it? Get out here now!" Yue saw who was brazen enough to attack, and was utterly shocked by this person's appearance. Tianjai is handling business. Do you want to become an enemy of Tianjai? The two women stood side by side, looking toward the shadowy figure's direction. Beneath the ethereal light of the bright moon, the person they least wanted to see had finally arrived. With his full presence entrance, he forcefully and clearly introduced himself. "I am Lu Chaoga of the Momen sect. Everyone who harms my Momen disciples will pay a heavy price. I've heard much about you, and now I finally have the chance to meet you." Yue was also highly vigilant. Facing his great power, she gave the order. "He is the Momen Sect Leader Lu Chaoga. Quickly capture him. We captured his disciples, so we have already incurred his wrath." Subsequently, the subordinates obeyed the command and raised their weapons. Streams of purple light shot from their weapons, flickering unsteadily. It looked quite dangerous. Yang Shu and Xiao Qiu were completely immobilized at this time, and could only encourage Lu Chaoga with words. "That sect leader, Uncle Master, be careful." The purple light traveled at extreme speed, shooting toward him like the speed of light, as if tens of thousands of arrows were poised to pierce him. Lu Chaoga exuded a mass of black energy, wrapping himself within it. Then, with a cold expression, he declared, "Starting now, Tianjai is officially at war with my Momen sect." Then Lu Chaoga's sharp eyes lit up, shining with a beautiful blue glow, but they were piercingly cold. "If that's the case, then the heavenly Tao is merciless. The ones whose fate is sealed today are not you but them." Those low-level subordinates hadn't even managed to touch Lu Chaoga's hair before they were all instantly eliminated. Seeing the bloody scene before her, no matter how smug Yue had been before, she now had to widen her eyes filled with horror. How is this power actually water elemental? The power of water contained within his spiritual energy has taken control of the blood within our bodies. Damn it, Jinling realized she had lost the advantage, and there was no benefit in staying here. Fleeing was the best strategy. She decided to slip away quickly and return to the base first. She treated them as her human shields, but what goes around comes around. Lu Chaoga decided he would not let Jinling off easily. Her feet began to deform and swell up, tearing her trousers. Jinling glanced at her feet, which were continuously swelling like balloons, scaring her face deathly white. Her eyes were wide open and she kept praying for her life. This is bad. Just a second ago, she was so arrogant and overbearing, but now she was being severely taught a lesson by Lu Chaoga. Her feet finally disintegrated under the pressure. Blood splattered everywhere. Jinling's feet instantly vanished into thin air, causing her to lose her balance, and she stumbled and fell straight toward the ground. The violent impact landed. This also caused her to be injured and cough up blood. Yu Huang witnessed with her own eyes Jinling being tortured, until she was practically covered in wounds, instantly freezing her in terror. She stood rooted to the spot for a full 5 seconds. Sister Jinling. Now she was still standing there completely unharmed, especially Yu Huang and Lu Chao. The two of them whose eyes met. She didn't know what would happen next. At this moment her face was deathly pale with fright. Her body trembled like a sieve. She didn't dare move even a single hair. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Chaoga and Yu Huang, who couldn't care less about her pride anymore, immediately knelt on the ground, pitifully begging for her life. Momen Sect Master, we in Tianji Pavilion were blind and disrespectful. Please spare us. Her body was still shaking uncontrollably and Lu Chaoga's hem brushed lightly past her. Is he not going to kill me? He ignored Yu Huang's plea and walked straight towards He Ting, who was lying on the ground, asking, "Are you angry?" At this moment He Ting heard Lu Chaoga's voice and only then dared to slightly open his eyes. He looked at Lu Chaoga, trembling all over. He stammered out a choked yes. Hearing this, he glanced at Jinling. Jinling was using all her strength to crawl, trying to escape. Then Lu Chaoga, radiating cold murderous intent, snapped his finger. If that's the case, then vent your anger. What must happen will happen eventually. Jinling instantly disintegrated, turning into dust, leaving no trace behind. Although she didn't witness it, Directly the sheer thought of it made Yu Huang's face turn white with terror. Completely drained of color, Yang Shu couldn't let little Chou'er witness this terrifying scene of horrifying death. So he quickly hugged the little girl to comfort her. Seeing the people around her perish one after another while she remained safe and sound, Yu Huang suddenly had an idea. So she turned around. He didn't kill me, so maybe he intends to let me go. How about I? However, before she could crawl much farther, Lu Chao's icy words struck fear into her heart and made her stop. Did I permit you to leave? Yu Huang immediately started kowtowing in panic and explaining, trying to salvage the situation. Sect Master Lu, I was merely following orders. This humble woman absolutely dares not defy Momin. This was all instigated by the Tianji Pavilion Master. Lu Chaoga remained calm and was not in a hurry to deal with her, because he still had some questions that needed clarification. I should even thank you. You just told me about He Ting's past. So the conflict between Tianji Pavilion and me runs deep. Can you tell me the reason why you captured Momin disciples? The other party did not conceal anything, answering truthfully. Tianji Sanrun sent us to gather information about Momin and capture Momin disciples. The purpose was specifically to deal with you. Hearing that he was the root cause of everything, Lu Chaoga asked again. Oh, to deal with me? Yu Huang dared at this point to slowly raise her head and explain in more detail. Tianji Sanrun said that you repeatedly ruined his plans, so he wants to kill you to vent his frustration. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga became even more confused, wondering what exactly he had done. I ruined his plans. Yu Huang then detailed every single incident, every single action taken by Tianji Sanrun, such as the return of the dust energy, the blood sacrifice array, the revival of the Snow Wolf King and He Ting's corruption. You ruined them all. Now that he was enlightened, Lu Chaoga asked once more for confirmation. Did he do all these things? Her attitude was firm as if hammered in place, and she kowtowed, confidently reaffirming what she had just said. If there is even half a falsehood, this humble woman is willing to accept punishment. Lu Chaoga also confessed what reasons lay behind his actions. If these things are not stopped, then a great disaster will ensue, harming all living beings and resulting in countless casualties. Seeing that things were going well, Yue Ying also chimed in. That's right, Tianji Sanrun has absolutely no humanity. He treats subordinates like us, by slaughtering us whenever he pleases, but without giving the woman a chance to finish. Lu Chaoga gave her a sharp glance and then interrupted her. Do you still want to live? As long as she could survive, even if it meant going to the ends of the earth, she would comply. She immediately answered nervously. I want to live. I will do anything you ask. In front of Yue Ying, Lu Chaoga and his disciples soared into the sky. Before leaving, he made a demand. You return to Tianji Gu and tell your pavilion master that one day I will come to see him. That day will be the moment Tianji Gu is wiped out. Hearing this, her expression became dazed, and her face turned blank. She simply couldn't believe her ears. Wiped out. Ningying looked at the scene before her and thought, it's been a long time since I saw those two. I wonder how far their cultivation has progressed. The brother and sister. As she walked towards the Mo men, she thought that when the great catastrophe arrived, she hoped they would like the gift she had brought this time. At the Mo men, a piercing scream rang out. Ah! It hurt so much. Luo Bing tried to comfort Xiao Qiu while bandaging her wound. Continuation of L19035. Junior sister Xiao Qiu, bear with the pain a little. Once the medicine is applied, senior sister will buy you candied hawthorns. As soon as candied hawthorns were mentioned, Xiao Qiu immediately stopped crying. The little girl happily danced and cheered. Yay! Senior sister Luo Bing is the best person in the world. But when Luo Bing continued to treat Xiao Qiu's wound, the little girl started screaming again. How it hurt so much. Mu Dongfang watched from the side, looking spaced out. Even Luo Bing felt helpless regarding the little girl. While Xiao Qiu was receiving treatment, Yang Shu and He Ting sat quietly watching her. He Ting secretly sighed in relief. Junior sister Xiao Qiu is so energetic. It seems her injuries aren't severe. That's a great relief. Meanwhile, Yang Shu was secretly blaming himself in his heart. This whole incident is my fault. I shouldn't have brought junior sister Xiao Qiu down the mountain. Otherwise, senior brother and junior sister wouldn't have been in danger. It's all my fault. Just then Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli walked in. As soon as they saw the two of them, everyone immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings Master Lu, Uncle Master. Shifu Dongli looked at Yang Shu and He Ting and said softly, "You two are injured, you don't need to bow, please sit down." A moment later, everyone solemnly returned to their seats. Lu Chaoga began to speak. "I presume everyone knows the reason for calling this meeting today." As he spoke, his expression gradually darkened. Yang Shu felt somewhat disheartened upon hearing this. He thought it's all because I was incompetent. I brought shame upon Shifu and the Mo men. Thinking this, he immediately stood up to admit his mistake. "This disciple is useless and has disgraced the Mo men. Please punish me, Master Lu and Shifu." At the same time, He Ting quickly took the blame himself. "Please punish me, Shifu and martial uncle." At this moment, Xiao Qiu suddenly stood up with a dignified air. She declared loudly, "All the trouble was caused by Xiao Qiu sneaking down the mountain. It has nothing to do with the two senior brothers. Xiao Qiu takes responsibility for her actions." Seeing Xiao Qiu's brave action, Mu Dongfang couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking, this junior sister was just crying while having her medicine applied. How can she suddenly say something so magnificent? She really is unpredictable. Just then Chaoga spoke up, interrupting He Ting. "Who said anything about punishing you?" Yang Shu was stunned upon hearing this and asked back, "We're not being punished." Xiao Qiu looked at him innocently and asked, "Then who are we punishing?" Chaoga glanced briefly at them and replied, "Naturally. We punish those who tried to harm my Mo men disciples. The few of you are victims, and there is no reason for you to be punished." Having just heard Chaoga say that, Ling Bing looked at him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. When juniors clash with others, elders usually punish their own juniors indiscriminately, prioritizing their own. "Young master, you are different from them." After that, Lu Chaoga resolutely stood up. His voice was full of determination. "If the people from the Tianji-gu dare to harm those of my Momin, then I must teach them a lesson. Since they are being unreasonable, then I cannot stand idly by." Upon hearing this, Yang Shu stammered, "But I heard the Tianji-gu has many disciples. The pavilion master Tianji Sanrun is a powerful expert of the sixth realm." At this point he thought worriedly, "Our Momin is so weak, and we only have master and martial uncle as elders. How can we possibly be their opponents?" Next, Yang Shu turned his gaze towards Lu Dongli, who had been silent all along. He concluded internally, "Given master's personality, she will definitely persuade martial uncle." As if understanding Yang Shu's look, Lu Dongli spoke earnestly, "This time I, your master, also support your sect leader martial uncle. Those who harm my disciples deserve to pay a heavy price." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Shu couldn't suppress his astonishment, thinking, even master, who is usually so cautious, is saying things like this. Ling Bing and Mu Dongfang also looked at her with grateful eyes. "Master truly loves us." Immediately after, Chaoja's serious voice sounded, "Say no more. The Tianji-gu must be eliminated. This one's mind is made up." Having said that, Lu Chaoga calculated privately, Tianji Sanrun, setting up a sacrificial grand formation in Feiniochang, awakening the foul energy and resurrecting the Shu Along Wang. These things are all important progression events. In the main quest line, that old fellow is 100 a red named boss. Killing him will surely yield rich rewards from the system. Furthermore, the main quest progress will advance significantly. Subsequently, his eyes gradually turned cold. He also made up his mind, "If you dare touch my people, then I will eliminate you." Just then, Ning Ying's voice came from outside the door. "No, Chaoga Xiao Lizi. The two of you must not act rashly." As soon as he saw her appear, Chaoga respectfully bowed Aunt Ning. The surrounding disciples also spoke in unison. "Greetings, Senior Ning." Dongli meanwhile happily ran toward her and exclaimed loudly, "Aunt Ning, what brings you here?" Ninging looked at everyone seriously, then continued, "Fortunately I made it in time. The Tianji-gu's influence is vast, and they possess a lot of information. If you rashly make a move against them, you will only invite disaster. Aunt Ning won't allow you to risk your lives. If you fail, how am I supposed to explain it to your parents?" Hearing this, Chaoga quickly spoke up in opposition. "But they injured my disciples so severely, As soon as Chowga finished speaking, Ninging just looked at him quietly, without saying a word. After a while she looked at everyone firmly and said, "Aunt Ning will go too." At this moment Lu Donli happily walked up to Ninging. "Aunt Ning, you haven't said why you suddenly had time to come here. Catastrophe is imminent now. Shouldn't you be very busy?" Hearing this, Ninging relaxed and said, "I forgot I am indeed in a hurry this time, and must return as soon as possible. I specially brought you this storage ring. Inside are large batches of material for weapon refinement, purchased by the Jianzone. Aunt Ning left some for you." As soon as they heard about treasure, Chowga and Dongli's eyes immediately lit up. The two were so happy they were practically jumping for joy. They thought to themselves, it feels great to have powerful backing. Chowga carefully stretched out his hand wanting to take the item. From Ningying's hand he laughed and said, "Thank you, Aunt Ning." In his heart, Lu Chowga could no longer contain his excitement. This time, his forging skills could advance even further. He absolutely had to forge new equipment for those disciples. 2 sets for everyone. But before he could touch it, she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Her tone was somewhat serious. "The thing I just mentioned. Have you agreed? Can I go with you?" Lu Chowga rested his chin on his hand looking at Aunt Ning. He thought if he let Aunt Ning follow him, she might steal his kills. If he didn't let Aunt Ning follow him, then the materials needed to forge those weapons might take some effort to obtain. After thinking for a while he agreed to let Aunt Ning go with him. After all, kill stealing was a minor issue. Besides, since it was Aunt Ning doing the stealing, so be it. Aunt Ning looked at him with satisfaction. "I guess you're a sensible kid," Aunt Ning thought. That with her accompanying him, Chowga would be much safer. Moreover, she also wanted to see what level of progress he had reached now. Recalling the image of an old man smiling and stroking his beard, she couldn't forget. Senior brother Li, after returning to the sect, had continuously talked about the progress of Chowga and little Liz. He spoke of top practitioners of 2 swords, realms, and exceptional talent in the sword Dao. Her ears were practically calloused from listening. Oh dear. This time Aunt Ning could witness it firsthand. In front of her, the 2 young people were talking. Chowga picked up the ring, and it seemed they were discussing the ring. Lu Donli asked her, "Aunt Ning, if you go to Tianjai with brother, what about the matters of the sword sect?" She gently stroked the little girl's head. She told the little girl, "Before I left, I already asked your master to handle things for me." At this moment senior brother Li was frantic and overwhelmed with work. He wanted to swear. Why had everyone left, leaving him alone here? Where is the justice? He couldn't concentrate on his work. He told himself that junior sister Ning said she'd only cover for 1 day. It only takes 1 day to return from Momin. It shouldn't be difficult for her. These matters are truly boring. Do I really need to sign for buying a batch of refined iron? Do I need to sign for this kind of trifling nonsense? Forget it, shall be back to sign it tomorrow, I'll just sign it. This day was too long. As the ancients said, 1 day apart is like 3 autumns. Exactly. It hadn't even been a full day and he was already beginning to miss his junior sister. Under the dark night sky, a multi-story tall tower stood erected. Inside the tower rooms candlelight flickered, adding a brilliant touch to the structure. In one room of the tall tower, the pavilion master stood with his back to Yue Yingxi, was reporting news about Lu Chowga. The pavilion master angrily asked her, "Did Lu Chowga really say that?" Sweating coldly she replied, "Reporting to the pavilion master, everything this servant says is true. I dare not lie." That Lu Chowga indeed said he would destroy our Tianjai. Senior sister Jinling and junior sister Xu Yuan also died by his hand. Hearing this, the old pavilion master said, "That's good then. It saves me the trouble of looking for him. He and I will finally meet." Yue Ying lowered her head and thought, "The pavilion master is truly formidable. It seems that Lu Chowga is no match for the pavilion master. My life is saved, thank goodness. Tonight I need to find a few young men to comfort myself." She bit her fingertip and blushed as she recalled those 2 hunks with 8 packs. Oh dear, it's been a long time since she saw them. Tonight she could finally enjoy herself. Suddenly she let out a loud scream, mouth wide open, eyes bulging. A worm on the back of her neck was constantly emitting a purple glow. and the area was rapidly expanding. She hurriedly begged the pavilion master for mercy. "Pavilion master, spare me. I have never done anything to betray you. Please spare my life." He paid no attention to her pleas for mercy. The old man said, "You should die along with those two. You carry the aura of Lu Chaoga." This venerable one does not enjoy hearing her desperately scream no. But she could not stop death from arriving. She gradually lost her strength. After she breathed her last, the bug flew towards the old pavilion master. The old man inhaled the purple gas emanating from the bug. He commanded that the message be delivered to all tower masters. Summon all tower masters to the heavenly secret pavilion for discussion. Lin Long obeyed. Understood, pavilion master. She thought as she walked. To summon all tower masters. This means that all the 4 middle tower masters of the 4 great continents, as well as the mysterious 3 upper tower masters, have been summoned. How long has it been since the heavenly secret pavilion gathered everyone like this? This time, the pavilion master truly wants to fight Lu Chaoga to the death. She recalled Lu Chaoga's handsome face. She thought, it's a shame that handsome face, which I haven't even enjoyed yet, is about to disappear. The next morning the sky was clear blue. In the distant sky, 2 massive Li-shaped objects were flying. Those were the light skiffs everyone used for transport. Lu Chaoga thought as he traveled. Ant Ning's light skiff is the latest model. It feels very high-end, like a sports car. As for mine, well, it's like a truck. He looked at that leaf referring to the light skiff. His own light skiff. It requires forging proficiency level 3 or higher to unlock. Damn it, it's clearly a very ordinary flying artifact. Yet it requires level 3 proficiency to unlock. He picked up the ring, looked at it, and thought. Luckily Ant Ning gave me materials for refining weapons. After I destroy the heavenly secret pavilion, I'll take the time to raise my forging proficiency as soon as possible. He asked the system. How much further is it to the heavenly secret pavilion? The system projected a map image and notified him. You have reached the great cultivator stage. Several locations on the world map have been unlocked for you. Based on your current speed, it will take 3 more days to reach the heavenly secret pavilion. He smiled, thinking, I can get a lot done in 3 days. He then commanded the system to draw the paper crane blueprint. The system prompted. Starting creation of the paper crane forging blueprint. An Emperor tier flying artifact. Forging proficiency level 1 is required to unlock Lu Chaoga picked up the blueprint. He thought that the promises he had previously made to those players could be used perfectly to practice his craft. It's a pity this blueprint can only forge 1 artifact. For now I should focus on raising my proficiency level first. Ant Ning watched him deep in thought, wondering, what is Chaoga doing? Suddenly a sphere appeared in front of him, emitting a golden glow. Ant Ning couldn't tell what he was doing, but she guessed perhaps he was forging an artifact. She couldn't help but feel surprised, because even she needed the aid of a forging furnace artifact to forge items. But can Chaoga actually forge artifacts? Using only his own spiritual power. She happily thought in terms of artifact forging. Lu Chaoga is truly gifted. I must give him more resources in the future. It feels good to have powerful backing. The sky remained clear blue. 3 days later, as the sky darkened, they were already approaching the heavenly secret pavilion. Lu Chaoga said to Ant Ning, that is the heavenly secret pavilion. Ant Ning replied, I've never been here either, so I wouldn't know. He told her, this is the place. I am certain of it. Upon entering the region of the heavenly secret pavilion, the system immediately displayed a red notification. Special location detected. Heavenly secret pavilion. Warning, based on the host's current realm. Danger level 4 stars. Lu Chaoga thought a 4-star danger level instance. It seems the people of the heavenly secret pavilion should not be underestimated after all. But it is only 4 stars after all. He leaped into the air and ordered Hu Ting to follow. Ant Ning quickly stopped him. Chaoga, don't take risks. He didn't listen and continued flying forward. He told her, Ant Ning, please relax, I know what I'm doing. He said to Hu Ting, before I tell you to act, you are not to make a move. Hu Ting agreed. Just then the people of the Tianji pavilion saw that in the distance, someone was flying towards them. They said to each other, look at the sky. Someone's coming. One person said, it's an enemy attack. Enemy attack, quickly meet them. All the guards used their crossbows and shouted in unison, fire arrows. Rows of arrows shot towards Lu Changa. Seeing this, he said, "Excellent." He shouted, "Shashang open." At this moment a red palm-shaped light projection opened. The power of Shashang blocked a volley of arrows, forming a black area in the middle. He thought perfect. He'll use this to accumulate life sword. Someone below shouted, "Oh no. He's a grand cultivator." One person said, "No need to keep shooting." Another person, however, said, "Even if we can block him for a moment, it's good. Hurry and go." One person took the order and ran off. He thought, although I can accumulate power, I find it a bit boring. At this moment the power of Shashang had already slammed into the ground. Dust flew up a vast expanse of white. Lu Changa and Hei Ting were already standing on the ground, surrounded by white smoke. He said, "You scum, you will pay the price." Then he began to control his sword. The sword flew straight forward, white power swirling around it. He said, "Hei Ting, follow me." She took the order and stood aside to observe. She thought, "Changa has already promised me. I won't make a move unless absolutely necessary." She continued to think, "After all, I represent the sword sect, the supreme of Qingzhou. Once I act, it will send out a bad signal to other sects." She saw that Lu Changa could handle it alone for now. When the sword plunged into the ground, before him lay a scene of ruins and broken walls. He walked and shouted, "Tianji Sanrun, come out and face me." Hei Ting smiled slightly, thinking Master deliberately caused such a huge commotion. It turns out he was doing it to vent my anger. I must learn from this in the future. I must not hesitate anymore. He continued to shout, "Tianji Sanrun, get out here this instant." He said he still won't show up like this. I need to provoke him further. Just sending a bunch of rabble, are you a coward? A purple light flew before him, revealing the image of the old pagoda master. The elder said, "This old man will come to meet you. But now is not the time." He shouted, "Old fellow, take this sword." Then he waved his hand and the sword flew towards the elder. When the sword flew to the place of the purple light, after a while the light turned black. The beam of light gradually disappeared, leaving only the sword. He gritted his teeth and said, "That old geezer runs really fast. That sword strike just now almost finished him off." Hei Ting thought in surprise. Master's sword strike just now was truly powerful. This is the true strength of a great cultivator. I couldn't do that at all. Ning Yi was also very surprised. She thought the sword energy is too powerful. That sword strike this young man made just now, ordinary 5th realm cultivators couldn't block it at all. Our Changa boy has grown. He looked at the remaining people and said, "You don't have to perish with that old geezer. Get out of here quickly. And this one can spare your lives." A voice rang out behind him. "They can't leave. After all, our mission is to kill the sect master, Lord Mo Men." He said, "You're here." Hearing this, he turned his head to look. Unbeknownst to him, on the rooftop, 4 women appeared. Lan Pai, holding a pipa, said, "Sister, it's a pleasure to meet Sect Master Lu today. You are indeed heroic and captivating." The woman named Hong Shan held a fan in her hand, covering her mouth in agreement. The woman named Lu Xiao held a xiao in both hands and said, "I wonder if Sect Master Lu is skilled in music. I could play a long xiao duet with you." The remaining woman was Huang Hua. She smiled slightly and said to Lu Xiao, "Sister Lu is joking again. With his looks, I could freeze his time and make him stay in a painting for generations to come." The people below pointed at them and said, "It's the Tower Masters of the Middle 4. They are all great cultivators. We are saved. That Lu Chaoga definitely cannot win. They are joining forces." They all cheered excitedly. "This is great. Lu Chaoga is bound to lose. If 4 great cultivators are only the middle 4, then what level of combat power must the upper 3 possess? What a pity I only focused on their faces in my previous life. No wonder the system judged the difficulty of this dungeon to be 4 stars. It certainly deserves that rating." Aunt Ning frowned and thought, "These 4 5th realm experts, although only at the initial stage of the 5th realm, are still 5th realm after all. If they harm even a single hair on Cheaja's head, I naturally won't show mercy." Lu Xiao picked up her flute and said, "Talking more is pointless. Why not listen to a little tune first?" After saying that, she began to play. The flute sounds deafened everyone, making them scream. One person shouted, "Cover your ears." Another person held their head and exclaimed, "Oh my God." This sound could almost rival. Only because the person playing was too beautiful. He thought to himself, right, I can turn off the sound settings. That way I won't hear anything. So he stood far away, turned off the sound and continued to observe the situation. He thought, yes, I still need to turn my back. Things are truly unexpected. I joined a terrible sect like the Tianjij, and was laughed at by my rotten friends for a whole half-month. He opened the screen, and smiled, saying, I absolutely didn't expect destiny to arrange things this way. Time to start recording the video of Lu Chaoga's sect annihilation. I accept the task. The scene began with Lu Chaoga, standing hands clasped behind his back, looking forward handsomely. He Ting painfully clutched his head, his internal spiritual power disturbed by the flute music. This is truly unbearable. Seeing that Chaoga remained completely unaffected, he felt immense admiration. As expected of Master, he truly hasn't been affected in the slightest. But in reality, Lu Chaoga's experience was different from everyone else's. He was surprised. This flute music can actually cause hallucinations. Right now Chaoga saw a scene of spring beauty before his eyes, accompanied by 3 charming and attractive women, who were enthusiastically inviting him. Handsome, come and play. You must be so tired from traveling. Come and rest for a bit. This sight was truly demoralizing. Hongshan smirked secretly while releasing wind blades. Lu Xiao's flute music could cause internal spiritual power chaos for the weak. And could also confuse the minds of the strong. Even Lu Chaoga, you can't be an exception, right? I can't wait any longer, I'm rushing forward. Then let me Hongshan be the one to end your life, Lu Chaoga. He Ting struggled to resist, trying hard to reach for that broken sword. I can't let them hurt Master. Lu Chaoga swung his sword horizontally, breaking through those techniques. Immediately the surroundings became quiet and peaceful. He Ting exclaimed admiringly. As expected of Master, he shattered both the flute music and the wind blades with a single sword stroke. Hongshan's eyes widened in surprise. How is that possible, wasn't he? Chaoga gave a contemptuous smile. How could this venerable one be fooled by such low-grade trickery? He raised his sword and sighed. Who exactly did you think this venerable one was? The sword flew out, penetrating Hongshan's body. In the blink of an eye she had no time to react at all. Chaoga retrieved his sword. You attack me with 3 wind blades, so we'll return the favor with 1 sword strike first. Hongshan instantly fell to the ground. The 3 women cried out in terror. Little sister Hongshan, sister Hong. Manhwa rushed over angrily. Lu Chaoga, you must pay with your life for my sister Hong. Sister Lan ordered, quick, protect Manhwa. Little sister Lu Xiao immediately obeyed. Yes, she immediately raised her flute and muttered to herself. I don't believe my flute music. I'll play with all my might. Still it cannot confuse the physical body of a 5th realm expert. But a small fry like you. Just as he prepared to play, Lu Xiao was astonished. What's going on? My mouth feels like it's been glued shut with honey, and my tongue is heavy. I can't move it at all. It's the influence exerted by Chaoga. If you like playing the flute so much, then keep it tightly sealed in your mouth for now. Lu Xiao's face turned pale and he tried to pull the flute out of his mouth. But no matter how much he tugged, it wouldn't budge an inch. It's his power of heaven and earth spiritual awakening. Manhua unfurled the massive scroll. Humph. Still looking elsewhere, don't be too ostentatious, she said triumphantly. This special technique of mine. Once you enter my painting, you are mine to dispose of. Lu Chaoga, you are suffering sufficiently inside my painting. That massive scroll was indeed magnificent. The scenery and figures were all lifelike. Manhua gritted her teeth. With that handsome face of yours, I'll play with you until I get tired, then I'll end you. The people in the painting fled everywhere. Chaoga chuckled. He Ting, a challenge of this level is for you. Thinking to himself occasionally, I should also let my disciple accumulate some experience. Real combat, after all, the system rewards are also very generous. He immediately performed a technique. Yes, master. Countless fierce creatures resembling humans rushed forward. Manhua was terrified. What kind of swordsmanship is this? She waved the scroll, no longer caring. First I'll suck everything into the painting. Those figures were truly absorbed inside. But there were too many of them. It's an overwhelming flood. Manhua realized something was wrong. This sword energy isn't right. These figures aren't illusions. They are formed from spiritual power. They are actual physical soul entities. My painting is going to explode. This is a spiritual artifact connected to my life. If it explodes, I will also. Immediately after the scroll exploded, she screamed miserably. Besides the crowd created by He Ting, there were also some orange-yellow light shadows. They escaped from that huge scroll. He asked in surprise, "What is that light?" Chowga guessed. "Those must be some insects. Poor things were trapped in the painting. Now they can go home. You saved them, you are their hero." The two of them stood there watching the dispersed souls. He Ting stared blankly. "You are a hero." He turned around. "The last remaining enemy is you. What techniques do you have?" Lan Di was too nervous to respond. Chowga smiled faintly. "Of course. If you don't have any techniques, I will still fight. Until you are utterly beaten." She pondered. "Lu Chowga truly lives up to his reputation. Should I run away?" Lan Di looked at Lu Xiao, who was still trapped by Cheaja's technique. She thought, "But we have all witnessed the Pavilion Master's methods. If I flee now, I will surely perish." Her slender fingers gently flexed a few times. She responded with a smile. "Since Master Lu is so keen, Lan Di will naturally keep you company until the very end. Allow me to give you a warning beforehand. But as the Pavilion Master of the Middle Four Pagoda's Heavenly Secret Pavilion, we are very different from the other junior sisters." Lan Di emitted several strange sounds. She activated the Pai Yu Ji Yin domain. What a gorgeous scene! I am a cultivator who truly possesses a domain. Lan Di's domain was truly astonishing. The scene was like a fairyland. Ning Sheng thought that not only was Chowga stronger, but even He Ting had reached the great cultivator realm. But she was still somewhat surprised. It was hard to believe. A small Mo sect actually has 3 great cultivators. That's right. And Ning also thinks highly of Little Pear. Although your master doesn't. He doesn't even know what level his own disciple has truly reached. She witnessed all of this firsthand. Ning Sheng chuckled softly. It seems us old folks are truly past our prime. Esteemed senior brother Chowga is indeed as formidable as you described. The esteemed master left angrily. Don't stop me. I said I would only help Ning Ying for one day. Someone hugged his leg and pleaded. Senior Martial Uncle Gue. Martial Uncle Ning is not here. Everything in the sect relies on you. Otherwise everything will fall into chaos. The deputy sect master roared in agony. I never thought that Gue Changkong, known for his wisdom throughout his life, would now be deceived by a woman. Returning to the fierce battle between Lu Chowga and Lan Pai, Lan Pai claimed that the next piece of music would be the sound announcing your death. Lu Chowga. Lan Pai played several short abrupt melodies. Countless slashes scattered everywhere. Farewell, Sect Master Lu. Those strange attacks surprisingly even struck people from her own faction. They seemed to attack everything around them. They were hit. Hideous screams rose and fell. Some have been severely injured by the strikes. What exactly is going on? He Ting stepped in front of Lu Chowga. These weird pipa sounds. I absolutely cannot let them injure Master. But why? Are these slashes completely random? If we don't quickly decipher this move, it will be extremely troublesome. He smiled faintly. So that's it. Lu Chowga patted his disciple's shoulder. He Ting stepped back. I already know how to break her domain. He exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He Ting's mouth dropped open. Master figured it out that fast. He was startled. What happened? Lu Chowga, who had just blocked an attack aimed at He Ting's neck, said, Move aside quickly. I, your master, am enough on my own. Ning Sheng looked on expectantly. This domain is quite unique. How will Lu Chowga respond to it? Lan Pai mocked him. Humph, arrogance. I think you're just good at talking. Countless sounds of the pipa rushed toward the two of them. Lu Chowga probed her ability. Your domain. Is it turning your pipa music into sword chi? Or some sort of sharp object? Perhaps my guess is correct. She confirmed it innocently. How did you know? Lan Pai looked aghast. Oh no. Lu Chowga was satisfied. Just as I thought. It was the same as I hypothesized. I just asked casually. And you actually answered. Having been tricked, Lan Pai immediately launched an attack in a fit of pique. What if you do know? Even the Pavilion Master cannot counter my domain. After all, even I don't know where the next strike will come from. The intensity of the slashes increased greatly, almost covering the entire surrounding area. She asserted confidently. As long as there are enough pipa sounds, and you are within this domain, you will eventually be struck. These are unpredictable slashes. He smiled as that so water vapor enveloped Lu Chao's body, gradually covering the entire surrounding area. He thought, since I upgraded heaven and earth affinity, this special method of manipulating water vapor has become much simpler. Looking at the water droplets suspended in the air, Lu Chaoga judged. After all, her domain is only a 5th realm domain, so it must have a flaw. The flaw lies in the fact that when the pipa generates a slash, the change is not sudden but gradual. He recalled the clues he noticed from He Ting's strike. Lu Chaoga perceived all gradual changes cannot escape the detection of water vapor. Water vapor is the most sensitive substance. A bubble appeared in a water droplet. He confirmed his hypothesis. Sure enough, before a slash forms, bubbles appear in the water. Clang. Lu Chaoga successfully blocked a strike. He moved effortlessly, blocking all attacks as he walked. No attacks struck Lu Chaoga. Lan Pi's face changed drastically. How can this be? How does he know the changes in my pipa music? He had already drawn close to her. Your domain has failed. Lu Chaoga extended his sword tip. You even kill your own people. You must have committed quite a few cruel acts. Also, although my disciple is not as handsome as I am extremely angry that you injured his face. She pleaded in terror. No, please don't. A flash of swordlight was enough to take Lan Pi's life. He said, I am your retribution. Her body dissolved. Lu Xiao could only watch, blinking. Zhaoga looked over coldly. Only you are left. Her face turned pale with fright. He gave Lu Xiao a choice. Do you want to resist until the end, or submit to me and take me to your cabinet master? On this dark shortcut, Lan Bing spoke. Sect Master Lu, if we take this route, it won't be easy for the cabinet master to find us. As soon as Lan Bing finished speaking, He Ting turned to his master, expressing serious doubt. Master, I don't think this woman is very trustworthy. Zhaoga turned around and looked at his disciple with sharp eyes. Sharp gaze. Whether she is trustworthy can be set aside for now. Having her as a hostage can save us some trouble. At this moment a notification suddenly appeared, causing the sect master to say confusedly, a notification. The notice displays, the Momo sect forum you follow has a new thread update. Go check it out quickly. Zhaoga exclaimed with disbelief. Does the system have advertisements now too? When he saw the trending headline, trending video by Lu. Newest video from CEO Lu, 1 man battles 3 women. And CEO Lu also commented, it wasn't easy for little ol me to capture this. Everyone remember to like and comment, thank you. Zhaoga felt lost. Isn't this exactly what I just did? This fast. I'm famous already. Many women left countless fiery comments, hot as a furnace, a husband. Holy cow, that beauty fought so viciously, slicing people into pieces. And so on. At the end of the video, the esteemed sect master suddenly appeared, smiling contentedly. Lu Zhaoga came to eradicate Tianji Pavilion. I heard it's because of long-standing grievances. And the cabinet master of Tianji Pavilion has long wanted to kill Lu Zhaoga. If you want to see more of Lu Zhaoga's latest videos, please like and follow me. Zhaoga frowned, remaining seriously silent. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment a contemplative look appeared on Zhaoga's face. There are actually players joining villainous forces like the Tianji Pavilion. The degree of freedom in the Tianxian realm is truly high. There are cameras even in the instance dungeon. At this moment, Luo Bing spoke, breaking the silent atmosphere. Sect Master Lu. This is where the cabinet master is located. If we go further, the cabinet master will know I led you here. Lu Zhaoga just chuckled softly and remained silent. He thought internally, this truly is a secret passage. She is afraid she will be dealt with for betraying the Tianji Pavilion. Looking at her demeanor, she probably thinks the Tianji Pavilion's chance of winning is higher than Lu Zhaoga's. Lu Zhaoga seemed to smell danger. He immediately turned to Luo Bing, telling her to continue leading the way. Since I have already appeared here, then the Tianji Pavilion has no chance of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bing immediately showed signs of worry and fear. She couldn't stop overthinking. Lu Zhaoga clearly only has the strength of a great cultivator. Yet why can he exert power equal to the cabinet master? She continued to lead the way for Zhaoga in fear. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead and she tightly clutched a treasure in her hand. He definitely won't let me go. The cabinet master won't easily forgive me either. Both paths lead to death. This feeling is too torturous. I might as well make it quick. If I just strike his heart once. Even if he is Lu Xiaoga, he will surely die. As soon as she finished thinking, Luo Bing fiercely and savagely glanced at Zhaoga. At the same time she suddenly turned and attacked Zhaoga. Dai Heiding immediately panicked at the sight. But Zhaoga easily restrained her and said calmly, "It seems you still chose the Tianji hermit." Luo Bing lost control and shouted at Zhaog's face, "You killed my sisters. Why should I help you, Lu Xiaoga? At worst you'll just die." Lu Xiaoga stared coldly, glancing at Luo Bing before him and saying, "Is your sisterly bond that deep? Or are you trying hard to find a way out for yourself? You will die if you help me and you will die if you don't. In your mind, killing me is easier than killing Tianji Sanrun, right?" Lan Bing looked at Xiaoga with hatred. "So what if it is? And so what if it isn't? Regardless, aren't the lives of us weak ones controlled by the hands of the strong?" Without hesitation, Xiaoga immediately frowned, his face darkening. "Yes, the lives of those weak ones. Aren't they precisely controlled by your hands?" Xiaoga continued, "I have already investigated. The Zhongxi Tazu of Tianji-gu has committed countless atrocities across every major continent. You are nothing like your beautiful appearance suggests. The lives of the people of Rongwuxing were stripped away by your wicked hands, simply because you wanted to seek pleasure. The lives of the villagers of Yinhao village. Just to verify your flute music, you ruthlessly murdered them. Am I correct in what I am saying? Obviously we hid it very well. Everyone thought it was the work of demonic cultivators." "How did you know?" Luo Bing asked, filled with surprise and fear. Lu Xiaoga replied calmly, "I don't know either. The destruction of the Tianji pavilion. In his past life it stemmed from a great catastrophe. Yet they did the opposite. They helped the strange beasts that emerged from the Eye of Chaos, slaughtering cultivators. This finally enraged the Sword Venerable. The Sword Venerable personally used his thunderous wrath to eradicate them. Along with the collapse of the Heavenly Secret Tower, many hidden secrets gradually came to light. At that time he was a disciple of Mount Xuanxiu. He had only taken a quick glance and hadn't paid much attention. After all, according to the system's information back then, those lives were just numbers. But now they are no longer just numbers. In this world they are no longer a program. They are living, breathing people there." After speaking, Xiaoga didn't say anything further, only turning his head and leaving, facing Lu Bing's fury. "Let's go hiding." Amidst Lu Bing's anger and hatred, she yelled loudly, "Lu Xiaoga. Xiaoga, explain yourself clearly. How exactly did you know let me go?" Xiaoga's face was grim and he didn't look back. "I've already told you. I am your retribution." Xiaoga and his disciple arrived at their destination. Hiding asked innocently, "Master, should we knock?" Xiaoga did not speak. He simply took action. He kicked the door open with one foot and shouted loudly, "Knock, why knock?" Xiaoga and his disciple stomped in, shouting as they walked, "Tianji Sanrun, I, your superior, have come to take your wretched life. Get out here and face your death." The space was eerily silent. No one answered Xiaoga. He felt puzzled. Why is no one here? Did I scare them off? Hiding recalled what Master Luo Bing had said earlier. That woman said this was a rarely used path to the stage, therefore it might be unguarded. Xiaoga covered his mouth with his hand. "If they want come, then we might as well climb the tower and grab them ourselves. Let's go." As soon as the master finished speaking, Hiding dared not delay. He quickly replied, "Understood." As soon as they entered the Heavenly Secret Tower, a blanket of red enveloped them from all directions. Hiding spoke as he walked. "This Heavenly Secret Tower has existed for thousands of years. It has collected countless classics and secrets. If we kill Tianji Sanrun and completely destroy this place, it would truly be a pity." Xiaoga answered his disciple, "We'll have to see if anyone in the Tianji pavilion knows what's good for them." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoga and Hiding used their internal power to soar into the air. "Master, that's a barrier, we can't fly through here." Xiaoga calmly said, "Just break it." At this moment Xiaoga also simultaneously used internal power to destroy the barrier. To the disciples' surprise, just then a strange voice suddenly rang out. "Sect Master Lu, this barrier bears the power of the Heavenly Tao, even a powerhouse of the 6th realm. or 7th realm who attempts to break this barrier will suffer a backlash. I advise you not to do this, sir. After all, the slightest consequence is damaging your cultivation, and the worst is instant death. After she finished speaking, the master and disciple, Chauga, immediately spun his head to look in the direction of the voice. He shouted loudly, "Who is it?" The person walked out and introduced herself. "My name is Yuebai. I am one of the 3 pavilion masters of Tianji Pavilion. I control all the information collected by Tianji Pavilion regarding personnel and events over thousands of years." Lu Chauga looked at her with sharp eyes. "Do you wish to die for Tianji Sanren too?" Suddenly in Chayaja's mind, another thought flashed by. "Wait, Yuebai, an unfamiliar name. In my previous life, even when the Tower of Heavenly Secrets collapsed, I never heard this name." A very mysterious woman. She, along with the other 2 Tower Masters, formed the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. They are the second strongest force, second only to Tianji Sanren. Furthermore, this woman is a great cultivator at the peak of the 5th realm, capable of breaking through to the 6th realm at any moment. Yuebai cupped her hands and spoke seductively yet respectfully. "We 3 sisters have been oppressed by Tianji Sanren for a long time. Naturally, we won't be as foolish as the other sisters. Tianji Sanren is volatile, often hitting and scolding us, or even sealing our cultivation, and even let us be abused by despicable people. He intended to kill those people, but had no intention of helping us sisters." Lu Chauga was astonished. "You are the 3rd Tower Master. No matter what, you are high-ranking in the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. How could Tianji Sanren commit such despicable acts?" Again, an unfamiliar voice came from behind Chauga. "The 3rd Tower Master. It's merely an empty title used to deceive subordinates. The 12 Tower Masters of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets are nothing more than Tianji Sanren's playthings. He never treats us sisters like people. He treats us as playthings in his leisure time, and sends us to our deaths when necessary. It's a shame the other sisters can't see this, and even believe that Tianji Sanren is sincere towards them. How pitiful and ridiculous." Hearing the voice, Chauga turned her head to look. "Who are you?" She introduced herself without hesitation. "I am Yanji, also one of the 3 Tower Masters of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. I am responsible for all intelligence related to the current world items collected by the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets over the past 1,000 years. After Yanji finished speaking, Yuebai chimed in. "We have one more sister. Let her come out and meet you too." In the corner, a girl who looked very young shyly replied, I am Hubo." Chauga looked over and asked Hubo. After saying that, Hubo walked out and looked at Chauga. She was drawn in, mesmerized by her beauty. What a beautiful face. Hubo immediately blushed shyly, covered her mouth and apologized. "I'm sorry." Chauga smiled contentedly, proud of her looks, and said without embarrassment, "This seat's appearance defies the heavens. You do not need to apologize for my looks." Hubo widened her eyes and replied with a sweet smile, Yes, I am Hubo. I am responsible for all the items collected by the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets over thousands of years. And I am also one of the 3 Tower Masters of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets." After all 3 Tower Masters had gathered, Chauga asked directly, "Since all 3 Tower Masters are present, tell me, what is the purpose of your visit?" Yuebai and Yanji exchanged glances. Yuebai asked Yanji, "How should we phrase this? But are you certain that Lu Chauga can definitely win? If Lu Chauga loses, the 3 of us will surely die." The 2 Tower Masters, Yuebai and Yanji, hadn't had a chance to decide. But Hubo answered innocently, much to the surprise of the other 2 Tower Masters. "WWE want to help you." The 2 Tower Masters thought in panic. How could this child just blurt that out? Chauga heard this and simply said, "Oh." Hubo was so nervous she didn't know what to do, tightly clasping her hands together. "But if Tianji Sanren finds out, we will definitely die, so we want to know one thing. Can you truly defeat Tianji Sanren?" Chauga stifled a laugh. "Since this seat is here, then he is doomed to die." Chauga smiled, looking at the 3 Tower Masters, and thought, the 3 Tower Masters have surrendered. This might be the best opportunity for me to keep the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets and use it for myself. Yuebai could only concede. Since Hubo has already said this much, we can't turn back now. If we say a bit more, Perhaps we can leave a good impression on Lu Zhangmen. Find the three of us can help Lu Zhangmen break this barrier. Yanji was also surprised, thinking, Sister Yuebai, Sister Hoopa has already shown her sincerity. But I haven't done anything. Sect Leader Lu will think him indecisive. That's right. If Sect Leader Lu can truly defeat that old man, then the three of us will join the Momen sect. Lu Chaoga collected his thoughts and replied, That won't be necessary. The three Tower Masters were instantly panicked upon hearing this. Does Sect Leader Lu perhaps find us tainted? Lu Chaoga softly said, I need you to help me continue managing the Tianji Pavilion. The three of you no longer need to be Tower Masters, you will be Pavilion Masters. The Tower Masters were extremely surprised, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Tus that truly so. Lu Chaoga replied, I never lie. The three sister Tower Masters were ecstatic. That is wonderful. We will help the Sect Leader break this barrier. Everyone looked toward the huge barrier, where fireballs were burning. The three Tower Masters said, When Tianji Sanren first designed this barrier, he took everything into account. Only if the three of us sisters combine our strength can this formation be broken. Yuebai continued. But getting the three of us to work together was simply too difficult, which is why he named this barrier Seamless Heavenly Garment. Yanji spoke while executing her moves alongside her sisters. But he was truly malicious, never treating us sisters as human beings. Now is the time to shatter this seamless heavenly garment. Hoopa opened her mouth and pleaded with Lu Chaoga, please. You must win. After speaking Yuebai, Yanji and Hoopa simultaneously exhausted their internal energy and unleashed their skills, hoping to defeat Tianji Sanren. After enduring this power, the massive Tower Master energy, the barrier completely burst open, sending fragments flying everywhere. However, the three Tower Masters were severely injured as a result. Seeing the barrier broken, Hiding immediately happily spoke to Lu Chaoga. Master, the barrier has been shattered. We can proceed. But Lu Chaoga was more concerned about the three Tower Masters, so he turned his head to look at them. Lu Chaoga flew over and rescued the three of them first. At this moment, the sister Tower Masters were in immense pain, but they were still determined to achieve victory. Yuebai thought, as long as Sect Leader Lu can deal with Tianji Sanren, then sustaining severe injuries will be worth it, but she worried that they might have just escaped the wolf's mouth only to fall into the tiger's den. Yuebai was covered in injuries, having almost expended all her strength. She thought, if Lu Chaoga of the Momen sect is also like Tianji Sanren, what are we sisters going to do? Just as she was free-falling from the air, suddenly Yuebai felt a force lifting her up, causing her to gasp in surprise. Not only her but Yanji and Hoopa were also rescued by Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga floated in midair, channeling power with his hand, and said, Since you have pledged allegiance to my Momen sect, then I, Lu Chaoga, will not abandon you. Yuebai and Yanji consecutively expressed their gratitude to Lu Chaoga. Sect Leader Lu, perhaps we made the right choice. As for Hoopa, her eyes were filled with tears, thinking, at least he's much handsomer than that old man. The three sisters knelt down gratefully. Lu Chaoga turned his head, looked at the three Tower Masters, and said, You should take shelter here for now, and gather the survivors of the Tianji Pavilion. The three Tower Masters replied in unison, understood. Sect Leader Lu Chaoga and Hiding entered deeper into the Tianji Pavilion. Hiding, today your master will teach you another lesson. If you wish to obtain true sincerity, you must first treat others with sincerity. Hiding seemed to understand his master's words and answered yes. The scene switches to the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion. The formation succeeded. As long as you can come back to life, then everything I have done is worthwhile. The Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion looked toward an old man who was sitting and smiling sinisterly. As long as you are resurrected, then that Lu Chaoga will surely perish. After speaking, the old man began cultivating a dark power, bearing varying blue and red light. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. A streak of blue light flashed out. This greatly excited the third elder, who laughed loudly. He is about to wake up. A burst of light spread out. It paved the way to a tall tower that pierced the clouds. Three figures flew together toward the top of the tower. Lu Chaoga and He-Ting rushed ahead. Ninging followed closely behind. As Ninging flew, she entertained her own thoughts. To gain sincerity one must first show sincerity. My little Chowga, when did you start exhibiting leadership qualities? She frowned. Her eyes filled with deep thought. Perhaps this time's disaster, Chowga, will truly change the situation of the entire Tianxian continent. A patch of blue light was close by. It hinted at an imminent unfortunate event. The two flew extremely fast, moving at light speed. Lu Chowga warned anxiously once we reached the top of the tower. He Ting, be careful. He Ting immediately replied respectfully, understood. Lu Chowga immediately sped up. A streak of azure sword light rapidly shot forward. He shouted loudly, Tianji-san, run. I have come to claim your life. A loud boom reverberated as he swung his sword. The top of the tower was immediately shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Lu Chowga and He Ting flew onto the tower top. Hovering midair, a powerful force emanated around them. It signaled the imminent start of a major battle. The two stood atop the tower, where there was a small gap created by his strike. Surrounding them was a vast formation. The formation was large with a small circle in front of it. Lu Chowga frowned, looking worried. What kind of formation is this now? He Ting noticed something unusual. Sweat beaded on his forehead and temples. He said doubtfully to Lu Chowga, Master, I sense the aura of a soul jade. Lu Chowga turned around, looking at his disciple. Thinking a soul jade. A voice suddenly appeared, startling both of them. Lu Chowga, you came after all. It was a long-haired old man, holding a staff concealed in the darkness, standing before his enemy. Lu Chowga was not afraid. Instead, he calmly replied, What are you going to say again? That everything was within your expectations. The old man stepped out of the shadows. His face covered in ugly tattoos. Haha. Not my expectation, but the heavenly Tao. Your arrival here is all guided by the heavenly Tao. In any case, the game of chess I played for the heavenly Tao is now finished. In an instant, the old man showed a strange expression and cleared his throat. Just now, I have made the heavenly Tao's final move. Lu Chowga didn't want to waste words. He swung his sword. At the same time, a golden light enveloped him. Enough nonsense. I don't like it. As soon as he finished speaking, his power was unleashed. All the power instantly surged toward the old man, letting out a tremendous roar. The old man refused to concede defeat, raising his staff to block the attack. The azure light coiled around the staff and the old man's entire body. Now it's my turn to attack, and then eliminate this scoundrel who constantly obstructs me. The old man's eyes flashed and a ring of eerie white light enveloped him. Having gained immense power, the old man laughed loudly. Do you see? This is the power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Chowga did not yield. He unleashed the attacking move of the green vine style to resolutely counter the old man's immense strength. The old man was unharmed. Instead, he replicated many clones, all bearing strange faces. It's useless now that I possess the power of the heavenly Tao. The world I see is already the future. I know what your next move will be. You cannot defeat me. After speaking, the old man swung his staff. Immediately, an entire expanse of white demonic formation flew toward Lu Chowga. Tianji Sanren said smugly, Stop struggling, Lu Chowga. But his face remained extremely cold. Lu Chowga shouted, Ascend to immortality right now. Instantly, a magic array appeared and enveloped him. Those flowers began to bloom profusely. Tianji Sanren's power, like a hungry tiger, charged straight toward where Lu Chowga stood. He stretched his hand forward, his expression stern. He continued to use the power gained from his cultivation. Spirit severing, I still look down on you. He declared, That is the power of the heavenly Tao, not spiritual energy. Your sword can only absorb spiritual energy. I investigated this long ago. In war you must know yourself and your enemy. Lu Chowga countered with all his might. A tremendous force crushed all of Tianji Sanren's attacks. Tianji Sanren's face was ashen and sweat began to bead on his forehead. His face revealed extreme astonishment. How is this possible? Even Lu Chowga was surprised. Why is the power of the heavenly Tao easier to absorb than spiritual energy system? Suddenly new information surfaced. 01 of the power of the heavenly Tao absorbed. Lu Chowga was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe it. Absorbing this thing can actually grant a hidden reward. Absorbing 100 will grant a hidden treasure. After getting his answer, Lu Chowga revealed a sinister smile. If his power had been like a fish returning to the water before, then his mood now was like a tiger returning to the mountains. Excellent. Now this old man has a new way to die. Before he dies I must first drain him completely. Lu Chaoga immediately dashed forward at high speed shouting, Tianji Sanrun, prepare to die. Tianji Sanrun refused to concede defeat. Immediately raising his staff as a magic array appeared. I don't believe that your body can contain all of my power of the heavenly Tao. His magic rushed toward Lu Chaoga in a terrifying manner. Lu Chaoga did not retreat, bravely standing before the magic to face the attack. The system panel appeared once again. 02 of the power of the heavenly Tao absorbed. 03 of the power of the heavenly Tao absorbed. Finally 05 of the power of the heavenly Tao absorbed. The more power Tianji Sanrun used, the more Lu Chaoga absorbed. He only needed one empty hand to block Tianji Sanrun's power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Chaoga stated decisively, I haven't even used my full strength. How could you fall already? Tianji Sanrun knelt on the ground, trembling all over. His words now were broken and intermittent. How could this be impossible? Lu Chaoga hovered in the air looking down at him. Inside your body, is there truly not a shred of heavenly Tao power left? Get up quickly and let this lord continue absorbing it. Tianji Sanrun was now utterly exhausted. His body shaking constantly, he gritted his teeth, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. I have reigned supremely for 1,000 years. How can I possibly be defeated by an unknown nobody like you? A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Tianji Sanrun raised his staff and asked a perplexing question. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't take human form again, Qinglu? As soon as he spoke, an insect crawled out of the staff. It seemed this was the Qinglu he mentioned. The insect's body emitted a glow. It was presumed that this thing was extremely dangerous. But in the blink of an eye, Qinglu crawled into Tianji Sanrun's mouth, and he swiftly swallowed the insect. His face suddenly turned crimson, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. Tianji Sanrun gritted his teeth and declared to him with a hateful gaze, Lu Chaoga, perish. Lu Chaoga observed him from above. Tianji Sanrun was slowly transforming into a massive, strange shape with an expression full of curiosity. He witnessed the transformation below. What concerned him now was whether he could still absorb anything in that new shape. Is there a second phase? I wonder if there is still any power of the heavenly Tao left to absorb. Tianji Sanrun transformed into a terrifying form. He looks just like an insect. A winged insect whose evolution failed. In fact, this is the spiritual power he possesses. You will be my first prey. Lu Chaoga felt concerned for his apprentice. Hey Ting, stay far away, lest you get splashed later by this insect's slime. That's absolutely filthy. Hearing this, Hey Ting immediately obeyed. He used his spiritual power, still raging incessantly. He made strange noises. Well, see who the insect truly is. Having said that, he rushed towards Lu Chaoga. He was quick as lightning, flying back to dodge the sudden attack. Lu Chaoga was fearless, holding his sword ready for battle. Do you want to fight barehanded? That suits me perfectly. The two rushed towards each other simultaneously, engaging face to face. They were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Lu Chaoga used his legendary sword as a weapon, launching relentless attacks. He also dodged the moves and counterattacked with spiritual power. Some say youth is like a cup of tea, constantly fighting battles until youth is spent. Hey Ting stood below, watching the scene of battle with immense shock. Master is truly amazing. His eyes couldn't keep up with their speed at all. Then Lu Chaoga attacked and defended simultaneously. And while fighting, he didn't forget to instruct Hey Ting. Watch carefully. This old man is a liar. He once determined that you would bring calamity upon the world. You must remember you are absolutely no calamity. Having said that, he delivered a fatal strike with his sword towards the elder's chest. You are my apprentice, the apprentice of the chosen one of Tianxianjia, and also one of the heroes who will save this world from disaster in the future. Hey Ting's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Lu Chaoga, silently calling out master in his heart. Lao Tianji was hit by Lu Chaoga's fatal blow and fell backward. He refused to accept this fact. How is this possible? Why did your speed increase so much? I could clearly keep up with you at the start. Lu Chaoga continued to strike another blow at him. It's not that I got faster, it's that you are slowing down. The elder stopped in shock and looked at him. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, he thrust his treasured sword out again with extreme speed. Every time I swing my sword, more water gathers inside your body. The water between heaven and earth is all controlled by me. The sword went straight for the elder's chest. He snapped back to his senses in time, flying backward, temporarily avoiding the dangerous move. This time he continued to speak smugly. So what? Your sword cannot break my defense. I can still kill you. Lu Chaoga showed a slight smile. Is that so? The two rushed towards each other. Just then a strange beam of light appeared in the sky. A flash of light appeared in Lu Chaoga's eyes. He shouted, Ching Man ultimate move. A huge sound suddenly echoed in the dark night sky. A massive light subsequently enveloped the elder terrifyingly. The elder abruptly turned around, witnessing everything that had just happened. Still feeling hazy and confused, a giant dragon suddenly emerged from the sky. It lunged forward fiercely. That was the ultimate move of Ching Man, or rather its other name is Mo Long. Mo Long swooped in. The sound of the collision was immense, emitting an eerie black aura. The entire tall tower instantly collapsed. Dust flew everywhere and the entire area was shaking. Unable to withstand such immense power, Lu Chaoga flew proudly in midair, observing everything that happened. He announced, I have won. On the ground the elder's body was shattered beyond recognition, losing both human and insect form. He opened his mouth wide, preparing to accept death. Lu Chaoga quietly watched everything unfold. He mused thoughtfully, relying on the increase in power derived from the life sword and skill enhancements. Ching Man inherently possesses a high critical hit rate. Base damage combined with the 500% damage increase from the ultimate move. Even if you are a master of the 7th realm, then this single sword strike is enough to kill you. The system interface immediately displayed new skills. Successfully killed an important figure Tianji Sanrun. This time the reward will be accumulated until the completion of the main quest reward. Next the supplement will be activated. He read the system interface and began to deduce. Killing Tianji Sanrun could actually increase the progress of the main quest by 10%, so this old man was a major boss. But the players are too weak. After so long they haven't been able to advance the main story. Much the system interface continuously displayed many rewards, all of which are the new rewards for this mission. Received generous rewards for killing Tianji Sanrun. Experience points increased by 20 million. After reading the reward details, Lu Chaoga stroked his chin overjoyed. So the rewards for killing these bosses could only be claimed after killing Tianji Sanrun. What a pity that one slot was given to hiding. Otherwise the rewards would be even greater. Suddenly a sound of self-mocking laughter came through. It was Tianji Sanrun. He was laughing heartily. He looked like an insect cleaved in half. Yet he was still so smug, even though he had been defeated by Lu Chaoga. You think you've won? Lu Chaoga felt extremely impatient. He asked, are you a cockroach? Why aren't you dead yet? Tianji Sanrun was utterly repulsive. He laughed as if he had gained a significant victory. The sword of the underworld has truly awakened. I might be dead, but you won't live long either. Hearing this, he asked the old man in surprise. What exactly is the sword of the underworld? The old man laughed continuously like a fish in water. To be precise, he was laughing as if it were the last laugh of his life. Right after he finished laughing, he breathed his last breath. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga frowned, full of confusion. Dead? He died right after saying only half of it. Do you want to play a guessing game? Hurry up and finish what you were saying. However, the only reply he received was a chilling silence. And Tianji Sanrun was already dead, taking the secret he wanted to know with him. Cold sweat ran down Lu Chaoga's face. He frowned deep and thought, the sword of the underworld. Seriously, the main quest progress is still nearly 70% incomplete. This main quest in Qingzhou world hasn't been completed yet. I remember now. He stroked his chin, closing his eyes in contemplation. The final boss of the Qingzhou main storyline is. Before he could finish his thought, a loud bang sounded. Master Sect Leader, help. Hiding and he both turned around in surprise to look. That was Yubai's voice. They ran into danger down there. He immediately flew down. Tianji Sanran, who possessed the strongest combat power. And the Tianji Tower are dead gone. Who else could possibly threaten you Abai and the others? What else did Tianji Sanran hide? Hiding landed safely, his face full of tension. He loudly shouted, "Master." Ningyi appeared from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. She instructed him. The next battle could easily injure you. You should stay here obediently. Hiding suddenly turned to look at her. Cold sweat was running down him. Even Senior Ning finds this matter troublesome. A moment later he clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed respectfully to Ning and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Ning. But even if I get injured, I must go and help Master." Hearing this, Senior Ning not only didn't get angry because he disobeyed, but said firmly, "You don't need to go. I will take action this time." Hiding widened his eyes, thinking Senior Ning is going to make a move. Lu Chaoga stood on high ground observing everything. The lake surface was clear and beautiful, surrounded by majestic mountains. He had his own deductions. The spiritual energy fluctuation came from a voice transmission originating from that lake. "They are right over there." As if he had just seen something, he furrowed his brows tightly. Lying on the ground was a beautiful girl with long flowing hair. Her clothes were disheveled. Lu Chaoga recognized who it was instantly. It was Yu Bai. He immediately flew down and helped Yu Bai up. She looked extremely battered and embarrassed now. Blood spurted from her mouth and her body was covered in injuries. He anxiously asked Yu Bai what exactly had happened. Seeing him, all of Yu Bai's fear instantly vanished. She sobbed and said to him, "Sect Master, you finally arrived. After you left, we originally intended to gather the Tianjai disciples who had escaped. But Yu Bai struggled to recall what happened at the time. She said, "We suddenly felt a dense surge of ghostly and death energy emanating from this lake. So we came here to investigate. But a dark figure suddenly attacked me." Something attacked Yu Bai, causing her to fall backward in fright. The dark figure appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Chaoga picked up the weak Yu Bai in his arms. She was held close. She struggled to grab his hand, pleading, "Right now Hu Pa and Yanji are fighting that dark figure. Sect Master, please hurry and save them." Suddenly the heavens and earth shook violently. The lake's surface rippled, followed by a violent tremor. Countless sprays of water splashed into the air, forming a massive explosion. Lu Chaoga gently set Yu Bai down and stood up. His gaze and voice were utterly decisive. "I'm going now." He left, taking Yu Bai's hope with him. Lu Chaoga, weapon in hand, gradually vanished from sight. It was clear that the strength of this dark figure was terrifying. He was now extremely confused. What kind of dark figure could defeat one of the upper three towers with just one move? The master of the upper three is a great cultivator. Already close to reaching the sixth realm, Yu Bai seemed to remember something. She shouted toward Lu Chaoga, raising her voice to ask, "Wait, Sect Master, where is Tianji Sanran?" Without looking back at her, he answered bluntly, "Killed by me." After speaking, he flew away without hesitation, not giving Yu Bai any time to respond. Yu Bai froze for a long time because of his answer. "You finally got what you deserved." Then Yu Bai covered her mouth and burst into tears. Tears blurred her face. She finally saw it, and a burden of worries was lifted. Lu Chaoga flew towards the lake. The distance between him and the site of the explosion grew shorter and shorter. He pondered as he flew. An expression of extreme tension couldn't help but surface on his face. Using his divine sense, he could feel their spiritual energy. Hu Pa and Yanji's opponent was actually a powerful cultivator of the seventh realm. Suddenly a current of water swirled up from beneath his feet. He flew higher, evading it in time. Following that came a massive roar. "All of you get lost." Lu Chaoga finally arrived at the scene. He stood opposite them, observing the dark figure's every move. It was a robust, powerfully built man. The tall figure was currently gripping Hu Pa's neck, mercilessly lifting her up. She struggled desperately, refusing to yield to him. But given his immense strength, it seemed that even 1 or 10 more Hu Pas would be unable to resist him. Lu Chaoga witnessed all of this. He thought this person looked familiar. These were the clothes of the Jinzong sect, the sect master's clothes no less. He wondered who this person was. Ning Jianshan turned around. He looked at Lu Chaoga suspiciously. Are you a sword cultivator? As soon as he spoke, he angrily threw Hoopa 23 meters away. Thrown at such a terrifying speed, even if she wasn't shattered she wouldn't live much longer. The throw was devastating. Hoopa was covered in bruises, flying through the air at an extremely high speed. Due to the immense force of the throw, she cried out loudly, "Sect Master, look out!" Lu Chaoga softly snorted. How dare he underestimate me, the Sect Master? He exhausted all of his spiritual power. A beam of green light enveloped him. He pressed his fingers together to form a palm, shooting that power towards the slowly falling amber. Suddenly, a stream of water surged from the lake, completely wrapping around her. The current transformed into a pair of large hands gently embracing amber. She was now safe and sound, resting smoothly on the soft surface of the water. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps his strength was too overwhelming, making him truly exhaust all his might. This power was too immense. His eyes flickered with golden light. Lu Chaoga secretly issued a command to the system. Check and see who exactly this guy is. The system began searching for the player's information. This person was Ning Jianshan. His current level was 72. He was the previous sect master of the Sword Sect. Lu Chaoga was greatly astonished. His surname is Ning and he's the previous sect master of the Sword Sect. How could this be such a coincidence? Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning suddenly flew over her face, showing extreme panic. She shouted the word father. These two words made Lu Chaoga turn around in surprise to look. This old man is Aunt Ning's father. Ning seemed somewhat stunned because of Ning Jianshan's appearance. She asked suspiciously, Dad, why are you here? Didn't you pass away more than 30 years ago? Ning Jianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Extreme anger was undisguised on his face. However, just at this moment, Lu Chaoga was still absorbed in his own thoughts. He tried hard to connect all the events and remembered what Tianji Sanrun had said. He had revealed that, right before his death, the old man said the sword of the underworld king has indeed awakened. I am dead, but you won't live much longer either. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Ning Jianshan really is Aunt Ning's father, and he has been dead for decades. It seems Tianji Sanrun, the sword of the underworld king that he summoned, is him. It's a pity that when I was a cultivator on Chuanqiu Mountain in my previous life, I didn't thoroughly study those super bosses. For example, who exactly the sword of the underworld king was. Among countless sword cultivators, there was an extremely powerful fire spirit sword cultivator. The terrifying level 83 boss turned out to be Aunt Ning's father. Fortunately, he hasn't fully recovered yet, not having returned to his peak strength. I might still be able to handle him right now. Ning Jianshan gradually regained consciousness. Only then did he recognize who was in front of him. Ning Jianshan opened his mouth in surprise. Oh daughter. Suddenly something interfered with his mind. A flash of ghastly white and fiery red appeared in his eyes. Ning Jianshan cried out, clutching his head. His entire being had completely lost control. Aunt Ning could only stand there, afraid to approach. She shouted in shock, Dad. She was about to rush to her father's side, but Lu Chaoga acted first and stopped her. He warned Aunt Ning, don't go over there. He is no longer your father. Aunt Ning remained lucid. She turned her head, looked at him and asked doubtfully, I know, but why is he resurrected? Lu Chaoga immediately understood everything. Do you remember what happened with Chen Qi? Mentioning Chen Qi, she jolted abruptly and stopped moving. Of course she knew who that name referred to. Lu Chaoga explained to Aunt Ning. Chen Qi also died a long time ago, but he was resurrected that time too. This is the power of the Soul Jade. It is the death energy and ghostly aura of the Underworld King that woke them up. Aunt Ning immediately understood. The dead could be resurrected by that kind of power. She looked up at her father and whispered, is it the Soul Jade? In that case, he is also being used by others as a tool for slaughter. But while the two of them were talking, Ning Jianshan was still raging uncontrollably. His eyes glowed with an eerie red light. He clutched his head and wailed. Then he yelled out furiously. My head hurts so much, he continued shouting, my head hurts so much. Just then, a mixture of red and blue light coiled around his body. This strange light contained a terrifying power. Those lights tightly wrapped around Ning Jianshan. He couldn't bear the strain. He roared like a tormented beast. He yelled loudly to vent his pain, looking extremely distressed. Ning looked at her father worriedly, who was gradually losing his humanity and consciousness. She shouted at him, seemingly holding onto a sliver of hope that he would turn back into her real father. Have you really failed to recognize your own daughter? Father, please wake up, don't commit any more murders. He brandished his long sword and the ground began to shake violently. The light turned into a reddish-pink color like blood and fire. He said nothing else, only briefly uttering one word, kill. A terrifying force radiated out and flew toward where Lu Chaoga was standing. The red glow emitted by that force was extremely dazzling. Ning Jianshan had completely succumbed to madness. While roaring, he continuously screamed kill. Ning was paralyzed with terror at the sight of this scene. Lu Chaoga immediately shielded her and countered him with his own spiritual power. Faced with this immense power, even a strong sect master like him couldn't help but frown, and sweat started to bead. The two beams of light shot straight at each other and collided violently. Lu Chaoga immediately cleared his throat and said to Ning, "Aunt Ning, please leave first, I'll handle things here." She hesitated slightly, however. A massive bizarre entity appeared in the sky. Smoke and red light continuously flickered across the heavens, and the sky became dark and gloomy. The two people below observed all this and were immediately shocked, confronting this excessively terrifying demonic power. Suddenly there was a metallic clang. His greatsword blocked Lu Chaoga's sword. At this moment Lu Chaoga was completely on the defensive. His face was grim and he ground his teeth in anger. It's so heavy. Is this the power of the seventh realm? Just then Ning shouted, hoping her father would truly recognize his daughter. Father, wake up, it's your daughter, Yinger is here. Not only did he not regain consciousness, but the speed of his strikes grew faster and faster. Lu Chaoga glanced at her, thinking this is bad. His speed is too fast. Then he shouted, Aunt Ning, move away quickly. Suddenly bright red blood splattered out. His giant sword pierced Ning Ying's skin. He had injured his own biological daughter. Blood gushed from her mouth. Her eyes began to dim. Her face turned pale and she spoke in a weak voice. Sure enough, you are exactly the same as you were back then. Lu Chaoga stood behind him, positioned to strike at any moment. He yelled, you old lunatic, that's your daughter. He immediately repeated, ha, daughter. Having said that, he spun around fiercely. Pulling out his long sword, he rushed straight towards Lu Chaoga. Ning also fell backward due to exhaustion. Lu Chaoga lost his balance and was sent flying backward. Lu Chaoga took a great deal of effort to stabilize himself. This power is too strong. Suddenly Ning Jianshan, who knows when, had already positioned himself behind him. His eyes were deep and sharp. He raised his sword ready to attack. In that instant Lu Chaoga noticed something was wrong. Too fast. Damn it, the long sword thrust straight toward Lu Chaoga. He speculated that Ning Jianshan's power was far stronger than the force exerted when he suppressed the Hanging Realm. Moreover, driven by killing intent, his every move was faster and more decisive. Sparks flew everywhere from an unknown source. Just as Lu Chaoga raised his sword ready to parry, another sword blocked him. It completely deflected Ning Jianshan's previous attack, and Ning used all her remaining strength to block his sword with hers. This time she saved his life. He silently cried out Aunt Ning in his heart. She stood in front of him, protecting him, and said firmly, Chaoga, I apologize, I lost control just now. But even if he is my father, he is not going to hurt you in front of me. Ning Jianshan swung his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow towards the top of her head. Before that he uttered a mocking sound, boring. Aunt Ning had already adopted a defensive stance. Father was already in the 8th realm before he died, although he only possesses the power of the 7th realm now. His sword is extremely heavy. Can I truly defeat father? Her thoughts drifted back to the past, back to those years. That was her father, the one who once stood at the pinnacle of the sword sect. The image of her father, filled with respect and dignity, surfaced in her mind. That was the divine sword. The only sword capable of rivaling the sword venerables of previous generations. Suddenly Ning Jianshan swung his sword and struck at her. Fortunately a sword blocked it just in time. Aunt Ning's life was saved in the nick of time. Lu Chaoga trembled before the tip of the opponent's sword. The power of the man who once stood at the pinnacle of the sword sect was truly overwhelming. Even someone as strong as him couldn't fend it off. Lu Chaoga spoke up to remind her. Aunt Ning, don't lose focus. Even if he really is your father, We should now send him back to his resting place, where he belongs. Her eyes also became more resolute. That's right, we must let him rest. If he knew that after death he had become a villain's tool for murder, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the underworld. Suddenly he let out a great roar. Immense power erupted, knocking both of them back. Ning Jianshan used the power of the seventh realm to continue attacking both of them. At this moment Aunt Ning stood aside and instructed Chaoga. Aunt Ning needs your help with something. What is it? Ning Jianshan stepped back observing the two of them. That murderous face is not my father. Aunt Ning said coldly, this matter. The matter of letting father rest again. Let me handle it personally. This is a family matter. Lu Chaoga hesitated slightly, but the words he wanted to say were immediately swallowed back. He thought, but this is the king of the underworld wielding the sword. If I defeat him I will receive many rewards. Furthermore, although his realm is unstable, he is still much stronger than Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning will be in great danger. Ninging looked at him and smiled gently. I know you are worried about me, but trust Aunt Ning this time. He immediately stated his condition. But if Aunt Ning is in mortal danger, I will definitely intervene. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and she agreed to his proposal. Good, thank you, Chaoga. Just then a huge explosion rang out. A massive blood-red light appeared on the lake surface, shaking violently with the churning waves. Aunt Ning was the first to rush forward, aiming her sword tip at the opponent. Lu Chaoga stood aside and watched, unable to help feeling worried. He thought, before Aunt Ning encounters mortal danger, I must restrain myself and not intervene no matter what. He turned his head to look at Yen, Qi and Hubo, who were lying near death on the lake surface. While Aunt Ning is fighting him, I'll go rescue those two first. Just then, Aunt Ning was struggling to hold on under the oppression of his tremendous power. Her voice was somewhat weary. Father's sword aura is still as fierce as it used to be, with an unrivaled dominating momentum. What a nostalgic feeling. But I am no longer the little girl who only knew how to cry. This is the strongest artifact I have refined. Father, I will prove to you that women can surpass men. The sound of steel clashing rang out. He split the azure jade stone into two halves with his sword. Next, blue light shone across the entire lake surface. Aunt Ning twirled her sword amidst these beautiful lights. He suddenly questioned skeptically, will attacking from such a distance even work? Aunt Ning did not get angry at the mockery. She showed a blissful smile and said to her father, Father, after all these years, I have become the strongest artifact refiner in the sword sect. My fighting style is different from that of a sword cultivator. He suddenly froze for a few seconds, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly the two azure jade stones he had just split in half were tightly stuck to his shoulders. They emitted a beautiful light. He reacted instantly and shouted, Your artifact is quite impressive. He thrust his sword straight ahead. A golden ring enveloped her entire body. Fenghua Wantao. As soon as the words fell, the Fenghua radiance shimmered in the sky. All the power completely immobilized him. Ning Jianshan used his weapon to fend off the Fenghua Wandao striking at him. Grab him. Dozens of blue lights enveloped him, forming a massive halo that illuminated the entire lake surface. Ning Jianshan was completely trapped within this massive halo. Aunt Ning was not rushing for victory yet. She frowned, observing every move of the engagement, thinking, I have suppressed him. All that remains is to completely crush him. She swung her long sword ready to unleash her move. Finally she softly bid farewell to her father. Aunt Ning unleashed her final Qi cultivation move, Fenghua Sanjie. Following this, a streak of yellow mana energy surfaced from the water, tightly clamping down on the halo surrounding him. Ning Jianshan wouldn't simply wait for death, would he? He utilized the seven scenery demon art, attempting to crack her mana energy. At this moment Lu Chaoga had already saved Hupa and Yanji. Returning, he witnessed the scene and couldn't help but feel admiration. He never expected Aunt Ning to be so powerful, truly worthy of being the sword sect's strongest Qi cultivation master. His face was full of surprise and respect. The seven scenery completely shattered her mana energy. He seized the opportunity and continued to break through all the power surrounding him. He emerged from that mana halo. His gaze was extremely fierce and he proudly stated, This kind of attack is useless against this old man. Lu Chaoga immediately sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly rushed toward her shouting, "Aunt Ning, watch out." Just then the power of the seven scenery had radiated a massive burst of light and shot straight towards her. Lu Chaoga rushed forward, but it seemed already too late. Sword chi formed a halo tearing through the sky. The water on the lake surface shook violently from the impact, splashing into the air. Ning Jianshan had broken Aunt Ning's mana energy. Cold sweat poured down his face, which was etched with complete tension. The sword chi of this strike was compressed to the extreme. If Aunt Ning were struck, she would either die or be heavily injured. Aunt Ning suddenly blocked him. She shouted loudly, "Don't come near." Chaoga was momentarily stunned, unsure what to do, and quickly called out in confusion, "Aunt Ning." Her spiritual tool suddenly flashed with light. Countless flowers appeared behind her, creating a masterpiece in the sky. An interwoven blue and red light appeared. Blue light from the spiritual tool and red light from the sword technique. He observed the exchange. His face filled with shock. Is this also Aunt Ning's spiritual tool? It's too powerful. It's so massive, and it's the rare water attribute. Isn't that a grade 4 spiritual tool? She explained internally. This is Shuiyu, my second top-tier spiritual tool. Like Fenghua, it is controlled by my life sword. Fenghua leans toward attack, and Shuiyu leans toward defense. They are both my strongest spiritual tools. She swung her sword, and the spiritual tool struck at the speed of light. This was exactly Fenghua. Shuiyu Ning Jianshan was once again trapped within her purple grade spiritual tool. He was in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. A spiritual tool scraped past his face, cutting his skin and drawing blood. He gasped for breath, frowning. Faced with this difficult situation, he decided against attacking Hedon any longer. He immediately submerged into the water. No matter where he dove, Fenghua Shuiyu followed. She shouted loudly, her tone full of challenge and decisiveness. Hiding underwater is useless too. Her three spiritual tools grew larger and larger, extending and reaching into the sky. Fenghua's arrows pierced the water surface, searching for the escapee. Ning Jianshan submerged himself in the vast lake water. By chance, he fortunately managed to dodge her fierce attack. The seven scenery sword technique radiated around his body. Red light enveloped him. It has recovered. I can use this move now. After recovering, he used the domain fire divine move. A red-orange light erupted from the water's surface, taking advantage of the momentum. He majestically soared into the air. A massive explosion echoed. The light from the water's surface shot straight into the sky. The water evaporated violently due to the high temperature. Flames instantly surged in from all directions. That massive fire reflected in Ningyi's astonished eyes. Ningyi thighs, this is. Ning Jianshan coldly walked out from the flames. His face was filled with murderous intent, looking as if he wanted to devour and tear apart every victim, and ruthlessly trample them. He stood majestically above the flames. This is the power of the fire god domain. Below, Ningyi was strongly shaken inwardly. This is Father's fire god sword domain. Ning Jianshan looked down from above, pointing his sword downwards. The fire god then rushed towards her. Ningyi used windflower, snow, and moon to block his move. On the wide lake surface, blue and red colors intertwined. Their strength was evenly matched. However, the advantage still leaned towards him, because the fire god domain is difficult to defeat. She clenched her teeth, angrily trying to analyze the situation before her. Father's domain is a special sword domain, capable of resonating with his fire spiritual energy, and can expand infinitely to the outside world, amplifying his sword techniques. The entire fire god domain enveloped the lake surface. Thick smoke billowed all around. The scene was extremely fierce. Ningyi's face suddenly turned pale. She thought to herself, if she left it unchecked, Father's domain would sooner or later destroy everything around them. Lu Chaoga witnessed the entire event from behind. He also had his own thoughts. Is that Ningyi's father's domain? It looks like a special kind of sword domain, one that can harmonize with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ning Jianshan continued to unleash sword moves, cleaving out all his firepower towards his opponent. The fire god continuously attacked Ningyi's absolute defense line. If the battle continues to drag on, I'm afraid Windflower, Snow, and Moon will not be able to bear it. Ningyi strained to block his attacks. In this defensive stance, She couldn't simultaneously control the flying blossoms to attack. It has come to this, I must activate my sword domain. She struggled to resist every single move he executed. However, my sword must envelop him for it to be effective. At such a great distance now, I cannot reach him. She flew into the air, approaching Ning Jianshan. I can only fight him desperately now. The closer she got, the more the heat wave spread. Ningyi did not shrink back and charged towards her father. When he saw Ning Ningying approaching, he excitedly said, "Are you courting death?" After speaking, his entire body glowed with a searing red light, and his glabella suddenly shone. Ningyi desperately flew closer. This distance is just right. Subsequently, she pointed the tip of her sword forward and shouted, "Dark Heaven Domain." At the same time, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, swallowing the flames that were just about to engulf them. The hole grew larger and larger, gradually expanding into a colossal space. Lu Chaga looked up at the sky, frowning, and thought, "Is that Ningyi's sword domain? This is the first time I've seen it." Unexpectedly, he flew into the air, approaching the domain. Although Ningyi said I didn't need to intervene, but if I get closer to observe Ningyi's domain, maybe I'll be fine. Ning Jianshan was dumbfounded at this moment, his mouth agape, because he didn't understand what was happening. He asked, "What kind of domain is this?" The surroundings suddenly became pitch black. Not even a faint ray of light could penetrate. At this point, the previous blinding firelight had vanished. He thought internally, "My flames are disappearing." His eyes couldn't see, and his spiritual sense could not be used either. Ningyi walked toward him, still bearing the wound on her shoulder from his attack. "Father, before you passed away, you never knew what my sword domain was. Now your daughter finally has a chance to show you. Even if I must lose, I must lose." With honor, his expression was solemn. A towering silhouette. It was pitch black all around. He couldn't see anything and immediately spoke. Voices came from all directions. "Where are you?" Ningying replied, "You have stepped into my black sky domain. Within this heavenly domain, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as vision and spiritual perception, are all sealed." Hearing, meanwhile, is thrown into confusion. The sealing effect of this domain is extremely strong, but the cost is that even I myself am sealed. She pointed her sword forward and Manhwa danced around her. "Father and daughter, we can only use swordsmanship and magical artifacts to decide the winner." Ningying raised her sword, taking a stance ready for battle at any moment. "This is the domain where the absolute advantage belongs to me." Ningying swung her sword, searching for her father. "Before I lost my vision, he might have been right there." Having said that, she deployed Manhwa Shueiyue. Sweeping across all the space she passed through, striving not to miss any possibility. Ning Jianshan was hiding somewhere in this domain. Even achieving this level, he could still evade these simple slashes, despite the fact that he has lost his vision. This domain is truly bizarre. I must escape its boundaries first. Ningying seemed to guess his intention. There was no sound of Manhwa hitting the target. "He wants to escape my domain." She immediately deployed another move to lure him in. She shouted into the pitch-black domain, "Do you want to escape the sword domain? Until you kill me, your 6 Shaun will never recover." Hearing this, he suddenly turned, facing the direction the sound came from. "What did you say?" Just then, Ningying utilized the location from which he spoke, and then continuously slashed at him with Manhwa, giving him no time to react. He took several critical hits from her attacks. She raised the shining jewel high up, unable to help but exclaim, "This power was personally refined by me to Chi Cultivation Stage 2. My black sky domain is actually a sealing curse. The target cursed by me will be forced to endure the same curse." She deployed her move and charged straight towards him. Countless blue lights gradually emerged before his eyes. "This power is indeed very strong. How laughable, father. This is the first time I've felt what you feel. Isn't that right, Ning Jianshan?" Ning Jianshan parried her attacks with his own sword. When trapped in her dark domain, he cannot control all his power. He spoke irreverently, "How boring." He swung his sword into the air. Sharp objects scraped against the air, emitting a piercing sound. "Your magical artifact can't kill me, but I can kill you. If my sword energy strikes you just once, you are finished." As soon as she finished speaking, the two magical energies collided, creating brilliant dazzling light. The two were evenly matched, neither having an edge, making it difficult to determine the winner. Ningning blocked the swordsmanship attack. "No, you can't kill me. Father, you once said that I could win too." Memories brought her back to her childhood. When she was little, she was bullied and fell to the ground. Her sword fell too, she wasn't strong enough. Every time she was bullied, she would only cry and protest her unfair treatment. "Senior brother Gue bullied me. Bullying me." Senior brother Gue not only didn't comfort her but laughed heartily and mocked, "You're clearly just too weak." But the more he said this, the harder she cried, only knowing how to squat on the ground and shed tears. At that time she was just a child who only knew how to cry. Then Ning Jianshan, her father, walked over and said in a comforting tone, "Yinger, don't just cry. You can win too. You must not bring shame upon your father." He picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground near her and handed it to her, giving her the motivation to move forward. Then he spoke solemnly. This was also a father's admonishment to his daughter. Specifically for his daughter. "Remember, you are the daughter of Ning Jianshan." The torrent of memories suddenly vanished, returning to reality. Ningning fought back with that determined look in her eyes, fighting back against her father's move. "Father, I will definitely win this time." Just then countless rays of sharp light turned into fine straight lines, tightly wrapping around him. She used every artifact she had cultivated, just waiting for this day to show them off. At this moment her heart was also heavy with concern, facing a person resurrected by a soul jade. As long as the soul jade is removed, that person will die. The sharp halo was still operating, never stopping, never giving up. But the prerequisite was that her father's soul jade must fall off on its own first, and she must not be killed by her father's sword energy. Her artifact touched his abdomen and chest, emitting a very strange sound. Ningning paused abruptly, feeling astonished. Was that the sound of the soul jade? Suddenly the blazing flames of sword energy flared up, piercing directly into her body while she was distracted. She was covered in lacerations. Blood spewed out from her mouth. She painfully lost her balance and fell to the ground. Blood continued to stream and gush from her mouth. Her clothes began to show signs of being torn. Feeling lost, she asked herself, "How could this be? Didn't I already hit the soul jade?" Ningning slowly plunged into the abyss. In her eyes was the figure of her father, standing amidst a sea of fire. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at her. Suddenly a massive hole appeared in his abdomen. It contained many strange circular jades. "Those are so many soul jades." Ningning lay there barely alive. Despite her severe injuries, she still tried hard to piece the entire event together. Senior brother of the Sword Sect. So people resurrected by a soul jade can possess more than one soul jade. Heaven and earth shook. Her black heaven abyss gradually disappeared. Ning Jianshan prepared to swing his sword, using all his artifacts, intending to tear her into 10,000 pieces. Ning Jianshan swung his sword. Blue light radiated from his eyes. He announced coldly, "Goodbye, my useless daughter." His hellfire god rotated, rushing directly towards Ningying's body. She no longer had enough strength to resist this immense power. Her sword dropped to the ground. She let go too. She slowly fell towards the lake surface. Water. The lake water was turbulent, just like her emotions. She shed tears, full of surprise mixed with a hint of happiness. "Father still remembers me after all." Ningning closed her eyes, accepting her fate. She lowered her arms and slowly fell from midair. At this point she had lost the will to fight. "Because father was indeed ashamed of me." The scene reverted to the past once again. Ning Jianshan shoved Ningning, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Seeing that he had lost his temper, the servants stepped forward to stop him. At this moment he raised his voice, bitterly scolding, "You're 27 years old and only at the second realm. Are you worthy of being my Ning Jianshan's daughter?" He glared, his eyes bulging with fury as if they might pop out. He shouted at her, "Get out of here. Your mother died giving birth to you. Yet you are a piece of trash. Are you worthy of her death?" Ningning only knew how to cover her face and cry while enduring the slaps as a child. "That's right. In fact, my father didn't like me at all." Ning Jianshan stood up, wanting to walk over and slap her again. Fortunately, the servants stood up to stop him. "Quickly banish her from the sword sect." She thought because I embarrassed father back then, I couldn't become the strongest sword cultivator. I have no interest in the way of the sword. I only like artifact forging. The images of the past surfaced once more. Ninging covered her face, collapsing before him. Looks utterly despicable. The sword cultivators of the sword sect knelt down in unison, and spoke respectfully in one voice. We beg the sect master to give junior sister Ning a chance. Sect master, please reconsider. Ning Jianshan immediately drew his sword and said resolutely, if all of you intend to oppose me, then I will personally slay this daughter who brings shame upon Ning Jianshan. He stood up and yelled loudly. If she were a son, how could she be like this? He had never truly loved her. He favored sons over daughters, and he had always craved for her to satisfy him just once, but she never did. He would easily abandon her from the very start. He never saw her as his daughter at all. She recalled the past, and now she finally understood completely. And he hated me for being a woman. The scene switched back to that year. After waiting for negotiations to fail, he immediately stood up. She still remembered that massive figure wielding a sword, appearing right before her. She realized he hated me from beginning to end. Back in reality, she closed her eyes, accepting her fate. He didn't kill me last time. This time he finally succeeded. His expression suddenly darkened, filled with ruthless coldness. Looking at your pathetic failure, you don't deserve the surname Ning. Having said that, he unleashed a divine arc toward her, and deafening boom erupted. Fortunately, Lu Chaoga arrived in time and protected her with a demonic art. He stretched out his hand, blocking her, and asked suspiciously, Aunt Ning, why do I feel like something is wrong with your father? Lu Chaoga's spiritual power enveloped her body. She looked at him and said vaguely, I'd also like to know why from the very beginning. My spiritual power has constantly been drained. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga immediately grinned and replied, because my human immortal. Once my human immortal activates, it randomly absorbs the spiritual power of all things. Right after speaking, he immediately shouted, human immortal spirit theft. In an instant, the entire sky showed a transparent and fiery red light rising up. Ning Jianshan assumed a defensive posture. He felt that something was wrong, and quickly said doubtfully, this domain is too strange. Having said that, he and his Dharma sword quickly rushed toward the domain, saying triumphantly, but this is just child's play. The Dharma sword and the Force, along with his spiritual power, collided with each other. The lake water was shaken, constantly rippling. He stood high up, looking down at him contemptuously. Do you want to save her? Then both of you must die. Stop doing these meaningless, stupid things. Smoke spread out around Lu Chaoga. He felt no fear nor the thought of giving up. This battle was extremely fierce. He must kill this person and receive the reward. Ningying was covered in wounds. Covered in blood, she grabbed his hand in panic and said worriedly, Chaoga, run. He is not someone the two of us can handle. Hurry back to the sword sect and ask the 4 divine swords for help. That is the best strategy. Seeing that she seemed very worried, Lu Chaoga smiled and spoke up to comfort her. Aunt Ning, besides spirit theft and spirit slaying, my domain has one more special feature. I can defeat him. I am 50 sure. Hearing this, she grew even more frightened. She was extremely doubtful of Lu Chaoga's confidence, only 50 certainty, yet he still rushed into battle like this. She said anxiously, 50% certainty. Chaoga, don't take such a risk. Lu Chaoga did not answer her, but instead looked forward with a resolute gaze. He shouted Hiding's name loudly. Only then did Ningying suddenly remember Hiding. I told that child to wait. Immediately afterward, a respectful voice rang out. Master, I am here. Hiding appeared behind the two of them. Aunt Ning looked back at him. When did you arrive? I didn't even notice. Lu Chaoga instructed that ancestor Ning be taken to a safe place. Hiding immediately responded yes. Then he helped up the injured Aunt Ning. She covered her chest, coughed, and spoke weakly. Chaoga, don't push yourself. Seeing that she seemed very worried, he grinned, saying half jokingly, half seriously, don't worry. Aunt Ning with me here, a 50% chance is guaranteed success. Hiding and Aunt Ning were instantly stunned. 50% chance equals guaranteed success. Lu Chaoga observed Ning Jianshan. Then he spoke arrogantly. At least you have some morals. And didn't ambush me. I shall grant you a bitter fight. Ning Jianshan stood high up. He was surrounded by a thick curtain of Dharma swords. The lake surface below remained calm, signaling that a fierce battle was about to erupt. His eyes were blazing and his expression was fierce and terrifying. You all must die. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Facing the enemy's provocation, Lu Xiaoge was fearless, answering calmly. That remains to be seen. But I am very curious. After tens of thousands of years, and the death of dozens of sword sect masters, why did that Tianji rogue cultivator choose you for revival? Lu Xiaoge pointed his sword directly at him. The powers of Soul Slayer and Azure Glow merged together. Beneath his feet was an extremely beautiful lotus pedestal. Behind him was a massive figure, which looked ready to swallow the enemy whole at any moment. Ning Jianshan was determined not to concede until the very end. Go down to the netherworld and ask him yourself. A moment later he transformed into a giant, surrounded by fierce Dharma swords. The speed was too fast. Both he himself and the power of the seventh realm were too astonishing. In an instant, the distance between the two rapidly closed. Lu Xiaoge held his sword pointed at him, ready to meet all attacks. Ning Jianshan also approached Lu Xiaoge without shrinking back. Ning Jianshan realized that Lu Xiaoge possessed a kind of extremely bizarre power. The domain of slaughter. How could the ancestors' domain awaken? In an outsider like you, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Lu Xiaoge blocked his attack and grinned arrogantly. Then come and try me. He secretly summoned the intrinsic power within him. Life Sword activation. The system panel displayed information about various powers. The two fought on the lake surface at astonishing speed. The lake water was shaken, constantly swaying and splashing into the air. The two were evenly matched. Note when Xiaoge engages directly, the arm of the fire god disappears and transforms into the fire god's area of effect attack. Meanwhile, the player Qian Bagu popped up from nowhere, standing in the corner, taking out a mobile phone from the system. He let out an extremely astonished sound. Oh my heavens! I can't see their movements at all. Brothers and sisters, when you watch the live broadcast, remember to slow it down dozens of times. Maybe then you can see clearly. The system displayed that the viewing audience exceeded 100,000 people. The comment section was filled with praise for Lu Xiaoge. For example, holy cow! I can't see anything clearly. Even though I can't see, I know it's so cool. He truly is my husband. Who dares fight my husband? Such nerve. If he hurts my husband, this old lady won't let him off. That's incredible. Is this the Tianji Pavilion? How do these trashy sects still have players joining them in the real world? People gathered in restaurants were staring intently at the screen. They were buzzing with discussion, talking about the battle. Someone grinned smugly and praised, damn, Lu Xiaoge is pulling new tricks again. In a hotel, two couples paused just as they were about to get intimate. That's so cool, the man exclaimed, mouth wide open while looking at his phone. Can he actually do that? The woman was bewildered, then asked helplessly and suggestively, is there anything that can extend our time? In another place, this pink-haired lady is known as a streamer. She lifts her phone to check continuously, letting out gasps of admiration. The number of viewers is increasing day by day. I already licked that screen. Licking. Folks, I've licked it twice already. The pink-haired streamer was both surprised and stunned. Master Lu really went to wipe out the Tianji Gu. Returning to the battlefield, Lu Xiaoge and Ning Jianshan fought until they were exhausted, still unable to decide the victor. So he stepped back. He was panting, wiped the sweat from his face and grinned proudly. It seems the former sect master of the sword sect is merely average. At this moment on his body, there were numerous ugly cuts. It's a pity this venerable one is no longer living. Your swordsmanship is extremely powerful. This Qingqing Ming sword also belongs to my sword sect. Who exactly are you? After speaking, Ning Jianshan angrily pointed the tip of his sword directly at him. Carrying the sword sect patriarch's sword, and using my sword sect secret sword techniques. Whose disciple are you exactly? Could it be Ji Changkong? Lu Xiaoge suddenly clicked his tongue. Senior Ji is indeed very powerful, but he is my little sister's master. Listen clearly to my master's name. He'll only say it once. Then he looked directly at the opponent, articulating every word clearly. My master is Lu Qingfeng, who is also my father. Past memories flooded his mind. His father was a man who was upright yet gentle, and also possessed talent and authority. He once told him, "Chaoge, you must remember that we sword cultivators carry swords to quell the injustices in the world. It is to protect the weak in the world." Lu Chaoge grinned. He is the best master in this world. Ning Jianshan ignored him, immediately swinging his sword forward. I have never heard of this nameless nobody. His magic sword shot directly toward Lu Chaoge. Lu Chaoge swiftly cleaved the magic sword in half, completely cutting off his offense. He stood frozen in shock for a moment, then asked, "Have you gotten stronger?" He denied the other party's words. "No, my immortal human succeeded." Subsequently, a huge phantom image of Lu Chaoge appeared behind him. A majestic face. Imposing aura. This is the immortal human domain. I activated the immortal human state when you were fighting Ant Ning, because now it is very difficult to initiate its ultimate effect. I will make you pay for insulting my master. Suddenly, the system interface displayed information about the power just used. The immortal human domain belongs to the mythic level. The effect is at level 3, which is ascension to immortality. When the absorbed spiritual power reaches 200%, this state will be activated. All attributes increase by 50%. Jin Bugu stared at his phone with his mouth wide open. He exclaimed, "Oh my god." Ning Jianshan stared blankly as the immortal human domain gradually manifested before his eyes. He reached a conclusion. This domain is similar to this venerable one's fire god ability. Wait, how does he have the patriarch's killing life technique? And this strange domain? He clenched his fists while observing the immortal human domain. A giant phantom image of Lu Chaoge sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. Ning Jianshan yelled furiously, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Chaoge paid no mind to the question. Suddenly a magic array appeared. It was yellow and the patterns were very eye-catching. Lu Chaoge closed his eyes, feeling streams of power flowing within his body. This is the third effect of the immortal human. Suddenly the system notification sound rang out. Lu Chaoge opened his eyes. He calmly asked, "System notification." Text immediately appeared on the yellow system interface. "Congratulations, you have successfully activated the third effect of the immortal human domain. The ultimate effect of the immortal human domain has been unlocked." Lu Chaoge was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect that after ascension to godhood, there would still be other effects. As expected, the immortal human is much stronger than he had imagined. As expected of an orange-grade domain, Ning Jianshan has already experienced your power. I now admit that you are an opponent worthy of my recognition. The way of the sword in Qingzhou has been silent for too long. A genius like you, besides that scholar kid, perhaps no one can compare to you. Lu Chaoge's killing intent sword. I don't need your recognition. I just want your life. Ning Jianshan raised his greatsword and said, "You want to take my life? You think too highly of yourself. The reason I didn't acknowledge you as my opponent is because I wanted to show you the true form of the fire god." After speaking, he placed his hand on his sword. Suddenly a blue current of water slowly flowed down from the sword. The blue water droplets were small, dripping down and gathering on the surface of the lake. Suddenly a massive force surged from the water's surface, rocketing toward the sky. Lu Chaoge, let me show you his fire god domain. Indeed, the true appearance of the fire god domain. On the other side, Hei Ting helped Ninging over to the tree root, and they sat down to rest, having witnessed her father's extremely powerful transformation firsthand. She spoke in panic. That phenomenon occurs when father uses the fire god's second effect. This kind of anomaly appears. Upon hearing this, Hei Ting was immediately astonished, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Will master be in danger then? Aunt Ning clenched her fists. No, not necessarily. Hei Ting felt a little confused, several question marks floating in his mind. Aunt Ning patiently answered his doubts. Only when he encounters an opponent he acknowledges. Will he completely unleash the fire god and use the second effect? Which means, is Chaoge already strong enough to be acknowledged by my master? However, Ninging still couldn't feel happy about this. Her eyes shimmered with water like ripples on a lake. I truly don't know whether to cry or laugh. I trained hard, 4 decades, and never received father's recognition. Yet Chauga surpassed me at such a young age. The scene shifted to her past memory. She had seen Lu Chauga when he was still tiny, being held in his mother's arms. This child who was once just a baby eventually became a towering man. Back to reality. Flames continuously erupted from the fire god domain. Ning Jianshan had completely gone berserk. The heat wave of flames spread out, scorching everything around them. Ning Jianshan calmly unleashed his full power. All the energy was dyed crimson. The entire lake, the entire mountain range, everything instantly turned the color of fire. His eyes were shining brightly and his whole body was wrapped in flames. This is likely going to be a tough fight. This immense power is known as the Fire God's ultimate form. He slowly rose from the flames. Regrettable holes also started appearing in his body. The strength of this body, resurrected by the soul jade, is far inferior to his real body. It simply cannot withstand the power of the fire god. Fortunately, it can continuously recover. It's just that the divine might of this fire god is only a dozen meters high, unable to reproduce my former glory. Just then, the player character Qianbugyu once again gaped. He held the cell phone he obtained from the system, observing the battle. Brothers, am completely stunned. Just look for yourselves. If I diligently cultivate, can I also transform like this? In the modern world, the large screens embedded in buildings were constantly broadcasting the battle between Sect Master Lu and the Sword Sect Master Ning Jianshan. They marveled incessantly. Some praised, others whispered discussions. That's a new domain skill. It only unlocks after completing quests in the Tianqian realm and reaching level 50. Two brown-haired youths exclaimed. That's so cool, so cool. If I train to level 50, can I be like that too? The crowd suddenly started running in a frenzy. Someone said, I can't take it anymore, I have to log into the game. Someone else said, tutoring class. I'm skipping it today. I'm going to cultivate immortality. Lu Chaoja's grand battle today has ignited the passion of countless players. Lu Chaoga stood atop the formation array of the human immortal domain. He looked up at Ning Jianshan, a slight smile on his lips. This kind of posture is worthy of being my opponent. Ning Jianshan transformed into a giant, looking down at him from above, preparing to charge forward at the speed of light. Wielding his long sword, he flew straight towards Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga was ready to meet those attacks. However, a sudden strike of the fire god's power hit him. Lu Chaoga felt his vision momentarily black out. My attributes increased by 50%. For a moment, still not accustomed to his own speed, he felt a bit dizzy. Then he flew straight toward Ning Jianshan. But luckily, his defense also increased by 50%. With this layer of defense, adapting to the speed and power after the transformation was no longer a problem. He continuously launched attacks toward him. Blazing flames leaped ceaselessly across the vast space. Wherever Ning Jianshan's power extended, Lu Chaoga cleverly dodged to the side. He Ting and Ninging sat below, witnessing everything that was happening. Both of them couldn't help but feel surprised, observing Lu Chaoja's speed and attacks. Aunt Ning asked herself, is this Chaoja's new technique? He Ting replied, still feeling lingering fear. I have never seen Master use this move. Under another tree, Yanji leaned weakly against Yuebai. Yuebai said in surprise. No wonder the Sect Master was able to kill the Destiny villain. He is indeed as formidable as the rumors say. At this moment, Ning Jianshan's body was covered in wounds and massive holes. He tried his best to maintain the best defense. The fire god shouldn't be this weak. The soul jade within his body kept disappearing. His domain keeps draining my spiritual energy. Even with the soul jade replenishing it, I might not be able to sustain this. Suddenly the soul jade in his abdomen completely shattered. Ning Jianshan was startled and panicked, freezing for several seconds. His entire body gradually began to dissipate. The holes grew more numerous. He grit his teeth, enduring the pain to continue replenishing the soul jade. But the spiritual energy converted by the soul jade was immediately sucked dry by him again. Lu Chaoga, with complete composure, drained all of his spiritual energy. His sword also incessantly swept away all of Ning Jianshan's magical swords. Lu Chaoga realized something. I understand now why Slaughter Life was only ranked purple tier, while Human Immortal is orange tier. The effect of Human Immortal is Spirit severing can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the target ahead. As for spirit thievery, it can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of everything within a 1 kilometer radius. That's why it's called infinite power. Because both spirit severing and spirit thievery absorb and drain the essence from the enemy, causing them to gradually weaken, while making oneself stronger. And ascension enhances one's own abilities. The conclusion is this is an eternal power source. Even if the enemy doesn't die, they will be drained dry. I have been fighting until now, and haven't even used my own energy. Lu Chaoga looked at him and smiled triumphantly. So how are you going to break the formation? You are destined to lose. Ning Jianshan, his body covered in holes, thought. I have already fallen into defeat. But sword cultivators from Qingzhou all have a fatal weakness. As long as I seize this weakness, I might still be able to turn the tables. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly flashed with light. Fighting the fire god. Lu Chaoga was surrounded by red flames. He thought, things have reached this point, yet he insists on fighting me. He must be desperate. Lu Chaoga summoned his black armor for heat insulation, and then he flew straight through the circle of fire. Turning around, he had to close one eye, because it was too dazzling and too hot. He thought the power is too immense. Is he trying to fight to the death? Then he splashed into the cool water stream below, both to cool down his body and to think. I can't let my guard down. The fire god's power is indeed very strong. After all, he is a level 72 leader. But he can't hold on much longer. Thinking this, he flew out of the water again. To continue the fight, he brandished his sword and charged up. Give up. Now I shall take your life. But before he could act, the fire god had already flown away. He thought, is he running away? Then he shouted while rapidly giving chase. Don't think you can escape. In a bustling market in Tianji City, someone was hawking wontons, hand-pulled noodles. We have it all here. Everything. Children were peacefully playing with each other. A customer sitting at a table shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of spicy wonton noodles, please. Just as the 2 bowls of noodles were placed on the table suddenly shook violently, causing the bowls and chopsticks to rattle along with it. People wondered what is happening. Suddenly the sky turned blood red. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. The crowd below erupted in chaos. Hey, hey! Look up at the sky. Following that, the colossal fire god appeared. Lu Chaoga was flying towards him but felt surprised, because the fire god stopped in one place unmoving. He shouted, what do you intend to do? He thought to himself. He used to be the sect master of the sword sect. He shouldn't do something like that. Ning Jianshan, in the form of the fire god, raised his sword high and said, the sword cultivator's only weakness is prioritizing the salvation of all living things above everything else. Everyone, the people below, seeing such a massive fire god, immediately screamed in panic. What is that? Does it want to destroy the entire city? The fire giant is too huge. Run! What are you standing there for? Even Lu Chaoga was stunned. Ning Jianshan continued. And I overcame this weakness long ago. Having spoken, the fire god slashed his sword down towards Tianji City. Seeing the flames, people screamed and scattered, help! Help! Some stumbled over others. Everyone is running. Run, it's over. We're going to die, Mom. That sword. The fire god's flames hadn't touched Tianji City yet, when they were already blocked by Chaoga. His body looked like a tiny ant, much smaller than that giant burning sword. Everyone was shocked. That's the cultivator lord. The cultivator lord has come to save us. We are saved. We're safe. Quickly bowed down to the cultivator lord. Up above, while supporting the giant sword, he spoke angrily. Are you still the former sect master of the sword sect? Why target ordinary people? Ning Jianshan replied, it's useless. This flaw on the day I died was completely overcome. At this moment his body was covered in red holes as if charred by fire. Recalling his final moments, his daughter desperately crying, Father. He lay there thinking, was my life worth it? To eliminate 2 demon cultivators of the 8 realms only to end up like this. What good did that do me? He glanced at his trembling disciples and daughter. Was it just so they could cry before my grave? His heart filled with resentment, he tightly gripped the quilt thinking, why did I save these ordinary people? I practiced the sword my whole life. Why sacrifice my own life to protect those who spend their days just eating, waiting to die, and never striving for improvement? He clenched his teeth and opened his eyes wide, the whites veined with red. My Ning family bloodline has not been passed down yet. Ning Jianshan. I haven't found a true successor. Am I just going to die like this? I refuse to accept this. Thinking of this filled with a sense of grievance and hatred toward the mortal world, he took his last breath. Everyone cried out in unison, Father Sect Master. I refuse to accept this. If I could be reborn, I would only live for myself. Back to reality. He swung his sword in attack and said, just to protect this bunch of burdens and parasites, can't you fight back? Is it worth doing this? Lu Chaoga shouted, there is no worth it or not worth it. I do as I please. The gigantic fire god said, do you know what a divine being is? He then unleashed a flame technique towards Lu Chaoga. Shouting, divine beings control the lives and deaths of mortals. The common people below turned pale with fear upon seeing this sight. That thing has gotten even bigger. They cried out, Master Cultivator. Burning the sky, scorching the plains. The fire god pointed the flow of fire straight up into the sky. He said, then I shall let you know that you cannot save a single person. With that he changed direction, pointing the flaming sword directly towards Tianji city below. Ning Jianshan spoke his final words. Decisively. Let those burdens and parasites all turn to ash. The observers on the other side were closely monitoring the details of this war. It did not speak, watching how minuscule Lu Chaoga appeared in the sea of fire. But Insi said, do we need to intervene? Luohan replied, no rush. Since the Sword Venerable and the Saint Master both regard him as the future of Tianxian, it's best to wait and see how he resolves this. As the future pillar of Tianxian, he can't only have this much skill. Insi agreed, that makes sense. The camera returned to the battlefield. Lu Chaoga looked down at Tianji city helplessly. He thought he actually resorted to such despicable tactics again. I finally understand why Tianji Sanrun chose this sword sect master. Then he glanced over and said, because he is scum, completely unworthy of the title of sword cultivator. The fire god whom Ning Jianshan had become looked down and said, brat, are you insulting me? Lu Chaoga looked up and answered without hesitation, no. I am not insulting you. The word scum, when applied to you, is merely a statement of fact. The people below were still running everywhere. The commentator gasped, ladies and gentlemen viewers. Did you hear that? Master Lu's insults are so sophisticated. I'm exhausted from running. These two are flying too fast. Suddenly a stream of red flame poured down right in front of him. The commentator's eyes widened, shouting, oh my goodness. I hadn't noticed before. But I realize now. This boss wants to destroy the entire city. Above, Ning Jianshan chimed in. You are right, I am scum, but what if I am scum? At least I live for myself. And you are merely a lapdog for that bunch of burdens and parasites. Lu Chaoga looked up, remaining silent. He continued, even if you sacrifice everything for them, and your soul is scattered only a few years, a few decades later, no one will remember you. The people below were crying, kneeling and begging for mercy. It was a heartbreaking scene. Lu Chaoga thought, if I didn't need time to prepare to break through this strange flame, I wouldn't bother listening to your nonsense. He raised his sword and challenged him. I suddenly thought of a few interesting things. Lu Chaoga, how about you make a deal with me? Lu Chaoga replied, speak inner monologue, I must stall for time. Whatever request he makes, I can only use delaying tactics. He continued, if you stand before the people and personally cut off your own head, I will retract this flame. What do you say? Lu Chaoga was stunned. Take my own life in front of all the people. He urged, make a decision quickly. I'll only give you a count of 10, he shouted loudly. 10. The commentator below was broadcasting everyone. Do you think Lu Chaoga will agree? The number of viewers has now exceeded 100,000. Everyone was agitated, shouting, Lu Chaoga cannot die. Only a fool would agree. Lu Chaoga, absolutely not. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Chaoga cannot die. My husband cannot die. Stop, husband, don't be fooled by him. Lu Chaoga, stop, snap out of it. 9. The flame was slowly shrinking inward toward Tianji city. People cried out for help, Master Immortal Cultivator. The flames have already enveloped the entire city. We cannot escape. Now the only one who can save us is you, Immortal Cultivator. 8-6. He said, if I really cut off my own head, will you truly spare them? 7. He continued counting while laughing arrogantly. Of course 6. For he replied alright 5. The audience grew tense as well. No way. The 4 arhats and the underworld official were also stunned. A female spectator cried out. Don't do it, Jaga. Don't. The terrifying countdown sounded again. He drew his sword too. He stopped smiling. He made a decisive motion towards his neck. Good. This seat agree. That female spectator screamed no. The villagers below also shouted frantically immortal cultivator. Other spectators yelled stop. The arhats and the underworld official took their stance and charged forward. He said do it. Agree. Ning Jianshan said ridiculous. Then you. He replied agree, not a chance. This seat was just tricking you just now. He became furious. Then he hurled the flaming sword toward Tianji City. Then watched them turn to ashes. The people already panicked were now utterly terrified. They ran everywhere. Help. Quickly kneel and beg the immortal cultivator. It's useless. There's no way out. We're dead. It's over. Everything is finished. Suspended in the sea of fire, he said, turn to ashes. Listen, it's water, a lot of water. It is the water between heaven and earth summoned by me. This seat. A refreshing current of water surged from nowhere, extinguishing the flames. The swirling water streams put out the fire. This was truly a spine-tingling sight. The host MC shouted happily. This is Lu Xiaoga. Damn right, this is Lu Xiaoga. Ning Jianshan said, displeased. You actually possess water spiritual energy. Has no one been able to activate a spiritual body spiritual energy for thousands of years? He replied. That's right. This seat don't know why it chose me. Just like now. This seat don't know why they are cheering. He closed his eyes and sensed it. It was water. Is this the acute sense brought by ascending to immortality? He wondered. Obviously water has no consciousness, but in this moment it conveyed a very strange feeling to him. They are cheering. They are excited, desperately shouting. They are saying, we have waited for you for a long time. Looking through the observation prism, the Arhat said, Buddha. My beads were also swept away by this torrent of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The underworld official also said it doesn't matter. It is no longer needed. The god of fire struggled hard. This water is too strange. It seems to be flowing into the endless sea. Gradually he was submerged. The god of fire is vanishing. He is about to be consumed. Ning Jianshan was enraged. This is the first time I have felt like I was being consumed. Surrounded by the water flow, so that's how it is. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this water, is vast as a tide surging in all directions. Rain fell heavily onto the ground. The villagers below raised their hands thanking the deities. The fire is extinguished. Water put out the fire. This rain came just in time. We are saved. The immortal cultivator saved us. We don't have to die. Great, fantastic. The viewers watching were also extremely happy. Yay, long live Lu Xiaoga. So water spiritual energy is this powerful. Awesome, Master Lu is so cool. I knew it. Lu Xiaoga would definitely win. They sighed in relief. Great, he's okay. The water current condensed into a massive water sphere, enveloping both the god of fire and Xiaoga. Ning Jianshan, while dissipating, said, you won. But if I were at my peak, you would definitely die. He said, is that so? Perhaps I didn't kill you because I wanted to ask you a question. He said, if you are going to ask me this seat if I regret it, don't ask such a boring question. If this seat had another chance, I would still kill all those parasites. He said, no. What I wanted to ask is in your eyes. What exactly is this Aunt Ning of mine? He replied she should also be reaching the realm of Ningzhu. Time really flies. He recalled Ninging growing up from childhood. He thought, that's right. What exactly is this girl to me? When she was little, this girl always pleaded sweetly, asking for things. Daddy, hold me. When she grew a little older, it was, Dad, let me practice 5 more times. I will never bring shame upon you. But once she became an adult, it changed to, I know I don't deserve the Ning surname. I know you hate me for causing mother's death. I know you wished I was a son. But I didn't beg you to give birth to me either. She paused as she spoke. He was practically on the verge of breaking down, still chanting her name, Ning Ing Yinger. Actually, during that argument we had, I wanted to hold her. I hadn't held her for over a decade by then. Ning Ing stood in the distance witnessing everything. That disciple communicated with Chaoga via telepathy. Mental connection established. Master. Ancestor Ning has apprehended me. He replied, I knew you two had arrived long ago. That's why I asked him that question. He called out Aunt Ning. She wiped her tears and said thank you Chowga. Aunt Ning is fine. He did not say anything further. A signal suddenly appeared from the system. Beep beep new notification. He retorted new notification. The system continued important figure killed. Ning Jianshan. Qingzhou main story quest progress. Sword of the Nether King. Increased to 468. Previous progress was 318. The reward for this main story quest is divided into two parts, specifically 30 and 40. The Qingzhou complete master reward will be settled soon. Settlement time is in 48 hours. The remaining Ning Jian accounts for 15 of the main story quest progress. Sword of the Nether King. Chowga thought in astonishment unbelievable. That old man Tianxiang is indeed a super boss. This time, I have already advanced the progress by 25 myself. Isn't the main quest system giving a reward? The system displayed this notification again to the devices of all spectators. They cheered. Lu Chowga is absolutely incredible. Awesome. Woohoo, aren't the other 3 prefectures going to die of envy? I have to post an update. I'm going to make the players in those 3 prefectures furious. This is fantastic. This is the benefit of finding the right patron. Although I've already joined the Yin-Yang Swordfinger sect. But now, in my heart I am a disciple of the Mo men. On a certain mountain peak that pierced the clouds, a white-haired man and a black dog sat together. He said dead, truly dead. Firstly, the power of the heavenly Tao only accounted for a tiny fraction. When I gave it to him back then it was only 1. He extended a finger and conjured a wisp of white smoke. This amount isn't even 001. That Tianji Sanrun truly is worthless. Then he reached into his robe and said never mind, never mind. He pulled out a box of cigarettes. He took one out, lit it and then ignited the flame directly with his hand. He took a puff and exclaimed TSK TSK. The fire of the Tianxian world still needs to be bigger. If we keep procrastinating like this, who knows when we'll be able to return to that world. The white-haired man sat there simply exhaling clouds of smoke. The black dog meanwhile barked repeatedly in impatience. He turned and smiled at the dog. All right. I'm very happy today. Just 1 cigarette. I promise. The dog crossed its legs and barked, as if saying I'll spare you today. Today in Tianji City the sky was deep blue and the breeze was mild. Lu Chowga was flying through the air with a disciple. The disciple asked, Master, did you want me to secretly go and escort Ancestor Ning? He replied, Aunt Ning is a grade 1 steward of the sword sect. Don't underestimate her. Now we have a few people we need to go and meet. The disciple asked in surprise. There are others we need to see. Chowga merely watched, saying nothing. Suddenly a deep purple rhombus appeared in the air. It looked like a cosmic pathway. The pathway gradually grew larger and then 2 roads emerged. On one side were scriptures and on the other peach blossoms. The figures of 2 people appeared. The Luohan said Amatba. Young friend Lu truly lives up to his reputation. Next to him was the Yingshi. The astonished disciple thought that's the technique of air mastery. Their spiritual power is like stepping on blooming lotuses. It is far more potent than my own profound void flight technique. At least a 7th realm cultivator or higher is required to use such a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Who exactly are these 2 people? Lu Chang'e cupped his hands and said, Lu Chang'e of the Mo clan greets the Luohan and the Yingshi. The astonished disciple was even more shocked. The Luohan and the Yingshi, he quickly followed his master's lead and bowed. So it's Senior Luohan and Senior Yingshi. They are renowned alongside Senior Sword Venerable. 2 of the 4 sages of Tianxian. They actually appeared here at the same time. Lu Chang'e continued. Seniors, you've watched the show for quite some time now. May I ask why you are looking for me? He thought to himself. Neither of these 2 seniors hid their aura. If I hadn't been able to deal with Ning Jianshan just now, I suspect both of them might have intervened. The Luohan said Amatba. We previously heard the Sword Venerable and the Sage Master mention you. So we wanted to see if you truly possess the outstanding talent they spoke of. To see if you truly possess the outstanding talent they spoke of. The Yingshi nodded in agreement. Lu Chang'e replied, then what do the 2 of you think of me? She merely said briefly, not bad. The Luohan replied, hearing is false, seeing is believing. The disciple thought proudly. Master has received recognition from the Luohan and the Yingshi. My master is truly amazing. Lu Changa said, "Is that all?" Lu Changa thought I should take this opportunity to guide the conversation, and perhaps even trigger the guidance effect from these two major figures. If so, that would be a huge gain. The Luohan replied, "Indeed, there is something else." But Lu Changa whispered to himself, it's coming. The moment to trigger the guidance effect is here. I am truly worthy." The Luohan continued, "I have heard that a certain disciple of the Mo clan is associated with Senior Luo Heshan. Luo Heshan's sword is currently suspended over Bianwujin." Changa and the disciple were both stunned. Senior Luo's sword. Changa lowered his head, thanking Senior Luohan for the reminder. "May I ask? Senior Luo's 10th sword. Who exactly was it aimed at?" The Luohan replied, "It was a 9th realm dragon beast, an ancient extreme cold dragon beast." Senior Luo drew his sword to protect all living beings. He thought 9th realm. Among the exotic beasts, dragon beasts are an extremely noble species. If a 9th realm beast were to appear in the mainland interior, it would be a terrible disaster. Luo Heshan was actually able to slay a 9th realm exotic beast. His 10th sword truly is unmatched in power. But this cultivation method carries a great risk. Once the 10th sword is drawn, the user will also perish. If he were to fall because of this, even I would feel deep regret. Even I feel extremely frustrated and powerless to fix the power level at the 9th sword, so that every drawing of the sword is the 9th sword. Perhaps these two might be able to give me some clues. He thought for a moment, could these two perhaps provide some insight? The Luohan brought his palms together and lowered his head. By young Master Lu, I have one more excessive request." Lu Changa replied, "Seniors, please speak," he thought internally. Powerful individuals like them, what could they possibly need my help with? The Luohan continued, "This old monk and the Yingshi would like to invite you to spar with our personal disciples. Once. If you win, you will receive a treasure." Lu Changa countered, "What if I lose?" The Luohan replied, "Then you must hand over that chaos treasure to me." Lu Changa thought the chaos treasure is the jade bead, which I unintentionally formed while absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao's secrets. I cannot use the power of the heavenly Tao, which is why I materialized it into a physical object. I thought they were unaware of this item's existence. Now it seems, in their eyes I hold no secrets whatsoever. He took out the chaos treasure and said, "Luohan Diren, do you know what this thing is used for?" The two of them looked at the ultimate treasure and said, "We don't know, but this thing contains immense power. Perhaps it will be useful." He put away the ultimate treasure and said, "Very well, if both of your disciples can defeat me, I will entrust this item to the two of you for safekeeping. This can be considered a good thing." Luohan said, "Sect Leader Lu is truly reasonable." Then Sect Leader Lu continued, "Then let's set the date for the contest 3 days from now." After saying goodbye, the two of them instantly flew away. Luohan watched their receding figures and said, My disciple Nanmo practices silent meditation Bikwachan. If he gives his all, he might not necessarily lose to him." Insi, standing nearby, also said, "The same goes for my Bailu." Lu Chaoga secretly smiled while flying. "Truly, two ultimate treasures dropped right into my lap. I dare to accept the challenge. But will your two disciples truly dare to show up?" In Luzhou of the Tianqian realm, the mountains were lush and green, with birds soaring on the wing. Insi thought Bailu should have already returned to Lu Wailu. Since I have already made a bet with Sect Leader Lu, I must hurry and find her. Bailu must use these 3 days to cultivate at Shan Waishan. This is one of the 4 sacred grounds of the Tianqian realm. Meaning the 4 sacred grounds of the Tianqian realm, Shan Waishan. Although Shan Waishan's reputation is equal to that of Jianzhong Fomen and Chuanqiu Mountain, it is not a single unified sect, like the other 3 major sects. Shan Waishan is an alliance composed of cultivators from 72 peaks, led by the alliance leader. It is unlike a sect and even less like a gang. The place where Insi resides, Lu Wailu, much like Jinzun's bamboo forest, is also a sacred place within Shan Waishan. Someone shouted, "Master, you're back." Bailu clung to Insi's arm, whining, "I came back yesterday. Why are you only returning today? Did you go somewhere fun without bringing your disciple?" Insi was expressionless, merely grunting "MHM." She continued, "I have made a wager with the Momin sect leader. The bet is that you will defeat him. There is no time to explain. Hurry up and start cultivating. I will pass a secret technique on to you. Bailu immediately widened her eyes when she heard this, her mouth forming an O. Ha, I can defeat the Momin Sect Leader. Master, do you mean I have to fight him? Insi turned around and asked what's wrong. Bailu explained awkwardly, your disciple dares not hide anything from Master. I, along with that bald monk from Fomen, have already fought Sect Leader Lu before, and we both lost. Insi suddenly turned back, feeling extremely surprised. You and Nanmo of Fomen? Bailu said shamefully. Yes, we lost together. Insi could only shake her head helplessly. She thought, this girl is truly getting crazier and crazier. I really don't know how to discipline her. She shouldn't be so infatuated with me. She ought to find a man, marry and have children. Then she said. In that case you may withdraw. Bailu whined. Master. I just saw you, I haven't even. Insi slammed her staff heavily onto the ground. Suddenly, Bailu was bound by a magical rope and hoisted into the air. Insi said. You actually teamed up with Luo Han's disciple, yet you still lost to him. How dare you not strive for further improvement? Bailu cried out. But. Insi scolded. And you still refuse to repent. Having said that, she kicked Bailu off the cliff. She shouted, Master, you're too cruel, I love it. Insi shook her head helplessly. It seems Bailu has gone mad. I need to find a famous doctor to treat her. Lu Chaoga of Momin. He was actually able to defeat Bailu and Nanmo at the same time. He is a good match for my Bailu. Damn it, he clearly already won. Yet he still tried to trick me out of my treasure. He is infuriating me. At Nianbi Peak of Fomen in Xianzhou, Luo Han's voice echoed. You and Bailu actually lost to that Momin brat. And you lost simultaneously. Luo Han was stunned. Luo Han of Fomen Xianzhou. Luo Han, enraged, turned his head and walked away. That brat obviously doesn't want to hand over the Pearl of Chaos Hunt in Jizhu, and he still intends to swindle this old monk out of my treasure. How infuriating. He stood there not understanding why Master was so angry. In Qingzhou, Mo School, the biggest winner right now, is recruiting new disciples at Mo School. Lu Dongli crossed his arms and said unhappily, these are treasures that the Grandmaster brought back. Standing before them were three beautiful women. They introduced themselves one by one. Iuabai, greet everyone. Ing. Greet everyone. The remaining young girl stammered, Ihubai, greet everyone. Lu Dongli was still feeling extremely dissatisfied and said, Grandmaster, don't you want to explain this? At this moment Lu Chaoga just looked at them and smiled slightly. Finally he spoke. Since Elder wants to hear an explanation, the three of you should tell your stories to Elder. Dongli. Yuabai said, yes, Grandmaster. A moment later, Yuabai and the others told the Mo School disciples about their lives, and how they were destroyed by Tianji Sanrun. After listening, they held hands, offering warm comfort to each other. Lu Dongli wiped his tears. Infuriating, truly infuriating. The circumstances of these sisters are too tragic. From now on you are disciples of my Mo School, and no one should dare bully you. Lu Chaoga said nothing, his back turned to them. The three women thought to themselves, to truly become a disciple of the Mo School, they must receive the Grandmaster's personal consent. But the number of Mo School disciples is too small, and their identities are rather unique, so they probably don't qualify to become official disciples. Still, even being a servant would be good. They looked at him, anticipating something. Would Grandmaster Lu truly need humble people like them? He turned his head and announced, I, the Grandmaster, declare that starting today Yuabai, Yanji and Hubai are officially outer disciples of the Mo School. From now on, I will personally conduct the ceremony and inform the founding ancestor. In the future you must follow the Mo School's teachings. We uphold justice and aid the weak. Oh, and also, you will remain under the supervision of Elder Dongli. The three women were greatly surprised. They are being designated as outer disciples. That means they are official disciples. He really took us in. He doesn't despise us. Luo Bing and Dongli smiled warmly. The three new disciples immediately kowtowed in gratitude. They said in unison, thank you, Grandmaster, for making this possible. Lu Chaoga still hadn't turned his face. The spirit wind technique activated. He looked extremely cool and generous on the surface, but in reality he was secretly laughing in his heart, taking in three great cultivators of the fifth realm as disciples. My MO school's cultivation level has upgraded again. However, this matter is not urgent. There are other rewards that need to be claimed first. Night had already fallen. Tonight's moon was extremely bright, full and round. Lu Chaoga was sitting cross-legged meditating in his study. The night was deep and quiet. It's time to check the rewards for the solo dungeon Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. System notification: you have completed the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets dungeon. Do you wish to claim the reward? He replied yes, evaluating this dungeon clear. Killed 3 out of the 4 tower masters, killed Tianji Sanrun, and killed the bearer of the sword of the Underworld King. Subdued 3 out of the upper 3 tower masters. The rating for this clear is S. He said unhappily. S. System, are you sure you didn't rate it wrong? The system countered, do you wish to claim the reward? Countdown is 10 seconds. He cursed angrily, damn it. He shouted, I'll claim it. He thought. It seems like I lost points because I didn't kill all the leaders, so the system deducted points. Forget it, those 3 young women from Tianji Sanrun are pretty useful anyway. As it is. Claim successful. The clear rewards will be sent shortly. System notification: by killing the sword of the great Underworld King, Ning Jianshan, you receive an experience reward of 30 million. Additionally, clearing the dungeon grants an experience reward of 1 million. Lu Chaoga rested his chin in his hand, thinking, if one's tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, then I wasn't mistaken, was I? Defeating Ning Jianshan. Earned 30 million experience points as a reward. And this clearance reward is only 1 million. He shouted angrily, what the hell are you messing with me? The system continued to notify. Multiple other rewards are currently unlocking. Lei Chaoga was stunned. Are there other rewards? The notification showed clearance reward 1. Gained access to Tianjai information inquiry privileges. Lei Chaoga began to grow frantic with frustration. He picked up his sword and pointed it at the system. When I subjugated the 3 upper pagoda masters, didn't I already unlock this function? And now you're trying to fool me again. I'll run you through. Clearance reward 2, Azure Emperor Legacy. Clue 2, level 60. Can only be viewed after reaching level 60? Lei Chaoga asked back seriously. A clue about the Azure Emperor Legacy. Just how many clues are there? This one is barely useful, I guess. He looked at the system, noticing it was preparing to display something, and asked what else. The system displayed gained a hint regarding the hidden boss. Choices include Qingzhou Beizhou, Luzhou Xianzhou. Please select your option. Qingzhou Beizhou, Luzhou Xianzhou. Lei Chaoga reflected and exclaimed, oh. Now this is interesting, a hidden boss. Since I can choose, I definitely have to pick Qing Zhou. Having said this, he tapped his finger on the answer on the system panel. Hint obtained. One of the leaders of the Jian sect is a great demon cultivator of the ZUI Association, and this person has a birthmark on their chest. He was astonished. What in the world is going on? Why would a demon cultivator from the ZUI Association be a leader of the Jian sect? And there's even a birthmark to confirm it. But even with this information, it's definitely not easy to find. He thought, am I supposed to pretend to know them and say, hello, let me see your chest? How is that different from being a pervert? If I just casually ask that question, won't I just be putting myself in greater danger? Lei Chaoga could no longer think about what would happen next. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered that Aunt Ning was also a leader of the Jian sect, but he immediately shook his head. No way, Aunt Ning, his mother's friend, it can't be. He raised his left hand and rubbed his forehead. No, that's too crazy, don't even think about it. Suddenly the system issued a notification. He immediately realized then that the warning sound seemed different. Only 24 hours remain before the main storyline's 30-minute and 40-second phase is resolved. He thought, if both bosses in the Tianjai instance are related to the main storyline, then the sword of the Underworld King in Qingzhou. So it doesn't matter if the rewards were small. Isn't the real reward right here? Before that though, there are still a few things I need to handle, especially concerning Senior Luo, because that child already understands. That evening in that house, Lei Chaoga, just as he and his senior brother were entering the room, caught Yang Shu secretly packing his belongings. He was startled immediately and turned to look at the doorway. Yang Shu asked nervously, Sect Leader, uncle and senior brother, Why are you here? Lei Chaoga walked into the room, his hands clasped behind his back, and asked, where are you planning to go packing your luggage? Yang Shu worriedly thought I was caught. He bowed and reported, Sect Leader Uncle. Senior Luo has passed away. I want to go back to the fishing village to collect his belongings, and to see the place where he last drew his sword. Yang Shu stammered in response. I also want to set up a memorial tablet for him. Senior Luo had no heirs and I bravely wish to personally handle his funeral arrangements. Lei Chaoga's expression suggested he was thinking, why is he pretending to be so knowledgeable? He used his right hand to wipe away tears, continuing his performance. Nor can we let him depart without proper recognition. There's no one to even burn spirit money for him, sob. He reached out and placed his hand on Yang Xuan's shoulder, comforting him. Stop crying. You did very well. However, this time your senior disciple brother will go with you. Yang Xuan immediately bowed his head, thanking the sect master uncle for the arrangement. He turned and walked out the door. He Ting followed behind and immediately asked, Master, can he really go? And he has never traveled far besides. Lei Chaoga replied, he needs to go out and gain experience. He has already reached the 5th realm. He Ting, you must understand. He turned his head slightly. Everyone has a path that belongs to them. If he doesn't take that step, he will never know what his path will look like. He Ting was stunned, thinking, since Master said so. He lowered his head and replied, yes, this disciple understands. Lei Chaoga walked down the path, lost in thought. Is He Ting leaving? I feel a little sad about it. This kid has never left in all these years. I wonder if he'll be able to adapt. But growing up won't be easy. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind him. Young Master Luo Bing has something to report. Lei Chaoga turned his head slightly, looked at Luo Bing and told him to speak. He thought, it finally arrived. If they hadn't arrived, I would have forgotten about those people. Luo Bing said, previously young master sent me to issue tasks to the auxiliary disciples. Among the numerous auxiliary disciples, 34 individuals have already reached the 3rd realm. The top 3 are Lin Ali, Lin Huaqian and Mo Buxiu. He immediately said, good. Excellent. Then he called Luo Bing's name. Lei Chaoga thought, if this group of people hasn't been slacking off, that's faster than I expected. Luo Bing lowered his head and replied, I am here. He said, with the establishment of the teaching platform this time, I will personally present them with the rewards. Luo Bing replied, yes, sect master. He smiled, then pondered to himself, if I want to ignite the enthusiasm of that group of people, I must promote it heavily and to the extreme. The eye of chaos, is that right? When you awaken, come and feel the fear of those who have been trained by me, the players, the clowns. And what I will create is an army of humanoid monsters who disregard life and death. Laughter. Chapter 391. A voice rang out. Wow, everyone look at the system prompt. Something huge is happening. The system immediately released a notification. Sect mission. The 1-month-long Sect Master's personal disciple assessment has ended. Rewards will be issued shortly. Assessment concluded. Rewards to be issued soon. Everyone immediately yelled, oh my heavens. Has a whole month passed already? I haven't even leveled up to level 30 yet. Among them the level 30 player with the ID Shui Jian. I am definitely not trash. There are also level 25 players with the IDs Data Bupa Xiaoyu and Ao9. Waha, someone cried out in frustration. The level 27 player Ishi Shangsu and Shangyo Zhuangji. He burst out laughing. Haha, I've already leveled up to 30. I can learn the purple tire skill book now. Lin Huaqian shouted proudly, a bunch of ignorant fools. Not only will I be able to learn a purple tire skill book this time, but I'll also receive a limited edition weapon. Level 33 Mo Buxiu said disgruntledly. What makes you so great? Me too. He folded his arms and turned to Lin Huaqian. Lin Huaqian clicked his tongue. Mine is definitely better than yours. Then the two started arguing face to face. Mo Buxiu said, mine is definitely better than yours. Lin Huaqian refused to be outdone. Nonsense, mine is better, mine is good. Mine is good. At this moment, level 35 player Lin Ali was looking at the water in the lake, fixing her hair. She thought, I might get to see the sect master when the rewards are given out. I've finally waited for the day when I can meet the sect master. I must make sure to leave a good impression. She stood there happily swaying, admiring her reflection in the water. Meanwhile, those two were arguing fiercely. Mine is good. Nonsense, mine is better. The two people shoved each other and bumped directly into Lin Ali. She immediately panicked, oh no, my face. Then she immediately fell into the water. Lin Huaqian and Mo Bushio heard the splash and immediately turned their heads to look. Seeing this scene, those two immediately panicked. But they still had the air of pushing responsibility onto each other. Lin Huagan stammered an apology, it's all his fault. Mo Bushio retorted. It's all your fault, you were the one who pushed. Lin Ali was furious and the air around her turned gloomy. Seeing this, the two quickly reached out trying to help her up. Are you alright? The water is cold, come up quickly, don't catch a chill. Oh no, trouble started. She immediately went berserk. I'm going to finish the two of you. The two men were scared stiff, their faces turning pale. Help! Help, she's trying to kill us, you don't need makeup anymore. The sect master might not show up here. Just then a young woman appeared on the roof. The people below immediately looked up, staring in surprise. They pointed and whispered, that's senior sister Luobing. No matter how many times they look, she is beautiful as expected of. Senior sister Luobing, she's practically a celestial maiden. Luobing immediately spoke. The sect task has concluded, everyone. Therefore the sect master will personally distribute the rewards. To all of you, the people below were greatly astonished. Did I hear that correctly? The sect master is going to personally hand out the rewards. Am I a prophet? Lin Ali immediately appeared behind Lin Huagan. Cold sweat poured down him as he cautiously turned his head. Junior sister Ali, please spare this dog's life, alright. Ali chased after Lin Huagan with her sword. He quickly ran away shouting, help, don't run, watch me deal with you. Mo Bushio stood far away and worried, that's too dangerous. Good thing I didn't say anything careless. Luo Bing sighed upon seeing this scene. As expected, the labor disciples are still not steady enough. The people below looked at the three individuals standing above. All three had faces covered in injuries. Luo Bing felt somewhat perplexed. Are these three the most outstanding? Among the labor disciples are Mo Sect. High up in the air, Lu Chaoga was flying down saying, excellent, excellent. The people below immediately cheered loudly upon seeing him. He addressed those below Lin Ali, Lin Huagan and Mo Bushio. The three stood below and looked up, their expressions telling a story. Lu Chaoga saw the three people's scarred faces and instantly couldn't help but laugh. Truly, these are the 81 tribulations. He turned his face away. Then he immediately turned back, waved his hand and began his descent. This is a purple tire cultivation technique. You must not slack off day or night. The group excitedly accepted it, gazing at the first chapter of the Qi drinking manual. It really is a purple tire technique. Wow, sect master. You are too kind. I thought for a low tier sect like ours. Lin Huagan said happily. It would already be excellent to have an orange tier technique, with a purple tire technique. The speed of gaining experience points will be much faster. Mo Bushio also interjected. We should cultivate diligently then, and level up to level 50. Lin Ali thought to herself, this is a gift from master. It even carries master's fragrance. Lu Chaoga. Finish this quickly and throw the artifacts to them. If I look any longer, I won't be able to stop myself from laughing. He waved his hand and 3 blue paper cranes flew down. Then he said, in addition, this is a reward. A special reward for the 3 of you achieving a state of mind. This is a flying artifact. Refined by me, accept it. Lin Huagan reached out to catch it. Even now there aren't any items like this in the trade hall. Mo Bushio exclaimed excitedly, it's a rare flying artifact. Lin Alice. Surroundings were filled with pink fantasy. This is a treasure personally given to me by master. System prompt restriction attack. Low-grade artifact, yellow paper crane flying artifact. Can be used by injecting spirit power. Note engraved on the artifact is a streak of sword chi from the sect master. Used to activate the artifact for deployment. Lin Huagan bowed, thank you sect master. It's even engraved with the sect master's sword chi. This is amazing. The system displayed again. Restriction defense. Low-grade artifact, yellow paper crane flying artifact. Can be used by injecting spirit power. Note engraved on the artifact is an ice element defensive array. Can withstand attacks up to the 4th realm. Lin Ali was very happy. It's also engraved with a defensive array. Thank you very much, master. Sure enough, he has special feelings for me. For low-grade magic tools. Yellow paper crane artifact, of flying magic tool. It can be used once spiritual energy is infused. Darn it, the magic tool for third place didn't even come with an additional effect. How infuriating, I should have tried harder. Another flying magic tool. It was personally refined by the master. The top 2 winners even had inscriptions placed on their magic tools, with different bonus effects. If I could ride this thing away on the wind, I can't imagine how exhilarating that would be. The crowd grew emotional and shouted loudly, "I must level up desperately this time. Next time I want to get the master's reward too. Sir, I want one too. We can't let those few people monopolize all the good stuff. The next flying magic tool will be mine. In going all out, I need to go kill monsters and level up." Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Players really are the world's most useful tools. Not only do they not find cultivation exhausting, they even volunteer to pull all-nighters and work themselves to the bone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Every single one of them has the qualities of a model worker. He happily clasped his hands behind his back. Since that's the case, he should fan the flames even more. Lu Chaoga immediately turned and flew away. Disciples, next time. The first person who completes the sect mission, I, your master, will bestow upon them a natal magic sword. Strive hard, everyone. The crowd below screamed. Did you hear that? It's a natal magic sword? That's the legendary natal sword that can be upgraded. I'm fighting for it starting today. I want sleep. You fight hard, I'll fight hard too. Let's see who is the first person to complete the mission. Bring it on. It's not decided who will be first. Who's afraid of who? As is generally known, sword cultivators all possess a natal sword, also known as a natal magic sword. It is a sword linked to the very life of the sword cultivator. They only need to invest spiritual energy, value, and experience points to upgrade the natal sword, making it stronger. Moreover, as the natal sword levels up, they can also unlock some powerful special functions, such as mutual understanding, deep resonance, loving and killing each other, laughing together in the same hall. The serving disciples pointed at Lu Chaoga. Look quickly, it's a natal sword. That's so cool. I heard their lives are linked. It's like their own wife. I heard natal swords can upgrade weapons too. The ability to upgrade. Who wouldn't be obsessed? I Lu wanna want a magic sword like that too. Do you think I Li Wenbi don't want one? I Shiman Si want one too. Evidently. As a weapon that can be upgraded alongside oneself. And as a natal sword, which can also carry special functions. Its appeal to sword cultivator players is immense. And Lu Chaoga's promised reward to the Momin serving disciples is precisely such a natal sword. In Lu Chaoga's room, the players' enthusiasm had already soared to an unprecedented level. These enthusiastic young players. But the problem was, Lu Chaoga actually didn't know how to refine a natal sword. He probably couldn't even refine the lowest yellow grade sword embryo, because he didn't have the blueprint. And the cost required to unlock the blueprint for the yellow grade sword embryo from the system was also considerable. System prompt. Below are all the requirements needed to exchange for the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Unlock yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Lu Chaoga immediately rested his chin in his hand and pondered. To unlock the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint, it requires 1 million experience points, plus the heart of a demon beast. Lu Chaoga mused. 1 million experience points is a minor issue. But what is the heart of a demon beast? The system displayed. Entry analysis: blue-grade heart of a demon beast. It is the heart of a 4th realm demon beast. Level 41 to level 50. He was startled. It's actually the heart of a 4th realm demon beast. I see that there seems to be some secret hidden within the destiny sword. Some kind of thing, the sword embryo. What connection does it have with the hearts of the demon race? So if I want to forge a higher level sword, do I absolutely have to? The system immediately replied, that's right. The level of the blueprint. The higher it is, the more demon cores are required. To unlock the blue tier sword embryo blueprint, requires 5 million experience points, plus a blue tier demon core, and a purple tier demon core. Lu Chaoga confused. What? A purple tier demon core. A blue tier demon core. The hearts of ancient exotic beasts. To get a destiny sword blueprint from the system. Is it really this difficult? He picked up the sword and looked at his sword embryo, which Ning Yi had given him. All of the Momin's sword embryos were gifted by Ning Yi. I wonder what tier Buwan is. The system said it can be detected. Lu Chaoga said check it detecting. Detection complete Buwan. Blue tier high grade current level. Level 29. Experience points required for upgrade. 3 injected none. Sword spirit awakened none. Holder Lu Chaoga. He looked disgusted. What the heck? The level is stuck at level 29. Ever since using it to slay the Demoness, I actually forgot to add experience points to it. Also, why did it use such a sensitive term like injected? Seriously so. My Buwan is a blue tier high grade sword embryo. That's quite normal. A purple tier sword embryo I doubt even Ning Yi could forge one. Although she is dedicated to artifact refining, she is still fundamentally a sword cultivator. What's more ordinary, sword cultivators couldn't possibly acquire experience points like I can. It seems that even in high-level sects, purple tier sword embryos are extremely rare. So if in the future, every single Momin disciple holds a blue tier sword embryo, wouldn't that be world-defying? Determined I must exchange for that blueprint. But before that, I must first raise the level of Buwan to match my own. Alright, inject experience points. Starting to raise the Destiny Swords level. Raising the level of the Destiny Sword notification displays. Level 30, level 31, level 35. Level 42. Level 53. Buwan has been upgraded to the highest level. On the other side, the swords of Lu Donli and the others began to tremble slightly. Xiao Lizi thought Chongsheng. Why does it feel like it's cheering? Meanwhile, Luo Bing was confused. Who are you celebrating? Mu Dongfang was surprised. How strange it looks, so excited. Yang Shu thought, did you feel that too? The system displayed again. Buwan blue tier high grade current level. Level 53. Sword spirit awakened none. Holder Lu Chaoga. Although no sword spirit has been awakened, special effects have already been activated. Excellent, this sovereign happens to need this next time. Buwan will be more aggressive. But the most pressing task now is to exchange for the yellow tier sword embryo blueprint. Mass-produce yellow tier sword embryos. Equip the players with them, and give them more confidence in facing the Tianxian catastrophe. In the shortest term 1 year, or at most 3 years, we must hurry up and improve the combat effectiveness of all Momin disciples. If I can elevate the Momin into a super grand sect, then by that time, the catastrophe will be a catastrophe for another world chaos. He immediately called the system. Open the sect main quest control panel. If I want to upgrade to a super grand sect, I must speed up the progress of the side quests. Qingzhou main quest reward issuance imminent. Lu Chaoga felt surprised. Wait, is a reward being issued again right now? Then he'll accept this reward first and make plans afterward. You have received the phased reward. 30. The reward for 40 completion of the Qingzhou main quest. System prompt checking your contribution. Rewards are currently being generated. Lu Chaoga was extremely excited. Come on, let this lord see what I can get this time. Rewards have been generated. Based on your level of contribution to the mission, the reward for the main quest Qingzhou Sword of the Underworld King is 12 random attribute points. Lu Chaoga was in disbelief. 12 random attribute points. What the hell is this, for real or fake? Lu Chaoga was dumbfounded. If they were all sword aptitude, wouldn't that mean soaring straight to the heavens? Spear aptitude, staff aptitude, blade aptitude. Divine sense, spear aptitude. Blade aptitude. He placed a hand on his forehead. Fine, so random. Besides divine sense, which enhances the mind sword. What the hell are the rest of these things? He angrily cursed, you darn system. This lord is going to fight you. There are 5 more random attribute points. Proceed with activation. Or initiate destruction. Destruction is about to begin. Lu Chaoga withdrew his hand and smiled. This lord is done messing around with you. Open them. Generating random attribute points. Lu Chaoga complained. Can you stop making this kind of strange noise every time? No soul precision, heaven and earth, body, fire, body, soul. Sword aptitude. This time isn't bad. Just the heaven and earth, body, fire and sword aptitude alone are a massive gain. Heaven and earth body fire can significantly enhance control over the rising spirit power. It helped me greatly during the previous battle. After adding these points this time, My heaven and earth body fire has increased to 5 points. He said absorb all of them. Lu Chaoga gained spear aptitude. Staff aptitude. His sword aptitude is now 6 points. His sword intent and sword heart have also been upgraded. Moreover, he had previously bought 50% off discount coupons that haven't been used yet. The disciples were amazed. Did the Sect Master break through again? Holy cow! Sect Master Lu Chaoga has manifested his power again. What exactly is happening? Does our Sect Master specialize in creating phenomena? This is great. If the Sect Master is strong, our Momin is strong too. Now I can sleep soundly from now on. Lu Dongli pondered. How much did brother actually comprehend tonight? Even my eternal life fortune is shaking so intensely. Lu Chaoga sighed in relief. So this is what the 6th level feels like. This lord has stepped into the realm of the sword heart mirror. Lu Chaoga stood still, focusing his mind and gathering his energy. His eyes were sharp, glittering with golden light. A system prompt. You have awakened sword heart mirror. Your innate divine ability mind sword has been strengthened and upgraded to soul slaying mind sword. Explanation of the effect of soul slaying mind sword. Using the mind sword can inflict damage upon the divine soul. After upgrading it can slay the divine soul effect. Current. Can slay the divine souls of beings in the 4th realm and below. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Every 3 levels sword aptitude increases. A new effect is gained. The mind sword was awakened at the 3rd level, and the 6th level granted the mind sword lethality. From now on, anyone in the 4th realm and below can be instantly killed. This upgrade is pretty good too. This lord is very satisfied. I wonder what effect will appear when sword aptitude is raised to the 9th level. But that's not important right now. I must first complete the main mission Momin expansion. System issue the quest first. The system displayed a golden prompt. Sect mission Momin expansion. For upgrade to 6th grade. Mission content. Task 1. Number of sect members above level 20. Reaches 100. Completed 394,100. Sect prestige reaches 15,000. Completed. Current reputation value 47,808. The sect currently has 2 great cultivators at 5th realm or higher, or 5 cultivators at the great perfection of the 4th realm. Current progress 62. Rewards have been issued. Gained 5 million experience points. Sword Dao aptitude random special item. Sect mission current stage 4. Momin expansion has been completed. Claim rewards. Chaoga answered confidently and decisively claimed them. These players did not let him down. Over 300 more people broke through level 20. The strongest player has already reached level 30. Not bad. A 6th rank sect. The Momin sect has been promoted to a 6th rank sect. Opening the notification display window. The speed at which sect disciples gain experience has increased by 10%. Sect disciples are protected by Momin's reputation, reducing the chance of being bullied by 10%. Sect disciples. The chance of encountering wild beasts has increased by 10%. Everyone cheered excitedly. This is great. I was just worried, unsure how to level up quickly. Our sect has leveled up again. When I first joined it was only an 8th rank sect. In the blink of an eye it's 6th rank. The sect master is incredible. We are benefiting too. At this rate, sooner or later, my Momin sect will become a super great sect. A system notification appeared. Gained 5 million experience points. Gained 1 point of sword Dao aptitude. Gained a special item. A random 1. Chaoga pondered. Another point of sword Dao aptitude has been added. But I cannot allocate points now. I don't have the 50% discount coupon. If I want to upgrade sword heart and sword intent, then a massive amount of experience points is needed. The system is too evil. It's stingy with the experience points it hands out. But there are so many skills that need upgrading. The window scrolled past other content. Sword heart level 7. Requires 64 million experience points. To upgrade sword intent level 7. Requires 64 million experience points to upgrade. Chaoga considered this for a moment and decided. Since some players have already reached the 3rd realm, the next step should be to improve the strength of my Momin sect's true disciples. System check. The current status of the outer sect disciples. Momin's outer sect disciples. The system displayed everyone's level. He felt a little disheartened. Except for hiding. The other disciples haven't reached the 4th realm yet. I must hurry up and train them. Starting tomorrow, everyone must undergo intensified training. Zhaoge suddenly realized, wait. My divine heaven earth fire seems to have 5 points now. I wonder what extent I can achieve now. He raised his hand and shouted, summon rain. Zhaoge thought, let's test it first. Rain immediately began falling from the sky. Dark clouds gathered and the sky turned gray. The rain was heavy and the drops were thick. The wind blew fiercely, carrying a chill in the air. The sword venerable smiled and thought, Zhaoge's water control ability has grown stronger again. Sword heart is clear as a mirror, not bad. Given this boy's rate of progress, he will surely reach a realm later on that I have never attained. Since that is the case, I can enter seclusion with peace of mind. I cannot betray the good intentions of Senior Luo. Only by breaking through to the 9th realm can I truly have the ability to protect Tianxian. Zhaoge stood inside the room and looked out the window. The current water manipulation capacity can cover 1/3 of Qingzhou now. If the Heaven Earth Fire Plus, being the next god of water, he revealed an extremely sly smile. Wouldn't I become the god of rain for Tianxian? The system sounded a notification. New sect mission received. View. Zhaoge exclaimed in surprise. Oh. The sect just upgraded. And a new mission is already being issued. The window displayed the full content moment expansion. Upgrade to 5th rank. Task content. Number of sect members above level 30. Must reach 100 people. Uncompleted. Sect reputation must reach 30,000. Completed. Current reputation value. Current reputation value is 47,808. The sect must have 2 great cultivators above the 6th realm, or 5 cultivators at the great perfection of the 5th realm. Current progress is 1/2 uncompleted. Rewards received. 10 million experience points. Random attributes increased by 5. Random special item. Zhuge felt something was strange. Wait, let's set aside what I just read. Did the system really give me a random special item reward? What exactly is this 1/2 about? He reread the 3rd requirement. The sect must have 2 great cultivators above the 6th realm, or 5 cultivators at the great perfection of the 5th realm. Current progress is 1/2 uncompleted. Zhuge asked, confused. What realm exactly is Xiao Lizi in? How long is this girl going to hide it from her brother? He gave up, sighing wearily. Forget it, so be it. It doesn't matter. He was already used to his sister being both stubborn and powerful. The world of cultivators is like this. Never mind. Oh right. The special item rewarded by the system. The random special item for the sect upgrading to rank 6. Where is it? Give it to me quickly. An item was summoned. Ancient 5 Elements Formation. True Interpretation XIN rank high grade. Zhuge jumped, extremely surprised. Another XIN rank high grade formation book. This is just 1 rank below A rank. He picked it up and smiled happily. Want to learn. Just a few minutes ago someone gave up because he couldn't understand it. Yet Zhuge dared to think about it. Maybe I should give it to Xiao Lizi. She likes studying formations. And am too lazy to do this sort of thing. Meanwhile, Dongli was thoughtfully looking out the window. At the falling rain. Brother has become much stronger again. The stronger brother is the more stable Dan Qingshan will be. I am truly happy for brother. But she recalled things she had heard before. The Eye of Chaos in Qingzhou is the main body. The remaining 3 locations cannot be controlled by the Eye of Chaos. Dongli frowned in contemplation. Even Master and Sword Venerable cannot survive this catastrophe. What chance of survival do brother and the rest of us have? She cried out with determination. That's why I must work even harder. Dongli hugged her knees and muttered to herself. As long as I am stronger than Master, I will surely be able to protect brother. Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. She shot up. Is that brother? Why is he coming here so late? Dongli immediately ran happily to open the door. Brother, why are you coming to see me so late? Zhuge handed the item to her. Xiao Lizi, I just picked up this treasure on the side of the road. I knew you would like it, so I brought it to you. Dongli listened, confused. Side of the road. She picked up the item, Ancient 5 Elements Formation. Dongli was utterly dumbfounded. Brother, did you really pick this up on the side of the road? If this is true, This is a profound advanced formation technique from the ancient five elements grand sect, just purely from the perspective of formations. It is even more powerful than Taiyan Yido. Chugo asked awkwardly, is it really that amazing? She replied, is it real? I'll know if I try it. Dongli closed her eyes, concentrated, and recited the incantation. She appeared in another space. It's real, it really works. Dongli said to her brother, overjoyed and excited. This is real. Are you absolutely sure you picked this up on the side of the road? Dongli leaned closer to Chugu. Brother, tell me quickly, where exactly did this thing come from? He raised his hand and scratched his cheek. I already told you I picked it up. He thought I must be stubborn right now. I absolutely cannot tell her anything. As for the matter of my system, I cannot explain it to her. Dongli expressed doubt. Junior sister didn't believe such a precious item was real. Why couldn't anyone else pick it up? Why did senior brother happen to pick it up? Lu Chaoga snatched it back and said, since you don't believe me, then I'll just throw it back where I found it. After all, I gave it to someone, and that someone doesn't want it. She immediately snatched it back and held it tightly. No, since senior brother already gave it to me, it belongs to me now. Dongli pushed Lu Chaoga away and quickly closed the door. Good night, senior brother, and thank you for the gift. His mouth curled up, trying to trick me. Xiao Lizi, you're still too green. Inside the room, Dongli stared intently at the item. She thought this must be a secret treasure senior brother obtained. When he wiped out the Tianji pavilion, he went through extreme hardships. To seize this secret treasure for me, I must make good use of this secret treasure, so that the Mo6 mountain protection array completely turns into a wall of bronze and iron, so senior brother will have nothing to worry about. She chuckled maliciously. Then, we will live together forever on Danqing Peak. If Dongli later becomes a saint, then everyone will also call her the Ball Saint. Ball within a ball placed casually. Lu Chaoga walked along the path. If I want to improve the disciples' strength, the best way is to take them out for practical training. By the way, I want to activate the Imperial Grade Sword Embryo Blueprint. Clearly heading to Luzhou. This gathering place of the demon race is the best option. If we must go to Luzhou, then Luobing is the best choice. She seems to have some connection with strange beasts and the demon race. Let's choose her then. He stretched this master. As an excellent sect master, truly bears a great burden worrying about the sect. The next morning, the sun hung high above the mountain peaks, seemingly touching the clouds. Luobing was filled with excitement. Sect master uncle, are you really taking me down the mountain for training? Lu Chaoga took a sip of the tea in his cup. Yes, the other disciples will continue cultivating on the mountain. Do not waste time. Yu Bai and the others have already returned to the Tianji Pavilion to search for cultivation techniques suitable for everyone. They will return in a few days. Dongli spoke up immediately. I forbid it. But she thought. Luobing already has improper thoughts about senior brother. Allowing this would simply be inviting a wolf into the house. Lu Chaoga turned his head coldly and said, then give that thing back to me. Dongli was instantly put in a difficult spot. She dodged awkwardly. I agree. Dongli cried internally, senior brother. He's threatening me with that formation again, what a pain. Lu Chaoga spoke seriously. If no one objects, then it is settled. We leave tomorrow. Xiao Qiu and Luobing. The boy bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes. Dongli puffed up her cheeks, extremely displeased. Damn it, why does it feel like senior brother has leverage over me? The next morning the weather was excellent. Blue skies and white clouds. The sun was bright, shining brilliantly. The scenery in the sky was beautiful and tranquil. Luobing asked shyly, young master, if we go to Luzhou, where should we go first? I heard that half of Luzhou is the territory of the demon race. I've never seen what the demon race looks like. Lu Chaoga replied. We are here specifically to find the demon race. She was confused. Specifically looking for the demon race. He thought to himself. To redeem the Imperial Grade Sword Embryo Blueprint I hold. The system requires 2 hearts from rank 4 demons. We have no choice but to go to their lair. If I want to boost the strength of these players, then their life swords must also be up to par. I've seen the demon race too, though I mostly saw them in comics in my past life. Perhaps they look like this, but they might also look like that. If they are the latter type, they might have predatory habits. In that case, taking their hearts can be considered delivering justice on heaven's behalf. Lu Chaoga glanced at Luo Bing. Unfortunately, Luzhou is a long journey away. It will take 5 days to reach the Luzhou border. Let's practice the Yinkaju with Luo Bing during these 5 days. The two sat on the boat channeling their energy to cultivate. Luo Bing frowned, trying hard to endure it. She suddenly felt pain and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Momin Chi technique. Although it can transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's own spiritual power, is extremely painful to practice. Luo Bing looked up at Chaij. As expected of the young master who practices this technique, enduring such pain, he didn't even show a trace. He turned around. Luo Bing's face was covered in blood. You should rest for a while first. She was surprised to find that even the sect master uncle would bleed from the 7 orifices. However, even when bleeding severely, he was still so handsome. A figure with blue wings flew past the two of them. Chaij wiped away the bloodstains, then looked in that direction. Someone just flew past. He saw Qingyu, who had blue wings, flying rapidly, seeming to be in a great hurry. Chaij suddenly realized the monster race must be closing in. This is the border of Luzhou. She looked back at him. What a handsome man. Even more good-looking than the most handsome person in the Eagle tribe. Suddenly Qingyu was hit by several purple rays of light. She immediately spat up blood after being hit and then fell down. I was distracted just now by that man's captivating appearance. I'm doomed now. Several figures with bird heads, human bodies and wings for arms appeared. One of them shouted loudly. She is the woman of the Qingyu Eagle tribe. We must capture her alive. The followers immediately obeyed. Yes, yes, yes. They hurriedly flew toward Qingyu's location. Chase her quickly. She is severely wounded, she can't run far. Luo Bing witnessed the scene and couldn't help but be astonished. Young master, were those people from the monster race just now? What should we do? Chaij calmly observed the situation and then said, perhaps it is time to do what needs to be done. He showed a sinister smile. After all, among those black flying beasts, the leader seems to have already broken through the 4th realm. In the high sky, a figure fell from the sky in the distance, slamming violently onto the ground. The smoke dissipated from the smoke. Qingyu lay painfully on the ground, struggling to support herself and stand up. She gritted her teeth in pain but forced herself onward. I must leave this place as soon as possible, or they will definitely catch me. If that happens, the Qingyu Eagle tribe will be finished. Qingyu was still trying hard to hold on, but the flock of flying beasts pursuing her eventually caught up. Queen of the Qingyu Eagle tribe, where do you think you can run to now? Hearing their voices, she immediately panicked. Damn it! The leading one fiercely extended its sharp talons, grabbed Xingyu's head, making her scream in pain, and then coldly said, our general likes you very much. You won't escape this time. Soon they roughly dragged Xingyu away. The remaining 2 followed behind, continuously saying, brother, this time, since we captured the great queen of the Qingyu Eagle tribe, the general will definitely reward us handsomely. Brother, if you get a reward, don't forget about us brothers. The one roughly grabbing her head said proudly, no problem, once I break through the 5th realm and transform into a human, you guys will benefit too. The group was flying forward, when suddenly, a massive leaf appeared in front of them, silhouetted against the sun. They looked at each other in surprise. What is that thing? It looks like a human race magic artifact. As soon as the leader heard it was a human race magic artifact, he immediately shouted fiercely, human cultivator, are you trying to interfere in the affairs of our monster race? Chaij stood alone, his back turned to them. The sunlight passed through his body like a dazzling halo. Chaoga spoke in a deep voice. Eliminating the wicked and helping the weak, this is the ideal of us cultivators. But I do not see good in you people. As soon as Qingyu saw Chaoga disregarding the pain in her body, she immediately cried out in a weak voice, the Black Feather Eagle clan forcibly abducted my daughter. I implore the High Immortal to save my daughter. Although a hint of doubt remained in her heart, she still wanted to cling tightly to this lifeline. This savior is Chaoga. This might be her only chance to escape. I must seize it. Chaoga slowly stepped off the leaf. Each step created a ring of light, as if he were walking upon water. He smiled and walked up to the group of black feather eagles. and mocked, saying, "Oh, forcibly abducting someone from another clan within the demon race. That sounds like a serious crime too, doesn't it?" The three fellows were extremely vigilant. The leader proposed, "Since we've done it, we must see it through to the end. If this matter reaches the ears of the three sages, our Black Feather Eagle clan will run into trouble. Why don't we just kill him? We haven't tasted the flavor of human flesh in ages." Having said this, they violently dropped Qingyu, then flapped their wings and quickly rushed toward Chowga. They dared to act so brazenly. A mere human daring to be so arrogant. Dai Chowga frowned and called out to Luobing. "Luobing, go save that girl." She immediately swooped down rapidly from the leaf. "Yes, Elder Master." They excitedly surrounded Chowga, thinking, "Let him have his face torn to shreds by our sharp claws." He stood motionless, staring calmly. In that instant, dazzling golden light shot out from Cheaja's eyes. Soul-slaying heartsword. The three aggressive figures rushing toward him froze instantly. They seemed to be suspended in time. The surrounding space also became eerie. They watched Chowga, panicked and dripping with sweat. In midair, he held a sword in his hand, carrying a ring of dazzling light, pointed directly at them. One of the fellows immediately asked fearfully, "Well, what exactly is this?" He said nothing, merely unleashing a golden sword light. Instantly, two of them burst and dissipated. The remaining survivor was so scared it couldn't fly steadily. Watching the bodies of its two companions dissipate, it turned and fled while crying and hitching up its trousers. Chowga calmly watched the fool fly away behind him, then curled his lip into a cold smirk. "It is necessary to leave one behind, so I can attract more better materials." He looked satisfied at the two dead avian beasts before him. The soul-slaying heartsword is effective indeed. Creatures below the fourth realm have their souls directly annihilated. Compared to when it could only cause damage, it is much more powerful now. Moreover, by killing these members of the demon race in this manner, since the bodies are intact, I can extract the demon hearts. How pathetic. Why did you ever think of killing this lord? Chowga landed where Luobing was standing. "What's the situation?" Qingyu replied weakly, her face pale. "Thank you, cultivator, for saving my life." Luobing, seeing Chowga, immediately walked over and said, "Young master, she is severely injured, and has lost a lot of blood. Simply stopping the bleeding isn't having much effect." Upon hearing this, he fell into contemplation. This lord is not skilled at saving people. Although she is also in the fourth realm, taking advantage of her precarious situation is not the act of a gentleman. Seeing the hesitation in Cheaja's eyes, Qingyu spoke with difficulty. "Cultivator, there is no need to worry. I, Qingyu, am a member of the eagle race, a descendant of the holy demon phoenix. As long as there is the spiritual energy of vegetation, I can automatically recuperate." Two cultivators. "I trouble you both to guard my daughter while she heals." She looked at the two of them worriedly, thinking fearfully, "If they don't agree to guard me, then I am surely dead today." Chowga looked solemnly at Qingyu. "System, check it out." System. Immediately receiving instructions, a scan of Qingyu was performed. Analysis: the queen of the Qingyu Hawk clan. Level 41. Current status: weak, near death. Hint: helping her provides a chance to obtain a special item. Lu Chowga pondered for a long time. Luobing beside him looked at him worriedly, thinking, "Young master." Lu Chowga saw the system's hint. He smiled, looked at Qingyu and said, "All right, I can guard you while you recuperate." Chowga thought, a special item. She is also the queen of the Qingyu Hawk clan. It seems this journey will involve more than just getting the heart. Something belonging to the demon clan. Hearing Chowga agreed to guard her, Qingyu seemed to set aside the anxiety in her heart. Smiling sincerely, "Thank you, esteemed cultivator." The moment she finished speaking, she immediately activated the spiritual energy of the surrounding plants and flowers. Qingyu's wings emitted light, unfolded and wrapped around her entire body. Lu Chowga watched Qingyu activate spiritual energy to heal herself, pondering. The demon clan's cultivation techniques are indeed different from those of the human race, but they are not like those monstrous beasts that only enjoy slaughter. Demon clan monstrous beasts. They seem to be two completely different races. Luobing stood nearby, looking at Chowga with confusion and asking, "Young master, she is merely an acquaintance we met by chance. Why would you?" She secretly wondered, could the young master be interested in her body? Lu Chaoga calmly replied, "Oh. Because she has large breasts," he thought expressionlessly. Just find any excuse. When Luo Bing heard Chaoja's reason, she was instantly shocked. She felt bewildered. Is that really true? Luo Bing sadly clutched her own chest, thinking, "Damn it, why am I so?" He seemed to sense a vague aura approaching. Chaoga glanced behind him. They've arrived. This aura is much stronger than that black stage 4 hawk from before. From afar, a flock of black hawks let out deafening cries, aggressively flying towards Chaoga. He stood calmly watching the flock of black hawks approach. Luo Bing felt a bit scared upon seeing this sight. Their cries are too fierce. The black hawk that flew away earlier now pointed fiercely at Chaoja's face, saying, "General, that's the brat." The one referred to as the general immediately gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing Chaoga, loudly yelling, "A mere human cultivator. How dare you interfere in the affairs of my demon clan?" His eyes emitted a chilling, killing intent. "I will ensure you meet a terrible end." Luo Bing looked at the fierce general before them, looking worriedly at Chaoga. "Young Master Chaoga, should we?" He calmly extended his hand, signaling her not to worry. "Harming someone under my men is unacceptable. Luo Bing, go protect that female demon. Leave the rest to this venerable one." She followed Chaoja's instructions, immediately stepping forward to block Qingyu. "Yes, young master." The general and his subordinates circled in the sky, watching Chaoga. The general looked at him, grinding his teeth as he asked, "Human, did you kill my clansman?" He remained silent, giving no answer, and had the system scan the general of the Heiyu Hawk clan. Level 53. Extremely famous within the Heiyu Hawk clan. Has reached stage 5. He is a great demon. Hint: if you can kill him, there is a chance to obtain a stage 5 demon core. Seeing the general's information, a cold smile immediately appeared on Chaoja's lips. A demon core, that seems like a fine treasure. Seeing that he did not reply, the general furiously gritted his teeth and roared, "Human, why do you not answer this venerable one?" Chaoga calmly flew into the sky, confronting him hidden. The surroundings began to be shrouded in mist. The general still spoke fiercely. "Are you mute?" As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding scene with some confusion. "Why is there so much mist around here?" Chugo glanced at him coldly. "I enjoy looking down on others from above, especially when it's just a trifling rank 5 demon. That's right, your kinsman wanted to kill Basu Wang, but they lacked the strength and died by my hand." His reply instantly enraged the general. He gritted his teeth. "How dare you look down upon me like that? A mere rank 5 demon. You are truly audacious." The fury inside him completely erupted. He pointed at Chu Gu and shouted an order, "Tear him to shreds for me." The subordinates immediately accepted the command, rushing forward quickly to attack Chu Gu. Chu Gu's expression didn't change. He merely sneered and said, "Here you scoundrels come again. I don't want to waste time on trash like you." Having said that, a light instantly erupted from Chu Gu's eyes. Soul-slicing heart sword. A beam of light instantly shone upon the incoming bird demons. The informer who spoke earlier flew away in terror, shouting, "Run, don't let that light touch you or you will die." They screamed in agony and despair, help, watching their comrades up front being scorched. The group behind them dared not fly forward anymore. The space instantly descended into chaos. The general, standing behind, was also stunned by the bizarre sight Chu Gu had created. Chu Gu said coldly from above, "Not bad. A rank 5 great demon is indeed much stronger than those small fry. No wonder you are so unique." The general, even though sweat was beading on his forehead, still spoke harshly. "Damn it, a soul-based divine ability again." He roared and quickly charged forward. "As long as I get closer to you, you won't be able to use your soul abilities. These moves only work against low-class kin. They are useless against me." Chu Gu watched him calmly. The general quickly rushed closer, wielding his blade and attacking Chu Gu again and again. But Chu Gu remained composed the entire time, evading every attack, which drove the general mad with anger. "I'm going to kill you." Chu Gu glanced at the blade striking towards him and said coldly, "Not bad, you have a slight understanding of blade techniques. To reach this level based on demonic instinct, you can be considered quite strong. Unfortunately, you lack structure. Nor have you thought about how to make your winged slashes more powerful." Upon hearing Chu Gu's mockery, the general immediately became furious. He shouted. I don't need your guidance, I'm going to cut off your head. Chugo calmly placed his foot on the general's wing, causing his previously enthusiastic forward momentum to instantly turn into panic, breaking out in cold sweat. Chugo stood calmly in the wind. Wait. Did you just say that those following you were low-class kin? He stepped back, flapped his wings and shouted loudly. If they cannot reach rank 5, they can never fully transform. They, of course, are low-class kin. Their deaths are not worth regretting. Chugo replied coldly. It seems the demon race's worldview is different from that of most humans. How truly corrupt. After speaking, Chugo coldly picked up the sword that emitted a black aura. It looked extremely terrifying. The general sneered disdainfully. What, have you finally decided to fight me fairly with your human weapons? Are you even fit to compete with my feathers? Having said that, he rapidly charged at Chugo, launching an attack. He continued, speaking scornfully. Human artifacts are too fragile. They will be severed by my feathers. Chugo calmly held the sword and lightly grazed the general. A transverse cut across his abdomen made him feel the fear of death for the first time in his life. Chugo looked at the sword and said, thank you for your hard work. You've killed another vicious fellow. The general collapsed onto the ground in pain, causing a tremor. On the ground, Lu Bing watched in surprise at what had just fallen to the ground. She panicked, thinking it was the great demon's corpse. The general painfully raised his head and looked toward the sky. The cocoon of the Azure Jade Hawk clan. Gritting his teeth, he said, as long as I obtain the main body, I can live. The general looked at Luo Bing, sizing her up. A human clan cultivator of the 3 realms. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first to vent my fury. After speaking, he slammed the ground and supported himself as he stood up. He rushed over quickly, shouting, die for me. Luo Bing was stunned by his speed, worrying in her heart. He's too fast, I can't see him clearly, oh no. Chugo rushed towards her, shouting, Luo Bing, watch out. His wing or limb was extremely sharp, leaving a small cut on Luo Bing's neck. Seeing the wound, he smiled with satisfaction. Success. Luo Bing's entire body immediately reacted to the injury. 3 streams of black aura instantly emanated from her. These 3 streams of aura carried the phantom images of 3 gigantic spiritual beasts. They immediately surrounded the general. Their gaze radiated murderous intent, forcing him to kneel on the ground. He stammered in fear. Thighs. He widened his eyes in front of their immense pressure. What is this? The 3 souls let out a low growl, erupting with immense power, scorching the arrogant general. He had no time to resist, nor even enough time to let out a scream, before he was incinerated. After completing their task, the 3 souls transformed into 3 beams of light and returned into Luo Bing's body. She regained consciousness and said with a look of surprise, what just happened to me? Oh right, that demon earlier tried to kill me. My neck was injured. Luo Bing recalled the wound on her neck, immediately touching her neck worriedly, but then gasped in surprise. Why is there no scar on my neck at all? Then what about that demon? She raised her head and looked at the general, feeling extremely shocked. The scorched bird in front of her left her dumbfounded. What exactly happened here? Chugo flew down from the air and landed in front of Luo Bing, asking worriedly, Luo Bing, are you alright? She looked at him and asked worriedly, how did this demon turn into this? Chugo calmly held his sword, looking seriously at Luo Bing, and said, you will naturally understand later. Don't worry about it now. Hearing this, she slightly bowed and replied, yes, young master. Luo Bing looked at him, thinking, since the young master said not to worry about it, then I don't need to dwell on it. She trusts the young master. Chugo frowned, recalling the recent scene. Just now, he did sense the powerful aura of the 3 primordial exotic beasts, which were sealed within the Purple Moon Sect's altar. But they had clearly become the pillars supporting the altar, and they were also absorbed into Luo Bing's body. He glanced at Luo Bing, thinking, inside Luo Bing's body, what secret is truly hidden? He remembered that when he accepted her as a disciple, the system prompted that a side quest would be activated. Chugo recalled his previous conversation with Dongli. At that time, Dongli looked at him cautiously and said, Brother Venerable Sword Master said that Luo Bing's background might be in Bailu Forest. In Luzhou, perhaps we can find some clues there. Recalling those words, he thought, Dongli also mentioned this before. I must make a trip to Bailu Forest this time. As he thought this, Chugo recalled the events of the day, and a satisfied smile curled his lips. But this time I gained quite a few demon hearts. The initial goal of entering the Death Realm has been achieved, and I can activate the blueprint for the Emperor Tier Sword embryo at any time. Moreover, there are so many demonic bones and demon cores Yaodan. They all look like treasures that might be useful later. Just then, the cocoon that Qingyu had transformed into emitted cracking sounds, catching the attention of Luo Bing and Shugu. Seeing the cracks, Luo Bing said, "Young master, it looks like she is about to emerge." Soon Qingyu's delicate face was revealed. Her wings gradually unfolded, revealing her entire body, completely naked. In front of the two of them, Shuge's face immediately flushed red, and Luo Bing exclaimed in panic, "She has no feathers and no clothes." So he immediately turned away, lightly coughed and said, "Luo Bing, give her a set of clothes." Luo Bing immediately rushed toward Qingyu, answering yes. Luo Bing handed the clothes to her, feeling terrible inside. Damn it, she got ahead of me again. I haven't even let the young lord see my body yet. Qingyu changed her clothes and smiled, looking at the two of them. Thank you, this time breaking the cocoon and being reborn allowed me to break through to the 5th realm. I am truly grateful to you both. Chaoga looked at the clothes she was wearing, and wondered in confusion. Why does Luo Bing only bring strange clothes? She glanced at the ground, saw the charred bird corpse, and was immediately stunned. Is that the prince of the Black Feather Eagle tribe? Luo Bing was surprised by the question. Qingyu restrained herself and said, "He tried to capture me and steal the power of my rebirth. He is the prince of the Black Feather Eagle tribe, and he had already taken human form and possessed immense power. How could he have died such a terrible death?" Luo Bing smiled triumphantly, and said, "My young lord protected you, of course." Hearing this, Qingyu immediately bowed and knelt, saying, "Thank you, esteemed cultivator, for saving my life. Please come and take refuge with my tribe immediately. He is the only son of the Black King of the Black Feather Eagle tribe. Since he died here today, they will surely come seeking vengeance." He glanced at her coldly, his expression grim. "Are you trying to repay kindness with malice?" Luo Bing was surprised and confused by his words. Qingyu, pale-faced, struggled to maintain her composure. She immediately kowtowed and said, "This humble girl wouldn't dare." "Esteemed cultivator." Luo Bing walked up next to him and whispered, "Young lord, isn't she just trying to help us?" Chaoga spoke coldly. "The Black Feather Eagle tribe fundamentally won't know we appeared here, but they do know that this prince was pursuing this Qingyu eagle. Now that the prince is dead, the Black Feather Eagle tribe will naturally seek vengeance against the Qingyu Eagle tribe, not against us two human cultivators, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere." Having said that, his gaze turned dark and he spoke with killing intent. "As for you, you merely want to borrow my power to fend off the imminent retaliation from the Black Feather Eagle tribe. Am I wrong?" Qingyu bowed her head to the ground, pleading fearfully. "Esteemed cultivator, please calm your anger. This humble girl would not dare deceive you. But if the esteemed cultivator does not intervene, then our Qingyu Eagle tribe will certainly face extinction. I beg the esteemed cultivator to save my tribe." Chaoga asked coldly. "But why should I save you? Saving you and guarding you during your cultivation was merely done on a whim by this lord." Qingyu looked at him resolutely and said, "If you agree, I am willing to represent my tribe and present the greatest treasure of the Qingyu Eagle tribe to you." As soon as she finished speaking, the system immediately prompted extremely high probability of obtaining a special item from the Qingyu Eagle tribe. Hearing this, he smiled contentedly, thinking, "Good, this is exactly what I want. Who works for free?" Luo Bing stood nearby watching her, and softly said to Chaoga, "Young lord, she is too pitiful. Why don't we see this good deed through to the end?" He sighed and said in a low voice, "Since my disciple has taken pity on you, then I shall agree to your request." Hearing this, Qingyu smiled and bowed sincerely. "Many thanks, esteemed cultivator, for your benevolence." In a distant secluded mountain, inside a cave, a black eagle knelt on the ground, reporting respectfully and tremblingly. "Reporting to the Black King, your majesty. The aura of the Black Feather Eagle warriors who left with the general has vanished." I'm afraid the figure on the high seat heard this and asked coldly, "Are you afraid they are already dead?" The person below was too afraid to speak, merely replying, This humble one dare not speak carelessly. The figure on the high seat immediately stood up, and said in a chilling tone, "A mere Qingyu eagle dares to murder this king's son. I do not believe this matter is so simple." The king of the black feather eagle tribe ground his teeth in fury. Clenching his fist, killing intent radiated from his whole body. He immediately spread his wings and flew out. I must personally go and see exactly what happened. Regardless of which individual was involved in this matter, they must pay the price alongside my son. Having said that, he flapped his wings and flew forward quickly. Soon he arrived at the location where his son's aura was last detected. This is where my son's aura vanished. He looked around thinking, not only is my son's aura present, but there are also the auras of many humans. Yet there are no bodies weight as that. When he saw 3 distinct, unique auras remaining on the ground, he thought in shock. The aura of ancient exotic beasts, there are 3 of them. One of them is actually the aura of a dragon beast. The Qingyu Eagle clan is colluding with those scourges. Thinking this, he furiously stomped his foot hard onto the ground, causing the ground to crack open. His heart was filled with intense hatred. If the Qingyu Eagle clan wants to collude with those scourges, then don't blame me for destroying your entire clan. Thinking this, he immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky. However, the ancient exotic beasts are incredibly powerful, and relying solely on the strength of our clan might not be enough to match them. Then I shall unite all the eagle clans in this region and eliminate them together. Thinking this, he immediately flew away to carry out his plan. In the territory of the Qingyu Eagle clan, within the Qingyu Eagle clan's territory, right on the square, sounds of grief and worry could be heard. The royal daughter has gone missing. Our Qingyu Eagle clan cannot go a single day without a leader. In the center of the square was a coffin containing Qingyu's remains. Now Her Majesty the Queen has passed away, and the royal daughter is also missing. Is heaven trying to wipe out our clan? Another person said, pull yourselves together. We must elect a new queen to lead the clan to continued prosperity. That is the right path. The entire Qingyu Eagle clan gathered in the square, looking at each other anxiously. That's easier said than done. Who is suitable to be the new queen? Another person nodded. Exactly. If the chosen person is inferior to the royal daughter, then we might as well find the royal daughter quickly. The person agreed. That's right. How about we split up and start searching now? Perhaps at that very moment, a seductive voice sounded from behind the crowd. I doubt she will be returning. The queen died and she ran away. But I saw her flying toward the territory of the Heiyu Eagle clan. As she walked, she spoke coldly to the crowd. Maybe she saw the queen was about to die, so she fled to the Heiyu Eagle clan early. She might now be bringing people back to destroy our clan. She has betrayed our Qingyu Eagle clan. Upon hearing this, the crowd was skeptical. Qiyu, don't talk nonsense. How could the royal daughter possibly do such a thing? Another person echoed, exactly. Where did you get this information? But if the royal daughter truly ran away, then what should we do? Are we supposed to just sit here and wait to die? Qiyu calmly walked up to the higher platform, a sneer appearing at the corner of her mouth. Therefore, the most urgent task right now is that we must choose a queen with true capability to lead our entire clan. She stood proudly before everyone. If we are talking about capability, of course we must choose the one with the highest cultivation level. Speaking up to this point, Qiyu turned around and said, now that the queen has passed, and the royal daughter has fled, in the entire Qingyu Eagle clan, only I, Qiyu, have reached the 5th realm. She smiled triumphantly. I think you all understand very clearly that only a sufficiently powerful ruler can protect you. The crowd below immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Although that is true, it is still unclear whether the royal daughter really fled. However, it is true that no one in our clan has a higher cultivation level. Speaking up to this point, Qiyu turned around and spoke. Her rank is above Qiyu's. It's understandable that she is the new queen, but seeing the crowd below still hesitating, Qiyu cracked a slight smile. These timid tribesmen just need a little more pressure, and they will probably kneel and beg me to become the new queen. It will happen soon. Tisk, your majesty. You suppressed me for so many years and protected them for so long. Isn't this still the result now? She glanced coldly at the queen's corpse. If you want to blame someone, blame your daughter, who was too foolish to believe my ploy. In the territory of the Eagle clan, how could those black feathers possibly possess a spiritual medicine that could extend the lifespan of the Qingyu Eagle clan members? The Qingyu Eagle clan has been protected by you for too long. They have already forgotten the way of survival for the Demon clan. But I will make them remember again. If they want to survive, they cannot simply hide in this valley. Living a humble life forever, they must go out. Thinking of this, Qiyu licked her hand, intent on killing other demon clans and seizing their territory. Only by enduring bloody warfare can my Qingyu Eagle clan truly flourish. However, from the crowd, Lingyu stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Impossible! Her Royal Highness would never run away. She is the Queen's only heir." Qiyu, stop spouting nonsense. The princess has absolutely no reason to betray us. Looking at Lingyu, she hadn't taken this little guy seriously in the first place, and shouted coldly, "Hey you!" Standing behind Qiyu, he immediately obeyed the command. She thought coldly, "These useless creatures are too noisy, they are asking for a heavy price." Heiyu flew over and sent him flying with one palm strike. This child was inherently weak and his cultivation wasn't high, so naturally he was no match for Heiyu. Qiyu flapped her wings, shattering the giant rock behind her, and said coldly, "The Qingyu Eagle clan's strength is extremely weak right now. All because the former queen protected you too much." Her eyes held killing intent and an indescribable excitement as she looked at everyone. "Remember this starting today. I am the new queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan. Anyone who disobeys will end up like this stone." The crowd below was pale, too scared to utter a sound. It turned out Qiyu had prepared everything long ago. She was inherently a warmongering half-breed, and had only feigned obedience because she was suppressed by the queen. Now that the queen is gone, and the princess is absent, no one can suppress her anymore. Her strength is so formidable now. Even Heiyu beside her is also at the peak of the fourth realm. Lingyu was injured, but still struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he said, "We will absolutely not accept you as the new queen. Only Her Royal Highness can inherit the queen's will. Qiyu, you are unworthy," he shouted furiously. Upon hearing him, everyone's faces immediately turned pale, looking at Lingyu with fear and worry. Oh no, is this boy inviting disaster? He is the princess' attendant. He is extremely loyal to Her Royal Highness, but he actually dared to say something like this. Doesn't he want to live? Qiyu definitely won't spare him. When Qiyu and Heiyu heard his words, their faces instantly darkened. She sneered, her eyes flashing with killing intent, and looked at Lingyu. "Lingyu, it seems you haven't grasped the reality yet. Then allow this queen to help you wake up." Having said that, Qiyu immediately grabbed his neck roughly, a twisted sadistic smile appearing on her face as she said, "Say that again. Does this queen have the qualification or not?" She looked at Lingyu with satisfaction, thinking, since someone wants to invite disaster, he'll use you to make a demonstration. The crowd below was too terrified to make a sound. Qiyu glanced at them thinking, I only need to keep those tribesmen who are strong and loyal to me. That's enough, I don't need those other useless creatures. Let them see the consequence of opposing this queen with their own eyes. With his neck constricted, he couldn't breathe, his face turning bright red, his body shaking. Yet he still struggled to shout loudly and furiously, Her Royal Highness would never bully the tribesmen like you do. You are unworthy to be our king. Unworthy, you will never be worthy. Qiyu sneered upon hearing this, waving her hand. Then go die. The crowd below was too afraid to look straight at her. This foolish child. Why did he do something so stupid? It's a shame our queen has already passed away. Otherwise, how could something like this happen? If the entire Eagle clan could pray together right now. If only the princess could return. Just as the prayers faded, Qiya's arm was wrapped up by a stream of water. What is going on? Everyone watched, dumbfounded. Qiyu was tightly bound by that mysterious stream of water. She gritted her teeth in surprise and looked around. Cheaja's cold voice rang out. Massacring innocent clan members shows absolutely no capacity for kingship. Having said that, he waved his hand. Qiyu was immediately slammed hard onto the ground. The water stream gently lifted Lingyu from the ground. Qingyu flew over angrily and shouted, Qiyu, what have you done to my people? The clan members in the crowd upon seeing Qingyu return, immediately began discussing happily. It's the princess, she's back. She didn't run away. Wonderful, she truly didn't abandon us. And Qingyu was definitely lying. How could the princess possibly flee to the Black Feather Eagle clan? Qingyu, who was below restrained by Chauga, with spiritual energy chains, struggled weakly, thinking, she's actually still alive. The Black Feather Eagle clan didn't kill her. Damn it. But do you think a mere rank 4 cultivator can be king? Cutting back to this side, Qingyu flew in the air holding Lingyu and said, Lingyu, how are you? Hearing the question, he replied softly, Princess, I am fine. I knew you would definitely return. He coughed as he spoke, spitting blood. Despite this, Lingyu struggled to add, Princess, Qingyu took advantage of your absence and tried to crown herself queen. She even dared to spread rumors saying you fled to the Black Feather Eagle clan. Hearing this, Qingyu immediately replied, I know everything, Lingyu. Stop talking now, rest properly first. He replied weakly, yes. Below, the malicious Qingyu still shouted stubbornly, Princess, you actually colluded with the human clan, trying to harm your own kin. Someone like you is unworthy to be the king of the Qingyu Eagle clan. If you have the guts, then openly fight me unknown. If you win, I will support you as king. That's what she said, but she knew clearly in her heart that this was actually a scheme. Qingyu thought, even Heiyu couldn't break these strange chain techniques. It seems this human cultivator has some skill. I must first sling mud at the princess. As long as this human cultivator doesn't interfere, I can definitely defeat her. After all, she is only rank 4. It turns out she was relying on the fact that her cultivation rank was higher, wanting to bully those whose cultivation was lower. Hearing this, Qingyu, though it was unclear if she saw through the scheme, still replied, I agree. After speaking, she clasped her hands and respectfully requested the sitting Chauga above, please, esteemed cultivator, release her. Allow her and me to have a fair, open, and honorable fight to the death. Since she made such a request, Chauga countered with a question, have you thought this through clearly? At the same time, Chauga was thinking inwardly, this is obviously a trap, a conspiracy. If she refuses, she will be humiliated in front of all her clan members. She will also be branded with the crime of colluding with the human clan. Thinking this, he suddenly realized, why do I feel like I'm the villain here? Hearing Chayaja's inquiry, Qingyu also replied, I have thought it through clearly. If I can't even defeat her, then how can I protect the members of the Eagle clan? Qingyu, if I lose, then I don't deserve to be king. I ask the venerable cultivator to grant my request. Upon hearing these words, all the Eagle clan people knew that the princess was thinking of her subjects. They immediately realized that the princess' character was 100 times better than Chiya's. Only the esteemed princess deserves to be our king. But the princess has only just reached the 4th realm, and is definitely no match for 5th realm Qingyu. After hearing this reply, he thought, how foolish she was, truly deceived. A mere 4th realm cultivator wanting to fight a 5th realm one. That is absolutely wishful thinking. Moreover, down below Qingyu, she immediately called Heiyu and commanded, I have something I need you to do. Having said that, she began to brew a conspiracy in her heart again. In contrast, she would win by any means necessary. But Chauga did not insist further and said, if that is the case, I shall grant your wish. He thought again, perhaps she has thought it through, and I don't need to intervene. After all, my true enemy has not yet appeared. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chauga ordered the shackles on Qingyu to be removed. After being released, she said smugly, no wonder the esteemed princess needs to collude with a human cultivator. This human is indeed handsome. Even a princess would be moved. At this moment, everyone finally saw Chayaja's true appearance clearly. Sunlight streaming from an unknown source shone perfectly behind him, making him look incredibly charismatic. That habit of showing off, he still hasn't managed to shake it off. The men and women of the Qingyu Eagle clan couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration when they saw him. He is indeed very handsome. There is actually a human who is more beautiful than the Qingyu Eagle clan to possess such a heaven-defying appearance. The innocent Qingyu still didn't know that Qingyu was brewing a scheme, and she scolded loudly, don't talk nonsense, Qingyu. If I defeat you, you must leave this place and never be allowed to return. After breaking free from her restraints, she flew up into the sky. Chia's wings burned with flames, preparing for a battle, and also to show off her martial power. Meanwhile, she wore a vulgar expression on her face. Her sharp talons extended, making her look like a fiend. To be honest, if you lose, I won't give you a chance to live, or let you leave this place. She also spread her wings. Unlike Qingyu's wings looked much more beautiful and pure. They were much cleaner. She flew up and declared, "If this were before, I certainly wouldn't be your match. But now," Qingyu asserted firmly, "I am in the 5th realm too." However, Qingyu was not surprised upon hearing this and retorted, "5th realm, your foundation is unstable. You won't be able to cause much trouble." She heard this and replied, "Then come and feel it yourself, whether my 5th realm power can cause trouble or not." After exchanging words, now the real fight begins. Shi and Qingyu both flew high into the sky and began to fight. For the Eagle clan, they don't use weapons but fight barehanded. Their only weapons are their talons. This is very similar to real eagles in nature, because eagles are very adept at using their talons, and talons are their primary tools for hunting. The two of them fought fiercely against each other. The scene at this moment looked very much like the wings of an angel and a demon fighting each other. The Eagle clan people below saw such a fierce battle and started discussing, "Too strong. Is this a battle between 5th realm cultivators?" When a Qingyu eagle reaches the 5th realm, their speed and strength are completely different from when they were in the 4th realm. Chaga watched everything from above. Qingyu and Qingyu fought continuously, moving as fast as lightning. LV Bing felt a bit strange, so she asked, "Young master, aren't we being too idle?" She poured him tea as she asked. But considering they were locked in a fight to the death, Lu Chaga, leisurely enjoying tea here, felt incredibly strange. Hearing Luo Bing ask this, Chaga replied, "What's the difference between this level of fighting and acting? There's nothing to worry about." After speaking, Chaga said again, "Pour the tea." She quickly poured the tea but thought internally, acting, but I completely couldn't make out their movements. If it were me, I would surely lose. He seemed to sense Luo Bing's thoughts and said, "No need to worry. The reason you couldn't see their movements clearly just now is because you haven't reached the 4th realm yet. Once you break through to the 4th realm, you'll easily be able to defeat 5th realm demon races." Upon hearing this, she immediately replied, "Thank you, young master, for clarifying." Luo Bing thought to herself again, "The young master is always so considerate." Liking the young master truly was the best decision I've ever made. After a while, Chaga looked down and said, "Look, a winner is about to be determined." In the arena, the two exchanged lightning-fast blows, creating a circular vortex. Around them were howling winds, while the center contained orange spiritual power, symbolizing Qingyu. The rest was pure blue spiritual power, which belonged to Qingyu. The scale of this 5th realm level battle was immense, greatly affecting those nearby. The Eagle tribe members scattered and fled, avoiding the feathers generated by the fighting between the two 5th realm experts. They shouted, "Protect the children, don't run around. Find cover quickly." A moment later, at this time, someone had heavily crashed onto the ground. However, due to the flying dust, we couldn't tell who had won or lost. The Eagle tribe members quickly retreated deep within the giant rocks, taking cover inside. Through the smoke, the two figures were visible, frozen in a stance, one standing, one kneeling. There was no doubt that one of them had already been defeated. However, the victor remained unknown. Once the dust cleared, the person standing was Qingyu, and the person kneeling was naturally Qingyu. Qingyu defeated her and spoke, "Qingyu, you lose." The Eagle tribe members saw their princess win, and immediately cheered, "The princess won. Wonderful, the princess won. Qingyu won't be the king of the Eagle tribe now. Our Qingyu is safe." Qingyu, suppressed below, spoke, "As expected of the noble princess of the Eagle tribe, Qingyu is indeed powerful after breaking through to the 5th realm. I lost and I will leave this place." However, Qingyu didn't realize why she would give up so easily and replied, "Good. Since you agree, leave immediately. Otherwise," just as she finished speaking, Qingyu suddenly burst into loud laughter and replied, "You don't need to chase me away. I know what I must do." She picked up her heavily injured body and stood up. Suddenly Chia's eyes flashed with light. She revealed a malevolent expression and shouted, "Hey you! I already said, how could such a sinister and vicious old woman possibly give up so easily?" Immediately following this, a giant black eagle appeared in the sky, carrying a stone coffin in its talons. The eagle tribe members instantly recognized it and shouted, "That is the queen's coffin. What does she intend to do?" "She took the queen's coffin." "Hey, you put the queen's coffin down immediately. This is utter disrespect to the dead." Qingyu saw her mother's coffin being taken away, and furiously shouted, "How dare you, how could you?" After revealing yet another trump card, Qingyu immediately burst into laughter, saying, "You want to be the ruler? Then I'll take your mother's remains and feed them to those vile, monstrous beasts, letting them devour it." At this moment Chia's face revealed a despicable and malicious expression. She continued, "Let that that vile beast actually dares to torment your mother's remains. You must be feeling terrible." After speaking, she burst into maniacal laughter again. Hearing this, she flew into a rage and leapt up. At the same time, she didn't forget to shout for them to stop. I really don't know what meaning her words hold now. Since even a fellow clan member, Qingyu, could betray them, then what weight do Qingyu's words carry now? After Qingyu succeeded in her scheme, she flew away and said, "If you dare to follow me, then I will immediately order Heiyu to smash her coffin into 1,000 pieces." Having said that, she showed that contemptible and malicious face again, threatening once more, "Princess, I now demand that you announce that I, Qingyu, shall assume the position of king of the Eagle clan." Qingyu. So this was Chia's true objective: to actually hold Qingyu's mother's coffin hostage. It seems her ambition to become the ruler has never faded. Qingyu could not dissuade Qingyu, so she tried appealing to kinship, saying, "Qingyu, you too once received kindness from my mother. How can you do such a thing? Do you truly intend to be so heartless and unjust?" The rest of the Eagle clan members, unable to offer any substantial help, could only act as onlookers and comment, "It's over. The princess is extremely devoted to her mother. Qingyu is resorting to such unscrupulous methods. If she really becomes the ruler, then our Eagle clan will be completely finished." Another person also said, "How can Qingyu be so despicable? Falling from such a height, the queen's remains and coffin would be shattered. Damn it, we are too weak and unable to help the princess." After Qingyu grasped the coffin, she said proudly, "Princess, if you agree, I will show compassion. But if after I count to 3, you still don't agree, then you can forget about ever seeing the queen's remains again." Qingyu took advantage of her dominant position and immediately proposed the terms for an exchange of interests. At this time, Qingyu's mother's remains were being held in a stone coffin. The stone coffin was covered with a layer of transparent glass, allowing her appearance to be clearly seen. Her hair color was the same as Qingyu's. They were indeed biological mother and daughter. At first glance, although she had passed away, her face still displayed a kind and virtuous temperament. Qingyu was trapped in hesitation, because she was a person who valued affection and justice, and valued filial piety above everything else. Qingyu's heart was struggling, full of worry for her mother. Qingyu, still wearing that vile and sickening expression, threatened, "Make your decision quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, Qingyu began counting down from 3. Luobing, watching from above, saw that the situation had reached a critical juncture, and asked Chaga anxiously, "Young master, that woman seems very troublesome. Do we need to?" Although Chaga didn't wait for her to finish speaking, he had already guessed what Luobing meant. No need to rush. She hasn't asked for help yet. Forcing help upon her might backfire. Returning to Qingyu, she was currently caught between loyalty to the clan and loyalty to her deep affections. But for her, as someone who deeply loved her mother, Qingyu immediately chose her affections. "I agree." Next, Qingyu, upon hearing the satisfactory answer, immediately became ecstatic, and replied, "You truly value affection and justice. But words alone are not enough. Go and swear before the Eagle clan idol." Qingyu is truly malicious. She knew that for a leader of a clan, honor is nobler than life itself. Because of this, once Qingyu swears to her ancestors, she will not be able to go back on her word. After listening, she did not refute. Horror. but instead walked toward the Eagle Clan stone idol. She said, "O Eagle Clan gods above, I, your descendant Qingyu, willingly and wholeheartedly relinquish the Eagle Clan throne to. If Qingyu breaks this oath, she will be utterly destroyed by the heavens." Saying this, Qingyu raised 2 fingers, considering it an oath witnessed by the heavens. The Hawk Clan members, they all knew of Qiyu's malicious nature, and thus expressed their disapproval. "Princess, please think twice. How could this happen? How can Qiyu be so shameless? This is truly outrageous." Among these people, Ling Yu was the first to openly refute Qiyu. "We will not accept Qiyu as queen. We disagree. No, your highness. If Her Majesty the Queen and the gods were here, they definitely wouldn't agree to you doing this." Immediately after speaking, he started coughing violently, due to his previous injuries. Bing, who was standing above, was kind-hearted. Seeing this situation, she anxiously said to Chaoga Gongzi, "Even like this, won't you intervene?" He still calmly replied, "It is not the time yet. It is not the time yet." Chaoga remained completely relaxed. Meanwhile, he used water spiritual power to create Peppa Pig, thinking, "I remember Peppa Pig looks like this. But now that I see it, it's truly abstract." The camera returns to Qiyu. After hearing these dissenting voices, she immediately became furious. She turned to look at the clansmen and roared, "Shut up!" Upon hearing her threat, the Hawk clan members instantly turned pale, daring not to say another word. At this moment they were all thinking, "She's like this even before officially ascending the throne. If we let her take the throne, won't the clansmen all become her slaves?" Empty. Despite this, no one dared to contradict her. It seems they are indeed just blustering figures. Just then Qingyu flew down to be level with Qiyu, and then spoke. "Qiyu, can you return mother's remains to me now?" Qiyu suddenly flashed a sinister smile, and then replied, "Of course." Her next expression was actually a repulsive sneer. Qiyu shouted, "That is absolutely impossible." After saying this, she immediately ordered, "Hey you, take it away." He immediately responded, "As you command." Dealing with these despicable scoundrels was utterly foolish. Seeing this, Qingyu angrily rushed forward, intending to attack Qiyu. "Qiyu, what are you trying to do? Why are you breaking your promise?" Flapping her wings to flee, she said, "I want to make you suffer. To make you despair. Did you think defeating me meant you could get everything? Go on and dream." However, Qingyu was already severely injured, resulting from the previous battle. She thought, "This is bad. Although I defeated Qiyu just now, my wounds have reopened." Following this, Qiyu finally revealed what was on her mind, explaining why she acted this way. Qiya's face now looked utterly hateful. She shouted, "Because I am not pure Hawk clan blood. Qingyu. Empty. Even though I am the only capable person in the clan, your mother never considered me a true clansman. I must make you all pay the price." Considering her current actions, Qingyu's mother was completely right not to pass the chieftainship to her, because a greedy leader will only bring suffering to the clan. Having said this, Qiyu stopped concealing her thoughts and continued, "I'll tell you one more thing. That matter about the spiritual medicine that extends lifespan. In the Black Feather Hawk clan territory, I fabricated that too. The purpose was to deceive you into leaving the tribe, making you desperately search for medicine for that dying queen. That way I could succeed more easily." Hearing Qiyu say this, Qingyu seemed to realize something, questioning you. "What do you mean?" It was then that she spoke the truth. "That's right. Your mother originally could have lived longer. I took advantage of her critical illness and ended her life. I watched as she took her final breath. Moreover, the Black Feather Eagle tribe has long coveted our tribe's talents, and tricking you into going to their territory to look for spirit medicine ensures your definite death. This truly kills 2 birds with 1 stone." Upon hearing this, she rushed towards Qiyu like a raging beast. "Qiyu will fight you to the death." Seeing this, Qiyu immediately burst out laughing. "You want to kill me with just you? Heiyu, hurry back and help me kill her." However, after Heiyu was called, there was no response. Qiyu could only turn her head and ask suspiciously, "Heiyu, I called you, didn't you hear me?" After she turned her head, she only then saw the scene in the sky clearly. Countless black feather eagles obscured the entire sky, and what was most terrifying was a Super giant eagle hovering even higher up. If Granny Bashin vlog were to see this eagle, she would probably make a super large giant stewed eagle. It was then that Chiyu noticed that Heiyu was already lying in the black dragon's grasp. Naturally, his condition seemed to be that he was already dead. Upon seeing this, Chiyu immediately shouted Heiyu after he died. And since no one was holding the coffin anymore, the coffin began to freefall through the air. Seeing this, Chiyu immediately chased after it, trying to catch it. On the other side, it seemed the previous judgment was wrong, because Heiyu was only unconscious before. He only truly died at this moment, because the black dragon executed him. It seemed the entire Black Eagle tribe had gathered in this place, densely packed, numerous as an ant colony. Their leader immediately spoke. You mongrel of the Qingyu Eagle tribe. There's also a red fellow over there. Go quickly and kill her. Chiyu saw that someone wanted to kill her. And not only that, the numbers were immense. So Chiyu immediately fled quickly. She thought frantically, what exactly is happening? Why are 3 eagle tribes showing up here simultaneously? And that giant black feather eagle is the Black King. I must escape. Because today is the day the Qingyu Eagle tribe will be annihilated. On the other side, Qingyu was still chasing the coffin, shouting loudly, Mother! Mother, no! Because her body was already covered in wounds at this time. She couldn't fly fast. Moreover, if she were at peak condition, it would only take a moment to catch up. After sitting down, eating snacks and drinking some water for a while, Brother Zhao finally spoke. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin, just as it was about to hit the ground, was enveloped by a stream of blue spiritual water. She was relieved to see this scene, happy that the coffin hadn't shattered. Only then did Brother Zhao say, this is the first lesson for that little eagle after stepping into this world, seeing reality clearly. This Qingyu Eagle tribe is truly too naive. Saying they are naive is correct, because all along, the Eagle tribe only lived in one specific region. Therefore, regarding greed, Chiyu was the only one. After speaking, he turned to look at Chiyu and continued, and the wicked will receive their retribution very quickly. Cutting back, she was already being besieged by many black eagles. While it was a siege, she was utterly defeated and destroyed. Chiyu never expected that after a lifetime of scheming, she would end up in this situation. She screamed, help me, no! Qingyu. After her mother's coffin landed safely, Qingyu thought, are they the Black Feather Eagle tribe, the Blue Feather Eagle tribe and the White Feather Eagle tribe? The 3 great eagle tribes actually teamed up to come to the tiny territory of the Qingyu Eagle tribe. At this moment, the Black King opened its eyes and began to observe. It used its aura to sense the surroundings, then thought, I can't find the aura of the ancient exotic beast. Did they run away? Hiding in the darkness, planning a thunderous strike against me, as expected of those mere beasts and exotic creatures. Suddenly, Hei Wan's gaze focused on Luobing. Wait, that human woman actually has the aura of 3 ancient mythical beasts hidden within her. Luo Chaoga, who was below, also guessed what he was thinking. So he said to Luobing, Luobing, do you see that giant red hawk? She nodded. Yes, young master, what about it? It seems to be looking at me. It was then that he told Luobing, if I'm not mistaken, it might have already detected the unusual aura of mythical beasts on you. According to the habits of demon beasts and mythical beasts, it is very likely that it wants to devour you. She was greatly startled upon hearing this and trembled slightly in fear. Luobing asked, young master, what should we do then? High above, Hei Wang issued a command without hesitation. The ancient mythical beasts have been discovered. They are within that human woman. Whoever can capture that human woman alive will be rewarded with 10 5th realm demon cores. Hearing that there were actually 10 demon cores, and they were of the 5th realm, the entire Hawk tribe excitedly asked, 10 5th realm demon cores. This could directly help me break through to the 6th realm. What's more, the cultivator beside that human woman only has a 5th realm cultivation. We have strength in numbers, let's quickly go and capture her. Facing hundreds of thousands of diving hawks, Luo Chaoga still leisurely sat down and instructed Luobing. What else can be done? Pour the tea first. Although she was a bit puzzled by what he said, she dared not ask further. Luobing obediently replied, as you command, young master. After the teacup was filled, a waft of steaming mist emanated from it. He picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "Facing a great demon of the 6th realm. What else can be done? I can only break through my realm first." Just at this moment, he directly broke through from level 5000 to level 6000. At this time, Luo Cheaja's realm had already reached the grand completion of the 5th realm. His breakthrough seemed as easy as leveling up with cheats. A hawk in the sky. Flying was breaking through in the midst of battle, and even continuously broke through 7 stages. But even so, it's only the grand completion of the 5th realm. Among the warriors of my 3-colored hawk tribe, there are many 6th realm experts. Human cultivators cannot compare to my demon tribe at all, and my tribe has plenty of warriors. That group of hawkmen flew towards Luo Chaoga, while mocking Luo Chaoga. What's the point of breaking through the realm just now? 10 grade 5 demon cores will be mine. Another hawkman immediately retorted, "Nonsense. Those demon cores are mine. A mere human at the grand completion of grade 5. Killing him is like crushing an ant." As the protagonist of this incident, Luo Chao Ge was still leisurely sitting and drinking tea. Meanwhile, Luo Bing sitting opposite him was already extremely anxious. "Young master, they're here." Seeing his composed demeanor, Luo Bing's expression softened slightly and her heart filled with admiration. As expected of the young master. So calm even in a critical situation. But in fact, the system had already assigned him an upgrade quest. After reading the notification panel, Luo Chaoga revealed a look of satisfaction. As expected, the system will tailor suitable quests based on the situation. Continued from L64837. This time the orange upgrade quest simply requires killing a grade 6 demon king. So if I kill that large black realm hawk, what kind of evaluation will the system give? Thinking of this, Luo Cheaja's gaze subtly drifted towards the group of hawkmen flying towards him. The leader hawk had also flown in behind them at some point. Seeing this scene, he mused, "I'm a little excited." However, the Azure Jade Eagle clan is indeed a weak demon clan, but they possess powerful inherited talents. This venerable one has taken a liking to your princess, so we'll help you out as well. Shaking off his thoughts, Luo Chaoga let out a shout, provoking the group of hawks. "If you want to kill me, catch me first." With that, he controlled the leaf to fly straight away. Luo Bing sat on the leaf. Because of the sudden acceleration, she felt somewhat unable to adapt quickly enough. Completely opposite to Luo Bing were those birdmen, who were extremely excited, mixed with a hint of mockery for the challenge. "Ridiculous. A human cultivator dares to challenge our speed. Brothers, let him know what manners are. Go, let him witness the power of our Eagle clan." After saying that, they pulled out all the stops, chasing after that leaf with all their might. This scene of the chase battle was fully witnessed by a green-haired woman standing below. She watched everything intently. The girl grew increasingly anxious and worried the more she watched. "That human cultivator is truly helping me. He led them away because he didn't want this battle to affect the other members of his clan in his territory. To go to such lengths for us. Is he really just doing it for our clan's ultimate treasure? This is clearly an unequal exchange." The scene returns to the leaf. Luo Bing saw the birdmen catching up and couldn't help but feel panic. "Young master, they are almost here." Lu Chaoga did not reply, but instead stretched out his hand and said, "Give me your hand." Facing this gesture, Luo Bing was somewhat confused and bewildered. "Young master." Soon Luo Bing recovered her wits, slowly extended her hand and took his. This is the first time I've held the young master's hand." Seeing her hesitation, he simply reached out, grabbed her and pulled her closer. "Stop messing around at a time like this." Yes. The reason for Luo Bing's acute embarrassment was that Luo Bing's pure desires were different from ordinary people. Her desires were an image she projected to attract Lu Chaoga, but their core remained pure. After holding her hand, Lu Chaoga suddenly pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, before flashing a confident smile. "Hold on tight. Today this seat will teach these demons a lesson about what speed and passion truly means." Lu Chaoga observed the area ahead, realizing they were still not far enough from the territory of the Azure Jade Eagle clan. The fighting strength unleashed by 7th realm cultivators would surely be immense. "We must go a little further." Thinking this, Lu Chaoga stomped his foot down, Countless strange symbols appeared, following this stomp. At the rear of the leaf, several boosters resembling race car engines materialized. Staring at the newly appeared objects, Luo Bing turned her head utterly stunned. This is the wind-stirring spirit formation carved by Master. He actually used it on a flying Dharma artifact. The boosters were ready. Immediately afterward, a strong current of air blasted out, sending the leaf speeding away at astonishing velocity. Luo Bing sank into a state of psychological trauma once again. The thought flashed through her mind, the sage of seeking the Tao. Master truly is a genius at escaping. To even think of using a formation like this, the group of birdmen left behind were extremely unwilling to concede. How can this human still accelerate? Brothers, don't let him get too far away. Accelerate with everything you've got. No human can surpass the speed of our Eagle Clan. Even if we die, we must let him see the speed of the Eagle Clan. After speaking, they gathered their momentum and sped off as well. As they raced away, their eyes were bloodshot, losing to Lu Chaoga in their area of expertise. This group of eaglemen was now completely insane. While they were chasing, one individual suddenly spat blood and fell. His companions in front felt uneasy seeing this. Truly worthy of being Eagle Clan warriors. Just to accelerate, they actually pushed their vital energy to the breaking point, watching them drop one by one because they were chasing him and losing their lives. He showed a meaningful smile. It seems they pushed themselves too hard trying to fly faster, and their vital organs failed. These demon races are truly crazy. Too bad. How can flesh and blood be faster than a Dharma artifact? Just then a pitch-black power spread forth from the distance, forcing the leaf to stop. Where else do you think you can run? The humans slammed to a stop because of this leaf. The two of them were slightly unbalanced. That eagle, the largest one, had appeared without them noticing. It flew up to him and presented its terms. If you abandon that woman and run away now, this king can spare your life. I know you. Your name is Lu Chaoga. Lately across the 4 continents of Tianxian, your reputation has been very renowned. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's face showed some fear. Is it me that it wants? But why? At this point the two of them were surrounded front and back. There was no way to retreat. Lu Chao Ge no longer intended to flee but stepped forward to meet the challenge. Oh, since you recognize me, then this matter will be easier to handle. Perhaps you still don't understand. I have never negotiated terms with anyone, and it is even more impossible for me to hand over my own disciple in exchange for mercy from others. Saying this, Lu Chaoga became even more resolute. Luo Bing stood behind him, moved by his reaction. Young master. In contrast to her, the giant rock bird was now thunderously enraged. She killed my son, and also killed the warriors of our clan. Shouldn't blood debt be paid with blood? This statement sounded like a joke to Lu Chaoga. What is this? You are blaming the wrong person. Hearing him say this, it was completely confused. I was the one who killed them. Hearing this, the eagle became completely furious. The aura of fury spread in all directions. How audacious. I thought I could spare your life for the sake of the sword, venerable. But you are just courting death. This king will grant your wish. He was not intimidated by its aura in the slightest. He remained unfazed. That son of yours acted recklessly, and even tried to take my life. So naturally I had to kill him. As he said this, he clicked his tongue. TSK. But what I didn't expect was that you are even more repulsive than he was. You clearly know that I am your enemy. Yet you dare not attack me because you fear the sword, venerable. A bully who only picks on the weak and fears the strong like you, I utterly despise. He showed utter contempt faced with his ridicule. It flew into a rage. Lu Chaoga, this king will grind your bones into powder. No sooner had it finished speaking than it let out a mighty roar. A surge of terrifying black power emanated from it. Everything near it was blown away, except for Lu Chaoga's leaf. He stood there continuing his provocation. What's even more ridiculous is that on the surface you want to avenge your son, but after seeing the power of the ancient exotic beasts on my disciple, you changed your mind. He didn't stop but added fuel to the fire. This proves that your son is not even as important as the power of those 3 ancient exotic beasts. The son is hot-tempered and the father is greedy for gain. What a truly loving father and filial son pair. Luo Bing heard everything he said. She was greatly startled. So it was because of the power of the 3 beads that she had absorbed. This time that eagle was even angrier than before. Shut up immediately after. A mass of black power engulfed the surroundings. I will destroy this place, you won't escape. Finally, a massive black sphere appeared in the air. It raised the sphere high, laughing maniacally. Lu Chaoga, starting today, your name will completely vanish from Tianxian. Seeing that supermassive black sphere appear before them, the flock of eagles was shocked. This is bad. That is Lord Heiwan's famous ultimate technique. Eagle scorching black sun. Run with this move. Anyone below the 7th realm is certain to die. The last time Heiwang used this move, he wiped out the entire Grey Berserk Leopard clan. I heard not even a single corpse was left behind. Run, run. Facing that sphere, Lu Chaoga also began to prepare. Activate the power of the human immortal. No sooner had he spoken, light began to shine beneath his feet. Subsequently, a golden halo gradually appeared behind him. Luo Bing, standing behind him, saw the halo appear. Her face full of admiration. The young master's power is always so magnificent. Equipment successful. Lu Chaoga stood on a lotus petal and flew towards the location. Before leaving, he warned, what happens next is not something you can intervene in. I will use the fastest speed to pilot the ship away from here. Hold tight. Hearing this, she was extremely worried. But young master, that's a 7th realm demon king. Why don't we run first? Lu Chaoga paid no attention to her words and continued to warn her while moving forward. Suppress your aura, and don't let the other Eagle clan members find you. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaf automatically moved away from the light orb. Luo Bing, sitting on it, could only shout helplessly, young master. Lu Chaoga was already closer to the light orb. When he reached a suitable distance, he stopped, closed his eyes, and concentrated his energy. I activated the human immortal when I entered the territory of the Azure Jade Eagle clan. Now the accumulation is finally enough. Thinking this, he opened his eyes. At this moment, Lu Chaoga's entire body was enveloped by a layer of golden light. As expected, the 7th realm is difficult to deal with. Forcing the use of Ascending Immortal is simply unfeasible. Although he said it wouldn't work, Lu Chaoga still proceeded with the action. He recalled his personal sword. He began to execute his move, Human Immortal, Ascending Immortal. Behind him, the figure of an immortal indistinctly appeared. The eagle turned around after preparing for a while. It raised the light orb and shouted, Lu Chaoga, die. As soon as the words fell, from inside the light orb shot out an extremely dazzling white light. Immediately following, countless streams of power spread outwards. After the light orb glowed, it began to explode. The force of the explosion spread everywhere, causing those Eagle clan members who had just turned back and fled to also turn into ashes. Only Luo Bing, sitting on the leaf, remained safe and sound. She appeared outwardly safe, but at this moment Luo Bing's heart felt as heavy as a giant rock. She watched everything happening before her and screamed in horror, young master. The power of the explosion only increased, showing no signs of weakening. After that strike, the eagle could no longer maintain its beast form, but reverted to its original human appearance. It was quite a while before the explosion completely vanished, but the aftershocks it left behind were absolutely not to be underestimated. A massive black hole appeared in the air. The surrounding scene was a complete mess. Standing on a nearby rock that had miraculously remained intact, that fellow laughed triumphantly. Within the range of my black sun, nothing below the 7th realm can hope to survive. This is the consequence of offending this king. Even if the sword venerable blames me, if I flee to the Sea of Chaos, what can he do to me? Just then a voice rang out, oh, flee to the Sea of Chaos. Are you suggesting you would defect to the strange beasts? He answered without thinking, overly excited. My demon clan and the strange beasts originally share the same source. What does it matter if I defect to them? It wasn't until a moment later that he noticed something was wrong, and he turned his head in surprise. Wait, who is speaking? What appeared before his eyes was Lu Chaoga, completely unharmed and intact. There wasn't a single scratch on him. Lu Chaoga, you're not dead. His face was filled with doubt about reality. Lu Chaoga did not answer his question, but vanished on the spot. He then reappeared in front of him, holding his sword, having taken a stance. Of course, and not dead. In any case, the one who should die is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a slash. However, to the stunned gaze of the master, that slash had absolutely no effect on him. Can't cut through. He gently pushed Lu Cheage's sword tip aside, acting with utmost scorn. What do you take this king for? This king is a 7th realm great demon. With your paltry strength, do you actually think you can kill this king? How ridiculous. You do have some skill, but that's all there is to it. After speaking, he fiercely struck out at Lu Cheage, sending Lu Cheage flying away. His soul was knocked a great distance away, and Lu Cheage couldn't immediately return to his physical body. What sharp claws! He is much stronger than that Ning Jianshan. After successfully knocking him away, he spread his wings and flew up, openly revealing Lu Cheage's entire plan. Lu Cheage, this king knows you wanted to help the Azure Jade Hawk clan, which is why you deliberately lured this king here. I didn't hold it against you out of respect for the sword venerable, but now this king refuses to give him face anymore. I will now eradicate the Azure Jade Hawk clan right in front of you, right here before you. Having said that, he raised his fist, displaying a look of madness. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flew away. By the time Lu Cheage regained his senses, its figure had already put a huge distance between them. Demon fiend, don't think you can escape. With that, he too flew rapidly, pursuing closely. As he flew, countless thoughts churned in his mind. Ning Jianshan was someone resurrected from the dead. Even though he was sustained by the soul jade, he was still in his weakest state back then. His true strength had definitely not reached the 7th realm. Furthermore, his water element countered the enemy's fire element. But this guy now, he is a true 7th realm expert. I must enhance my power to kill him. However, no matter how difficult it was, he found a solution. He gave an order to the system. System, quickly add all the sword Dao aptitude points I haven't used yet. Okay. The system responded quickly. The effects began to strengthen. Countless swords appeared in the air. Sword Dao aptitude 1, currently 7 points. The system prompted. Seeing this, the function of the aptitude points flashed in his mind. Each point of sword Dao aptitude increases the power of his initial sword Dao by 10%. I originally planned to accumulate them and use them all at once, but now it seems I must use them immediately. Also, I am already level 60 Buwan. Can also be upgraded. Upgrade Buwan. The system immediately popped up a notification. Buwan begins at level 53. Injecting EXP. Right after that notification was sent, the sword's attributes increased rapidly at an astonishing speed. After a moment, the chain reaction finally ended, followed by a notification screen. Buwan has activated a new special effect. Seeing this prompt, delight showed on Lu Cheage's face. A new effect has been activated. Let me open it and see. Immediately afterward, an interface containing complete information popped up. Special effect activated. Exorcise demon against demonic beasts and alien species. Damage increased by 10%. Sword spirit awakened. No owner Lu Cheage. Seeing the last part, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Buwan, are you responding to my will? Although this new special effect is only yellow grade, in this current situation, it can rival a purple grade treasure sword. Once I kill this demon, Hawkeye will eventually upgrade you into a purple grade sword embryo. Having set his goal, Lu Cheage continued flying, chasing after the demon hawk. As he flew, he lamented. As expected of a 7th realm hawk demon, its speed far surpasses mine, but rainfall. He raised his hand and formed a magic seal. His purpose in doing this was to accelerate in the rain, utilizing Buwan in a clash between experts. Even a slight difference can lead to huge consequences. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sky quickly darkened, and then rain began to fall, accompanied by roaring thunder. Subsequently, seeing the change in weather phenomena, he formed a new opinion of Lu Cheage in his heart. A water origin cultivator can actually control celestial phenomena, but this still won't affect this king's speed. Thinking this, he increased his speed. He stopped maintaining his human form and reverted to his true demonic beast form. Charging forward fiercely, he declared, "This king will let you taste what despair is like, and what it truly feels like. I will make you feel the pain of losing my son." Meanwhile, among the Azure Jade Eagle tribe, The young woman who left earlier has now returned, calling out loudly to everyone, "Are you all right?" Seeing that it was her, the others quickly emerged from their hiding spots. She walked over, gathered everyone and explained, "That human cultivator helped us by luring away the Hawk tribe members. He also helped us guard the queen's sarcophagus. Once they return, we must repay them." Despite her words, some tribe members remain skeptical. "But that Black King is a 7th realm demon king. Is that human cultivator truly his match?" The young woman didn't know how to reply. She turned her head and looked at the sarcophagus nearby. Finally she spoke. "If the queen and the eagle god were here, then they definitely would have gone to help him. Thank that person, mother." Inside the sarcophagus lay a beautiful woman. The remaining people saw her actions and immediately began to pray as well, begging the queen to help that human great queen. Just at that moment, something plummeted from the sky and crashed directly onto the sarcophagus, shattering it completely. The young woman watched the scene before her, tears welling in her eyes. "Mother, that eagle, the Black King, has arrived here." His eyes were bloodshot, filled with fanaticism as he stared at the Azure Jade Eagle tribesman. "Your eagle god cannot protect you. You are honored to have your clan personally extinguished by this king." Having said that, he lunged forward. The young woman couldn't believe her eyes. "It's the Black King. He returned." It wasn't just her. Even the people behind her gradually sank into despair. How could this be? Does this mean that human cultivator has already known impossible? How could he have been dealt with so easily? If that's the case, our Azure Jade Eagle tribe will soon be annihilated too. The Black King ignored the crowd, and a black energy sphere gradually gathered. "Now go and serve as burial sacrifices for this king's son." The moment he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot out, aimed directly at all the tribesmen present. Immediately following, this action was accompanied by countless screams of agony. "Ah! Help!" she blinked, watching her own tribesmen being killed one after another. While she herself was completely helpless, the young woman could only show an expression of horror. "This is the 7th realm, this is a demon king." The more she watched, the deeper her despair became. How can we defeat this guy? How is victory even possible? Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes as she looked at her mother in the sarcophagus. "Mother, mother, what should I do?" Powerlessly she rested her head beside her mother. Scenes from her childhood began flashing through her mind. She remembered running crying to her mother to complain when she was small. "Mother Chiyu, she bullied me again. Mother, please stand up for me." The queen merely squatted down in front of her, gently stroking her head, comforting the little girl. "I am the queen, how can I only favor you? You are the royal daughter, you must be strong." Fearing the little girl would continue to cry, she continued to soothe her. "You must become the bravest warrior of the Azure Jade Eagle tribe. If someone bullies you, or bullies our tribesmen, what should you do? Your mother has already taught you." Hearing this, the little girl hesitated, not entirely sure of the answer. Her small head thought for a moment. Finally she remembered what it was. "I remember now. If someone hits me, I must hit them back. If someone bullies my tribesmen, I must harshly beat that person." Saying this, the little girl even made a fist shape with her wing. The queen was pleased with this answer. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a muscular bicep. "That's right, anyone who dares bully our Azure Jade Eagle tribe, then kill them. Good child, remember you must kill them." Recalling the words her mother had said to her then, the aura around her surged dramatically. "Whoever dares bully the Eagle clan, whoever dares bully my Qingyu clan, then kill them." On the other side, the remaining members of the Eagle clan were still fleeing, scattering and running away from his attacks. "Run, run, help! Who scratched my wings? Go quickly and protect the princess. Where is the princess?" Screams and sounds of worry were endless. However, amidst the dense energy mass, a small figure shot straight up. Ahead there was a green bird, flying straight towards the much larger eagle. The crowd below, upon seeing that figure, immediately knew who it was. They were utterly shocked. "That's the princess. Is the princess trying to fight that monster?" "Princess, your highness," they shouted loudly. That bird was none other than the princess of the Qingyu Eagle clan. She shot countless crystal shards towards it. "Whoever dares bully my Qingyu Eagle clan, then kill them." Although the attack was launched, It was harmless against the eagle's thick hide and enormous body. Nevertheless, she steadfastly shot countless crystal shards. She shouted loudly, reminding her subjects below, "Run, run, I will stop him. You must hurry and escape." The people standing below watched the scene, unable to leave. "The princess is risking her life for us. She is fighting that powerful king of the black-feathered eagle clan. For our sake. Are we going to forever hide under the wings of the queen and the princess?" Hearing this, none of them could utter a single word. "Are we just going to watch the princess die, so that we cowards afraid of death can continue to cling to life?" He looked at the small green figure, rushing madly towards him. It laughed mockingly, raising its huge sharp claws. "You are merely at the early stage of the fifth realm turned to ashes." With that, it let out another mighty roar. A stream of black energy permeated the vast space. Unfortunately, that energy stream happened to strike the young girl. Seeing that she had been hit, it laughed even more brazenly. "You can't even withstand one move, die." Although the blow did not directly hit her body, the force was so immense that she was blasted backward a distance. From her beast form, the young girl quickly returned to her original appearance. Her face was full of scratches and she looked more battered than usual. "Mother, I couldn't do it. But I already tried." The image of the Queen Mother appeared in her mind again. "Knowing you couldn't do it but trying anyway, that is somewhat like your mother. Well done." She looked delighted, showing no displeasure whatsoever. Just like that, her body helplessly plummeted downward. Looking at the Queen's image, she cried out emotionally, "Mother." However, that blow did not strike her body. Instead, it was blocked by countless crystal shards. "Your Highness the Princess, we are here." Hearing this familiar address, she quickly turned her head. From behind, a large flock of green birds flew over. Several individuals supported her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Even after being supported, she still hadn't fully recovered her senses. "All of us will fight side by side with your Highness the Princess," they declared firmly. "The Qingyu Eagle clan will no longer be afraid of death. From now on, you will be our new queen." They gave her smiles full of understanding. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be moved to tears. Everyone, completely contrary to the crowd's reaction, the eagle was filled with disdain. Looking at the scene, "There are barely any in the fourth realm. A race like yours is no different from insects." Despite its words, they diligently continued shooting crystals at it. Facing those tickle-like attacks with contempt on its face, it opened its large mouth once more, condensed into a massive super energy sphere. Massive, since they are vermin, they should live like vermin. Someone in the troop shouted, boosting everyone's morale. Shot feather arrows with all their strength. "We must protect Her Majesty the Queen, and ensure she leaves safely." The remaining people quickly agreed upon hearing this. Then they quickly charged forward. Yes, at the same time a small squad flew in the opposite direction. The energy sphere grew larger and larger, preparing to smash into the flock of birds. The girl who was in her beast form turned around. Seeing this sight, she couldn't help but yell, "No, run quickly, hurry and run." "No, go, stop them quickly," she commanded. However, they didn't turn back and continued moving forward. They stated calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. But this is their honor." Honor. As soon as the words fell, the energy sphere had been unleashed. It flew straight towards the flock of azure eagles. The girl watched all this in horror. She shouted helplessly until her voice was hoarse. No, but he was still continuing, making the energy sphere even bigger. "Die, you swarm of vermin!" The nearby flock of birds gradually changed from blue, and were reduced to only black and white. However, a miracle happened. As the energy sphere approached the crowd, a beam of light flashed in the middle of the sphere. Accompanying the appearance of this light was a colossal water pillar. It surged out, blocking the blue energy stream. The attack was destroyed. It generated enormous power, pushing him backward. At the peak of the water pillar stood a familiar figure. That person was none other than Lu Chaoga. He stood there displaying a confident smile. "It seems I haven't arrived too late." The appearance of Lu Chaoga caused everyone present to feel a wave of astonishment and shock. That's him, that's the human cultivator. He actually wasn't killed by the Black King. Facing a rank 7 great demon, how could he possibly return? Human cultivators have always been hostile towards the demon race. He actually came back. and while facing a powerful enemy no less. Just like that, countless murmurs rose and fell. It wasn't just the common folk. Even the princess, upon seeing his appearance, couldn't help but feel delighted. Senior cultivator, are you all right? Facing the girls. Question. Lu Chaoga turned around and answered concisely. His words were refined yet full of imposing energy. First, I am very strong. Second, I never break my promises. Hearing his words, the girl couldn't help but recall her past self, and what she had once said. Initially, I promised him a treasure before he agreed to help me. At that time, I thought he was a greedy human cultivator who only acted for profit. But now, for everything he has done for our clan, how could that small treasure ever repay this great debt? Thinking of this, an unprecedented determination ignited in the girl's heart. My Azure Eagle tribe is far too weak. If Senior Cultivator can truly save our clan from danger, Azure Jade, I and all members of the Azure Eagle tribe will repay this kindness for generations to come. The only one who saw him appear, yet was not pleased, was the great eagle over there. It summoned another energy sphere. Lu Chaoga, you couldn't have picked a better time to show up. I will beat you within an inch of your life, and force you to watch as they are taken down by this king one after another. Sensing that the situation was rapidly taking a turn for the worse, Lu Chaoga waved his sword and commanded, "Take your clansmen and retreat. Leave this place to me." The girl heard the request and immediately agreed yes. Everyone follow me. After speaking, she turned and flew away. That group of people flew away, leaving the battlefield to him, the Black King and Lu Chaoga. That sword strike just now successfully obliterated his energy sphere, causing it to dissipate into thin air. Even though they had already turned and left, but some still couldn't help but be curious, and turned back for a glance. It's great that human cultivator helped us, but are we just going to abandon him and run away like this? A young man asked. The young girl, standing right at the front, heard him and answered while flying, "I trust that Senior Cultivator. This isn't fleeing the battlefield, but rather avoiding causing trouble for the Senior Cultivator. From now on, everyone must not neglect cultivation anymore. We must ensure that the Hawk tribe, our Azure Jade tribe, becomes much stronger." That's what she said out loud, but she secretly continued to gaze at Lu Chaoga's steady figure standing behind them. Only then can we be of help to the Senior Cultivator. However, the others did not notice her abnormal reaction and only replied firmly in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Returning to the battlefield, over there the Hawk King, every time it launched an energy sphere, it was shattered by his single sword strike. It even endured several sword marks, landing on its body, which made it extremely frustrated. "You bastard! Why did you suddenly become so strong? What kind of monster are you?" Hearing its question, he answered casually, "An upgrade of this caliber can be achieved just by taking a few sips." However, Lu Chaoga's answer greatly displeased it. It flew into a rage and summoned another energy sphere in its mouth. "This human fellow never has anything good to say. If that's the case, this king won't hold back anymore." Yet again it was utterly defeated by a single sword strike. No sooner had it finished speaking than it shot straight up into the sky at extreme speed. Seeing that it was running away this time, even Lu Chaoga couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Trying to run away again? Has the Demon King only practiced the art of escape? With that, he swiftly flew up to pursue it. As he flew through the clouds and arrived in a vaster space, it also reverted to its human form. Before it could make any preparations, Lu Chaoga had already unleashed countless beams of swordlight. This indeed caught him off guard, since it was completely unprepared. It could only barely parry the attacks. Watching sword marks being imprinted all over its body, it still had to question him regardless. "Your sword chi consumes a large amount of spiritual power, yet you possess an endless source of spiritual power. Logically speaking, given your abilities in the fifth realm, you should have been completely drained long ago." He raised an arm, and Lu Chaoga answered him without hesitation, "Because I am using your spiritual power." Hearing his reply, it was then stunned and confused. It raised its hand to look. "How is this possible? My spiritual power is constantly being swept away, and this king can't control it." Taking advantage of its lack of vigilance once more, A fierce slash was launched. Daring to be distracted while fighting me, how amusing. It hurriedly raised its arms to block, luckily managing to stop some of the attack. But the consequence was that its two arms were covered in wounds of various sizes. Looking at its arms, it was struck by shock. In just a moment, he was actually able to tear this king's body apart. Lu Chaoga stood in the high air, pointing his sword directly at it. At this moment he was already on another level. Before, my sword wasn't sharp enough to break your defenses. But now my sword is both sharp and precise. Consecutive upgrades have endowed me with power. Fighting him. A system prompt pops up. Special effect activated. Water affinity. When the sword touches water, damage increases by 15%. Sword weight reduced by 15%. Special effect activated. Demon slaying. Damage to ancient exotic beasts increases by 10%. Although the demon race possesses powerful physical bodies and natural talents, they do not cultivate human techniques, nor do they have realms they can awaken. He evaluated it very briefly. He held his injured arm, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at him. I have lived for thousands of years. You are the only one who has managed to injure me. He didn't pay much attention to his words, commenting instead, that was merely good luck on your part. If you had encountered those seniors from the Luela sacred ground in Luzhou, you would have been annihilated long ago. Sure enough, these words hit a nerve. He looked warily at Lu Chaoga. What? Do you know that I have no powerful backer in Luelu? As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but exclaim, oh. It seems this was information he hadn't anticipated. If you have ties to Luelu, then this time might be a little troublesome. Believing he was scared, he had an excuse to mock him again. It's too late to be afraid now. I will let you witness the true innate divine ability of the demon race. After speaking, his entire body was enveloped in a swirling reddish-black aura. The innate divine ability of the black-plumed eagle tribe, inherited from the demon god Shangfeng. Geely swift force. His entire form changed and his wings spread out. Looking at his new appearance, Lu Chaoga revealed an expression of sudden understanding. So he is a descendant of the ancient demon god Shangfeng. No wonder, even though Shangfeng is also a divine beast, compared to the phoenix which possesses fire and regenerative abilities, he still falls slightly short. But even so, a pure bloodline of the Shangfeng clan is a seventh realm demon king right from birth. It cannot be said that he is not strong. It cannot be said that he is not strong. That's right, my black-plumed eagle tribe are descendants of the demon god Shangfeng. When it comes to speed, we are invincible in the world, he said, full of confidence. Hearing this boast, he challenged invincible in the world. Earlier, those subordinates of yours couldn't even catch up to me. You are only able to catch up due to your cultivation realm, he said, nothing, instantly vanishing from his spot. He immediately reappeared in front of him and launched an attack. I am too lazy to argue with a dead man. He blocked his attack with his sword. Lu Chaoga could hardly believe his eyes. Compared to just now, the speed is 3 times faster. The innate abilities of the demon race truly are formidable. He didn't stop. He launched another strike, sending him flying backward. His figure instantly reappeared in front of him. It's not over yet. Another blow was delivered, knocking him down to the ground. The two of them continued to fight back and forth, with neither gaining the upper hand. During the attack, despite being his opponent, he couldn't help but compliment him. Lu Chaoga, you are quite impressive, to force me to use my innate divine ability. But this is the extent of your abilities. Once I strike off your head, I will turn you into a drinking vessel, keeping you by my side eternally. Facing these threatening words, he sneered. How truly barbaric. But do you even have the ability to do that? With his pride wounded, he let out an extremely angry roar. Then let's find out. Lu Chaoga, if you dare, then take this strike from me. Accepting his challenge, he set his sword aside. He didn't plan to dodge or take any action. Fine. Then I shall use my face to receive your move. How arrogant, die. Having said that, he rapidly rushed toward him. As he drew near, he sent an energy-wrapped fist straight toward his face. However, something strange happened. His face did not fully receive the punch, but was blocked by something. Watching him being obstructed, Lu Chaoga flashed a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the other man trembled with fright. What is happening? From one hand to both hands, and then his entire body became unable to move. My body is frozen. He lightly touched his arm, which was encased and solidified by a blue spiritual energy. Lu Chaoga admonished, I gave you a chance. But you didn't take it. From both arms. His entire body was now surrounded by his turquoise spiritual energy. Surrounded, he could only ask Lu Chaoga blankly. What exactly did you do to this king? He had now completely lost his fighting ability. So he didn't mind telling him. The answer wasn't anything special. It's just that your spiritual energy has been completely drained by me. A system screen appeared beside him. Spirit Severance. Target spiritual energy drained 100. Black Feather Eagle King level 71. Startled by his words, he tried to sense it, but the result was the same. What is going on? I really don't have even a trace of spiritual energy left. Looking at his trembling body, he offered a vague comfort. Don't waste any more effort. If it weren't for the gravitational pull of the water supporting you, you would have already fallen to the ground. Can you truly feel nothing? He had no choice but to accept reality. You, what kind of monster are you? Why are you stronger than the legends say? This king is a 7th realm demon king. You know. Facing his question, Lu Chaoga stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Actually, I am not that strong. If you had intended to kill me right from the start, you would have already won. His words greatly surprised the opponent. Before he could ask, Lu Chaoga voluntarily explained. My domain can directly absorb an opponent's spiritual energy. However, the absorption speed is not fast. It's just that you wasted too much time, and every time you cast a spell or transformed, you expended a huge amount of spiritual energy. That is what led to your spiritual energy depletion. If I really had to fight you, Hedon, then I might have needed to expend considerable effort. Of course, it wouldn't be impossible, but it just wouldn't be as interesting. As he spoke, he brandished his sword. Once he grew tired of playing, he raised his sword and pointed it directly at the opponent. And so it ends. Truly terrified of being finished off, he desperately begged for mercy. Thunder Wind Draw. Wait a moment, this king's backing is one of the 72 peak lords of Lu Wailu. Do you know the consequences of killing this king? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword tip stopped right before his neck. This was truly the first time he had encountered such a situation, frightening him until his face was pale and cold sweat poured down. It worked. Even Lu Chaoga was wary of the power of Lu Wailu. However, life is unpredictable. He didn't finish him off because he still had questions in his heart. Actually, I have a question. Why must your Black Feather Eagle clan relentlessly pursue the Azure Jade Eagle clan? Moreover, I see that the Azure Jade Eagle clan's territory is quite small, and it is far away from the Black Feather Eagle clan. There shouldn't be any conflict between you. Of course, it's because of the eclosion Nirvana innate divine ability. Only the royal family of the Azure Jade Eagle clan possesses it. Although this king has already reached the 7th realm, my lifespan is only about 1,000 years. Now my time limit is approaching. As long as I seize the demon core of the Azure Jade Eagle clan's royalty, I can gain that divine ability and extend my lifespan by 1,000 years. He replied. After speaking, he paused, then reluctantly continued his answer. Unfortunately, the Azure Jade Eagle clan is too well hidden. Their empress possesses an extremely powerful barrier talent, able to conceal the entire tribe very effectively. We have never been able to find their traces. Just as he finished speaking, he started to sink into his memories. Until that day, an Azure Jade Eagle princess actually came to my territory to gather herbs. She was only in the 4th realm. My son could have easily captured her. But you ruined this king's plans, and even killed my son. He still couldn't accept it. After hearing all the explanations, Lu Chaoga wore an expression of understanding. So after consuming a demon core, a demon can acquire that person's innate divine ability. Facing his irrelevant question, it raised its neck. That's not the main point this king is trying to make. Release me immediately. Otherwise, once the peak lord of the outer pavilion finds out, disaster will surely strike you. But Lu Chaoga was not someone easily intimidated by such things. You are deafening. This venerable one has even fought disciples of the Nether sect. Why would I fear your peak lord? Saying this, he casually swung his hand and severed its head. Even though its head and body were separated, it still couldn't believe it. It wasn't just one attack, but Lu Chaoga unleashed countless swordlights, successfully reducing its body to numerous fragments. Shut up after being struck. A puff of black smoke enveloped its body. Seeing this scene, Lu Chaoga thought it was preparing to fight and couldn't help but take a step back, raising his guard. What? It can still live without a head. The smoke dissipated, revealing a headless bird body suspended in midair. Lu Chaoga understood with a single glance. So it had reverted to its true form. Staring at it for a moment, an idea popped into his head. The demon's body is so large. It must contain quite a few treasures. Right. This fellow still has a demon core inside that I can take. Thinking of this, Lu Chaoga flashed a mischievous smile. Just then the system notification box popped up. Upgrade quest: breakthrough to the 5th realm. Slay 1 6th realm demon. Or 3 peak 5th realm demons. Over completed. Mission evaluation in progress. Evaluation will be complete in 12 hours. Killed the level 71 Black Feather Bird King. Gained 20 million experience points. After reading all the system information, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but comment. I still have to wait 12 hours for the evaluation to complete. This system is getting slower and slower. But the Black Feather Eagle King had 7th realm strength. Yet it only granted 20 million experience points. That's not even a third of the experience gained from killing Ning Jianshan. However, soon he found the reason, closing his eyes and sighing. Demons have no cultivation techniques, nor can they awaken domains. They can only rely on innate divine abilities. They truly aren't that powerful. Subsequently, another thought crossed his mind. So if cultivation techniques were given to demons, allowing them to awaken domains, and also awaken their innate divine abilities, wouldn't that be earth-shattering? The cataclysm of Tianqian is approaching, and having an extra source of help is a good thing. I just don't know if demons can cultivate human cultivation techniques. Let us return to the territory of the Azure Jade Eagles. Everything here is now desolate, reduced to ruins. In a nearby cave, 3 individuals knelt before a woman to report. Your Majesty, all the clan members have reached a place of safety. The entrance of the cave is protected by a barrier set up by the former queen. Although the barrier is dissipating, it might hold out for a few days. After hearing the report, she quickly instructed. A few days should be enough time. The senior cultivator will definitely win. Go and comfort the elders and children of the clan. Tell everyone not to fight among themselves. I will stay here to guard the place. Yes, the 3 departed, and her gaze turned toward the coffin that already had a few cracks. Mother, I didn't expect that even after your ascension, you are still protecting the tribe. Compared to you, I am truly. Suddenly the sky outside completely darkened. This commotion caught her attention. Looking at the sky like this, she grew worried. The sky is dark again. Could the Black King have returned? Didn't the senior cultivator already? In the sky a giant eagle-shaped silhouette appeared. Seeing it, she became even more certain of her fears. It really is the Black King. The moment she thought this, she turned and ran. I must go inform everyone. I must make sure everyone quickly hides deep inside the cave. Looking at her running figure, Lu Chaoga spoke, allowing her to relax. Don't be afraid, it is I. Hearing the familiar voice, the girl stopped. She thought in astonishment, it's the cultivator master's voice. She turned her head almost immediately. Sure enough, it was Lu Chaoga's figure, along with the corpse of the eagle that was falling. Cultivator master. Lu Chaoga didn't say much. After saying don't be afraid, he flew near where she was standing. Cultivator master. I knew you would definitely win. After steadying himself, Lu Chaoga finally spoke. This sovereign has already killed the black-feathered Eagle King. If someone helped her, she couldn't neglect to express her gratitude. She raised her hand and bowed. Thank you, Cultivator Master, for eliminating this menace for our tribe. I Qingyu will fulfill my promise and present the supreme treasure of the Qingyu Eagle clan to you. I hope Cultivator Master will not find it lacking. Lu Chaoga looked sullen and serious on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This eagle is far too sensible. She took out a colorful feather from somewhere and respectfully handed it to Lu Chaoga. This is the supreme treasure of the Qingyu Eagle clan. Please accept it, Cultivator Master. Staring at this supreme treasury, a single feather, Lu Chaoga was stunned. Ah, a feather. This is the supreme treasure of an entire tribe. He held the feather in his hand, examined it carefully for a moment and asked, "What is the purpose of this supreme treasure?" Faced with this question, the girl was clearly hesitant. I don't know either. But my mother knew its specific function. It's just she didn't have time to tell me before she already. Lu Chaoga immediately understood what she meant. He held the feather, stroking his chin in contemplation. Only the former queen knew its function. Unfortunately, the supreme treasure has become garbage. The moment this thought arose, the system popped up a notification. Special item of the Eagle clan obtained. Qingyu Yufan boundary technique. Unlock now. Seeing the notification, a look of joy clearly appeared on his face. Excellent. He then immediately instructed the system to unlock it without hesitation. As soon as he made the request, that feather was gradually enveloped by a dazzling glow. Even the girl didn't understand what was happening. What is this? The light grew stronger and stronger, finally transforming into a scroll of parchment. Holding the object in his hand, Lu Chaoga speculated, "It seems this is the true form of the supreme treasure." The system displayed a notification again. Yufan boundary technique, purple tier, low grade. Lu Chaoga also opened his mouth slightly, feeling surprised. A purple tier, low grade boundary technique, this really is a treasure. Even in Jianzone, this is a primary technique. Only core disciples are allowed to cultivate it. As for other minor sects, if they saw this item, they would probably fight tooth and nail for it. For ordinary people, this is definitely an extremely valuable item. Lu Chaoga suddenly thought of his younger sister. But now, Little Carp has already obtained a spell array technique of purple tier, high grade, and this purple tier, low grade. Forget it'll copy a version for the little girl too. The black-feathered Eagle King once said that the former queen's boundary technique was extremely formidable, which is probably related to this item. This girl showed absolutely no sign of greed. This undoubtedly gave him a favorable impression of her. Lu Chaoga looked at her with approving eyes. It seems this sovereign truly judged the person correctly. Back then, when he first discovered her, the system had actually already provided a lot of relevant information about her. The information provided by the system was as follows. Qingyu, pure-blooded Qingyu Eagle clan. Brave and innocent. This information made him feel somewhat perplexed. He mulled over it repeatedly in his mind. Besides the information about obtaining a special item, there were also her basic innate attributes. Among them, the attributes that concerned him the most were character Xinqing and her aptitude for boundary techniques. He looked at her again, though some doubts in his heart still remained unanswered. For a demon race member to have 8 attributes, and to receive a special alert from the system, this is certainly not ordinary. Later he also tried checking other members of the demon race, but the attribute character Xinqing did not appear for any of them. This is strange, but it should still be a good thing. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? It was precisely because of this unusual aspect that he entertained the thought of taking her on as a disciple. So ever since then I have been considering making her my disciple. The main reason he wanted to take her as a disciple must certainly be related to the heavenly profound calamity, because Lu Chaoga still harbored some worries in his heart. After all, if he wanted to handle the heavenly profound calamity, the power of the demon race was also indispensable. Initially I thought the demon race and the exotic beasts were unrelated, but that Black King said he could escape to the chaos sea to avoid the sword venerable. From these facts he drew a firm conclusion. If what he said was true, then the demon race must have a close connection with the exotic beasts. Perhaps the eagle races. Qingyu could become his trump card. Becoming one of Lu Chaoga's trump cards is not an easy feat for anyone. In order to gain more trust from Qingyu, he decided to approach her and said softly, "Qingyu, this item was originally named the Jade Fall Barrier Technique. It is a tremendously powerful barrier technique. Are you willing to hand it over to me?" Hearing this, she did not refuse, and even happily handed it to him, saying, "Your grace to me is monumental. Even if Qingyu were smashed into pieces, it would be difficult to repay even a fraction of it, let alone just a tiny little technique. This is precisely the virtue everyone should possess. Repay kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances." However, Qingyu did have something she wanted to implore, the Cultivator Lord about, he asked doubtfully. Tell me what it is. Thoughts continuously spun in his mind. She doesn't need a technique, but she wants to ask me for something. Could she be asking for something else? Having received his permission, her face flushed red and she stammered. I don't know the name of the Cultivator Lord. This young woman has always addressed you as Cultivator Lord, which feels a bit inappropriate. Good heavens, the condition Xingyu proposed to Lu Chaoga was too simple. It was truly unworthy of that precious treasure. Even Lu Chaoga was quite surprised by this condition. He scratched his cheek, feeling bewildered. So she wanted to ask for my name. At this moment he announced his name clearly and forcefully. This venerable one, sect master of the Momo sect, Lu Chaoga. In his mind he also understood why she didn't know his name. Xingyu of the eagle race has always avoided the world, and she was just extremely flustered. So it's normal that she doesn't know my name. If someone else had asked this question, he would have thought that person was trying to attract his attention. Then he smiled contentedly, muttering afterwards, how can someone not know the great and famous Lu Chaoga? Upon learning Lu Chaoga's name, she clasped her hands tightly to her chest, displaying admiration. Her face gradually reddened and she said shyly, Lu Chaoga Momo sect. That name is truly wonderful. Senior Lu, this junior has a request. As soon as she finished speaking, she knelt down, pressing her face against the ground. At the same time she spoke loudly, as if to attract his attention. Xingyu dares to implore Sect Master Lu to accept me as a disciple. Please impart the Tao techniques to me, so that I may gain strength and be able to protect the eagle race's. Xingyu remained kneeling, stating resolutely, if you do not agree, then Xingyu will remain kneeling here until death. Even Lu Chaoga was rendered speechless by her sharp words and could only ponder gloomily. Although this is a big decision, she really hasn't thought it through much. If it were someone else, perhaps I would feel this was emotional blackmail. But this venerable one happens to want to take you as a disciple. This truly kills two birds with one stone. There's no reason to refuse such a great advantage. At this point he cleared his throat and instructed her. There is no need for the great kneeling ceremony, just kowtow 3 times. Xingyu followed his instructions, but she still couldn't quite believe it was true. So she asked again, You mean you agree to take me as a disciple? He answered frankly, I will not accept you, but I will accept you as a disciple on behalf of my junior sister. I have a junior sister who is an elder in the Momo sect, Lu Dongli. You will be her disciple in the future. As for Lu Dongli, he kept sneezing because he was being constantly mentioned. Achoo, who is talking about me? Xingyu received a satisfactory reply and bowed respectfully. Thank you, martial uncle. She still had a slight concern in her heart, although she couldn't become his disciple. But as long as she could join him, and it was a good thing. Lu Chaoga took out 2 scrolls of magical treasures from his sleeve and handed them to her. At the same time he said, Xingyu, these are barrier techniques and cultivation methods. I will teach you the Yin Qi Ju. You must cultivate diligently and must not slack off even slightly. One of these 2 scrolls of magical treasures is a copied version of the original, but the effect will definitely not be poor. She accepted this gift he prepared for her, holding it with both hands, and respectfully replied, This disciple will strictly follow martial uncle's teachings. Oh, right, these cultivation methods. Can I let my clan members cultivate them too? One wonders how he would react upon hearing this newly accepted disciple being so presumptuous and daring. Hearing this, his expression became serious and he said, Only those with superior aptitude can be taught this. Although this way he put it did not outright object, any intelligent person could discern the profound meaning behind his words. Xingyu immediately replied, Yes, there was naturally a reason why he gave this instruction. These cultivation methods are purple grade advanced level. If they are given to people with poor aptitude for cultivation, it would be futile. Suddenly from an unknown location a sound of a very serious looking red alert sounded. Even Lu Chaoga was surprised by the appearance of this red alert. Red alert. At this moment the alert displayed a notification. Imomen disciple Luo Bing is in danger. Immediately followed by a map showing the distance between Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing. The sudden appearance of the red alert plunged Lu Chaoga into deep thought. He finally recalled his original intention. The reason he sent Luo Bing was because he already had a plan in mind. If Luo Bing were to encounter danger, it might stimulate the power of the ancient fierce beasts to integrate faster. Having thought this through, he bid farewell to Qingyu. I have matters to attend to and must leave now. He was still pondering the situation repeatedly. Although he said that, he couldn't actually let Luo Bing face a genuine life-threatening danger. Below, Qingyu shouted loudly, "Farewell, martial uncle." After he left, she looked down at the cultivation method in her hand, which he had given her. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. With this, I will no longer allow the Qingyu Eagle clan to be bullied by any demon race again. We will never again live in seclusion. However, just as she was making a firm resolution for her clan members, a but suddenly popped up. There must be another reason for this. Martial uncle is truly too handsome. Look, she's utterly smitten. Fortunately, I didn't become his disciple. If so, I still have a chance. On the other side, Luo Bing was breathing heavily with difficulty, because she had to fight so many people. Being greatly outnumbered, she provoked the opponents. If you have the guts, come challenge me, unknown. What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many? But Luo Bing's provocation backfired. The opponent refuted calmly. You possess the power of an ancient fierce beast. Who would fight you alone? As long as we don't directly kill her, we won't activate the power of the ancient fierce beast within her. This is a lesson my brothers learned with their lives. It seems these people came prepared, and not on a momentary impulse. Luo Bing struggled to consider the several spiritual beads inside her body. The 3 treasured orbs inside me contain immense power, but when they emerge it is difficult for me to control them. I can only allow this power to gush out. Furthermore, every time they erupt, my body weakens a little more. Having finished her thought, she looked at the remaining foes, and then fell into contemplation again. They already know the countermeasure, and no longer intend to kill me. If this continues, I will surely die of exhaustion. So she closed her eyes again, pondering something. I wonder how young master is doing now. If he is gone, then what is the point of me continuing to live? Suddenly Lu Chaoga appeared in her mind, bringing a single sentence, which pulled Lu Bing's emotions back. Then I must live to avenge the young master. Thinking this, she made up her mind and shouted, even if they are 7th realm demon kings, Lu Bing will fight to the death to avenge the young master. Immediately Lu Bing closed her eyes, slowly comprehending something while her mind calculated rapidly. I must control them only by controlling them. Will I have hope of survival? Immediately after, she didn't just control one, but controlled all 3. Those forces continued to roar incessantly. Seeing this, the remaining foes immediately screamed and launched an attack. Capture her alive. Don't let her gain control of that strange power of the ancient fierce beasts. Hurry, her strength is already depleted. Once she successfully controls that power, we are doomed. Oh wow, are you guys afraid too? Everyone stepped forward simultaneously to attack, showing no mercy. Suddenly from an unknown location came Lu Chaoja's booming voice. Those who dare disturb my Momin disciple while she comprehends the Tao shall die. Immediately after, all the foes were struck by a single blow, collapsing uniformly onto the ground unconscious. The remaining foes simultaneously looked up at the sky, only to see a figure shrouded in golden light appear. This person was none other than Lu Chaoga. Having personally witnessed everything Lu Bing had done, he felt immense pride. Amazing Lu Bing, at the critical moment between life and death, you truly did not waste your talent for comprehension. The 3 beastmen were still suspended in midair. One of them said, how did that cultivator get here? Another one replied, he's still alive. I wonder what method he used to shake off the Black King. Forget about him. What's so great about a mere human cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the 5th realm? What's so great about it? Let's kill him first. Another foe suggested. This was quickly agreed upon. Yes, kill him, then go capture that woman. After speaking, they spread their wings and flew toward Lu Chaoga and Lu Bing simultaneously, shouting kill. Lu Chaoga glanced at them. Since that is the case, why not give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, the system popped up. The spiritual energy currently absorbed has reached 500%. Can activate. God Ascent mode, do you wish to initiate it? He looked at the screen and decisively said, initiate as soon as the power was activated. Light from all directions converged upon him. The beastmen noticed the anomaly and they growled, looking ahead. He actually intends to use a spell. Let's take this chance to kill him. Brothers charge forward and slaughter them all. 3 streaks of blood-red aura enveloped him. This is the power of God Ascent mode, Lu Chaoga sighed. So this is what ascending to godhood feels like. He gently waved his hand, pointing toward the group of beastmen. And several forces flew toward them in response. The scene erupted into chaos. Blood stained the earth red. Lu Chaoga descended from the sky. Dust swirled around him, perhaps the residual effects of the previous battle. At the same time, the group of beastmen also fell from the sky. Lu Chaoga looked at them, raised a hand and thought, the power. It is truly overwhelming, but the feeling of God Ascent is not entirely pleasant either. Especially in the instant of taking a life. It's as if in my eyes, life is no longer life. I have lost all feeling for creation. He tightly clenched his fist. This thought still lingered in his mind. System, what kind of place is the Renxian domain exactly? On the way to Luzhou, I looked up all the secrets of the Tianji Pavilion. Yet I found absolutely nothing recorded related to this domain. That image gradually materialized. Even after searching diligently, a line of text still appeared on the control panel. Search unavailable. Sure enough, the system also knows. But my authority is insufficient to query it. Lu Chaoga fell into contemplation. What exactly is the system? To be honest, I never considered. Why did the Xintian world suddenly appear in the blue? Xing'erathan became an advanced game. Are the characters created by players? And generated in this world? Truly human or something else entirely? Returning to reality. A ray of light released from within him. But the most important thing now is increasing strength. Once the heavenly authority calamity is resolved, then sooner or later, I will know the answer. Looking beside him again, Luo Bing was struggling between the 2 existing forces within her body. Chaoga secretly assessed, still in the process of comprehension. In her sea of consciousness, something seemed to be happening. Over here, Luo Bing's power level was gradually increasing, rising sequentially from level 35 to level 40. Lu Chaoga showed joy. Luo Bing is finally starting to transform the power of the kite and turn it into her own strength. Unable to resist anymore, it seemed. Luo Bing spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Chaoga quickly rushed over and sealed her with the spiritual energy within his body. His gaze remained fixed on her body. The power of the altar kite was extremely vast. Luo Bing's body couldn't fully withstand this evolution. I have to give her a hand. As her power level gradually rose, streaks of purple energy followed, circling around her body. Luo Bing resisted painfully, shouting loudly. Lu Chaoga's mouth curled up. One more level up and shall reach the great perfection of the 4th realm. Suddenly the spiritual aura around Luo Bing weakened. Chaoga's eyes were blank, showing a look of confusion. It stopped. Only less than a third of its power had been converted. Why did it stop here? Luo Bing sighed tiredly. Suddenly seeing Lu Chaoga right in front of her, she softly called out, young master, this doesn't seem to be a dream. She reached out, wanting to rush into Chaoga's embrace. She happily exclaimed, young master, you are alive. But he stopped her quickly. Of course I'm alive. Did you actually think a mere 7th realm demon king could kill me? Luo Bing composed herself. Closing her eyes, she softly said, a mere 7th realm demon king. I'm afraid among 5th realm cultivators, only the young master would be able to say such a thing. As if remembering something, Luo Bing softly called out, ah, right, young master. When I was dazed just now, I felt like I was constantly absorbing some kind of power. And I saw a lot of strange things. Lu Chaoga listened and simply replied lightly, go check your cultivation realm. She didn't ask further and quickly replied, yes. Suddenly a line of text appeared. 4th realm, 9th heaven. Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. Young master, I've reached the 9th heaven realm. He explained indifferently, you entered the state of enlightenment, having only absorbed 1/3 of the altar kite's energy, allowed you to reach the 4th realm, 9th heaven. However, this master is very curious. What did you see during your enlightenment? Luo Bing answered hesitantly, I saw a small sapling, a small whale and a small dragon beast. They seemed to like me very much and they were acting spoiled around me. She sat down reminiscing. Lu Chaoga replied expressionlessly, him acting spoiled. Although he appeared this way on the surface, he was thinking internally. I thought she had communicated with the divine souls of those three ancient mythical beasts to guide them back to the righteous path and become spirit beasts. Unexpectedly it didn't play by the rules, but I suppose there's no major harm. Lu Chaoga said as he walked his back to Luo Bing. It's good if you're fine, but if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me immediately. We still have to go to other places. She followed behind softly replying, Thank you for your concern, young master. The sky was a vast blue. The two sat on a giant leaf, suspended high in the air. Luo Bing opened her mouth and asked, All right, young master, what about the Azure Jade Eagle clan and that grade 7 Demon King? Lu Chaoga replied while sipping tea. Did the Demon King destroy the world with a great spell at that time? That grade 7 Demon King has already been killed by me. As for the Hawk Clan Empress, the Empress of the Azure Jade Eagle clan, she has already become your master's registered disciple. Luo Bing was greatly astonished, secretly sighing in her heart. The young master is only at grade 5, yet he can kill a grade 7 Demon King. That's one thing, but he even helped master take in a disciple. Master has always been so calm, I wonder if he'll be happy. Luo Bing was so stunned by what had just happened that she was speechless, stammering, then young master, where are we going next? White Deer Forest. Chaoga softly replied, bringing another surprise. Luo Bing repeated Chaoga's answer in her heart. White Deer Forest. Luo Bing asked in surprise, is the young master referring to the White Deer Forest that Sword Venerable mentioned? She recalled her uncle Master Sword Venerable's instruction. If you get a chance, find some time to go to the White Deer Forest in Luzhou and take a look. Perhaps something is waiting for you there. The male protagonist calmly replied. That's right, since Sword Venerable himself mentioned this matter, there must be some secret about your background. Luo Bing unhurriedly poured the tea, denying as she poured, young master. Actually, Luo Bing no longer cares about her own background. The Mo Gate is Luo Bing's current home, and it will be in the future as well. Lu Chaoga picked up his teacup and replied, I didn't say Momen isn't your home. It's just that. What if your relatives are looking for you too? Luo Bing was very surprised, because he mentioned that her family might be looking for her. He gently blew on his tea, thinking, in my previous life, I also saw many news reports about human trafficking, lost children and people searching for their families. In reality, very few parents would abandon their children. In my previous life, most people doted on their children. It's a pity I was the chosen one. He opened the map. On the map, it showed his current location and his desired destination. He muttered to himself, this place is still very far from Bailulin. At the speed of the airship, it will probably take 3 days to arrive. Since that's the case, I might as well find something to do, the protagonist thought with a smile. For example, activating the sword embryo blueprints. He looked at the demon cores he possessed. Lu Chaoga laughed loudly. Anyway, what this venerable one has now is capital, so we'll use it freely. After saying that, he opened the Magia storage space. Ding-ding notification messages immediately appeared before his eyes. Yellow tier sword embryo blueprint successfully redeemed. Blue tier sword embryo blueprint successfully redeemed. Looking at what he had obtained, Lu Chaoga muttered to himself with a hint of regret. What a pity. The purple tier requires 3 purple tier demon cores and 1 orange tier demon core. To unlock advanced sword embryos, the path is still long, a heavy responsibility and a long way to go. After thinking for a while, he pointed at the system and said, then let's unlock the yellow tier first. Begin manufacturing. Meanwhile, from Luo Bing's perspective, Master Lu was entering a meditative state. She was very surprised, thinking once young master meditates, it lasts for a long time. As a famous figure in the Tiangshuanji, young master truly is diligently cultivating. Maybe I can try to put in some effort too. Only then can I help my young master. Thinking this, Luo Bing began to meditate. She secretly muttered, I wonder if those 3 little fellows will appear again. A moment later, Luo Bing was taken to another dimensional space. Inside her sea of consciousness, she loudly asked, "Are you still there?" Suddenly 3 illusory entities emerged from an esoteric black hole. They happily greeted the girl. They gathered around Luo Bing. Luo Bing happily said, "You are all here." Luo Bing thought, "Whenever I am with them, I feel exceptionally happy. This feeling is too strange. It's almost as if I am playing with my own children. But I clearly don't have children yet." After indulging in idle thoughts for a while, Luo Bing blushed and shyly said, "That's so embarrassing. How could I have such strange thoughts? Is my body wishing to bear children for the young master?" At the same time, the male protagonist finished his task. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, forging an emperor-grade sword embryo is certainly not easy. But it's not overly difficult either. Fortunately, I am adept at controlling spiritual energy. It's just that I lack sword stones for forging. So I can't forge more to accumulate experience. After pondering for a moment, he looked up and saw the scene before him. He was extremely surprised and questioned, "How Luo Bing has already reached the peak of the 4th realm? How is that possible?" At this moment a very powerful aura enveloped Luo Bing. "This is the great perfection of the 4th realm," Lu Chaoga exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bing's breakthrough speed is truly comparable to the Black Court, but Luo Bing is only an ordinary cultivator. Upon breaking through from the 4th to the 5th realm, she can awaken her domain. Thousands of thoughts gradually emerged in his mind. He revealed a cunning smile and thought, "This is only one altar. Yet it helped Luo Bing advance so many levels. If I clear out all the altars set up by the Purple Moon Society throughout Qingzhou, what would happen then? As far as I know, the Purple Moon Society is like a wild monster instance dungeon, which can be used to gain experience points and various other benefits. It is also known as the Instance Dungeon, with the most generous rewards. When I return to Qingzhou, I must sweep them all clean." Just then the system immediately notified him. Advancement task: breaking through to the 5th realm completed. Rating S. Seeing this notification, Lu Chaoga smiled and thought, "It finally arrived this time. The rating is accurate." The system immediately told him, "Reward obtained: experience points X 1500. Emperor grade forging sword stones X 99. Seeing the items he had received, Lu Chaoga said this reward is a bit unreasonable. He calmly observed the rewards, then said, "Emperor grade forging sword stones are materials used for forging sword embryos. The experience points are better than nothing. All these items are understandable, but..." The man then touched the aptitude stone, thinking, "But this business aptitude stone is truly a bit unreasonable." After observing for a while, the protagonist said in his heart, "You must know that in the game Heavenly Profound Realm, the aptitudes and talents of NPCs are fixed. Yet this jade stone can help others enhance their aptitude." The system immediately displayed the jade stone's information. Business aptitude stone description. Grants the user 1 point of business aptitude. Lu Chaoga smiled, closed the system, and then thought, "Not bad, not bad. The system has finally done something good this time. This jade stone can be given to Xin Yen." Thinking this, he stood up, stretched, and muttered to himself, "I suddenly miss Xin Yen a little. Well, once I finish dealing with Luo Bing's matters, I must return immediately." Only after saying this did he remember, "I wonder how the Momin sect is doing now." At the same time, at the Momin sect, Xiao Qiu was diligently practicing her sword techniques. The moves she executed were incredibly powerful. A brilliant azure light permeated the surrounding air. Xiao Qiu turned around panting and said to Lu Donli, "Master, I've already practiced 5 times today." But at this moment Lu Donli seemed as if she had lost her soul. She replied him, "Yes, practice 5 more times." Xiao Qiu was helpless, tears welling up in her eyes, thinking, "Did Master even hear what I just said?" Lu Donli's mind was currently only focused on Lu Chaoga. She muttered, "Brother." He left with Luo Bing, and hiding in Yanshu also left. "I don't know when they'll be able to return." After letting her thoughts wander for a while, she stood up, stretched, and said in her heart, "Forget it. I should just continue researching array formations. After all, having an extra layer of security is a good thing." Suddenly, 2 specks of light in the sky were flying toward Momin. She thought, "Oh, we have visitors." Clang! The 2 specks of light landed right in front of the Momin gate. Monk Nanwo and Mu Bailu slowly walked over. Mu Bailu loudly declared, Mu Bailu of Shanweishan and Nanwu of the Buddhist sect request an audience with the Momin sect master. Just then, Lu Donli descended, scrutinizing the two of them. She cupped her hands in greeting, then informed them. The sect master is not here right now. What business do you two have? Mu Bailu and monk Nanwu, the two of them, awkwardly took out the boxes containing the treasures and replied. These are the supreme treasures that our respective masters lost in a wager with sect master Lu. Please accept them. Lu Donli opened her mouth wide in surprise, thinking, how the supreme treasures of the Buddhist sect in Shanweishan brother won these from their masters. So what could possibly be inside these two items from the Buddhist sect? And the ENC. A cultivation technique. B treasure. C magical artifact. D heart of an orange tier demon race member. Next the two of them turned slightly. Since the items have been delivered, we will not delay here any longer. Farewell. As soon as the words left their lips, the figures of the two vanished into the clouds like the wind. Donli stood suspended in midair, thoughtfully watching their departing figures. It seems a lot happened over there, and I know nothing about it. She lowered her head, looking at the two boxes in her hands. But since these are things brother won, then I'll wait for brother to return before letting him open them himself. I just don't know where brother and Luobing are now. The camera switches to another location, Luobing's side. She gently opened her eyes. Playing with those three little guys for a while actually made me this tired. But it seems I've broken through another realm. I am now at the great perfection of the fourth realm. However, when she looked at her hands, she paused slightly. I clearly felt like I gained a huge amount of spiritual energy from those three little guys. So how did I only advance one tier? Chowgat turned his head to look at her, then explained. It seems your realm has been locked. Luobing trembled slightly. Young master, do you know something? He looked at her calmly. Just now, you acquired a large amount of spiritual energy from the formation altar. But your realm got stuck at the great perfection of the fourth realm. Unable to advance. The remaining spiritual power was forcibly stored in your spiritual sea. I realized that if the conversion continued, you might be in danger, which is why I woke you up. Luobing suddenly realized, so that's what happened. No wonder I felt so exhausted. But young master, why would my realm be locked? Chava did not reply immediately. Instead, he activated a skill and then conducted an inspection on her. I'm afraid this has something to do with your divine soul. Spiritual energy surged, trembling slightly. He scanned her body completely, then summarized in a deep voice. Even relying on my current innate divine ability, Zhili, I cannot clearly perceive your divine soul. He continued, perhaps we will find answers when we reach Belulin. In about half a day we will be able to reach Belulin. Luobing's face turned slightly pale. If I really have family there, how am I supposed to interact with them? She tightly clenched her fists, lowered her head, and her body trembled slightly. Why did they abandon me back then? If it weren't for the young master, I'd probably be in that brothel right now. At this moment Chava remained silent, thinking. Belulin. If we really can find Luobing's parents, if they cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation regarding them abandoning Luobing, then my displeasure shall take their heads. His expression darkened. No disciple of my Momin sect shall be bullied. At this moment, as the sun set, he frowned slightly. This is Bailu Lin. The system immediately issued an address notification. The coordinates are perfectly accurate. The two flew on their swords and landed in the forest. Luobing looked up and around, speaking in surprise. This is Bailu Lin. But why are the trees here this color? Half black, half white. Chuga frowned. Something strange is definitely going on here. Let's check it out first, Luobing softly replied. Understood. The two landed together and stopped in the center of the forest. Chuga reached out to sense the surroundings. There are two distinct spiritual energies here, yet they are interconnected. Is this spiritual energy influencing the appearance of the forest and the trees, she wondered. Different spiritual energies, yet interconnected. He frowned slightly. They are both spiritual energies belonging to the demon race. Yet they repel and attract each other. Luobing widened her eyes. Demon race. How could they have such a huge influence? Could my parents really be? Suddenly a figure strode out fiercely. Humans leave our territory immediately. The system confirmed the identity of the figure. Dear General Yang, Dear Race, Level 67. Description: this species has fiery red fur, representing the purest bloodline of the Yang Deer race. Their strength is immense. They are the mightiest warriors, and the most loyal to the Yang Deer race. Chugo squinted slightly. Level 67. Weaker than the last Eagle King. This description must be somewhat exaggerated. How could it be the deer race's strongest warrior? Just then a voice came from another direction. Humans, leave our territory immediately. He snapped his head around. His gaze held a slight surprise. Another voice. And a pleasant female voice at that. Following the voice was a girl with 2 deer antlers on her head, and the lower body of a white deer. The system sounded again. Dear General Een Deer Race. Level 67. Description: this species has dark blue fur, representing the purest bloodline of the Een Deer race. Their strength is immense. They are the mightiest warriors, and the most loyal to the Een Deer race. Chuga let out a helpless sigh. The Een and Yang Deer races, are they playing a game of symmetry? The 2 opposing races issued a warning simultaneously. Get off our land. The Yang Deer race shouted excitedly. Leave. Leave. The Een Deer race also shouted in response, walking toward them. Go away, leave, leave. A chorus of shouts echoed throughout the forest, causing Chuga to frown in displeasure. So noisy. I need to find a way to make them shut up. At that moment Luo Bing was clutching her head, trembling. Gongzi, I feel so dizzy. Right after, her body suddenly went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Chugu hurriedly supported Luo Bing. What's wrong? He thought to himself. Could it be that she absorbed too much power from the Fa? Tan bead. Is her body unable to handle it? However, his expression immediately changed. No, there is a problem here. This land is devouring Luo Bing's divine soul. Without hesitation, Chugu immediately embraced her, stabilizing and protecting her mind. After a long duration of flying on his sword, after a while Luo Bing woke up. She sat up, touching her head. Gongzi, was I unconscious just now? My head hurts so much. He nodded softly. You're fine now. It's just that earlier in that black and white forest, someone set up a magic array. The array targeted only you. Once you stepped into that area, your divine soul would be devoured by the array. She was stunned. What happened? Chugo replied solemnly. It's not clear yet, but perhaps we haven't come to the wrong place. This location is definitely related to you. He looked up toward the distance. Perhaps those Yin and Yang Deer races know something. Suddenly, a calm and warm voice echoed in the air. Young friend Chugo, you are mistaken. They truly know nothing. Luo Bing was startled. Who is speaking? Chao Gu immediately sheathed his sword. He cupped his hands and said, this junior Lu Chao Gu greets. Senior. After speaking, he pondered internally. The other party discovered us long ago. This senior has been following us for a long time, yet the system has given no warning of danger whatsoever. It seems they are most likely here to help. Just then a spatial ring split open in the air. A powerful aura permeated the area. A figure slowly walked out. An ancient yet resonant voice rang out. Courteous, the Yin Yang Deer clan. This is not a matter of great knowledge. But as for this child's background, this old man knows a thing or two. He paused midair, his sleeves fluttering in the spiritual energy currents. His voice became slightly grave. However, tracing her origins clearly won't be easy. Luo Bing anxiously asked the old saint. May I ask, senior, just how difficult is the matter of investigating my background? He replied gently. If you are even slightly careless, I'm afraid it could endanger her life. Hearing this, she immediately panicked. There is a risk to my life. Luo Bing turned her head and consulted young Master Chao Gu about backing down. How about we just forget about it? She thought to herself. If searching for my own origins causes young Master Chao Gu to fall into danger, Luo Bing couldn't forgive herself even if she died 10,000 times. He calmly asked her, now that we are here, if you truly turn and leave at this moment, won't you regret it? She answered decisively. Luo Bing will absolutely not regret it. Luo Bing secretly said. Compared to the young master's safety, those parents, it doesn't matter if I don't find them. Chao Gu, looking at her determined expression, fell into contemplation. Her gaze is so firm. Her thoughts are clearly focused on my safety. A reason she can't refuse, yet one that won't sway her. Sure enough, just as he thought, she was exactly this kind of girl. Following this, Chao Gu spoke sincerely. Luo Bing, the reason this seat came to Luzhou this time, besides my personal reasons, was also to resolve your worries. Your master once told me that, ever since Venerable Sword mentioned Luzhou, afterward, you occasionally look towards Luzhou late at night. Mumbling those two words, Luo Bing was stunned immediately. As expected, master noticed long ago, he recounted calmly. Your master entrusted me to resolve this internal knot of yours no matter what. Your master said, that night. Dongli discussed this matter privately with Chao Gu. The heavenly profound calamity is approaching. If we cannot survive this calamity this time, then at least we should ensure our disciples have no regrets. Luo Bing was purely driven by momentary emotion. She recalled Dongli in her mind. Master Chao Gu thought, the reason Dongli would say such a thing is actually not only because the heavenly profound calamity is approaching. He recalled her wish. Don't be like the two of us. If only back when our parents were alive, we had been a bit more capable. Chao Gu deduced. It's also because she herself has been caught in the rain, so she wants to hold an umbrella for others even more. After the recollection ended, he and Luo Bing cupped their hands together and addressed the old saint. We are prepared now. Senior, please guide us. He kindly stroked his beard and asked with a smile, are you truly not afraid of death? Chao Gu immediately calmed the situation and reassured him. Yes, senior, please rest assured. So many years have passed, and there have been many people who wanted to kill me, but none have succeeded yet. Contrary to the old saint's worry, he thought triumphantly, even if a super demon king actually rushes over, I still have resurrection tokens as a backup. Escaping with Luo Bing will definitely not be a problem. The wheel of fortune turns once I level up and break through. When the time comes, I'll just go back and kill him. Hearing him say this, the old man smiled with interest and praised. You truly are interesting, just as the Sword Venerable said. It seems this old man is the old friend Lord Sword Venerable spoke of. No wonder. Lu Chaoga also confirmed Luo Shang's identity at this point. I have now broken through to the 6th realm, and he is level 61, so he must be at least level 82. Following that, Luo Shang cast a spell to make two deer appear, and said, then this old man will speak. This place was once inscribed with a grand sealing and suppressing array, used to suppress a great demon, and the Yin Yang Deer Clan's 9-colored Deer King was entrusted with the important task by the expert, leading his clan members to guard this place. He then looked at Luo Bing. The great demon suppressed by the grand sealing array has a deep connection with your background. If you want to clarify your origins, you must first lift the sealing array. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga spoke proudly. This seems quite simple. I know a thing or two about breaking formations. Luo Shang was slightly surprised, and he curiously asked Lu Chaoga, how could it be that simple? This grand sealing and suppressing array was designed by a powerful demon clan expert, and cannot be undone except through the secret arts of the Yin and Yang Deer. To unlock this formation, the power of the Yin Yang Deer clan is required. Lu Chaoga looked down and expressed his view. But to me, it seems the Yin and Yang Deer clans are now incompatible like fire and water, clearly divided into good and evil. It probably won't be easy to harness the strength of both clans, will it? Lu Chaoga raised a question. Moreover, did the 9-colored Deer King just allow them to split like this? Luo Shang revealed sadly to him. Brother 9-colored Deer passed away 3 years ago. Back then the masters from Shanwai, Shan and I fought against an upper 8th realm exotic beast that had broken free from the Eye of Chaos. Brother 9-colored Deer sacrificed himself to slay the exotic beast. A great deed. Lu Chaoga immediately looked at him in astonished, shocked, speechless. He thought an exotic beast of the upper 8th realm level actually required so many important figures from Luzhou to strike together, and the sacrifice of a demon king just to eliminate it. Yet the 9th realm dragon beast was slain by Senior Luo alone. Senior Luo truly deserves the title of one of the 4 divine swords. Luo Shang stroked his long beard and continued the narration. Since then, the clan members of Brother 9-colored Deer wanted to elect a new leader, but the Yin Deer clan and the Yang Deer clan refused to submit to each other. Years of entanglement led to the current situation in the Yin Yang mountain forest. Next, he assessed the current situation. The yin and yang deer clans are now like fire and water, completely incompatible. But a huge crisis exists here, ready to swallow both clans at any moment. Subsequently, Luo Shang smiled as he looked at Lu Chaoga, and said with profound meaning in his tone, "Given your intelligence and wisdom, you must already know why this old man is helping you here." Lu Chaoga immediately understood, cupped his hands and stated, "Senior, your profound righteousness means you wish to save your old friend's clan from extermination. Secondly, you want to see if I, Lu Chaoga, can truly bear the burden of Tianquan's future." Luo Shang was very satisfied. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, praising Lu Chaoga. "Well said. A junior like you saw through this old man's intentions instantly. Your reputation, Lu Chaoga, is too great. Even the sword venerable of Qingzhou holds you in high regard. It's inevitable that this old man wanted to test you out." Lu Chaoga deduced. "In that case, this major crisis is the key opportunity to resolve the conflict between the yin and yang deer clans." Luo Shang immediately emphasized exactly. He resumed a serious demeanor, then offered a suggestion to Lu Chaoga. 3 days from now, the yin and yang deer clans will hold another leadership election. Once again, there will surely be a great battle. The demon cultivators hiding in the darkness will definitely seize the opportunity to strike. That was the perfect time for us to deepen the relationship between these two tribes. Zhaoga listened and asked doubtfully, "But if the yin and yang deer tribes cannot elect a new king, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" Old Sage replied with a smile, "I have been observing this place for over a year, and the choice for the new king's candidate has actually already been decided. When the time comes, Sect Master Lu, you shall see with me whether she is truly fit to be the new king of the deer tribe." Soon a few days passed. 3 days later, at the gathering place of the yin and yang deer tribes, it was a mountain peak soaring into the clouds, surrounded by large patches of clouds. Below the audience stands, tens of thousands of people had already gathered, standing completely encircling the venue. Yangri sat casually in the stands and announced enthusiastically, "The 1-year deadline is up today. We must decide on the new king of our yin and yang deer tribe, shouldn't we? If we continue to delay, these mountains and lands will be destroyed by the spiritual energy of our tribes. We cannot let this continue." Manhwa, sitting in the stands on the other side, proposed, "I share the same sentiment. Brother has been arguing with my tribe for many years. It is time for a conclusion. If elder brother truly wishes to be the king of our two tribes, this younger sister can concede to elder brother today. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Yangri angrily slammed his chair, stood up, pointed at Manhwa and scolded, "Shut up. The yang deer tribe and the yin deer tribe must determine the victor through a proper fight," Yangri announced excitedly. "Today this king intends to thoroughly settle the score with the yin deer tribe." Meanwhile, Zhaoga and Luobing flew on a leaf to the place where the decisive battle was taking place, accompanying Old Sage. He said, feeling a bit lost, "Is there something wrong with the mind of this king of the young deer tribe? The other party is already willing to let him be king." Old Sage mocked humorously, "The wisdom of our demon race cannot compare to that of humans. Sometimes we are truly prone to sticking to convention and not flexible enough." Suddenly Zhaoga noticed something unusual. He immediately became alert. "There is the aura of a great demon cultivator. Judging from the spiritual energy feedback of the power of water, it is peak 6th realm." It seemed Old Sage felt it too. He said gravely, "That fellow has arrived. The demon's name is Du Yu." And at this moment he also saw the massive crowd of the deer tribe. His interest was piqued, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said to his descendants, "The yin and yang deer tribes are all here. You little darlings. You must be impatient too, right? Sacrificing the fresh blood of the demon race, especially high-level ones like the yin and yang deer tribes, will surely help us step into the 7th realm." Alan aggressively shouted, "King of the young deer, don't think we are afraid of you. If you want to fight, then fight." Manhwa spoke up to stop Alan. "Don't do this, it will lead to untold suffering for both our tribes." Alan still replied resolutely, "They want to fight. Are we supposed to be afraid of them?" Yangri was also uncompromising. "This is exactly what this king wants. We must have a proper honest fight." The deer general immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Warriors of the young deer tribe, Prepare for battle. Alan also commanded warriors of the Deer tribe go teach them a lesson. Enue frantically tried to calm them down. Everyone don't act rashly. But Yangri directly issued a challenge to Enue. Come out and let's settle the score honestly. Enue. She immediately refused and tried to persuade him elder brother Yangri. I do not wish to fight you. Doing so will only result in mutual destruction for both our tribes. Zhao witnessed everything. And asked the person beside him for an opinion. Senior. Is the person you selected here? This king of the young deer is too forceful. While the king of the deer is too weak. Neither of these two are suitable. Old Sage calmly stroked his beard and replied, don't rush. She will come out. Just then a cold voice spoke from the dark clouds. If anyone dares to make a move this time, I will take my little brother Yanyu with me and we can all just end it. The two sides rushed toward each other for battle, then suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their heads to look at the little girl and Yangyu standing beside her. Yinyu's face turned deathly pale with fright. Yuner, what are you trying to do? Yangri also pointed at Yinyun's face, then commanded. What are you doing? Let go of my son. The little girl said firmly. The Enyang Deer clan shares the same lineage and origin. Our strengths are equal. If we fight we will only destroy each other. If everyone dies, how could my brother and I possibly survive? We might as well die sooner. Hearing this made the old man stunned. She softly called out Yuner. The expressions of the two generals also froze. They were speechless. Yun continued to express her viewpoint. I have read many books about the human race over the years. Many sects were mentioned in the books. The human race, due to a lack of overall leadership, split amongst themselves. They were eventually defeated and even wiped out by the demon race. I do not wish for our Enyang Deer clan to disappear. That is why I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Upon hearing this, Yangri thought, I have heard these stories when I was a boy myself. Enue frowned and muttered to himself, I absolutely do not want a conflict. But among the clan members, there are many who refuse to submit to the young deer clan. Although the little girl's voice was weak, her reasoning was extremely sharp. The Enyang Deer clan is fundamentally one family. The simple truth is, like cooperate and coexist, divide and perish. Why don't the elders understand this? Finally Enyun shouted loudly. If none of you are suitable to be the king, then let me be the king of the Enyang Deer clan. That's all there is to it. He couldn't help but turn his head in surprise and continue to ask the senior. Is that little girl the one you have chosen? He agreed precisely. Afterwards Lushing explained his decision. This girl is calm and decisive. She decisively and promptly restrained the opposing young master. And she put herself at risk. Even though her body was trembling with fear, she desperately prevented the war between the two clans. To have such mental fortitude at such a young age. When she grows up, she will certainly become a new pillar of strength for our demon race. Zhao Gu also secretly commented. This girl is indeed better than the rest of the deer clan. But she is still a demon, so her overall intelligence isn't high. She is also very emotionally attached. After all, in the history of the human race that I read in my previous life, there were many who schemed to sacrifice their children for their own gain. They were not a minority. The little girl hurriedly urged again. Mother, Uncle Yangri, hurry and speak. Is it acceptable or not? So she smiled gently and coaxed, all right. Quickly let go of little brother Yangya's hand. Winner, don't do anything foolish. On the other hand, he answered hesitantly. But doing this is not honorable at all. Honorable. The dear general, unable to remain calm, roared out. But the prince is still in the girl's hands. Sensing that her goal was about to be achieved, Enwan requested contentedly. If everyone has agreed, then let us establish the covenant now. Before she finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. The entire wide area of ground was cracking open. Enua shouted in panic, is it an earthquake? He immediately reported. No, it's not an earthquake. There are spiritual power fluctuations underground. Alan shouted, it's the spiritual power fluctuation of a demonic beast. A gigantic monster appeared amidst a cloud of dust. It had a shape resembling a scorpion. It wasn't just one, many were preparing to pounce. The dear general and she stood in front to block them. Meanwhile she frantically searched for her child. Where is my winner? Winner! Yangri also looked around. Where is my son? Alan strained to look back, then nervously stammered. The young master is over there. At this moment the little girl in Yangyu was standing beneath the gigantic monster. Duyu greedily licked his lips. These little guys. You carry the pure blood of the Yin deer. It smells so good. Inwen quickly shielded the boy behind her. She retorted firmly, demonic cultivator, I am not afraid of you. I am the new king of the Yin deer clan. Retreat immediately and I will spare your life. Yang Yu meanwhile was crying, sister. Hearing this, Du Yu held his head and burst into laughter. Spare my life. This child is truly amusing. Then Du Yu released his killing intent. He warned in a deep voice, little one, come here and play with me. Suddenly he pounced towards the little girl. On the other hand, he commanded the monster, a Hong. That member of the deer clan over there is yours. Inwen immediately went on the defensive, muttering to herself. I am certainly no match for him. But if I can just stall for time, the other adults will definitely come and save us. Our Yin deer clan is not easily bullied. Du Yu easily cut through the air current. He said contemptuously, level 2 of demonic chi. How could you possibly hurt me even slightly? The little girl sensed the danger. The little girl pushed the boy away. Little brother Yangyu, you go first. Yangyu suddenly shouted, sister. He grabbed Inwen by the neck and lifted her up. You're about to die and you still want to save others. Foolish. The little girl trembled all over but still responded firmly. If you kill me, the Yin deer clan will never let you go. Du Yu was fearless. He laughed arrogantly, look at all these useless trash around you. A single Yin deer clan member like you. I am at the peak of the 6th realm of greater demonic cultivation. At the same time, on the other side, both clans were struggling desperately against the monsters. Inwen asked herself in surprise, how can this be? My clan shouldn't be this weak. Yangri lifted a large stone and roared, hateful. Fighting fair. How can I, the king, not defeat this strange beast? You low-level stupid creature. Suddenly the monster struck him with a horizontal thrust. A little girl nervously cried out, Uncle Yangri. She continuously lamented in her heart. Uncle Yangri is so strong. How is it possible that he cannot defeat a foreign race? Of the same realm. This is not right. It must be this demonic cultivator, who used some covert method. Then Inyun shouted, Mother, please don't save me. This is a trap. But just then, Inue rushed over and declared, release my Yuner. Little girl, did you really think you could manage that? He smiled with interest and said, see, even if she knows it's a trap, she will still take the bait. Du grinned and snapped his fingers. Rows of weapons pierced up from the ground, binding her tightly. Inyun anxiously shouted, Mother, he spoke with satisfaction. To devour the living souls of the Yin deer clan. I have been preparing for this for an entire year. I never expected that the first one to see through this trap would actually be a little fawn. Chaoga. And Lu Sheng stood observing everything. From above he asked curiously. This demonic cultivator is causing such damage to the Yin deer clan. Is the senior still not planning to intervene? He stroked his beard and slowly replied. The Yin deer clan has been fighting internally for 3 years. They ought to suffer a bit. As a lesson. Besides, look closely. That demonic cultivator has not yet harmed the life of any deer clan member. That's because he is secretly plotting something far more cruel, which is. Chaoga was stunned by this and retorted. Could it be the evil sacrificial ritual that demonic cultivator recently began practicing? Lu Sheng answered calmly, exactly. He wants to perform a ritual sacrifice involving the entire Yin deer clan, consuming their vital essence and life force, to forcibly break through his current realm. At this moment Inyun felt utterly helpless. But she still said weakly, I can't just sit here and wait for death. What's wrong? I can't even use my spiritual power. Your hand feels so heavy. The words spoken by Du shattered her hope. Don't waste any more energy. I admit that. Your Yin deer clan is a high-level demonic race. Racial talent is extremely powerful. He continued to explain. Therefore, this past year I have focused entirely on preparations, preparing quite a few good things for you all. Alan noticed the abnormality and cried out, it's poison. No wonder. Even dealing with this stupid scorpion felt strenuous. General Lu slumped down weakly and said spitefully, damn it. He must have known long ago that our clan would gather here, which is why he planned such a wicked trick. Du Yu announced excitedly. And now, I shall use the vital essence and souls of your entire clan. Your vital essence and souls. Everyone in the clan was having their vital essence drained. He laughed contentedly. It's all mine, completely mine. Waiting this past year has been extremely hard on me, so thank you all for your generous gift. Even A.M. Van was not spared. Only able to weakly mutter, damn it. If only I were a bit stronger. How could I have been captured by this guy, how frustrating. Suddenly a voice echoed in the air. Little girl, do you need help? The little girl immediately replied, you, who are you? The voice continued. Don't worry about who I am, as long as you shout out. I ask a human senior to come help me. Someone will naturally come to help you. A.M. Van was startled. Who human? She spoke with difficulty. But could you save everyone else instead of me? The person replied, truly worthy of being the one this old man favors. This matter I cannot guarantee. But you can try shouting first. The hand clutching A.M. Van's neck tightened further. The little girl could only stammer but was interrupted by, do you? Little girl, what are you muttering about? I shall show some kindness, by draining your monster blood first. Immediately after, more vital essence was drawn out of the little girl. A.M. Van thought, whether I believe it or not. This is the only chance left. Then the little girl shouted. I ask a human senior to come help us. Even though her body felt drained of vital essence, A.M. Van still shouted a few more times. I ask a human senior to come help us. I ask a human senior to come help us. Everyone in the clan immediately started whispering. At a time like this, how could there possibly be a human senior passing by here? It's the young master. She is still calling for help for us. That's the voice of young master A.M. Van. But it's all too late. This made him laugh uncontrollably. Yang, dear clan, you have close ties with the human race, even helping them kill monstrous cultivators like us. This is also the reason I chose you. You are almost dead. So which of those humans would possibly care about you now? But right at that moment, a strange beam of light flashed. A precise cutting line appeared on Duya's neck. Chaga answered the previous question, I care. He continued. The Yang Deer clan has committed no atrocities. They fight for righteousness, and sacrificed the previous Deer King. Compared to a wretched demonic cultivator like you, the difference is night and day. Do you yelled in panic, you are? Immediately after a series of slashes struck, the hand tightly gripping the little girl's neck also released, and a gentle stream of water held up A.M. Van, preventing her from falling to the ground. A.M. Van wondered to herself, is this water? Water caught me. Chaga went straight to destroying his magical artifact. The evil artifact could not be saved either. And soon it dispersed. The scattered vital essence flew back into everyone's bodies. Alan happily thought the vital essence and souls are back. General Lu lamented silently. A human senior actually came to save us. At this moment those monsters charged towards Chaga. The little girl shouted anxiously. Human senior, be careful. He just calmly turned around and replied. Thank you. A.M. Van looked at the scene before her. How can this senior be so good looking? Just like the immortals recorded in books. Lu Chaga merely swung his sword gently, and they were instantly cleaved into pieces. System notification: killed demonic cultivator. Do you? Killed exotic beast red star 5-tailed scorpion. Killed exotic beast blue star 3-winged scorpion. He muttered to himself. Usually when I fight these 6 realm guys who are above my level, I can dispatch them with a single sword strike. It's a shame the rewards are just ordinary. Forget it, doing it while I'm here isn't a loss. System notification: a Demon Spirit Society envoy. Seeing this he couldn't help but feel surprised. So Luzhou also has a demonic cultivation organization, just like Qingzhou and Beizhou. And this guy even held the rank of demon envoy. Looking at Duyu lying motionless on the ground, Lu Chaga happily thought this reward, his standing in the organization, is somewhat equivalent to that of an elder, right? I hit the jackpot this time. After the matter concluded, the little girl knelt down and said gratefully, Thank you, human senior, for saving our clan. Please accept our bow. The people behind her also knelt down and said in unison, Thank you, human senior, for saving our clan. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. He replied calmly, Please rise, everyone. My rescue today was not entirely selfless. Yin Yun continued to speak. What selfish motives does the human senior have? If there is anything our clan can assist with, We will certainly do our best. Lu Chaoga stroked his chin, thinking with satisfaction. This little girl really acts like she's in charge. So young yet truly interesting. Then he spoke. Then I will speak plainly. I acted this time. Partly for justice. As the previous 9-colored Deer King sacrificed herself to kill the exotic beast and save Luzhou. Secondly, I hope everyone can help me break the ceiling formation here. Hearing this, Yangri immediately objected. Senior. Absolutely not, Inua added. The ceiling array here is used to suppress the world-destroying great demon. If it is released, it will lead to devastating calamity. Yangri worried greatly. Senior, once that world-destroying great demon appears, our Yin-Yang Deer clan will be burdened with immense sin. Lu Chaoga said, full of doubt. World-destroying great demon. He started to feel curious about the identity of the suppressed entity. The 4 great deer demons here. Every single one of them is a 6th-realm great demon. What kind of creature warrants them calling it a world-destroying great demon? Inua provided more information, reporting to Sect Master Lu. That entity was a demon suppressed jointly by the senior 9-colored Deer King and the azure-patterned Celestial Fox clan. We truly do not know the details. That she knew his identity surprised him. You know who I am. Inua looked at Lu Chaoga and replied respectfully. Nowadays, who doesn't know the great name of Tianxian Sect Master Lu? She recognized him by his appearance. Outstanding appearance, coupled with extraordinary talent. Who wouldn't recognize such a remarkable man? She looked at him admiringly. Currently in Tianxian, countless people secretly admire Sect Master Lu. Yet he is rarely seen. There is even a rumor that seeing Chaoga ruins one for life. Seeing you today, this servant truly feels that saying is not false. Inua secretly envied. If only I could be a few hundred years younger. Lu Chaoga instructed based on the current situation. Since you know who I am, then open this array. If there truly is a world-destroying great demon, I will naturally resolve it for you. Just then Yin Yun spoke up to persuade the others. Senior Lu just saved our entire clan. If we refuse him now, wouldn't we be ungrateful? Besides, I believe Senior Lu has his reasons. Even if that great demon is released, with the senior and so many of our clan members present, would we really be afraid of it? The little girl pointed out. Moreover, the formation suppressing that great demon drains the spiritual power of our Yin-Yang Deer clan every year. Which is why our people are in this state today. We don't even have a 7th realm great demon. Not even one. Breaking this array and slaying that demon will bring huge benefits to our clan. Upon hearing this, she also expressed agreement. Yuner does have a point. Yangri suddenly thought about the future. If we can truly subdue that great demon, then our Yin-Yang Deer clan will be able to cultivate openly and righteously from now on. Following this, they all knelt down in unison. Then we respectfully request Sect Master Lu to suppress the demons and eliminate evil. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lu Chaoga immediately ordered the dismantling of the array formation. They answered in chorus. As you command, subsequently strange sounds echoed through the mountains and forest. The array formation gradually revealed itself. Everyone worked together to dismantle the array sealing the great demon. He observed everything, commenting, this array is intricate and complex. If we consider its level, it is at least purple grade. But did that senior truly not interfere? Chaoga suddenly recalled Lu Sheng's voice. Sect Master Lu, I will be watching you from above. His expression was dark and he thought, if it weren't for resolving Luo Bing's hidden worry, I wouldn't bother paying attention to you. Chaoga looked at the array feeling suspicious. This sealed great demon, is it truly related to Luo Bing? Just then Luo Bing suddenly appeared beside him. Young master, he asked in great surprise. Why are you here? She immediately explained the reason. That senior said that there is about to be a great demon closely connected to my origins, appearing, and told me to observe from closer up. Chaoga exclaimed in surprise, then thought to himself, why get closer? Can't he see from above? I have a feeling something isn't right. Meanwhile, Yangri and Inua were executing martial techniques, unlocking the seal and activating the array. The array was being dismantled, slowly opening up. Instantly surrounding objects were sucked into it. Seeing this, he immediately commanded, step back. The rest is up to me. Everyone retreated in unison, responding yes from the array. A terrifying aura spread out. Chowga quickly perceived it. The aura is too powerful. Luo Bing, standing nearby, asked curiously, "Young master, what exactly is down there? I feel like I can barely breathe." He transmitted spiritual power to her and said, "This spiritual power can help you dispel the oppressive demonic aura. Once it appears, take a quick glance and immediately pull back. Since that senior wants you to see it, then there must be a profound meaning." Meanwhile, a screen was recording the entire event. As a member of the demon race, I regretted it for a long time at first, Dear Manga level 12 said excitedly from the bushes. But I never expected I would actually have a chance to meet Lu Chowga, this towering flame of fortune. It's finally my turn. Next, he zoomed in on the screen. He said, "Camera tracking complete. Start live streaming interface. Everyone here is the newest live stream of the only true God, Lu Chowga of the Tianqian realm. If you want to watch, hurry up and follow me, Dear Manga." The people watching the live stream discussed heatedly. Where is Lu Chowga now? Are there female beasts everywhere there? That little girl with deer antlers is so cute. The Tianqian realm has places like this. What? The massive commotion coming from the array made everyone stare. Is this like a divine and demonic earthquake? They assessed the situation and commented, Lu Chowga truly lives up to his name as the protagonist, causing a sensation wherever he goes. What exactly is beneath the ground? Quick, can someone explain what's happening? Is the streamer mute? Dear Manga immediately became nervous after seeing everyone's reaction. Stop typing, the great demon is about to appear. I can't speak loudly. Everyone please keep quiet. Sorry for the inconvenience, long live. Then he warned everyone. Look quickly, it's coming. Seeing the situation, Lu Chowga also started to feel tense. The momentum of its appearance was truly immense. Seconds later, Qingqiu Qingyan rushed out aggressively. At this moment she breathed a sigh of relief. I finally get to see the sun again. Who lifted the seal? Was it brother, the nine-colored deer king? Qingqiu Qingyan spoke excitedly. It seems you finally came around. As long as you're willing to cooperate with me. What's so hard about unifying the demon realm? Seeing her appearance, everyone immediately exclaimed, "She's too beautiful, I really want to be with her. If I could just kiss her once, I'd die happy." Yin Yun, however, scolded angrily. The previous deer king has already passed away. The one who released you is Mo Sect Master Lu. I forbid you from seducing my people. Qingqiu Qingyan curiously glanced at the little girl. Who was Sect Master Lu? Such a cute little sister. Can you tell your older sister? Yin Yun calmed down and replied, "Your tricks won't work on me." The people watching the live stream commented, "Oh my god, this little sister wearing beast ears. I'd tell her my bank card password. How can there be such a perfect girl? I totally adore her." Suddenly I kind of understand King Zhou. At this moment she looked around contemptuously. A bunch of low-level little demons. Haven't even reached the 7th realm. Since the nine-colored deer king is dead, these little guys should go accompany him too. Then Qingqiu Qingyan performed a martial skill. Immerse yourselves in my gentleness and fall into peaceful slumber. Suddenly an attack blocked her move. Qingqiu Qingyan immediately asked alertly, "Who?" Lu Zhaoga introduced himself there. "I am Sect Master Lu, the one you're looking for. These dear clan members are under my protection." Qingyan looked proudly at the person in front of her. This older brother is truly handsome. Don't you want to enjoy some time with little me? Doing some extremely gentle, cozy things. Wouldn't that be much more comfortable than all this fighting and killing here? Hearing this, Lu Zhaoga frowned and looked at her. "Madam, if I'm not mistaken, you must be at least a few hundred years old, right? Calling yourself little sister at your age. Isn't that a bit embarrassing?" Qingyan yelled furiously. "You." Suddenly she caught a strange scent. Qingyan looked around in surprise. Why is her scent here? She clearly died decades ago. Suddenly she saw something. Standing before her was Luo Bing, who was nearby. Qingyan widened her eyes at her. Lu Zhaoga focused on observing her expression. She finally noticed Luo Bing. Looking at that expression, it definitely has something to do with Luo Bing. Let me see what the connection is. Immediately after, Qingyan rushed towards her. I don't believe it, I don't believe she's still alive. I must see clearly. Luo Bing drew her sword in panic. She's rushing right at me. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoga spoke reassuringly. Don't be too nervous. I will be right behind you. She felt slightly relieved after hearing him. Yes, master. The space suddenly fell silent. She couldn't believe her eyes. She stammered, asking, Is that really you? Luo Bing looked at Qingyan, puzzled. Did she mistake me for someone else? Her face showed an expression of speechless shock. How have you been all these years? Recalling the past, Qingyan spoke. I've been terrible. I was suppressed here in this great formation, having my soul devoured by the formation every day, having my cultivation decreased daily, feeling like thousands of arrows were piercing my heart every day, making me unable to live or die. Her gaze gradually softened. But even through such agony, I never forgot you. Suddenly Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Because she was angry, she widened her eyes and shouted, No suffering could compare to the pain of me personally stabbing a knife into your heart. The feeling of that pain. Suddenly Qingyan backed away in surprise. Wait, I killed you with my own hands. You died long ago. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Luobing expressed her displeasure at Qingyan's behavior. I am Mo Sect disciple Luobing. I have never seen her and I don't know you at all. You have the wrong person. Qingyan was astonished and pondered the name Luobing. The name sounded familiar. She angrily gritted her teeth again. Luobing was her daughter. Qingyan roared furiously. Didn't I dump you onto a peasant family? Why are you now a cultivator? You should have been ignorant, struggling in the mud, and lived out your life foolishly. Hearing this, she was so angry that tears streamed down her face. You were the one who threw me to my foster parents. She remembered that time. Luobing huddled alone in the corner. How many years have you followed me? You can't even produce an heir. This worthless child we picked up is another daughter. Since you can't bear a son, it'll make you suffer dearly sooner or later. Her foster parents were always fighting. What's the use of raising this money pit? Do we have to wait for her to grow up? Give her a dowry and then marry her off.